Chapter 91 Leaving the Dungeon. With this modification, a centaur skeleton can now pull a cart of 200 boxes. About 2 tons of cargo. This is equivalent to the cargo volume of about 4 carts of your previous carriage. It's a pity that there is no elastic thing like rubber tires in this broken fortress. Otherwise it can pull more. Chenin explained his modification plan, and the effect clearly in one breath. How many carts are there here now? Oang Chenin asked Chenin, while rubbing her hands excitedly. There are 5,000 carriages here. And the goods in several warehouses are loaded with 4,129 carriages. Among them, 351 are loaded with various finished ores. 1,015 are loaded with various ores. 130 are loaded with various herbs. 402 are loaded with weapons and armor. 1,180 are loaded with wheat flour. 513 are loaded with various machinery and equipment. 438 are loaded with monster jerky and some fresh beef and mutton. And 100 are loaded with other sundries. At this time, Sebastian stood up and reported to Oang Chenin while looking at the report in his hand. Hearing a series of numbers from Sebastian's mouth, Oang Chenin's mouth was almost unable to close. A total of 5,000 carriages, of which 4,129 were loaded and 871 were idle. Is this the entire fortress emptied? Oang Chenin couldn't help asking. Of course not. We only searched for items within 800 meters, including the gold, silver and jewelry in the commander's mansion. We haven't searched the weapons and armor on the bodies outside the city yet. Chenin danced with excitement. After all, the range of activity of Oang Chenin's skeletons is now 400 meters in radius. Since he is sleeping, their range of activity can only be this. In your opinion, is there anything else worth looting in the fortress now? After Oang Chenin adjusted his mood, he asked Chenin very calmly. As expected of my ruler, he woke up so quickly. Chenin flattered him secretly in his heart. Except for the horses, cattle and sheep in the animal pens in a corner of the fortress that supply the army. The only place that can be looted in the entire fortress is probably the warehouse in the center. After all, this fortress is just a larger military camp. Chenin shook his head regretfully. Oang Chenin thought about it carefully, and it was indeed the case. Originally, this was a fortress mainly for defense, mining and refining. Although the smelting method of the centaurs was a bit primitive, it was already very satisfying to get about 700 tons of finished ore. Okay? What's more? There are so many weapons, armor, food, herbs and other incidental gifts. What else do you need a bicycle for? However, although they are happy, the actual problems have not been solved, but increased. There is another problem. How can we take so many cars away? Although the harvest is gratifying, the problem is that Oang Chenin's transportation capacity is not enough now. How can there be enough centaurs to pull the carts with just over 1,000 centaurs? Don't worry about this, Mississippi, Chenin said confidently. In a corner of the fortress, there are horses and cattle raised by centaurs. Before, the two brothers Zhang and Mo went to see it. There are about 6,000 unicorns and more than 4,000 long-haired cattle. A car pulled by 2 horses or 2 cows is enough for transportation. Mrs. Skeleton soldiers and golem puppets can be used as guards. After all, it's too wasteful to use them for transportation. And I heard from Butler Sebastian that you are going to the next city. Then many of these things can be sold in that city, which can also reduce the logistics consumption later. Good guy. So you converted 5,000 carriages after calculating? Good boy. I got such a big surprise when I woke up. Ha ha. Good. Good. Oang Chenin laughed and said 3 times. Others may not know, but Oang Chenin knows. These ores and herbs will only appreciate in value as life professions continue to appear in the future. Of course, the most important thing is that my alchemy also needs this kind of ores from another world. Not bad. Well done, Chenin. Now I appoint you as my logistics officer. Oang Chenin is very generous to people who can work for her. With a wave of her hand, she promoted Chenin. Oh, miss, your generosity is like the sun in the sky, which makes me feel warm. Promoted. Got the recognition of the miss. Excited Chenin immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Oang Chenin to show his loyalty and excitement. Although the way of expression was different from that of the old gentleman Sebastian, Oang Chenin could also feel the other party's joy. The special skeleton individual name was named successfully, and the professional appointment was successful. the individual named Cannon was officially appointed, and thus obtained the skill Logistics. Logistics increased the load-bearing capacity and marching speed of the logistics team, and can force march for 3 hours under overload. Well, this logistics skill is good. It's time to be happy. Where are the Zhang Yimou brothers? Oang Chenin, who was about to leave happily, asked the two guys who didn't make any contributions but also worked hard. Sleeping in the room over there. Cannon pointed to a small room next to it. Sleeping? So Zhang Yuan's mission is completed? Now he can still sleep. Which means the mission is completed. Otherwise, they probably can't sleep. Yes. Then let them sleep first. We go and drive those cattle, horses and sheep over and harness them to the car first. Oang Chenin nodded, knowing everything, and drove the more than 10,000 animals with 1,000 skeletons. Otherwise, it can be said that logistics skills are awesome, although no one has driven cattle and sheep before. But Cannon still arranged it in an orderly manner. Oang Chenin praised repeatedly, which made Cannon a little proud. After driving so many animals to the central square, Cannon began to harness the unicorns and long-haired cattle to the carriage. After all, Cannon had thought about it long ago, so the supporting driving equipment had been prepared long ago. Oang Chenin only needed to sit aside and enjoy the breakfast served by Sebastian. The unicorn looks similar to the legendary unicorn. It is snow white all over, with a horn on its head, but it has no wings to fly. And the long-haired cattle, in Oang Chenin's opinion, are more like the yaks in their world. The long hair and a pair of sharp horns that chase 90 degrees make it look very strong. When Oang Chenin finished breakfast and was enjoying tea after dinner, the two brothers Zhang Yimou woke up. Everyone didn't say anything nonsense. After saying hello and having an early breakfast, each of them did what they should do. To put it bluntly, the two brothers Zhang Yimou went outside the city to collect the weapons and armor left over from the previous war. After all, the skeletons can only stay by Oang Chenin's side. If they are busy here, they naturally cannot be idle. After everything was completed, Oang Chenin drove the convoy out of the city. After asking the skeletons to help put all the weapons and armor on the car, Oang Chenin and others collected herbs on the ground while slowly moving towards the direction of the dungeon portal. Chapter 92 Floating Insects. On the road at the edge of City C, a long team of cars was moving slowly forward. This team was very special. The team had 4 carriages in parallel, and at the front were 2 people wearing black and purple armor and holding giant swords, walking in front like on guard. Behind them were 2 centaur skeletons holding Oang Chenin's purple skull flag. Every few meters, there were 2 centaur skeletons holding various weapons and wearing armor. What made people most curious was that there were 1 or 2 fluffy curly sheep tied next to these carriages or ox carts. Yes, this was exactly Oang Chenin's team. In fact, after coming out of the grassland dungeon, Oang Chenin also had a headache for a while because of this formation. After all, there were so many cars, and so many cattle and sheep. She couldn't take care of 800 meters before and after by herself. So after discussing with the two brothers Zhang Yimou, the team became the current situation of 4 cars in parallel to shorten the length of the team as much as possible. Oang Chenin was in charge of the front half of the convoy. He used golem puppets and skeletons to clear the way and escort the front half of the convoy. In the middle and rear of the convoy was Zhang Yimou on guard. After all, this guy was fast, could run and jump, and could provide support if anything happened. And Zhang Yuan was in charge of the back of the convoy. The task assigned to him by Oang Chenin was to drive the remaining horses, cattle and sheep that were not pulling the carts to the back of the team. After all, he was a trainer and had his own summoned beasts. Some of them could act as sheepdogs. With Oang Chenin leading the way in front, it was safe to walk in the back. Anyway, the convoy is so large that it is impossible to speed up. So he is not worried that his cattle and sheep will fall behind. Besides, Oang Chenin still has so many empty cars. If he doesn't buy some for free along the way, wouldn't it be a pity? Sebastian, Cannon, have you heard of Plankton? Sitting in his pumpkin car, Oang Chenin asked the 2 generals under his command. Unlike other skeletons, Oang Chenin still gave enough respect to the special individuals who retained their memories before their death. Although she can choose to be like a tyrant, she doesn't have to worry about their rebellion. But after all, Oang Chenin is a civilized person, although she didn't receive any good education. But the family tradition is there. This is not a question of education or not. After all, there are a lot of graduate students and doctoral students who don't do anything. The current pumpkin car is still pulled by the 2 rare fire element skeleton horses. No matter when. Even if she was at her wit's end. Oang Chenin did not disband the 2 skeleton horses to exchange for combat power. After all, such a powerful weapon is not so easy to find. Although there are now beautiful unicorns that are similar to unicorns. But these horses need to eat grass. When she came out of the fortress, she loaded 200 carriages with grass. It was just to feed these cattle. Sheep and horses. Sure enough, skeletons are still worry-free. Oang Chenin was very narcissistic and nodded affirmatively for her determination to follow the skeleton route. Miss, I really don't know about this. Sebastian shook his head. Me too. Cannon also said so. After all, according to Cannon's previous statement, Sebastian had been dead for at least 300 years. It was understandable that he didn't know. But it was a bit puzzling that Cannon didn't know. You don't know either? Oang Chenin asked seriously. Really? I was arrested a few years ago. And I don't know what happened outside after that. Cannon was a little embarrassed. After all, in the years of imprisonment, apart from the prison, he was working for the centaurs for free. He didn't even leave the fortress. Naturally, he didn't know the information outside. What about before he was arrested? Oang Chenin felt that Cannon was at least 50 years old. And he should have known something before being arrested for a few years. Sorry, miss. I've never heard of this planktonic worm. But to be honest, 30 years ago, my former tribesmen and I heard that the war had started again in the north. So we decided to migrate again and go further south. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to the Pyrenean Plateau and been captured by the centaurs. Well, this really has nothing to do with the planktonic worm. The reason why Oang Chenin asked this question was because Zhang Yuan had asked her the same question when she was out of the dungeon before. This time, Zhang Yuan's exploration mission ended with finding and killing the planktonic worm. According to Zhang Yuan's gesticulating, this planktonic worm was found in a stone similar to amber in the animal pen. The planktonic worm sealed in the amber stone at that time was not only still alive, but also tried to break the stone seal outside after seeing the 2 people coming. If Zhang Yimou hadn't been quick-witted and stabbed the other person to death with a dagger, maybe Zhang Yuan would have been hit. This floating worm looks roughly like a mosquito. It has black and white colors on its body, and a sharp thorn under a pair of huge compound eyes. However, it quickly shrank after being stabbed to death by Zhang Yimou. Finally, it turned into slag. Otherwise, he might have brought the corpse to Oang Chenin to see. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Sebastian and Cannon, the 2 skeletons, seem to know a lot about this. So he wanted Oang Chenin to ask them on the way to the base. As a result, neither of them knew what this thing was. It was an abnormal failure. But then again, the final search for this exploration copy turned out to be a floating worm. The last exploration copy seemed to be a parasite worm. Old Saba didn't seem to know this thing either. Is this a coincidence? Or did someone deliberately arrange it? Oang Chenin felt a little confused. After all, she has only entered the dungeon twice, although she found bugs both times. But the data is too little to support her guess. Maybe she can collect more information in this regard for comparison when she goes to the base. Miss, there is a pharmacy over there. The door is closed, and it seems that it has not been affected. Just as Oang Chenin was thinking about it, Cannon, who was pulling the window, suddenly reported, "What? Pharmacy! Stop the car! Cannon, take people in to buy it for free. And then load it up and take it away." "Yes, miss." Upon hearing that it was a pharmacy that was not robbed, Oang Chenin stopped the convoy immediately. Along the way, she had Cannon plunder 8 pharmacies, a game store, 3 hardware stores, 8 supermarkets of different sizes, and 2 patrol bases, countless medicines, bullets, food, tobacco, alcohol, snacks, daily necessities, game consoles, game discs, etc. were obtained, all loaded into the carriage. Nothing else. Anyway, there are still so many empty carriages. The more you can put in, the better. Anyway, we have already reached the outskirts of City C. Going further out is the airport avenue that leads directly to the airport base. In the wild, there is nothing you can buy for free. Chapter 93. Beware. Everyone in the base was frightened. After going to Black Cat Paradise, I don't know when I can return to the city. If I don't hurry up and buy a wave of goods for free now, maybe others will get there first next time. After all, everyone is upgrading. Although I didn't upgrade as fast as I did, I am still moving forward. When these people's levels are up, they will definitely take the risk to return to the city to defend and plunder. Don't look at my hundreds of empty cars. But after all, how much can one person plunder? If those people rush up and plow the city, there may be nothing left. It's not the same level at all. After looting the pharmacy, Oang Chenin and others set off again for about half an hour, and finally walked out of the suburbs and came to the airport avenue. At this time, Oang Chenin finally understood why Zhang Mo said that guns are useless against some monsters in the wild. Snakeskin beast. A monster that is 3 meters long and 1 meter tall. Looks like a giant lizard. And its skin looks like snake scales. Even if Oang Chenin asked Sebastian to shoot with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, it could only splash a few sparks on the skin. Then the opponent rushed towards you as if nothing had happened. It's okay to be big and thick-skinned. The limbs were moving so fast on the ground, which was a bit unfair. TSK. This wilderness is really not something that today's professionals can get by. While sighing like this, Oang Chenin asked his skeletons to beat the opponent to death with a two-handed axe and a two-handed hammer. Heavy blow. A heavy blow can cause concussion at best, or death on the spot at worst. As expected, it still requires skills. Oang Chenin was speechless to encounter such a monster just after leaving the city. But there was nothing she could do about it. Now Zhang Mo and Zhang Yuan were both behind the team, and no one was investigating. She could only walk along the airport boulevard. Originally, the airport boulevard was a straight line, although there were some abandoned vehicles blocking the road, and there were some bumps in some places. But overall, it was relatively stable. It was just that the monsters that appeared from time to time were a bit annoying. It's not that they couldn't beat them. After all, if they couldn't beat the skeletons, there were still golems and puppets. If it really didn't work, sending Sebastian, the sword master who knows a little bit, would generally solve the problem. But this seriously slowed down her marching speed. The base that could have been reached tonight might have to wait until tomorrow. It also meant that she had to stay in the wild for one night. Although it was very warm inside the pumpkin carriage, and there was no chill like the snow outside, everyone should not ignore a very serious problem. That is, since Miss Oang came out of the hospital, she has not taken a bath, especially after the 4-hour battle yesterday. Her whole body was sticky due to excitement. Although I slept, I still feel uncomfortable. Is it okay not to take a bath? It is definitely not possible. For a lady, it is definitely not possible. But the key is that we are outside now, and there is no condition for taking a bath. The water can be boiled, but I didn't buy it for free. And it's so cold outside. Taking a bath, or in the wild, monsters are looking around. Isn't this more exciting than playing some weird play? It's afternoon. When will we get to the base? Oang Chenin hunched over, put her face on the low table, and moaned in boredom. Next to her was a PSP handheld. This was something she found in a game store, and there were many unopened batteries. As a result, after playing for a while, Oang Chenin lost interest. Now she just wanted to take a good bath. A hot bath. Other things can be put aside for now. Who would have thought that the enviable big brother would be troubled by such a thing? Oang Chenin, who was marching slowly, would not have thought that her slow approach to the airport base brought unprecedented pressure to many people. The airport base was in chaos at the moment. People holding swords were running constantly, and many of them were giving orders, as if preparing for a big battle. The atmosphere on the scene looked very solemn. In a large office of the original passenger station at the airport base, many people were sitting there with solemn faces looking at a gentle middle-aged man wearing glasses sitting at the top. These people were men, women, young and old, and their clothes were different. But everyone had armbands with different patterns on their arms, which meant that they all came from different groups. Among these people, only the middle-aged man sitting at the top did not have this thing, because he doesn't need it. The H Federation Army uniform on his body says it all. I believe everyone knows the reason for calling you here this time. Just an hour ago, the scouts we sent out came back to report that a skeleton army was slowly moving towards our base along the airport avenue. This army has thousands of vehicles. which are pulled by horses with horns on their heads that look like unicorns, and cows that look like yaks that I have never seen before. Outside the team are thousands of centaur-like skeletons wearing armor and holding weapons. There is a unique pumpkin car in the convoy. I guess the owner of the convoy is inside. In addition, this is the flag carried by the skeleton walking in the front. The scout risked his life to take a picture. After describing the general situation, the middle-aged man threw a stack of photos in his hand to the men, women, young and old present for inspection, although it is more difficult now. But as one of the few bases in the entire sea city, there is still enough electricity to print a photo. The photo is very blurry. It looks like it has been magnified many times. All mosaics. But if you are nearsighted, if you take off your glasses, you can still make out that it is a skeleton with crossed hands. Of course, some photos also include the pumpkin carriage mentioned by the middle-aged man. The carriage is pulled by red skeleton horses that they have never seen before. It looks very fairy tale. But when you think of the skeleton soldiers holding weapons all around, it makes people feel weird. Schwemanzi. After a few months of getting along. Don't we know who you are? Don't pretend. Just tell me what you think. After everyone had seen the photo, a man with a bow and a sword crossed on his armband laughed and scolded. The man called Schwemanzi was actually named Schwemanchi. Although he didn't look big and even had a scholarly air, he had a solid record of fighting. He wasn't a soldier before the monsters came, but he was able to integrate the base. It was enough to see how powerful the other party was. Since everyone was summoned here, it means that the other party had some countermeasures. Otherwise, the soldiers would have assigned tasks to the captains of their upgraded teams. Can they still sit in the conference room for a meeting? Are you thinking about eating peaches? Chapter 94. Everyone was shocked. Okay, I'll just say it straight. Seeing everyone laughing and scolding, Schwemanchi didn't act pretentiously. First of all, according to the speculation of the base staff, this skeleton army should belong to the Necromancer team. Secondly, we speculate that this Necromancer is very likely to be Oang Chenin. After speaking, Schwemanchi smiled at everyone present. What? You mean the number one on the list? It must be fake. Everyone was shocked when they heard Schwemanchi say this. No one expected that he would speculate that this Necromancer was the mysterious number one on the list, who had always dominated the list and never fallen behind. For a while, everyone couldn't accept it. The main reason was that the news came too suddenly. Although there had been speculations about this before. But suddenly saying that the number one on the list was standing in front of you was still somewhat unreal. You have to know the people on the list, let alone in 01. Even the top 1,000 have never appeared in your base. If it weren't for the sudden strong entry of the two brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan into the rankings, not many people would care. After all, it's heartbreaking to see it. Who would bother themselves for no reason? Everyone, be quiet. I have a basis for saying this. Let's not talk about Zhang Yimou. All kinds of news have been circulating outside in the past 1 or 2 days. But Zhang Yuan also upgraded from level 29 to 30 yesterday. The speculation that they upgraded together with Oang Chenin is correct. After Oang Chenin upgraded to level 40, there was no movement. Now a group of skeletons appeared outside. So it is very likely that the two brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yimou persuaded Oang Chenin to come together when they returned. Speaking of which, the brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan are also well-known celebrities in the airport base. Let alone other things. Every now and then, they will give you a monster as food or sell it for food. Although such people may not be rich in the base, but they can definitely live a comfortable life. How could everyone not know that? That's really funny. I haven't seen a Necromancer yet. I didn't expect that the first time I met him was a meeting with the number one brother on the list. It's such an honor. Don't forget to flatter yourself. Is that a meeting? You're probably trying to curry favor with him. It's so funny. You said it as if you didn't want to curry favor. After the initial shock, everyone calmed down and accepted this reality. I think the base commander's speculation is very likely. After all, there is indeed a Necromancer named Oang Chenin in City C. At this time, a middle-aged man among the captains said slowly. The person who was speaking was wearing a patinated white coat, with a syringe on the armband. If Oang Chenin was here, she would definitely recognize that the other person was the Dr. Tang who gave up the outpatient building before. Oh, Dr. Tang. It sounds like you know him. Dr. Tang's words immediately aroused everyone's interest. After all, If there is someone who knows the big brother on the list, it may be easier to cling to him in the future. I know him. But we are not close friends. You know the medicines I brought when I came to the base before? Most of them were obtained by exchanging with the other party. Dr. Tang smiled bitterly. To be honest, he really didn't expect Oang Chenin to be able to do this. Although he thought the Necromancer was indeed very powerful. But at the beginning, Oang Chenin was just a dozen skeletons. And there were so many monsters outside the hospital. And they suffered many casualties along the way. And lost a lot of medicines before reaching the base. So he knew very well what kind of situation Oang Chenin would be in if he stayed in the hospital. But even so, someone else became the first on the mysterious list. And also brought out a good result of the top 50, and the second on the list. Sometimes he wondered if he hadn't taken people away from the hospital. Would he not have to pay such a painful price? If Oang Chenin wasn't coming to the airport base now, he didn't even want to mention this person. Thinking of those students, interns, nurses, and colleagues who died on the road. He felt ashamed to see people. Mainly because of shame. He was embarrassed. So that's how it is. So the convoy is probably full of things that Oang Chenin brought out of the city? Although I don't know what the speaker's brain circuit is. But his words that exuded thoughts immediately made the captains look greedy. Thousands of trucks of supplies. That must be a lot of good stuff looted. You know, they have tried to go to the city. But the hordes of monsters outside the suburbs of City C made them stay away. Previously, a team went to a small village nearby and searched and brought back a lot of food, medicine, ammunition, and even a few trucks of fuel. He suddenly became rich. So everyone speculated what was in Oang Chenin's car this time. But this greed was only a momentary thing. After all, the strength of the first brother on the list is there. You can't have any thoughts. Old Tang, tell me about Oang Chenin. Although the other party has the strength of the first brother on the list, and may not look down on our belongings, we still have to prepare what we should prepare. Shui Manchi looked at the expressions of everyone and looked at Dr. Tang happily. This remark was first to let Dr. Tang introduce some basic information about Oang Chenin to everyone. Second, it was to warn these people and let them not have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, he will do something for the safety of the base. And everyone will have to think about it at that time. Sure enough, as soon as Shui Manchi finished speaking, everyone restrained their little thoughts in their hearts. Oang Chenin, the first brother on the list, is indeed terrible. But this Shui Manzi is not a vegetarian either. Looking back a few months ago, when Shui Manzi had not yet become the officially authorized base commander, he had already killed the airport base during the integration. Several teams that liked to make trouble were forcibly suppressed by him. Not to mention that now that he has a real official body, it is easy for that power to kill some troublemakers. Okay, since the base commander said so, then I will talk about this Oang Chenin I know. In everyone's opinion, although this Oang Chenin is a woman, she must be at least 30 or 40 years old to be the number one on the list. And she must be a thoughtful person. This, don't deny it. Don't so many speculations outside say so. Dr. Tang saw someone trying to deny it, and immediately smiled, and waved his hand to interrupt the other person. But I can tell you responsibly that Miss Oang is only 18 years old. And she turned 18 not long ago. Around November last year. What? So young. Impossible. After hearing the real age of Miss Oang, everyone looked at Dr. Tang in amazement. Chapter 95. The Skeleton Caravan arrives. In everyone's opinion, this number one guy on the list should be at least 30 years old. As Dr. Tang said, unexpectedly, it was an 18-year-old girl. So surprising. So unexpected. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't figure out how an 18-year-old girl could beat the others and become the number one on the panel ranking list. However, Dr. Tang didn't care about their surprise and continued to reveal. Oang Chenin is a patient in our hospital. When she was 8 years old, she was in a car accident and her parents died. She was diagnosed with ALS. Now her legs have become weak. Our hospital gave a time that the other party would not live beyond 20 years old. At this point, Dr. Tang smiled bitterly. It is such a dying person who can become the number one in this unprecedented change. It has to be said that this is ironic. It is an irony to all healthy people. In fact, after hearing what Dr. Tang said, some people did lower their heads in embarrassment. After all, sometimes it is true that people will die if they compare themselves to others. and goods will be thrown away if they are compared to others. In such a comparison, those people at level 25 and 26 seem a little dumb. Oh, by the way, you know the Oang group in the nearby J City, which is the property of the Oang family. If there had not been this accident, if things had developed normally, she would have officially inherited all the properties of the Oang family on the day she turned 18. This matter is known to everyone in the hospital privately, and everyone is even betting on whether she can take over these properties smoothly. After all, the Oang family's assets were in the hands of her uncle Oang Xiao when Oang Chenin was hospitalized. After listening to some basic information about Oang Chenin from Dr. Tang, everyone was silent. Okay. She had money before the Doomsday mutation, and she had strength after the Doomsday mutation. In any case, they can't compare. Fortunately, it was a short-lived ghost, which made these captains feel more balanced. The captains present couldn't help but feel a bit sour in their hearts. But people are like this. They can always find a psychological balance point to comfort themselves. Although they don't know now that Oang Chenin's illness has been curbed because of her skills. She will not die from this disease in the future. But even if they know, they will find other reasons to comfort themselves. I already know it in general. It seems that this Oang Chenin can occupy the first place in the ranking list for her reasons. To be honest, after listening to Oang Chenin's information, Manchi has a very good impression of this girl. She can still do this even when she is sick. It made him, a grown man, feel ashamed. If he didn't need to manage the base and distribute the materials, he would have to compete with them for this ranking. Originally, he didn't want to be the head of the base, but because the group of people fled to the airport, it was really too chaotic, and he couldn't stand it, so he took action. As a result, because he managed the airport base in an orderly manner, the superiors directly gave him 100 sets of military uniforms, a letter of appointment, and some other things. So he, Manchi, became the official head of the base recognized by the superiors here. Even if he didn't want to do it, he had to bite the bullet and do it. However, he felt that his name and the place name of the survivor base in City C on the letter of appointment were written on the spot before he met him. Thinking about the carefree days of carrying a sword and riding a horse, wandering and adventuring far away from him, Manchi couldn't help but burst into tears. Then let's prepare now. Base Commander. Someone is coming from the direction of the airport avenue. Just when Manchi was about to make some defensive deployment, a soldier wearing the same Federal Army uniform came in and interrupted his deployment. What? So fast? Didn't they say that the other team was slow to move because of the convoy? Manchi was a little surprised. The scout reported that the other team would arrive in at least 2 or 3 hours. As a result, the other party has reached the visual distance in just a few minutes? You know, it's already dark now. If they can see it, how far can they be? Old Tang, you and I will go outside the base to check the situation. And the rest of you should take your teams to prepare for the battle. If the talks fail, everyone should be prepared to fight to the death. After all, it is already a chaotic world, and no one can guarantee what others will do. Although I admire Oang Chenin's ability, I pity her experience. But even if it is an 18-year-old girl, he will not take it lightly. Not to mention that she is a necromancer who is the representative of evil in many works. Why did Oang Chenin come so quickly? The reason is also very simple. I said before that she wanted to take a shower quickly. So they loaded all the extra horses, cattle, and sheep in Zhang Yuan's hands into 1 or 2 carts. Then, they used the logistics of cannon to force the march. Besides, it was getting dark now. If they couldn't reach the base tonight, it would be hard to find a place to put the extra cattle and sheep. So it was hard for Zhang Yamo and his brother. No matter how much they cursed and swore never to ride skeleton horses again, it was useless. It's a bit difficult. Yeah, I didn't expect so many. Standing on the outer wall of the base, Manchi and Dr. Tang looked at the long row of fire lights approaching in the distance and said, no wonder they said it was within the range of vision. The long blue fire lights alone were so dazzling in the dark night. It was impossible not to pay attention. Although it was not clear what these blue fire lights were emitted by. But they were both extremely sure that this must be the team of Oang Chenin. Sure enough, after waiting for about 10 minutes, the fire lights came from far away and finally came to the base wall. Manchi and the other two were able to see the true face of the entire convoy and the flag, crown, skeleton, hand gestures. No matter how you look at it, It gives people a funny atmosphere. But no one will laugh. Or no one can laugh. Because the one carrying the flag is a skeleton. A centaur skeleton wearing purple-black armor. A horse also wearing armor. And with ghost blue soul fire dancing in his eyes. And the ghost blue flame seen before are the light emitted by the hexagonal lamps installed on the side of the caravan. These hexagonal lamps were removed from the street lights on the airport avenue by Oang Chenin when it was almost nightfall. After all, if it is nightfall, the carriage still needs light. Of course, the most important thing is because of the momentum. At night, nether fire, ghost blue, convoy, skeletons. This series can form a daunting element. So why not use it? Anyway, I have skeletons in my hands now. So don't expect to receive so many cars in the undead space to play low-key. It's definitely better to be high-profile. Also let some idiots in the base think about it themselves. Down there is. Chapter 96, all kinds of envy. Jealousy and hatred. Bang. Just when Shuemonchi was about to have a question and answer with Oang Chenin, two centaurs suddenly jumped out of the team. Then two losers fell from their backs. That's right. They were the two brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan that everyone liked. It was just that the centaurs' action slightly stimulated the people on the 5-meter-high wall. I thought they were preparing to attack the city. They drew their weapons one after another, as if they were facing a great enemy. Wait! Base commander. It's me! It's me! Seeing the garrison on the top of the city, Zhang Yimou, even though his legs were shaking, still forced himself to stand up. After all, it's not a good look for a grown man to sit on the ground in front of so many people. It's shameful. It's Zhang Yimou. The other one sticking his butt out is Zhang Yuan. It seems that the base commander guessed correctly. Is this the skeleton army of the top brother? It's the first time I've seen a creature like a centaur. Even though only bones are left. I'm more concerned about those unicorns pulling carts. If I can get one, I can be considered a regular knight. Hey! Who said it's not true? I don't want to be a knight charging on a bicycle anymore. On the top of the city, everyone admired Oang Chenin's team and whispered. Some people were observing the composition of Oang Chenin's entire team. And some focused on what they were interested in, let alone others. Even Shuemonchi, the barbarian, is now jealous of those unicorns. After all, he is also a knight. How could they not be envious of this carriage with two horses? At this moment, the pumpkin carriage behind the team also slowly drove to the city. Hiss. When they saw the fairy tale pumpkin carriage, everyone took a breath. Why? Of course, it couldn't be because of the pumpkin carriage itself. It was because of the two skeleton horses pulling the carriage. They actually have elemental attributes? That must be a very rare existence. Right? Of course. They haven't seen many skeletons. But there is no doubt that these two horses must be top-notch. Even if they don't have any abilities. Their beautiful bodies are also very good. Excuse me. Is it Miss Oang in the carriage? After a while of envy and jealousy, Shuemonchi shouted at the pumpkin carriage below. Don't be nervous. Everyone. The eldest lady is just passing by here, and is in urgent need of a bath. I wonder if I can borrow the bathroom in your base. Just when everyone was holding swords, seemingly on the verge of a fight, but actually envious and jealous, two skeletons walked down from the pumpkin carriage. The two skeletons are one tall and one short. The tall one is about 1.7 meters tall, while the short one is only 1 meter tall. But they are different from the other skeletons wearing armor. The tall one is wearing a tuxedo and a top hat, looking like a polite butler. The short one is wearing a decent purple suit with a blue-haired sweater on the outside. The most important thing is that he is wearing a gold necklace as thick as his little finger around his neck, and gemstone rings on all 10 fingers. He looks like a typical nouveau riche. That's right. These two skeletons are Sebastian and Cannon. Cannon's outfit was modified by Sebastian when they were on the road. After all, Cannon can't stand up to a height of 1 meter without modification. Originally, Sebastian suggested that Cannon choose a set of clothes to wear by himself, so as not to embarrass the eldest lady. As a result, this guy chose such a rather rampant one after a long time. Sebastian was so angry that he wanted to crush this embarrassing thing to ashes on the spot. But Oang Chenin thought it was good. Like a nouveau riche. It was arrogant and high profile. Of course, the most important thing was that it was funny. With such a lively treasure around, I think the future life will not be too monotonous. So Sebastian modified it with the authorization of Oang Chenin. Otherwise Sebastian would not want to pay attention to Cannon, who was stupid. And Cannon didn't care about Sebastian's anger. In his own words, to win the smile of the young lady is the highest honor as a servant. The flattery was flying. But Oang Chenin just loved to hear it. Bathroom? Just borrow the bathroom? Xuemanqi was a little unresponsive. How did this have to do with bathing again? Originally, Xuemanqi thought that the other party had many behavior patterns. Whether it was forceful attack, forceful occupation, forceful demand, or anything else. It was all possible. But he didn't expect that the other party actually wanted to borrow a bathroom to take a bath when he was just passing by. Although he was a little confused, thinking that Oang Chenin was just an 18-year-old girl. Xuemanqi felt that this request was extremely reasonable. And it's the kind that can't be faulted. After all, isn't it natural for a little girl to love beauty? Wait, did the skeleton speak just now? Xuemanqi, who came to his senses, looked at the two skeletons with different styles addressed below. At this time, not only Xuemanqi, but the others also came to their senses and looked at Sebastian and Cannon. There is nothing strange in the world. Dr. Tang rubbed his nose. After all, even magic skills and monsters have appeared. Now there are two talking skeletons, and everyone can accept it. What should I do? Base Commander, do you want to borrow that bathroom? Dr. Tang asked. Lend it. Why not? What else can I do? Are you worried that the other party will mess around after entering the city? Xuemanqi said indifferently. In fact, he also saw it. Although there are more people on his side than the other side, it is obviously unrealistic to compare the number with a necromancer, especially after seeing the hundreds or thousands of neatly arranged centaur skeletons. The other side's men didn't have that mixed feeling. They were all centaur skeletons. Needless to say, this number would have to be collected by killing at least a centaur tribe. And the number of people killed was definitely more than 1,000. The tens of thousands of people I had might just make a splash. And it seemed that the other side didn't need to be hard on me and others. After all, the things on those carriages alone were enough for them to eat and use. If there were any valuable things in my base, it would probably only be the aviation fuel. Then Xuemanqi had the gate opened. Let the convoy enter. But unfortunately, when the gate was built, I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. So the gate was only wide enough to accommodate a carriage in and out. This extended the time to enter the city. So Oang Chenin thought about it. It was just a place to shelter from the wind and rain. So I simply let the carriage stop outside the city. And I went into the city and lived nearby. Anyway, it's close and there are skeleton soldiers guarding outside. So there's no need to worry about being stolen or anything. Chapter 97 Hard. This or hard. Besides, there are things to do tomorrow morning. The location of the city wall, especially the city gate, is very good. It is very convenient for welcoming and seeing off people. So, after leaving Cannon to guard the supplies, Oang Chenin took her and Sebastian to the airport base in a pumpkin carriage. This pumpkin carriage is big enough to sleep one person. It seems that this is Oang Chenin's traveling sedan chair. The pumpkin handle on it is still smoking. I think it should be warm inside. Those who did not go up the city wall talked a lot after seeing Oang Chenin's pumpkin carriage, especially after seeing those skeleton soldiers. This discussion reached a peak. I heard that the one sitting on the pumpkin carriage is the number one on the list. Oang Chenin. You're kidding. It's true. My aunt's brother-in-law's second uncle is the captain of an upgrade team. He said it himself. TSK. The number one on the list is so girly. The pumpkin carriage is quite fairy tale-like. Wait! Aren't those the brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan? Oh! It's true. I envy these two Moriguchi. They are so popular. The last time I saw them, they were about level 20. Not long ago, one of them became the number 2 on the list, and the other crossed level 30. Life is really unpredictable. In addition to discussing Oang Chenin, they also discussed the Zhang Yimou brothers. A group of professionals, who were originally preparing to fight, followed the pumpkin carriage to a building about 200 meters away from the city gate. This is a building built on the airport parking lot with mobile board houses. The upper and lower floors don't look very beautiful, but at least people can live there. And it looks very new. The pumpkin carriage stopped when it arrived. Everyone saw the talking butler skeleton get off the pumpkin carriage, then took out a folding wheelchair from the back of the pumpkin carriage and placed it at the door of the pumpkin carriage. Then everyone saw a naked human skeleton holding a girl with pale skin and no blood, wearing a black gothic long skirt with red edges and a black flat-top hat, getting off the car. Behind her, there was another skeleton holding a basin in his arms, which contained a new towel, shower gel, bath ball, and shampoo. Wow! There were 3 skeletons with blue fire in their eye sockets in a pumpkin carriage. Can you sleep like this? Ah! Everyone! Are you alive and well? After being held by the skeleton and sitting in the wheelchair, Oang Chenin smiled and raised her hand to greet the people who were watching her. But this first sentence almost broke the defense of the onlookers. Live well? Do you think we can live well now? The crowd, who were a little surprised to see that Oang Chenin was a little girl, now have a new understanding of Oang Chenin. A pretty black straight girl, sharp tongue, and high profile, not afraid of facing so many strangers. One sentence almost put herself on the opposite side of most people, but she even felt a little proud. If it was unintentional, it would be fine. But if it was intentional, it would be a bit troublesome. It's a difficult guy. No wonder she is the number 1 on the list. This is what Shui Manchi said about Oang Chenin after he first met her. Haha. I feel embarrassed that everyone is looking at me like this. Hey, where is the bathroom? I want to take a shower first, and then thank the base commander of this base. Seeing everyone silent, Oang Chenin laughed. She doesn't care how others see her at all. It's better to say that it's good now. People should have a sense of distance. Hello, Miss Oang. I am Shui Manchi, the base commander of the Sea City Airport base. Although the bathroom of this boardroom is shared, this is a newly built boardroom that no one has used yet. If you don't mind, you can use it first. Shui Manchi stood up. After making a simple self-introduction in front of Oang Chenin, he introduced this building by the way. After all, he is the number 1 brother on the list, and it is somewhat inconsiderate to let him use such a place. But the other party just asked the butler skeleton to convey the message that he wanted to live within 300 meters of the city gate. After thinking about it, only this newly built one is okay. After all, you can't let a little girl use the bathhouse of a rough man. Thank you. After Oang Chenin nodded, the 2 white skeletons pushed Oang Chenin's wheelchair into the bathroom. The remaining skeletons guarded the bathroom door or the pumpkin cart, including the butler skeleton who could speak human language. Shui Manchi looked at the back of the other party sitting in the wheelchair and felt a little emotional. Although Dr. Tang had introduced Oang Chenin's specific situation before, he was not surprised to see Oang Chenin in a wheelchair. But he had to admit that in today's world, it is very difficult for disabled people like this to survive. But fortunately, the other party's profession is a necromancer, and some of them are sent by his subordinates. Zhang Yamo, explain to me immediately what happened to you 2 brothers, and what happened to Oang Chenin. After Oang Chenin entered, Shui Manchi immediately reached out and grabbed Zhang Yamo in his hand. And some captains of the upgrade team next to him also surrounded him. Surrounded Zhang Yamo and Zhang Yuan. Now the only people who can understand Oang Chenin are the 2 brothers. If not them, who can they find? Zhang Yamo had no choice but to tell the 2 brothers everything about encountering Oang Chenin. What about wanting to capture the fire horse? Then encountering Oang Chenin. And then wanting to get experience and get a copy. A full 20,000 centaur experience. The eyes of the people who heard this were all wide open. Hard fists. No one thought that they were leveling up in the dungeon. But thinking about it, it seems that only the dense number and level of monsters in the dungeon can make people level up so quickly. After all, the monsters in the wild are either scattered or in groups. Some are large in number, but low in level, and they run away while fighting. And the high-level ones are basically few in number, at most 3 to 5,000. For example, the 4,000 swamp lizard tribe that Oang Chenin and his friends encountered before was already considered a large number. So it seems that the benefits in the dungeon are still greater. Everyone knows this truth. But the problem is that everyone knows it. But they can't beat it. Several people have entered a dungeon in a team before, but no one has come out until now. Everyone speculates that these people are either dead in it, or they are still doing the task. From then on, everyone who has a dungeon task will squeeze together and get together. Wait until hundreds or even thousands of people are stuck on the dungeon mission, or when tasks are about to be assigned before entering the dungeon. Chapter 98, Luxury. Too luxurious. This way everyone can accept and complete tasks in the same dungeon. Isn't it wonderful? After all, there are still smart people. And this kind of dungeon bug is not something that Oang Chenin thought of later. But in this way, with more people, the experience is naturally less. No one has ever expected that 3 people can enjoy the experience alone, like Oang Chenin and his friends. In other words, all the carriages outside are captured from the fortress in this dungeon? After listening to Zhang Mo's story, Shui Manqi frowned and said, "Yes." Zhang Mo nodded. "How many cars are there?" "I heard from Canon that there are a total of 5,000 cars. But in fact there are only more than 4,000 cars. And some are looted from the city." Zhang Mo told Oang Chenin's gains in detail. Gulu. 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 The ores, medicinal materials, weapons, food produced in the dungeon, and the medicines and other supplies looted from City C. Every time Zhang Mo mentioned something, the people listening on the side couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Of course, among these things, what everyone wants most is the armor that can absorb a certain amount of damage. This is a good thing that can be seen with eye of identification. As a melee warrior profession, who doesn't want to have a set? Intuition tells them that if they have a set of this, it can even be said to be comparable to the defensive skills of 1 or even 2 guardian knights. This is not an exaggeration. Look at the black and purple armor worn by the centaur skeleton guarding the pumpkin carriage. Look at the armor on their horsebacks. Even the horse's legs and heads are covered with helmets and armor. Luxury. It's really too luxurious. These 20 or 30 skeletons are wearing this kind of armor. Why can't they wear one for themselves? I don't know if the other party will sell it. One of the captains murmured like this, and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then everyone looked at Zhang Mo. Should. Although there are some women among these captains, most of them are men. Being stared at by such a group of vigorous men, Zhang Mo felt a chill on his back. So he said tremblingly, "After all, I heard Canon say that he would exchange some things in the base, and reduce the number of their fleets." "Really? That's great. I don't know what this big brother on the list needs. Indeed, given our current situation, we may not be able to produce anything good, no matter what. Since Miss Ouyang is selling things here, we must have something that she needs. Otherwise she wouldn't come here." That makes sense. Everyone took this person's words seriously. After all, the big brother on the list's time is not equal to theirs. Others spend tens of thousands of dollars a minute. How could he come here to joke with them? It can't be just for a bath. Right? People who have been beaten by society before the end of the world will not believe this nonsense. In their opinion, Miss Ouyang's move to borrow the bathroom was just an excuse to move into this base. Who is Canon? You seem to have mentioned this person twice. Compared to other captains, as the head of the base, Shui Manqi's focus is different from others. After all, this person provided him with intelligence twice, which seems a bit abnormal. Canon is the skeleton dressed like a nouveau riche under the city before, and the butler-like skeleton is called Sebastian. Well, now that you mention it, I remember how these skeletons can talk? Shui Manqi said curiously. This is related to the skills of the eldest lady. In short, Zhang Mo talked about Oang Chenin's skills, and emphasized that he guessed that it might be related to the other party's innate skills. Everyone was stunned by this. Retaining memories before death? Although the probability is a little lower. Isn't this another kind of immortality? At this time, everyone finally understood why Oang Chenin upgraded so quickly. It turns out that they can really kill monsters 24 hours a day. Even if I sleep, I still have my subordinates, the skeletons who don't need to eat or sleep, to command the battle. It's really unfair. It's like cheating. I already have a large number of skeletons under my command. Now I can keep killing monsters. With exclusive experience, isn't it natural that the level rises quickly? So, let some people defend today, and the rest go to bed early. I'll ask after Oang Chenin finishes her bath. If the other party is willing to sell some things, I'll let someone notify you tomorrow. After all, there are still more than 1,000 skeletons outside the city. Although Oang Chenin did not show any hostility, but as the base commander, he had to be on guard, and the necessary deployments had to be made. After hearing Shui Manqi's arrangement, the captains on the side nodded in approval and dispersed to arrange the night watch. Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan. You two brothers stay. The two brothers who originally wanted to go home could only follow Shui Manqi with drooping faces and wait for Oang Chenin. Girls take a bath. Those who know. In addition, Oang Chenin's legs were inconvenient, so she was a little slower. You are really lucky to have such a thigh. I think you have a good relationship with Oang Chenin, Xuemanqi said casually. What thigh? It's good that we two brothers don't hold back. Zhang Yimou smiled bitterly. It's said to have a good relationship. In fact, in Zhang Mo's opinion, there may be no relationship between the two of them and Oang Chenin. After all, up to now, Oang Chenin has never introduced herself. In her opinion, isn't it a dispensable thing? Really? Xuemanqi didn't say anything after saying this. And the two brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan didn't say anything. After all, there are indeed some things they haven't told Oang Chenin. No, at least they won't tell her before she leaves the base. That's related to her important plan for the next few days. Regardless of whether the relationship is good or not. This is really not something that can be said casually. So several people stood in the cold wind. When several people were standing outside and shivering with cold, Oang Chenin finally came out in her pink furry pajamas and was pushed out by the skeleton. Not to mention, taking a bath in this cold weather is simply the highest happiness for humans. Want to find a place to chat? Just after taking a bath, Oang Chenin, who was refreshed, smiled heartily at the base commander in front of him. Of course. Xuemanqi didn't hesitate and nodded. Chapter 99 Barter. Ahem, sorry. Sitting in the warm room, Oang Chenin couldn't help coughing twice. This was the room that Xuemanqi had prepared while waiting. The stove in the room made the temperature inside much higher than outside. The hot and cold and hot again. Oang Chenin's respiratory tract was a little bit unbearable. Mississippi. Sebastian brought the pills and a bottle of mineral water in time. After taking the medicine, Oang Chenin took a breath. And her face, which was originally pale, became even paler. Then Captain Xue. We can talk about anything. You should have a lot of questions to ask. Xuemanqi looked at Oang Chenin, who was coughing and taking medicine as soon as she entered the door. And his mouth twitched. It's just as Dr. Tang said. She's not mobile. She's sick. And she has to take medicine. This little girl is so pitiful. But, where's Dr. Tang? It seems that he hasn't been seen since Miss Ouyang appeared? I want to confirm first. Are you the Miss Ouyang who's ranked first? After calming down for a while, Xuemanqi asked about such an interesting topic. Oh, you haven't introduced yourself yet. It's the Miss Ouyang you're thinking of. Miss Ouyang was stunned at first. But then she thought that she had time this time. And it seemed that she hadn't introduced herself properly. This is really rude. It's really damaging to the face of the Ouyang family. So Miss Ouyang admitted it openly. After all, there is nothing to hide. For the sake of his alchemical materials, he will have to deal with more base leaders in the future. It is naturally a good thing to be famous. That's good. That's good. After confirming that Oang Chenin was the real person, Xuemanqi also breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Kuei said it was a fake, he would not be able to stay in the circle of base leaders in the future. So Miss Ouyang, what is the purpose of your visit to our base this time? As a base leader, there are naturally many things he wants to know. But this must be based on knowing the other party's purpose. From Oang Chenin's series of actions just now, Xuemanqi can easily conclude that the other party can live well even if he does not join any base. Purpose? Nothing. Just a little bit of things. I want to see if I can exchange for something else interesting. Or something I can use. Oang Chenin said calmly with a smile. You can't say that you came here in a hurry just to take a refreshing bath. Right? That's so uncool. Oh. Then I don't know what Miss Ouyang needs. If you can tell me, I can let everyone prepare first. I just don't know what Miss Ouyang plans to exchange. When he heard that the other party was indeed here to exchange things, Xuemanqi immediately followed up and guided the conversation in this direction. Food, medicine, mineral water, weapons, armor, horses, cattle and sheep. You can exchange anything you see. As for what is needed, it's probably only the ores and herbs produced in the dungeon. And some other materials. Oang Chenin said slowly. In her opinion, she now has the raw materials. A cannon who knows how to forge. And the machinery that can be manufactured. The business of weapons and armor should be very hot. But she doesn't want money. What she wants are those raw materials and everything needed for alchemy. Are the armor and unicorns for sale? Hearing that Oang Chenin dared to sell everything, Xuemanqi's hands under the table shook unconsciously. This is excitement. Of course. Why not? Oang Chenin smiled indifferently. Let me give you a lowdown. Those weapons are made of tungsten iron and purple gold ore. They are not only harder, but also sharper than the iron swords we use. As for the armor, you should have already identified it. To be honest, the armor is mixed with mithril, which can effectively absorb physical damage and even a small amount of magic damage. As for the unicorn that you are more concerned about, it is actually a kind of magic beast. It has certain healing and self-healing abilities. The key is that it has a gentle personality. Even people who have never ridden a horse can easily get used to it. It is perfect for knights to use it as a mount. After getting first-hand information about the unicorn, Oang Chenin couldn't help but want to kill all the more than 6,000 unicorns and transform them into skeletons to take the magic seal stones that may exist on them. But then he thought that there were still so many caravans that needed to be pulled. So he temporarily let them go. After all, if he really did that, it would undoubtedly be killing the chicken to get the eggs. After arriving at the base, Oang Chenin discovered that these survivors seemed to be very interested in horses. So she changed her mindset and updated her fighting style. Killing it may not necessarily get the magic seal stone, but if it is for exchange, then it should be okay to exchange one horse for one magic seal stone. Right? Good for others and good for yourself. This business is profitable no matter how you look at it. The kind of profit. This sounds good. So what about the exchange rate? After listening to Oang Chenin's product introduction, Xuemanqi was already a little impatient. It's all here. Take a look. Oang Chenin didn't waste any words. Raising his hand directly, Seabass took out a folded A4 paper from his arms and handed it to Xuemanqi. This is what Oang Chenin wrote on the way here. It's all about the exchange rate of items. After all, in the current financial collapse, you can't expect to buy things with money. Right? She also learned from the Zhang Mo brothers that the base is now using the primitive barter model. Even if there are people buying things, they mostly use gold and silver. Even this, it is not certain that you can buy it. After all, gold and silver cannot directly improve professionals like weapons and armor, nor do they have the properties of necessities like food. However, for Oang Chenin, an alchemist, these precious metals are necessary. And Xuemanqi accepted it after seeing the exchange rate above. Or, herbs, leather, jewelry and other miscellaneous materials are all what Oang Chenin needs. But what does she do with these things? Can I ask what you are doing with so many materials? Xuemanqi was a little confused. After all, the materials Oang Chenin wanted were varied, including alchemy, leather making, enchantment, forging, and medicine. It seemed that he would accept everything. Hoarding. These things will definitely be used in the future, and they should be able to sell for a good price at that time. Oang Chenin said indifferently. The yearning on her face made her look like a profiteer at the moment. Chapter 100. The Jianghu is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. In Xuemanqi's eyes, Oang Chenin is a businessman at this moment. No wonder she is the heir of the Ouyang group. The way of thinking of this businessman is simply engraved in her bones. It's the end of the world, and she is still thinking about doing business. But it's okay. Thanks to the other party's business brain, my base can also have something to exchange. Otherwise, if the people in the base don't have anything that the other party is interested in, then they can only look at those good things and cry. In fact, Oang Chenin didn't think it was necessary to hide the fact that she was an alchemist. It's just that she wanted to harvest a wave of leeks at a low cost. After she left, especially after making the potion, this secret could not be kept. This time may be the only opportunity to acquire at a low price. It is necessary to squeeze out the materials in their hands. So she hid the 2 golem puppets in the convoy before coming to the airport base. After all, everyone has the universal skill eye of identification. You can see the problem with just one glance. You can't say that the 2 golem puppets are also your spoils of war. Anyway, it's just a matter of 1 or 2 days. It's right to leave after collecting them, and settle down in the Black Cat Paradise that you have been thinking about. Why do you sell the horses last? For Xuemanqi, who wants horses so badly, it's a bit hard to understand why the last horse on the paper will only be sold on the last day of exchange. He really hopes to get horses as soon as possible. Because I have so many things in my carts. If you buy all the horses, What will I use to drive the carts? So on the last day, I will see how many carts are left, and then decide how many horses to sell. Otherwise, it will not be cost-effective to sell too many. Oang Chenin explained to Shui Manqi indifferently. I didn't think of these. So, let's start the transaction tomorrow morning after you wake up. Miss Oang, I will ask someone to build a temporary trading point outside the city at the base of your skeletons. What do you think? After listening to Oang Chenin's explanation, Shui Manqi understood. After all, they can't sell all the goods. With a population of tens of thousands in his base, he probably can't eat all the things in the hands of the other party. If that's the case, why don't you just wait a few more days? Actually, there are a total of 9 bases like mine around City C, all built by people who escaped from City C. If you can wait a few more days, you might be able to sell more things. Shui Manqi's idea is actually very simple. As long as Oang Chenin sells a lot of things, there will definitely be more horses to sell. Of course, my own horse will be indispensable by then. Forget it. Although there seem to be a lot of carriages and horses, there are actually not many things that can be sold. Oang Chenin shook her head. Although Shui Manqi's suggestion is very good, she is still very clear about what she is now. It seems that there are a lot of goods in more than 4,000 cars. But most of them are raw materials such as ores, or finished ores. Although there are more than 1,000 carts of weapons and armor. But she still needs to exchange them for materials. Maybe her horses may not be enough in the end. So for the sake of being conservative, Oang Chenin decided to sell the horses last. Really? That's a pity. Seeing that Oang Chenin did not agree, Shui Manqi was really disappointed. I'm sorry to bother you, but you can see, Base Commander, I'm only one person. I will definitely be too busy with so many people here. I wonder if I can lend you some people. As a reward for the next 2 or 3 days, I will pay you 5 unicorns or 10 sets of armor, or 20 weapons as a reward. And the base commander will get the priority to exchange horses. What? Hearing the reward price of Oang Chenin, Shui Manqi immediately stood up excitedly. The reaction was so big that the 2 brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan, who were accompanying next to him, were shocked. But Oang Chenin didn't react. After all, this was within her expectations. Miss Oang, are you telling the truth? Of course. But only after the event is over. I've already told you the reason. Mrs. Oang nodded seriously, indicating that she was right and the other party had heard her right. Okay. It's no problem to just borrow some people. I'll go get ready now, or I won't be able to make it to the big event tomorrow. Of course. Go ahead. Mrs. Oang raised her hand and made a gesture of invitation with a smile. Then you have a good rest here. I'll come back tomorrow. So Shui Manqi left the board house in a hurry. When Zhang Yimou and his brother saw Shui Manqi leave, they also consciously said goodbye to Oang Chenin. The eldest lady is really good at ordering people around. After coming out, Zhang Yuan said something without thinking. This is not called ordering people around. This is called taking what you need. Didn't you see that the base commander's face was as bright as a chrysanthemum? Thinking of Shui Manqi's smiling face, Zhang Yimou laughed and shook his head. Although Zhang Yimou is now ranked 2nd on the level list, he is also a bit savvy. He knows that he is just a little karami in front of Oang Chenin, the top brother on the list, and the base commander. So when they were talking just now, he just treated himself as heir and just sat there. Now that Shui Manqi has left, they are naturally liberated. No matter what, going back and having a good sleep is the real thing. As for those things about exchange or not, to be honest, it really has nothing to do with the 2 brothers. Finally I can go home and have a good sleep. Yeah, we got quite a lot this time. Let's go back and take a look. Zhang Yimou smiled, patting the backpack on his back. This time, the 2 brothers sold everything they had to buy a tent and some necessities for the wild. It was originally a desperate move, but they didn't expect to meet Oang Chenin. Although Oang Chenin didn't say anything afterwards, but the reward they received was already very generous. For example, the wine, cigarettes in the bag. Oang Chenin might not like them, so these things were not included in the list just now. After all, they and Oang Chenin pursued different things. Oang Chenin wanted materials, but the 2 brothers wanted the most basic supplies. For example, food, houses, medicines, charcoal. As for weapons and armor, The two brothers already had them, which they picked up after the team battle with the centaurs. And they picked them up in front of Oang Chenin. Since the young lady didn't say anything, she must have agreed. So the two brothers didn't feel any burden. The young lady is very good at understanding human desires and driving others at the lowest cost. Sebastian offered a cup of fragrant tea to Miss Oang. Chapter 101 Hot Sales. In the eyes of old Sebastian, Oang Chenin's action just now was undoubtedly to bribe the base commander, and she let others work for her willingly. It's not bad. But for Oang Chenin, this was just a favor. The world of martial arts has never been about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly affairs. Oang Chenin said slowly after savoring the tea. 5 unicorns are nothing to her. As for the priority, it's just an illusory empty check and a pie in the sky. It doesn't matter who you sell it to. Anyway, the magic seal stone is not easy to get. When Xuemanqi really buys it all, those forces who want to buy it will only go to him. It has nothing to do with Oang Chenin. That's true, old Sebastian answered, and then retreated behind Oang Chenin and stood still. The next day, Xuemanqi arrived at the boardroom where Oang Chenin was early, although he was busy until midnight last night. But today he was in a particularly good spirit. After all, money can make the world go round. Not to mention getting 5 self-healing unicorns for free. Although he also paid. But compared with what he got, it was really insignificant. 20 people, 20 little brothers, wearing the uniforms of the Federal Army, like him were standing with him in the biting cold wind. In fact, to put it bluntly, these people were his former teammates. After he became the official base commander, he naturally transformed into a member of the base's troops. Miss Oang is awake. After a short wait, Xuemanqi saw Oang Chenin getting off the pumpkin carriage. Today, Oang Chenin was wearing a black Gothic-style long skirt with leather and rivets as decoration. Compared to the black and red long skirt yesterday, the whole person looked more dashing and capable. Xue base has been waiting for a long time. Right? Oang Chenin greeted Xuemanqi. No. We just got here too. Then let's go now. Sure. It was arranged last night. Now everyone in the base knows the news of the exchange today. And many people have already gone there with things. That's great. I can't wait. Oang Chenin and Xuemanqi were like old friends, chatting while walking towards the city gate. Before they walked far, Oang Chenin saw the people lining up in a long line, holding or carrying large and small things in their hands or on their backs. These people were very curious about Miss Oang sitting in a wheelchair, the skeleton behind her, and the pumpkin carriage. After all, it was dark last night, and only a few of the tens of thousands of people could see Miss Oang. So when everyone saw the big brother on the list who had been hyped up last night, they couldn't help but take a second look. There was curiosity, scrutiny, envy, jealousy, and surprise in these eyes. For Miss Oang, who had not seen many living people in the ward for several years, it was very useful. When they arrived outside the city, Miss Oang saw that a row of 10 windows had been built at the gate of the city, isolating her convoy behind. My honorable lady, you are finally here. Oang Chenin arrived, and the upstart Cannon, wearing his coat, slid and knelt down in front of Oang Chenin very smoothly. Well, thank you for your hard work. Cannon, let's get started. As you wish, Mississippi. In this way, Oang Chenin's exchange point was officially opened. 10 windows have everything to exchange, although some of them came for weapons and armor. But more people want to exchange some food, medicine, wood and coal and other fuels. After all, everyone feels a little evil on this day. It's almost March, and it's still snowing, and there's no sign of stopping. There are quite a few trees outside the airport, but the problem is that there are also many monsters. If you are short of food, it's okay. But if you just want to get wood, not many people will risk their lives to enter the forest. But no matter which one it is, it's a profit for Oang Chenin. Although the armor or leather armor worn by ordinary centaurs is not as powerful as the armor worn by heavy centaurs. But for professionals who lack protective gear now, it is a matter of missing this village and missing this shop. Business. It's nothing more than marketing. Although most of Oang Chenin's hands are ordinary armor that cannot absorb damage. But this does not prevent her from taking out the armor that can absorb damage as a fist product. The person who does business doesn't take out his best things to brag about. and then sell some low-grade and large-volume things. Seeing these people exchange dozens of kilograms of, or dozens of herbs from those Shui Manchi's subordinates, Oang Chenin couldn't stop smiling. To be honest, these armors and weapons really take up too much space. And wheat, combustibles, and other things are also very heavy. That's good. After exchanging them, I can free up a lot of space for my carriage. Although each carriage can now hold 2 tons. In fact, many of them do not reach this weight. After all, the caravan is only this high. After it is full of things, you can only exchange for another car. So Oang Chenin is very satisfied with this exchange behavior. Of course, the most important thing is that because new space is freed up, there will be more unicorns to exchange for magic seal stones. 1 for 1. No, no, no! Too small. The pattern is too small. The ratio written by Oang Chenin on the exchange paper yesterday was 1 to 3. 1 horse for 3 magic seal stones. After all, she is not sure how many horses can be exchanged. If it is really 1:1, then I don't need to do this business. Again, the purpose of this exchange activity is to squeeze out the materials of everyone in the base. If she didn't have so many skeletons, she would definitely go to several bases around City C and eat them all. It's a pity that she only has more than 1,000 now. But even if she has 5,000 skeletons now, it's impossible to pull so many vehicles. After all, she still needs guards to protect her. What a pity. Oang Chenin couldn't help but sigh. A good opportunity to make money. But it was ruined because of her inability to keep up. How can this not make her, a businessman, feel regretful? It seems that she still needs to continue to upgrade. Otherwise, even if there is a free opportunity in front of you, you don't have the strength to get it. This has to be said to be a very depressing thing. Even if she thinks about it on her 80th birthday in the future, she will probably be angry to death. Chapter 102, he is also a character. Oang Chenin's exchange point is selling well. Except for the first day. In fact, the second day did not have as many exchanges as the first day. However, Oang Chenin noticed that on the second day, many people wore the armor exchanged from her, and left the base with the weapons exchanged from her. After wondering, I realized that these guys were planning to go out and try their luck before Oang Chenin closed the stall tomorrow. Especially the magic seal stone, which has the highest cost effectiveness among all the exchange items, compared with those ores and herbs that cost dozens of times. It is really too conscious. One can be exchanged for an armor or a weapon, or 20 kilograms of rice, wheat, flour, 5 kilograms of monster meat jerky, etc. 2 can be exchanged for cattle and sheep to eat meat for yourself. 3 can be exchanged for a unicorn mount. What is the magic seal stone? It is something that can only be produced in the body of monsters or magical creatures that can use magic. Although the output is low and dangerous, but it also comes with huge benefits. So people go out in groups to fight with those monsters. If someone is working for you, what are you waiting for? It's just some things you don't need or extra things. So after hearing about this, Oang Chenin directly raised the exchange rate, especially for food. It was doubled. Originally, 1 pound could be exchanged for 20 kilograms of rice. But now it has become 40 kilograms. I want as much as you have. The momentum directly made the workers collectively excited. Just kidding. In the current situation of shortage of non-staple food, 40 kilograms of rice is enough for 1 person to eat for more than a month. The originally scheduled 3 days were delayed until the 4th day before Oang Chenin started to exchange horses. There was no other way. They gave too much. Oang Chenin never expected these desperate guys to be so enthusiastic. Under the continuous attack of tens of thousands of people, they created a vacuum zone around the base. So even if she wanted to upgrade now, Oang Chenin could only exchange with those who brought magic seal stones to exchange things with pain and happiness. Originally, she thought that such things were not easy to obtain. In the end, these guys were desperate. Back and forth. Oang Chenin harvested more than 100 magic seal stones yesterday alone. Oang Chenin's smile never stopped. Moreover, many of these guys also exchanged cattle and sheep, intending to go back for a feast. Oang Chenin didn't think it was a big deal. After all, there are many people who believe that life is only for food and drink. But if you don't want to kill it and eat it now, Oang Chenin will give you a few bundles of fodder. Nothing else. The main point is a considerate service. Happy, Miss. Can we start exchanging unicorns now? A group of guys with their team armbands on their arms looked at Oang Chenin eagerly. Isn't the hard work of the past 2 days just for this thing? You know, many knights are still charging on tricycles to use skills. Although they can use skills. But that scene is really unimaginable. For those who have chosen the knight profession. Who doesn't have a dream of riding a horse to travel the world? Oh, of course. Oang Chenin smiled. And then took a report from Canon. This report is the result of Canon's study in the past few days. If it were in the past, what kind of report would he have made? Well, I have vacated more than 500 vehicles in the past few days. And now I can freely control about 1,000 unicorns. I think it should be enough to sell to you. After reading the report, Oang Chenin looked up and smiled at the group of crying guys. Enough? Enough? I only need 50 horses. Get lost. My team only needs 30 horses. No. Let me go first. During this period, several people in my team have changed their jobs to knights. Everyone was ecstatic after hearing the number of 1,000 horses. But then, they thought that there were at least a few thousand knights among these tens of thousands of people. And the competitive pressure came up. So everyone rushed to buy first. After all, in this kind of thing, the quick hand will get it, and the slow hand will lose it. Who wouldn't want to buy it first? Haha. Don't be in a hurry. I borrowed Captain Shue's brothers to run it. So I promised him the right of first refusal. Oang Chenin laughed, and then pushed Shuemanqi out. After all, he is an honest businessman. If he said he would give priority, he would definitely give it. But this sentence directly pushed Shuemanqi to the forefront. Well, there was indeed such a rule before. I don't have many magic seal stones here, so I will exchange for 300 horses. Although he pushed himself out, the captains around him all looked at him. But Shuemanqi was not nervous at all. He asked for nearly 1/3 of the number right away. After all, as the head of the base, he could not let these small teams grow bigger. So in the past 2 days, he led thousands of his men to kill crazily and obtained a lot of magic seal stones. In addition to the original ones, 300 horses were no problem at all. In fact, it was thanks to Oang Chenin who gave him this opportunity. If it weren't for her appearance, these people would go out to hunt and not care about fighting for power. He really wouldn't have the opportunity to go out and level up. After hearing the number revealed by Shuemanqi, the captains collectively took a breath of cold air. 1/3 is what he said. It has to be said that the boss of the largest team in this airport base is really good. Objection? Of course I object. But the problem is that no matter how unwilling he is in his heart, he can only accept this fact. After all, he has a big fist, and he is priority. But it's useless for you to say that Oang Chenin's business is now a seller's market. What they say is what they say. If you disagree, who do you think you are? Especially those people whose power is only slightly smaller than Shuemanqi. You are kidding. 300 knights with horses. Shuemanqi's power can be fully expanded. This is not what they want to see. These are all magic seal stones. About 1,000 in total. The extra ones are my gifts to Miss Oang. Thank you for bringing these supplies and horses to our airport base. Just when an opposition was about to speak up to stop him, Shuemanqi directly put a cloth bag on the table in front of Oang Chenin. Good guy. Such a big deal. Oang Chenin raised her eyebrows when looking at the cloth bag on the table. It is worthy of being a guy who can rise in troubled times. This magnanimity alone overshadows most people. Magic seal stones that can be exchanged for more than 30 horses are thrown away at will. Directly blocked what those opposition guys were going to say. He is quite a character. A somewhat decent hero. Oang Chenin labeled Shuemanqi in her heart. Chapter 103 The Kings of Scrolls found a trick to upgrade. Ha. Thank you, Captain Shue. Oang Chenin still maintained her unique smile. Then she asked Canon to order 300 horses for Shuemanqi's men. And Seabass was counting the magic seal stones poured out of the bag in front of Shuemanqi. A hero? What about a hero? As long as he is strong enough. A hero is just like that, and can't threaten him at all. After all, he has a killer. With these 1,000 magic seal stones, his golem puppet troops can directly catch up with the number of skeletons. Counting the other magic seal stones that have not been exchanged, his golem puppets directly exceed the number of skeletons by several times. They are all immune to physical attacks. If he really makes me angry and takes out the golem puppet troops directly, How should you deal with it? Thinking of this, Oang Chenin was full of energy. Then he continued to exchange with other captains. This one wants 50. That one wants 30. And 2 captains asked for 200. And Oang Chenin accepted all of them. Sell it. 700 horses. And 2,100 magic seal stones in hand. Oang Chenin's eyes were filled with money. Sure enough. No matter when. This business of buying and selling is very popular. I just pulled a horse from the Centaur Fortress. And I directly had so many troops. Although it can't be said to be a business without capital, it is at least a profitable one. What do I lack now? Isn't it just the troops? Thousands of golem puppets suddenly appeared. And their strength can be said to have increased exponentially. But the monsters near the airport base are really unrefined. What do they eat? The chance of suffering from kidney stones is quite high. Oang Chenin sighed in her heart. The trade of horses did not last long. After all, there are only so many. When people are eager to buy them, they will naturally sell them quickly. Of course. In addition to these, there are also some extra ones in hand. And they are also exchanged for some food and cattle and sheep. Especially sheep. When Oang Chenin was eager to get rid of them, she even sold them at a discount. After all, if it is a cow, she can still use it to pull a cart. But sheep are really useless. Thousands of sheep eat, drink, defecate and urinate all day long. And she can't let the skeletons graze them. It's better for everyone to get rid of them early. Mississippi. Just when Oang Chenin was planning to sell all the sheep today, the 2 brothers Zhang Yimou pushed through the crowd and walked in. They looked a little flustered, which made Oang Chenin feel strange. Hey! Isn't this Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan? You guys want to exchange something too? Seeing the 2 people coming, Oang Chenin also greeted them with a smile. Although Oang Chenin didn't plan to get too close to these people. For businessmen, they have to make friends with all kinds of people. This is a network of people. Who knows when it will be useful? No. Miss has been busy with business these days, and probably didn't look at the rankings. Something big has happened, Zhang Yimou said anxiously. Oh! Something big has happened? Let me see what big thing can make you so panicked. While talking, Oang Chenin opened her panel to check the rankings. The captains who had not left were also like this. It turned out that it was okay. Oang Chenin almost bit her tongue. Did these roll kings take the wrong medicine? Oang Chenin stared at the rankings and couldn't understand. She is now level 40. Still the well-deserved number 1 brother. But Zhang Yimou, who was originally the second, is no longer there. Instead, the eternal runner-up Quan Qingyu is level 38. No! To be precise, Zhang Mo's name is not even in the top 50. He has been squeezed to the 58th place. And the hundreds of people behind him are all level 36. What's wrong with these people? They leveled up so fast in a few days? It seems that these roll kings have found a trick to upgrade to get rid of the copy bug. Oang Chenin touched the back of her hand and smiled. Miss, you are still laughing. But that Korean Quan Qingyu has caught up. Zhang Yimou joked with a laugh. In his opinion, Oang Chenin's unique upgrade method is unmatched. After all, in the past 3 or 4 days, Oang Chenin has been happily doing business, and has not fought monsters at all. As a result, the other party has been chasing for several days, and is still 2 levels behind. What does this mean? It means that the other party is not as efficient as Oang Chenin in fighting monsters. That's all. When upgrading, efficiency is the first priority, and other spoils are all additional gifts. Zhang Yimou knows this. And Oang Chenin naturally knows it too. But this does not mean that she will give up her identity as the big brother on the list. I won't give it to you. You can't snatch it. Old Shui. Shui Manchi. Shui Manchi. Oang Chenin raised her head and shouted at Shui Manchi, who was assigning a task to a man who looked similar to him in the distance. Without any ladle-like image, the elegant Sebastian covered his eyes with his hands. Sure enough, the young lady needs to pay more attention to this aspect. It's too shameful to watch. What's wrong? Hearing Oang Chenin shouting so loudly, Shui Manchi was also a little surprised and walked up immediately. You know, after the contact in the past few days, Oang Chenin can be said to have fully demonstrated the dignity, gentleness, and generosity of the young lady, and her etiquette is impeccable. As a result, this happened suddenly today. It really made him a little confused. You should have learned from Zhang Yimou how I upgraded. Oang Chenin didn't waste words, and got straight to the point. I know. Then I need a group of people. Level 27. 28. And those above level 30. After hearing what Oang Chenin said, Xuemanqi roughly understood what Oang Chenin was going to do. That's not a problem. The problem is how many people you need. If there are too many, it will affect the experience. Well, you are right. But I don't have much experience in this area. How many people do you think are suitable? In her previous life, Oang Chenin only had dozens of people in her team at most. For such a team of hundreds or thousands, she really didn't know how the experience would be pulled. 50 to 100 people is the best. If there are more, the experience will be lost. Although this range is also derived from metaphysics, it is relatively reliable, Xuemanqi said after thinking for a while. Wait, Xuemanzi, you can't eat alone this time. After hearing the conversation between the two, the captains who were originally ready to leave couldn't sit still. Just kidding. Forget about the matter on the horse. You, Xuemanzi, want to have this kind of flattery all to yourself? No. We have to have a share of it. Otherwise, when the level is increased, they will be bullied to death by Xuemanqi. So a group of people surrounded them, wanting to get some places to level up in the dungeon. Chapter 104. You are using hunger marketing. Sure, but I only need 50 people. And those above level 30 will be given priority. And then those at level 27 and 28. For Oang Chenin, the more people above level 30, the better. After all, there is a difference between dungeons 29 and 39. Not to mention that they are 10 levels higher. The level of the monsters in the dungeons must be much higher. This is a hard condition for Oang Chenin, who wants to upgrade. Otherwise, with her current ability of level 40, going to dungeon 29 is just slaughtering the young. Not to mention that she doesn't have much experience. It's also a waste of time. Haha. Didn't she see the 20,000 centaurs, and almost made herself unable to upgrade to level 39? Haha. Of course. Of course. Seeing that Oang Chenin, the main person, had spoken, the captains winked at Xuemanqi one by one. Xuemanqi's face turned black and green from time to time. It also made Oang Chenin snicker. As expected, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. This airport base has only tens of thousands of people. And there are 20 to 30 upgrade teams of all sizes. Among them, well, forget it. It has nothing to do with Oang Chenin anyway. And it doesn't matter whether you know it or not. Oang Chenin only needs to know that the team that Xuemanqi belongs to has the final say in this airport base. As for others, it can be used to check and balance Xuemanqi. Not letting either side grow is the greatest guarantee for their own interests. But let me be frank in advance. I allow you to take advantage of the experience. But the output along the way and the dungeon must belong to me. And you must obey my command. Otherwise, if any of you die on the road, it has nothing to do with me. Just when everyone was rejoicing for this opportunity, Oang Chenin's voice came again. But this time, it was not as cheerful as before. The captains felt a chill in their ears. Even the previous few sentences were said with the same smiling expression and the same tone. Why is the difference in feeling so big? Threat. Since a date has been given, it is natural to give a blow. Otherwise, there may be a guy who thinks he is easy to control because he is a little girl. Although there will be fewer idiots after a few months of natural elimination. But it cannot be said that such people who say I think I am good again do not exist. In fact, the struggle for power and profit in the base fully proves this point. Hee hee. Look at what you said. All the profits will naturally belong to Miss Oang. Yes. 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 If anyone doesn't obey orders, I will be the first to kill him. A group of guys, who are also well known in the airport base, immediately smiled awkwardly. Then they began to show their loyalty in various ways. For them, it doesn't matter whether there is profit or not. Level is the king in the current version. After all, only when the level is raised will you have more skills in your hands. More skills means improved survivability. No one would be stupid enough to go against Miss Oang at this time. Although the supplies are tempting, you have to live to spend them. Right? Of course. You are all the best in this base. When the matter is accomplished, I will give you certain priority and price discounts. You may not know this yet, but the main reason I passed by here this time was to go to Black Cat Paradise. As long as we get to Black Cat Paradise, these horses, cattle, and sheep will be of no use to me. The remaining 5,000 unicorns and 4,000 long-haired cattle can be provided to you at a lower price. Even some of the dungeon output that is about to be obtained is the same. This is my way of thanking you for your help to me. Seeing that everyone understood what he meant, Oang Chenin was very pleased. So he waved his hand and gave a big pie to the captains. Or else, speaking is an art. It was originally a relationship of mutual benefit. But Oang Chenin said it as mutual help. Although the meaning is similar. But in fact, everyone knows their own needs in their hearts. This is just to save face. After all, it is not pleasant to say that a group of men listen to the command of a little girl, even if this little girl is the top brother on the list. Ha ha ha. Of course, it's mutually beneficial. For the long-term stable development of the airport base, the experienced Miss Oang is the most appropriate person to command this operation. Xuemanqi laughed and said first. Then everyone agreed. As long as Xuemanqi doesn't monopolize the good things, everyone will accept it. What's more, he can really benefit from it. 5,000 unicorns. Although he and others don't have so many magic seal stones to exchange now. But people can continue to clear up. Who doesn't have a few unicorns now? At worst, leave them all behind and go on foot to gain experience. Anyway, with Oang Chenin, the leader of the list, the danger to the others is greatly reduced. It doesn't matter whether you take the horses with you or not. Didn't you hear what Zhang Yamo said last night? He, who is clinging to others, even feels powerless as a drag. How strong does he have to be to make someone who is trying to gain experience feel powerless? Humph. In the end, it's because I'm too weak. You actually take advantage of it when you can just lie down. We definitely won't feel embarrassed. Well, let's do this. I'll sell you another unicorn later. As if he saw through the thoughts of these captains, Oang Chenin laughed and added a product. Ah! The captains who were originally thinking about leaving the unicorns they bought to those who stayed at the base and let them go to the wild to fight again were collectively dumbfounded. Why? Didn't they say there were no more unicorns left? How come they are still selling now that they have just sold out? Are you playing the hunger marketing game? Everyone looked at Oang Chenin in surprise. You will know in a moment. Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Oang Chenin didn't say much, but smiled mysteriously and asked Cannon to prepare. Oang Chenin's mysterious smile made everyone feel indescribably nervous. But no one left. Instead, they asked their subordinates to notify their own people and select the highest level people to prepare for a spontaneous trip with Oang Chenin. Of course, everyone still needs to discuss before that. After all, Oang Chenin only has 50 people. There are 20 to 30 captains here alone. So in the end, for the sake of fairness, everyone agreed that each family should send 2 people. In this way, those who exceed the number will be eliminated by Oang Chenin, the main person. But it is said to be for fairness. But for the Xuemanqi, who already has a large number of people, this so-called fairness is not good at all. But what can be done about it? He can use his power to suppress others. But that is without causing public outrage. The matter of the unicorn is fine. But if he dares to say no to the upgrade, even the small groups that support him will probably go crazy. Chapter 105 Magic Circle. After the group of people finalized the matter, they turned their heads to look at Oang Chenin. After all, there was another horse to be sold soon. Some people who still had magic seal stones in their hands could not help but feel lucky. They were lucky that they had just resisted the urge to exchange for other things. Now they can not only get more unicorns, but also discounted unicorns. This means that they can buy the same number of unicorns as those big players before at a lower price. It is also equivalent to making a qualitative leap in the strength of their small groups in some aspects. Some people are happy, and naturally some people are angry. Those who bought unicorns at a high price before must be the most angry group now. After all, they bought the same things, but they paid more than others. Isn't this a big injustice? But even so, what can they do? Now a large group of them are controlled by Oang Chenin. You are not happy. Then you can choose to return the goods. If Oang Chenin really said that, would you quit or not? If I quit, I would feel a pity. After all, it was a serious warhorse. A useful weapon that could improve my team. If I don't quit, I would feel upset. After all, I have indeed become a big nemesis. And people can't eat or sleep well when they think about it. Forget it. Anyway, I am not the only nemesis. Everyone is the same. So no one is a nemesis. Some captains counseled themselves in this way. Just when these people were thinking about it, Oang Chenin was ready. Then the captain saw these Oang Chenin let the skeletons under her start working. Some sat cross-legged on the ground and seemed to be grinding something with a medicine mill. Some spread out 3-meter*3-meter animal skins. This kind of animal skin looks pretty. It is blue and must be very beautiful when used to make a leather coat. But without exception, these skeletons are goblin skeletons. And they are the relatives of the skeleton who is dressed like a nouveau riche. It's just that these skeletons don't seem to be able to speak. Or have no wisdom. They can only obey orders. But Zhang Yuan, what's wrong with you? You blend in so naturally and push the mill with those skeletons? It seems that your skills are more skilled than those skeletons. Weren't you a worker in the sugar factory before? At this moment, Oang Chenin was also drawing something on the animal skins with ink and brushes with the help of the butler skeleton. This made the captains curious, and they couldn't help but step forward and surround them to take a closer look. Well, I know this one. It's a circle. Well, I also know this one. It's a triangle. Well, I still know this finished product. It's a magic circle. Magic circle. Everyone stared at the magic circle drawn by Oang Chenin with wide eyes. If they say that the above patterns are separated one by one, they know them. But when they are combined together to form a complex magic circle, it touches their knowledge blind spot. But this is not over yet. After Oang Chenin drew on a piece of leather, she put it on another piece of leather with the help of Sebastian. On a total of 20 pieces of leather, Oang Chenin drew 2 different magic circles. 10 of each. Everyone looked confused and impressed. In short, Oang Chenin was preparing her own things here, while the others were just watching and shouting. After everything was ready, everyone saw the centaur skeletons moving pieces of iron ingots of different materials to the 10 drawn magic circles. Tungsten steel, purple gold ore, star pattern steel, mithril. Although I don't know what Oang Chenin is going to do, but anyone who pays attention can see that the iron ingots placed on these magic circles are placed in the same proportion. Captain Shui, do you have any materials for this city wall? Oang Chenin pointed to the 5-meter-high cement city wall and asked. Oh, yes. Yes. They are all cast prefabricated panels. I'll have someone send them over right away. After hearing Oang Chenin's question, Shui Manchi, who was already dumbfounded, nodded immediately, and then asked people to move the prefabricated panels stored in the base over continuously. The prefabricated panels are made of cement, gravel and steel bars. Each piece is about 1 meter long and half a meter wide. After Shui Manchi integrated the power of the base, he forcibly captured a cement factory about 20 kilometers away from the airport. In his words, the location of the airport is very good and can accommodate more people. It's just that the terrain is flat, compared with other bases that can rely on the terrain to resist with wooden fences. Stronger walls are needed to resist the harassment of wild monsters or monsters. As for the steel bars and iron bars, they were cut out by dismantling things like streetlights using skills. The strength is absolutely guaranteed. After seeing these prefabricated panels, Oang Chenin nodded with satisfaction. Then let the skeleton put these stone panels on the remaining 10 leathers, and piled them about 2 meters high. After all the preparations were done, Oang Chenin was miserable. After all, other procedures could be completed by the skeleton, but she had to do it herself to make the energy gem. So, in the eyes of everyone's astonishment, Oang Chenin directly disintegrated a centaur, and then began her painful and happy shaking wine work. Why a centaur? Because the goblin skeleton is too small. 1 centaur skeleton is equivalent to 3 goblin skeletons. The cost performance is beyond words. What's going on? Who knows? Zhang Mo. You should know it? Zhang Yuan blended in very naturally. Do you think Zhang Mo doesn't know it? I know this. But what? Forget it. You will know after you watch it. If I tell you, the young lady might kick me to death. Oang Chenin is like this. What are you talking about, kick to death? Are you implying me or Oang Chenin? Zhang Mo's answer is infuriating. Don't talk. Just watch quietly. Oang Chenin will definitely not shoot without purpose. Indeed, no one has ever seen that magic circle. When Oang Chenin was shaking the wine, everyone was also talking about it. Especially Zhang Yuan, who was grinding the millstone with the skeletons, became the focus of everyone. but it was suppressed just as it started. Everyone saw what Oang Chenin did, although they didn't know what she was going to do. As long as she finished these things, she could continue to buy unicorns. After all, the ore transported from the carriage was real. This also meant that the other party was emptying the carriage. Wouldn't there be extra unicorns in this way? These people were calculating so much that the beads jumped on Oang Chenin's face. But she didn't care at all. What she cared about now was when she could turn all the more than 3,000 magic seal stones into energy gems. Chapter 106. The sense of ritual is full. 20 doses of transformation water at a time. After shaking, Oang Chenin rubbed her sore hands and arms and rested for a while. She even asked Sebastian to massage her. And then she recovered. No. It is completely impossible to make thousands of golem puppets at one time. Oang Chenin was a little discouraged. Originally, she thought that alchemy only needed to collect materials. So Oang Chenin tried her best to collect materials. After collecting all the materials, the thing she made really made her feel satisfied. But now she knows. It turns out that alchemy is also a physical job. After making these 20 transformation waters, I really don't want to move for a day. Miss Oang, what are you making? Do you need help? Even the most obtuse people can see that Oang Chenin is making something at this time. Although the finished product has not yet been produced. But there is no doubt that Oang Chenin must have made something that is beneficial to the next upgrade. So after seeing Oang Chenin resting, everyone wanted to fit in like Zhang Yuan. This is a plus point anyway. There is no reason to stand aside and watch. And Oang Chenin took a look at these guys and lost interest. If I could get someone to help me, would I still be shaking here alone? I don't have a good eye. So Oang Chenin ignored these guys. Mixed the sun sand that Zhang Yuan separated after grinding into the conversion water. These sun shells were picked up when leaving the fortress dungeon. They are really the kind of level that can be found everywhere on the street. Oang Chenin once thought that she must have been blinded by the sunset and ignored it. She applied the magic crystal, held the magic seal stone, and then clapped her hands. One by one, energy gems were made by Oang Chenin. If the conversion water was hidden before, people couldn't see it. Then Oang Chenin didn't hide these 20 energy gems. Alchemy. It's actually alchemy. So scary. I didn't expect that Oang Chenin, the #1 brother on the list, is actually an alchemist. So she has acquired a lot of alchemy materials. So that's it. I understand. Those other materials are just a trick. Alchemy materials are what she wants. Damn it! She actually made it in front of us. Isn't this a slap in the face? So, you go up and judge. Don't whisper here. ITM want to slap myself in the face. The #1 brother on the list should just say it directly. Why change it? Isn't this treating me as an outsider? TSK. Follow your heart. After seeing that Oang Chenin used alchemy, everyone immediately exploded. You know, whether it was an alchemist, a pharmacist, a blacksmith, or an enchanter. They had looked for professions such as an alchemist, but they didn't find any. Everyone guessed that this might be related to life professions. But from the time the monsters came to this day, let alone others, at least the tens of thousands of people in their base had never seen a secondary profession. Unexpectedly, they met one here. And it was the daughter of Oang, the top brother on the list. Is it that life skills are difficult to obtain, and only these top people can get them? This question has been lingering in everyone's mind since the alchemist Oang Chenin came out. If this is the case, then they basically have no hope. Just go and level up honestly. After making these 20 energy gems, Oang Chenin handed them all to Zhang Yuan. After all, Zhang Yuan has done this before. With practice, he also knows what the functions of these energy gems are. Everyone saw this guy put these energy gems into the iron ingots one by one. Miss, how do you make these stones? Zhang Yuan knew that those iron ingots were used to make golem puppets. But this was the first time he encountered these stones. Ah, wait, it's almost there. Oang Chenin replied casually. After that, everyone saw two guys wearing black and purple full armor, and even wearing a helmet on their heads, snatching cows one by one. Then he cut open the stomachs of the cows one by one, and placed their bodies on the prefabricated board one by one. The blood of the cows flowed slowly along the gaps of the prefabricated board, and finally dripped on the leather with a magic circle drawn on the bottom. Okay, put it on. Put it in the stomach of the cow. After the 2 armored knights were ready, Oang Chenin told Zhang Yuan to do so. And Zhang Yuan was obedient. He rushed up at the first time. He didn't care that the cow's stomach was still bloody, steaming, and sticky. Wait! Those 2 armored knights don't seem to be real people. Golem puppet? Is this an alchemical product? Absorb most physical damage, and absorb a certain amount of magic damage. Does this mean that there is no way out for the warrior profession? Come to think of it, the armor I bought also has this effect. Don't be funny. The effect is the same. But how can it be the same in a real battle? A big wind will blow you away. Oh my god! This necromancer is known for its large number of troops. If the alchemical products made by the alchemist are added, then this Oyang's troops will be much more than other necromancers of the same period. Okay. The name changed from Oang Chenin and Miss Oang to Miss Oang. It's just a little display of one's ability. The other party no longer has the mentality of wanting to theorize and theorize before. It has to be said, only the strong in this world deserve to live now. After Zhang Yuan put all these things away, he stepped aside. It's just different from others. He has seen the production process of the golem puppet before. So it was strange why the iron ingots did not start to melt after I put in the energy gems. Actually, it was nothing. After all, time was tight at that time. And Oang Chenin directly activated the magic circle below. But this time was different. There were spectators. And there were so many spectators. Then it was natural to have a little sense of ritual. Right? So, in full view of the crowd, Oang Chenin began to chant the spell. The rotten crown fell. And the candlestick of flesh and blood lit up the remaining life. And human things named after humans. Blood. Killing. The ring of sin is above the obelisk. And the footsteps of truth are below the water level. The wind that scattered the afterglow stirred up the cracks in the earth. 1, 2 poles. 3 seasons. 4 seasons. The giant claws with faint rust spread their wings to fly in the sky. The sky turned into 5 sharp arrows, opening up a difficult battlefield. When Oang Chenin chanted the spell, everyone saw that the body of the long-haired cow on the stage began to dissolve. The iron blocks and prefabricated panels that should have been extremely hard were also slowly melting. Chapter 107 Reinforced Concrete Gargoyle. This is definitely not something that can be explained by any science. It is also a scene that they have never seen in their long lives. Although they did not understand the meaning of Oang Chenin's spell, they did not dare to breathe just by looking at the scene. They were afraid that they would disturb Oang Chenin if they breathed too hard. While everyone was surprised, Zhang Yuan had a clearer idea. So that's why it was because the spell had not been recited yet. At this moment, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized. It's just that the timing and copy of the spell this time are different from the last time. Of course. This is nonsense. Originally, the spell was made up by Oang Chenin on the spot to increase the sense of ritual. The order is not important at all. All of it is just a matter of her thoughts. When Oang Chenin finished reciting the spell, the melted things began to reshape. 10 black and purple armors, like the 2 golem puppets, were completed first. And the next 10 are also gradually forming. This is a creature with a human body. Fangs, horns, no eyes or nose, thick limbs, sharp claws and bat wings. The surface is made of stone. And the color of the blue stone is a little apricot red. It looks very strange. Steel gargoyle, agile and rare flying unit. Can be used in reconnaissance, harassment, destruction, airborne and other combat. Oh! At this moment, everyone finally knew what Oang Chenin was planning. No wonder she said that she could sell the unicorn again. It really was to make room for them. She really? I cried to death. No! This is not the time to cry. Just now, they witnessed the whole process of an alchemist casting a spell. They also witnessed the whole process of the birth of 10 golem puppets and 10 gargoyles. Agile and rare flying unit? Doesn't this mean that Oang Chenin has mastered the dimensionality reduction strike capability of air-to-ground? Then wouldn't it be easier for us to play the dungeon? No! Those unicorns should buy more for their team, so that they can hunt for more alchemical materials. Only in this way can they buy more things that can strengthen their team from Oang Chenin in the subsequent dungeon output. Oang Chenin smiled slightly at the gargoyle that he met for the first time. Hidden information, because part of the material uses steel as internal support. The steel bone gargoyle has a tougher defense and dive impact than ordinary gargoyles. Good guy. Reinforced concrete gargoyle. Right. It's pretty good. The defense has been enhanced, which is much better than I imagined. The most important thing is that the gargoyles are flying units, and they are a type of soldier that can provide support and reconnaissance to themselves in the air. What is troubling me now? Is it the lack of combat power? Or the lack of troops? None of them. It is the lack of reconnaissance means beyond visual range. In the past, this means had always been supplemented by Zhang Yimou and others. But now it is no longer needed, because she has her own reconnaissance means. Although as an alchemical product, the gargoyles cannot have variants like Sebastian or Cannon. But don't forget that Oang Chenin can control these gargoyles. Just like controlling the skeletons before. Just order them to avoid the monsters that seem powerful. Although with the current strength and types of troops of Oang Chenin, creatures of this threat level are probably not found in the wild. It's a big useless. It seems that I can't make much in this day. At most a few hundred. And it still requires people to do it personally. Oang Chenin, who was originally happy, smiled bitterly after thinking about the pain in the production process. Really? Can't we invent a machine specifically for shaking wine? The answer is of course no. In alchemy, there are two methods, modulation and manufacturing. The magic circle, the transformation of water, or the production methods of those potions belong to the basic modulation. It is an important link that must not be lazy. On the contrary, the subsequent manufacturing links do not need to be rigorous, and can even be delegated to others. So Oang Chenin can only enjoy this kind of pain that others want to enjoy but cannot enjoy alone. 10 hours later, just as the sky was getting dark, Oang Chenin finally made a total of 400 alchemical products. 200 golem puppets. 200 gargoyles. No more. I'm dying. Oang Chenin moaned as she lay on her pumpkin lathe after taking a shower. 400 alchemical products means Oang Chenin shook 400 transmutation waters. This was the hardest day for Oang Chenin so far. She swore she would never do this again. Transmutation water can be done occasionally when you are bored. The reason why she stopped today was completely for other reasons. Finished ore, especially tungsten steel, is gone. And other ores, such as amethyst ore and mithril, have also been used a lot. This makes Oang Chenin's fleet now have more than 300 cars free. Of course, there are also more than 600 unicorns free at the same time. Miss, the captains are here, Sebastian said slowly under the car. No, I want to sleep. I want to rest. Upon hearing that the captains were coming to see her, Oang Chenin, who was already tired and wanted to lie down, rolled on the bed and acted like a spoiled child. Then, she sat up. Today's work is done today. Otherwise, I don't know what it will look like tomorrow. Those guys, who are thinking about unicorns in their hearts, may come back early in the morning to disturb her sweet dreams. This is more painful than killing her. Haha. Everyone is here. So let's not waste time. Let's get started. This time 2 magic seal stones, or other alchemical materials can be exchanged for a horse. Oang Chenin smiled. For her, this was just to squeeze the surplus value of these people once more before leaving tomorrow. So whatever they had, Oang Chenin would take. After all, the alchemy matter had been exposed, and there was no need to hide it anymore. To be frank, she wanted alchemy materials. Nothing else. Yes. Yes. Of course. The people dragging large and small bags nodded repeatedly. They had expected this a long time ago. With a whole day of hunting, the inventory should be sufficient now. A total of 600 horses. Everyone make an offer. In a short while, the 600 unicorns were divided up. Then Cannon brought 20 more horses. Captain Shui, these are the 5 horses I promised to give you before. And now I will give you 15 more to make it even. Just consider it as the reward for the prefabricated panels used today. Oang Chenin smiled at Shui Manchi. Return a favor. Before, others directly gave me hundreds of magic seal stones, and gave me so many steel prefabricated panels. I have to show my appreciation. It just so happens that this is a price reduction. Then give more. It can also be regarded as calming the mood of this big wronged species. Sure enough, when seeing the 15 unicorns for free, Shui Manchi grinned. Of course, he knew that even with these 20 more horses, he would still lose money. But sometimes business can't be calculated in this way. The act of giving itself has made him earn money. Chapter 108. How about having breakfast together? After all, There is a fundamental difference between giving something away and selling something. It also allows everyone to see how he and they are differentiated in front of Oang Chenin, the top brother on the list. It can also consolidate his position in the base. In Xuemanqi's opinion, he really made a fortune by taking out the extra 100 magic seal stones. And in Oang Chenin's opinion, he also made a fortune. Maybe Xuemanqi will thank him. Thank you, Miss Oang. Xuemanqi thanked Oang Chenin very solemnly. If he used to think that Oang Chenin was a generous sponsor, then now Oang Chenin has risen to the level of sincere cooperation in his heart. See, Oang Chenin smiled at Xuemanqi, who thanked him. The two smiled at each other and understood each other. Sometimes it is convenient to talk to smart people. There is no need to avoid anyone, and things can be done in front of everyone. Xuemanqi needed the stability of the base, so Oang Chenin became his ally. And Oang Chenin also needed the manpower of this base to use for herself at some point. And Xuemanqi's official identity as a federal officer would definitely bring her a lot of convenience in the future. Although it is the end of the world now, the Federation is probably useless. But at least there is a difference between having righteousness and not having righteousness. And it is not realistic to expect Oang Chenin to build a base. She is not in the mood to care about the dirty things in the hearts of humans. It's enough to have absolutely loyal skeletons in her hands. As for the others, it's not shameful to use each other. However, why don't you leave after selling all the things? Oang Chenin looked at these buyers with some surprise. By the way, Miss Oang, we have counted 56 people for tomorrow's long journey, including 5 people at level 30. 6 more people? Who do you think should be eliminated from the extra 6 people? After the two of them reached a consensus, Xuemanqi saw Oang Chenin looking at him and others. So he introduced the situation of the captains, who did not leave, to Oang Chenin. This is... no need to introduce. 56 people is 56 people. Anyway, there are not many more. Seeing that Xuemanqi wanted to introduce so many people to him, Oang Chenin immediately waved his hand to stop him. Just kidding. Even if the other party introduced so many people, he couldn't remember them. And it seems that there is no need to remember them. Originally, he regarded them as tools for upgrading. Who would remember the names of tools for no reason? Isn't this asking for trouble? The so-called long journey is naturally about leveling up. Anyway, Xuemanqi said before that the number of people is between 50 and 100. So these characters are nothing. And there are 5 people at level 30. Which is not bad. Hey, Zhang Mo, Zhang Yuan, you guys get ready too. We will set off tomorrow. The target is Black Cat Paradise. Hearing Oang Chenin calling the names of the two brothers who were about to leave were stunned. After all, they didn't want to get involved in this matter. But they were named by Oang Chenin. Are you kidding me? There are not many people above level 30. How could the two Oang Chenin let them go? Especially Zhang Mo, who is already level 35. You can get to level 39 just by following him. Such a high-quality tool man. Oang Chenin will never let him go. Even if she saw Zhang Mo's reluctance. Miss, we two brothers. Don't be so nagging, said with disdain. Oang Chenin turned back to the pumpkin carriage without giving them any chance to refuse. The two brothers looked at each other. Brother, why don't you follow us? Otherwise Miss might tie us to the back of the centaur and take us away tomorrow. Even if Zhang Mo was unwilling. But after hearing what Zhang Yuan said, he couldn't help but agree. Centaur skeletons? That is a more bumpy existence than skeleton cavalry. Instead of being treated so humiliatingly, it is better to walk on your own legs. At least it's better for your butt and thighs. We've been discussing this for a long time. And you two brothers are still reluctant. You really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. At this time, Xueman rode up. Although he thought that Oang Chenin would bring Zhang Mo and his brother. But he didn't expect that he would directly name them. And the attitude was tough and unquestionable. It can be seen that Oang Chenin values these two brothers. In addition, the two brothers were originally the few independent people in his base who did not join any team. If he doesn't win them over now, when will he? See that you two brothers don't have mounts yet. I'll take 2 horses back later. Miss Oang didn't say what time we'll gather tomorrow. Go to bed early and come early tomorrow. Xuemanqi waved his hand and sent the 2 horses out. Then he laughed and waved his hand and led the people away. The refreshing and free-spirited back made Zhang Yimou smile bitterly. Miss Ouyang didn't say what time we'll gather. It's so funny. Do I need to say this? We must gather after we wake up naturally. Sure enough. When the 56 people and Zhang Mo's brothers gathered at the city gate the next day, Miss Ouyang didn't get up until after 11 o'clock. Haha. Everyone is here. When I washed up and was about to get off the car for breakfast, I saw a group of people standing next to me. Then I remembered that I left in a hurry yesterday and didn't say what time I would gather. I was really exhausted from yesterday's big project. Please forgive me. Have you eaten yet? How about having breakfast together? It was already noon. And this young lady actually invited them to have breakfast? Are all powerful people so willful? Should we eat? Or should we eat? So under the hosting of Oang Chenin, Sebastian and others slaughtered cattle and sheep. And a simple roast beef with wheat lumps and mutton soup was completed. After all, it was a big dinner for 59 people. Oang Chenin had never eaten with so many people before. So this breakfast was quite delicious. Did you bring your supplies? During the meal, Oang Chenin asked Shui Manchi and others. Yes. It's not far from the base to Black Cat Paradise. So we brought 2 carts of food and firewood and other outdoor necessities. After taking a sip of mutton soup, Shui Manchi pointed to the 2 carriages next to him with his chopsticks. This was what they had discussed yesterday. The 2 carriages were the extra carriages of Oang Chenin that no one had to pull. So they picked them up and used them. The 4 horses pulling the carriages were provided by Shui Manchi and the other 3 larger groups in the base. As for supplies, everyone brought their own. After all, a family of 2 people doesn't have much. But if someone is to be responsible, no one can be the scapegoat. After all, not everyone is Oang Chenin, who can make others willingly be the scapegoat and thank her in return. Chapter 109 Little Karami Who Disdains to Fight. After the meal, Oang Chenin's long motorcade set off directly. However, this time, the motorcade had fewer vehicles and more people. The guards were naturally more relaxed. Sitting in the pumpkin carriage, Oang Chenin looked at the gargoyles circling in the sky from time to time, and the golem puppets guarding on both sides of the pumpkin carriage. And her heart was so happy. Before, when she didn't have these, she could only lead the charge with bitterness. Now it's different. Like a big boss. Enjoy yourself in the middle of the motorcade. Well, it seems that I can't enjoy anything. Looking at the shaker placed in front of her low table, and the transformed bones that the centaur skeleton actively contributed before, Oang Chenin felt helpless. Although she didn't have much finished or in her hands now. But when she thought of thousands of magic seal stones, she couldn't help but want to make some first. Anyway, it's time to hurry on the road now. Even if she encounters some idle things, she will be idle. You can't rush to work like yesterday. Right? She doesn't want to do something that could cost someone's life again. It's better to do it casually to kill time. When we get to Black Cat Paradise, Cannon will start mass production after building the furnace and forging table. Oh! And the herbs have to be put on the agenda. So many days have passed. I don't know if the herbs collected in the dungeon can be transplanted to this land. To be honest, Oang Chenin is not sure about the herbs she has always wanted to transplant. After all, the land and water support the people, not to mention the flowers and plants. This is not another world. In the end, none of the transplanted herbs may survive. If that happens, it will be annoying. However, after communicating with these people at the airport base, Oang Chenin found that the way to drive people away is also quite interesting. Although the ugly side of human nature sometimes makes her sick. But she has to admit that she took advantage of this ugliness to bring these people out and use them. I remember watching a drama before. The protagonist above seems to have said that he should fall in love with the ugliness of human beings. Sure enough, I am still a human being. A contradictory human being. Oang Chenin sighed, and then began to make transformation water. While Oang Chenin was sighing and making transformation water, the group of people following the pumpkin car were more miserable than her. Zhang Yimou and his 2 brothers did not talk to Shui Manchi and others. Those captains who were reluctant to bring their exchanged unicorns out ran on the number 11 bus. That's right. They ran. After all, Oang Chenin's carriages were fully loaded, and there was no way they could take them. And they only had 2 material carriages. Apart from the materials, there was no room for more than 50 people. So some people sat in the carriage to rest, and the other part walked. When they couldn't stand it anymore, they would change. Anyway, Everyone was a professional, and their bodies had been strengthened. It's just that more than half of the 50 people were mages, and their physical strength was a little worse than that of warriors. Why are there so many mages? This involves what they discussed before. In their opinion, compared with warriors, if mages can be upgraded to advanced levels, their combat capabilities will definitely increase a lot. So everyone sent their trusted mages after they went back. Of course, this is based on the level. After all, this is a hard condition of Oang Chenin. Some of them are deputy captains. Some are team members. But in fact, more are captains themselves. After all, it is better to do it yourself than to find others for upgrading. It is precisely because so many captains are willing to follow Oang Chenin to upgrade that Manchi dared to follow him. Otherwise, he would not dare to leave the base for so many days even if he had 800 courage. However, Oang Chenin didn't have anything to say about these thrifty captains. Whether riding a horse, taking a car, or walking. In her opinion, this is something they have considered themselves. So naturally they have to bear a series of consequences later. So she didn't think of slowing down during the journey. Of course, she didn't speed up much. I just went my own way and moved forward at the speed I had originally set. There is actually a road from the airport to Black Cat Paradise. It is just different from the arrogant airport boulevard from City C to the airport, which is relatively narrow. Most of them are tourist buses or people who drive themselves. However, although it is narrow, it is not a hindrance to traffic. There are not many scrap cars along the way. After all, most of the people driving on this road are tourist buses or people who drive themselves. Crack crack. The crisp sound of horse hooves rang out on the cement road. Others ran away in misery. But Zhang Yimou and others were riding on the unicorn. The horseshoes, saddles, reins, etc. on the unicorn were all made overnight last night. Of course, they were made by Manchi's men. And the two brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan were completely picking up ready-made ones. Zhang Yimou, do you think Miss Ouyang is going to fight after reaching Black Cat Paradise? Manchi asked Zhang Yimou, who was riding on horseback with a proud look. It has been more than 2 hours since they left the base at noon. Along the way, except for the area near the base that had been cleaned up, they encountered a total of 3 large groups of monsters. But without exception, they were all ignored by Miss Ouyang. They just walked along the road. And those monster groups did not come up to provoke them after seeing such a large group of them. One of them even ran away and disappeared. Maybe the eldest lady doesn't like those monsters. Faced with Manchi's doubts, Zhang Yimou couldn't find a specific explanation. In the end, he could only attribute it to Oang Chenin's dislike for these things. In fact, from the group that ran away, it can be seen that these monsters don't seem to be very strong. After all, if they were really strong, they wouldn't dare to come up and fight with this army of skeletons and alchemical products. It is probably because of this that the big brother on the list sitting in the pumpkin carriage didn't take action. In fact, Zhang Mo's guess is very correct. Now that Oang Chenin has the reconnaissance unit Gargoyle, the order she gave them is to find a large number of groups and then go up to provoke them. If those groups run away directly or don't dare to take action, leave. If you meet someone who dares to take action, come back and ask for help. So it's a pity. Even after more than 2 hours, her gargoyles didn't meet a single one who dared to take action. You can imagine how low the level of these little Karami, who don't even dare to take action is. Even Miss Ouyang was too disdainful to make a move. Chapter 110 Indie from another Necromancer. Pay attention to the defense over there. Priest, you're wearing plate armor, and you're still hiding behind. Come up and give me some treatment to stop the bleeding. Sure enough, this kind of large-scale battle still depends on our mages to perform. Get lost? A mage without a staff? That's ridiculous. On the rolling low earth slopes, a group of guys holding sharp weapons are attacking a newly built wooden camp. And next to these people is a large group of skeletons. The camp they attacked was full of minotaurs holding huge axes and wearing black nose rings on their noses. These minotaurs charged fearlessly under the opponent's powerful firepower. One axe can often take away several skeletons. They can even directly smash the shields in the hands of those humans. Hey! Adams! Your skeleton is so useless. Can you be more powerful? Even if it's just to block the attack of the minotaur. Compared with that necromancer called Qianjin Ouyang, your skeleton is just a waste. A young man dressed like a cowboy kept shooting at the minotaurs rushing up with a revolver in the back row. cursing the young man wearing a gray cloak beside him. Originally, things like guns have no effect on monsters, especially guys like minotaurs with thick skin and flesh. But strangely, this guy's bullets can easily break the skin of these minotaurs and penetrate the opponent's body smoothly. Oh, my John, you wronged me. God is my witness. This is entirely because the minotaurs are too powerful, and it's totally wrong for you to compare me, a level 36 necromancer, with a level 40 necromancer. The Greycloak youth called Adams defended himself helplessly. My skeletons are indeed not strong, but under my enhancement technique, each one is now as strong as a lizard man. As a result, they are still vulnerable when facing the minotaur head-on. This can only be said that the opponent is too strong. It's not that my skeletons are too weak. Okay. Besides, can I compare with someone like Oang Chenin? But they are all necromancers. Why is the gap between them so big? I am now ranked 43rd on the list. Even among the necromancers, I am the best. It can even be said that in the necromancer profession, except for Oang Chenin, the top brother on the list, I am the most powerful. If there is a professional level list, I will definitely take the second place among necromancers. Necromancer is a late-stage profession. Look at what kind of monsters those professions in front of you are. Hateful Warrior, Gun Master, Explosive Bear Warrior, Heat Light Mage, Phantom Boxer, Ghost Shooter, Aurora Shooter, Holy Knight, Demon Hunter, Shadow Mage. Even more terrifying is a Hades Summoner from the Kebab region. Even so, he hasn't even made it into the top 10. Now it's already amazing that I can make it into the top 50. Damn it! I shouldn't have accepted your invitation to help you fight a dungeon, said the cowboy called John, his face full of grief and anger. Don't say that. You've leveled up 2 levels and are now in the top 5. Facing John's anger, Adams didn't take it seriously, but said jokingly, Gun Master John Franklin. This is the information that cowboys can see publicly on the leaderboard. That Qianjin Ouyang must have also leveled up in the dungeon in this way. Otherwise, how could she level up so quickly? As one of the top 10, you should have the most say in this. Alas, hearing what Adam said, John, the cowboy who was originally still angry, sighed. Just as Adam said, I know too well the benefits of leveling up in the dungeon. Even in this 29-level dungeon, I encountered such a strong race. You have to know that outside the dungeon, this level and this number of races have never been encountered. What about level 39? What will level 49 be like? He dared not imagine. No wonder Qianjin Ouyang can level up to 40 in one afternoon. This experience is really not covered. Go. Go. Go! Let your liches and ghouls go. Otherwise, everyone will die here. When he thought of this, Adam's heart was burning. Immediately called Adams and asked him to push all his troops forward. No. It's not the right time yet. You know, the gameplay of the necromancer is completely different from other professions. Adam shook his head and rejected John's request. As a necromancer, he naturally knew the gameplay of this profession very well after several commands. Let's not worry about what happens in the later stage. But in the early stage, it is not enough to just rush forward with a wave of troops. Fuck. If we hadn't grown up together, I would have shot you dead right now. John cursed when he heard Adam's refusal. Then he flipped the revolver in his hand and turned it into a multi-barreled gun like a Gatling gun. Take my armor-piercing bullets. Duh. The bullets poured out, and the several minotaurs that had already broken through the defense line were shot into sieves. While this group of people were struggling in the dungeon, somewhere else in the world, someone was also attacking the minotaurs. It's just not in the dungeon, but in the wild. To be more precise, it was next to a dismantled highway. Originally, Ouyang Qianjin and others were heading towards the Black Cat Paradise along the road. As a result, they found that the highway was broken when they were driving halfway. In other words, the entire 1,000-meter highway was dug out by someone, leaving only the roadbed and some gravel. Hey, why are all the minotaurs here? The more remote the place, the more high-level monsters you will encounter. Which game planner came up with this rubbish setting? Looking at the camp built with whole sections of road slabs and the minotaurs that would occasionally jump down to fight back, Ouyang Qianjin pulled the trigger of the heavy machine gun and complained. These minotaurs are really thick-skinned. Even the bullets from the heavy machine guns are like tickling. You say it's useless. It can give people bruises. You say it's useful. It can't even stop the opponent from pausing. I just feel it's useless. Is this Minotaur tougher than a Centaur? That doesn't make sense. Miss, Minotaurs have the skill of petrifying skin. Hearing Oang Chenin's questioning muttering, Sebastian, who was standing aside and acting as Oang Chenin's bodyguard, explained in a low voice. Oh, this distance is too far for me to identify. So this is what's going on. After hearing what Sebastian said, Oang Chenin loosened her hand, and then used her palm to build a tent on her forehead and looked into the distance. She was now 200 meters away from the Minotaur camp. Her own skeletons were all around her. The ones attacking the camp were Manchi and his men, as well as 400 alchemical products under Oang Chenin. Chapter 111. Life is not easy. Zhang Yimou sighed. Although it seems that the golem puppets, gargoyles and minotaurs are fighting back and forth, but the human warriors are fighting very hard. If it weren't for these people dragging their feet, the soldiers under her might have already broken through the opponent's wall and killed inside. As for her skeletons, now they all gathered around her to form a formation for protection. And there was no intention to go up to help. After all, she had sent all the alchemical products of her men over. If they can't deal with thousands of minotaurs, then these people should reflect on how they have survived from the Advent day to now. As for the heavy machine gun in front of her, it was completely a mess of her boredom. You can't always be locked in the pumpkin car to make conversion water. It is still necessary to relax and vent appropriately, especially when shooting. Oang Chenin found that this extreme violent output is very stress-relieving, although it is useless for monsters. But she did come out of the haze of making the conversion water. It was as if she was doing a set of radio gymnastics, and she felt refreshed. Sebastian, from your professional perspective, what do you think of the fighting power of these people? Oang Chenin, who was holding a canopy on her hand, asked while looking at the battle situation in the distance. The individual ability is just barely passable and needs to be improved, but the teamwork is completely bad. I don't understand my own skills and the skills of others well. It's like a child holding a long sword waving it casually. It looks scary, but in fact it has no lethality at all. Hearing Oang Chenin ask him to give his professional opinion, so old Sebastian stood there and explained what professional meant in a way that Oang Chenin should be able to understand. Haha. Sebastian's requirements are really high. Oang Chenin smiled with narrowed eyes. It's only been more than 4 months since everyone gained their abilities, without anyone to teach them. Everything depends on their own exploration. It's already very good to be able to fight like this. At least I think so. Indeed, what the eldest lady said makes sense. But in the eyes of professionals, this kind of life and death battle can completely hone the team's cooperation ability. Although they seem to be doing some kind of teamwork, I really can't see it. Even the recruits I trained before are better than them in this regard. As a butler, he naturally wouldn't refute Oang Chenin's words. In fact, he could see that the people on the opposite side were trying to cooperate in some way in the battle. But it was really far from their teamwork at that time. After all, it was a large team of more than 50 people. It really shouldn't be fought like this. If there is anything worthy of praise, it is that no one has died until now. Oh! Training new soldiers? You also know how to deploy troops? This surprised Oang Chenin. Haha. Miss, you are joking. It can't be considered as deploying troops. That's all from my mercenary days. It's just a trivial trick that is not worth mentioning. Sebastian smiled modestly. Another trivial trick that is not worth mentioning. Forget it. Let's watch the show. Seeing Sebastian say this, Oang Chenin nodded. Then he took out his telescope. At a distance of several hundred meters, this thing is indeed more useful. However, this is carpentry, swordsmanship, tailoring, painting, and now an instructor. Are the butlers in this other world all monsters? They can do everything. The key is that Sebastian seems to be proficient in everything. But as his own butler, he is still very qualified. Oang Chenin smiled while looking at the battlefield in the distance. In fact, although Sebastian didn't understand the operations of Manchi and others, but Oang Chenin knew exactly what they were doing. After all, the warrior holds the line, the mage outputs, and the priest adds blood. Isn't this the standard way of playing for the warrior, mage, and priest in the game? After seeing it so many times, I don't think there is anything strange. After all, everyone is basically running it as the way of playing in the game. And even Oang Chenin did the same before? In fact, In Oang Chenin's eyes, there is nothing wrong with Shui Manchi and his way of playing. It's just too messy. To put it bluntly, it's about command. Even if you use the game's fighting style, you still need a commander who can see the whole situation to command so that it won't be so chaotic. Because all my subordinates are transformed or created by my skills. They are 100% executing my orders. But it's different when it comes to people. Especially these guys who can't work together. In addition to the two brothers Zhang and Mo who I requested, the remaining 56 people are 28 different teams. How could they work together? Forget it. That's it. A not so exciting attack and defense show ended not very smoothly after 3 hours. 3 hours. A little more time would be enough for me to beat a 29th copy with 20,000 centaurs. But you guys only killed a few thousand. The sun sets. Sitting at the dinner table, Oang Chenin ate the food prepared by Sebastian for her, while complaining about the captains, who were eating the dry food they brought with them. Among them was Shui Manchi. At this time, the faces of these people were darker, because what Oang Chenin said was a bit harsh. But it was the truth. So they couldn't refute it. So they could only listen to Oang Chenin's mumbling in silence, while chewing the dry food expressionlessly. Sure enough, my advancement speed is faster alone. If it weren't for the copy, for the experience, I really don't want to bring such a group of burdens. Looking at these guys with dark faces, Oang Chenin sighed secretly in her heart. At this time, Shui Manchi touched Zhang Yamo, who was sitting next to him. With his knee, Zhang Yamo, who was eating a burrito, turned his head and looked. Just happened to see Shui Manchi winking at him. Oh! Look! I have said that it is easy to become autistic to get along with the experience of a young lady. But you still don't believe it. How is it now? A group of people in their 20s, 30s and 40s. But they were scolded by an 18-year-old girl, and didn't he even dare to talk back? Life is not easy. Zhang Yamo sighed. But what can we do? After all, they gave their two brothers 2 horses and some fodder. Even the props needed for riding horses were delivered for free this morning. Otherwise, the 2 brothers might have taken the 11th route like others. Just look at those people who almost couldn't hold their weapons when they just faced the Minotaur before. This journey is not so easy to handle. After all, it was my young body that had to shoulder all the responsibility. Big sister, are you dissatisfied with us? Zhang Yamo asked cautiously, imitating Oang Chenin's sigh. Chapter 112. Sometimes you have to find your own reasons. Unsatisfied? Well, if everyone doesn't have to fight monsters together to be considered a team, I really want you to stop, and I will do everything by myself. After all, this can save everyone's time. After thinking about it, Oang Chenin said the most devastating words, with no emotional intelligence. In just a moment, those who pricked up their ears to listen to the opinions of the number 1 brother Oang Chenin felt that the food in their hands was not delicious. Being hit. But you can't find a reason to refute. And you can't even get angry. Just hold it in. It's very uncomfortable. Looking at the reactions of the crowd, Oang Chenin smiled. Know your shame. You must learn to know your shame. Oang Chenin knew that among these people, there must be some people who thought that they didn't have to work hard to follow him. Just paddling and getting experience. In the end, the worst thing is to lose some output. As a businessman, Oang Chenin naturally had to severely crack down on this kind of thinking. Are you kidding? After all, there are more than 50 forest people who can run and jump. At some point, they are more useful than the soldiers in his hands. After watching your battle just now, I found that you are like 3-year-old children waving swords. You look powerful, but you don't have any lethality. Oang Chenin doesn't understand this. She is just dissatisfied with these people slowing down her progress. So she plagiarized Sebastian's words without hesitation. Sometimes you have to look for your own reasons. Whether you have worked hard, and you are still not proficient in your skills after so many months. Are you really fighting monsters seriously? Learn more about your own skills and the skills of your teammates. How can you upgrade without fully understanding the skills? You don't really think that the big brother on the list in your mouth, rushed out because of good luck. Right? You should know that the Necromancer is a profession that is very fragile in the early stage. Even now, after saying these words, Oang Chenin started eating by herself. Don't say it. After scolding people, she can eat a few more bites of rice. Although she herself didn't know what she was saying. However, Shui Manchi and others were full of energy after hearing what Oang Chenin said. Yes. Although skills can be used as long as you want. Just like in games. But it seems that no one has ever paid attention to the skills themselves. A whirlwind slash went out with the body spinning, completely following the rhythm of the skills. What if you can control it yourself? If you catch the best opportunity to change your moves in the middle of a fight, wouldn't it be very likely that you can tear a hole in the opponent's defense even when they are defending? Wait. This way, you can also match your skills. It's not like before, just following your own preferences and guesses. But you can choose based on the prerequisite skills. This way, the skill combination will be even more powerful. Hiss. You don't know until you think about it. And you'll be shocked when you think about it. It turns out that skills can be played like this. Many things are like this. Once you start, you can't stop at all. Did any one of you upgrade among the thousands of minotaurs just now? What is the mission? Just when everyone started to think about how to use and match their skills, Oang Chenin put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and asked. 8 people have upgraded. But they are all killing tasks. And there are no tasks related to the dungeon. Replenishing smiled bitterly and shook his head. After all, Oang Chenin was willing to let them get experience just for the dungeon. Now being asked this question, Replenishing felt a little embarrassed. No way. This experience-taking thing is naturally inferior to others. Sure enough, dungeons are not so easy to get. Oang Chenin sighed with some disappointment. After all, there is not a dungeon for 8 people to upgrade. It seems that I took it for granted. Miss Oang, you don't know that dungeons may not appear even if 1,000 people advance. Is the probability so small? Oang Chenin was a little surprised. What is the concept of 1 in 1,000? Doesn't this mean that even if she upgrades all 58 people, she may not be able to get a dungeon? I said 1,000 is already exaggerated. According to our rough statistics, sometimes it is not impossible to get 1 in 10,000 people. Replenishing smiled bitterly. Otherwise, the streets near the base would be full of dungeon portals. Ah, that's right. I just got into 2 dungeons by luck. So it's very likely that the guys on the list will bring more than just me. It's even possible that they will bring twice as many people as me. It's true that dungeons are something you can only encounter by chance. Oang Chenin expressed regret for this. But since these people have been brought out, at least they should wait until they reach Black Cat Paradise before disbanding. Otherwise, he would be a person who doesn't keep his word. But then again, since this kind of thing is a matter of probability, it seems that it doesn't matter how many you bring out. It's just like my skill skeleton transformation. Don't look at the 1% probability. When it's time to appear, it will never let you down. This is the case with Sebastian. And it's also the case with Canon. And they all appear so timely. Basically, every time they appear, they solve a problem for themselves. In this case, I'm not in a hurry. Just take it one step at a time. Anyway, I just want to upgrade. If I can't enter the dungeon, I can just suffer a little more fatigue and develop in the wild. It's not a big problem. When we get to Black Cat Paradise, everyone will go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. And then I can go out. Otherwise, there will be a lot of people with molecular machine experience. Thinking of this, Oang Chenin wiped the corners of her mouth, and then elegantly ordered the skeleton to push her to the pumpkin cart. Sleep. I shook so much transformation water today, and then watched such boring battles for several hours. I'm tired a long time ago, although there is not much consumption of mental power. But who would refuse such a happy thing as sleeping? Get up early tomorrow, and go to Black Cat Paradise early. It's just a short distance. It's impossible to walk for 2 days, and still not get there. Now she really wants to experiment with transplanting herbs. After everyone saw Oang Chenin back to the pumpkin carriage, no one moved. Just sat there in silence. What do you think of what Miss Oang said just now? After a long while, Replenishing finally spoke. Several bonfires crackled next to them. No one spoke, but their brows frowned more tightly after hearing Replenishing's words. After all, everyone now has a draft of the battle, skills and techniques in their minds. Just wait and explore slowly later. But no one is stupid enough to brainstorm with others and exchange ideas with each other. Even if they want to do this, it is in their own small group. Who will tell you Replenishing? Chapter 113. Zhang Yuan has such a high hidden luck. The next day, after getting up, Oang Chenin led the team and the people who were trying to get experience to continue moving forward. But this time Oang Chenin did not go straight to the Black Cat Paradise. No. To be precise, she really wanted to go straight to the Black Cat Paradise. But Xuemanqi and others suggested to clear out some monster groups on the way. When Oang Chenin asked why she had such an idea, Xuemanqi said that it was because of what he said last night that gave them some new ideas for skills. Oang Chenin had a face full of question marks. Why did you take what I said casually seriously? But after seeing the eager expressions on Xuemanqi and others' faces, how could she say such words? So it became like this. Stopping and starting. Oang Chenin was supposed to arrive at the Black Cat Paradise on the second day of departure, but she didn't arrive until the fourth day. Except for Oang Chenin, who was too high in level and upgraded slowly. Others have basically either rushed past level 30 or are about to reach level 39. It's crazy. Looking at her own level 44. Although she is still the first on the list, she is only 2 levels behind the second place Quan Qingyu. Somewhat melancholy. Oang Chenin didn't understand. Did they always work so hard to level up in the past? There's no reason. At least, she didn't see it in the previous battle with the Minotaur. Could it be that what she said to Xia Jiba before really made them realize it? Looking at the people who were still in the mood to sit in front of the campfire and talk and laugh after a day of fighting, Oang Chenin closed the curtain speechlessly and lay down on the bed. Tomorrow. We must reach Black Cat Paradise tomorrow. Thinking that it was only a few kilometers away, Oang Chenin thought that she might as well just ignore them. If they still want to continue like this tomorrow, let them go. Not only did they not get any benefits, but they also slowed down their progress. This busy loser. Miss. That night, Sebastian came to Oang Chenin's pumpkin carriage and woke up Oang Chenin, who was still sleeping soundly. Oang Chenin, who had not woken up at all, was woken up by the voice in her head. Then she stretched out her hand to tighten the quilt on her body, wrapped up like a caterpillar, and replied in a somewhat unconscious manner. The dungeon portal has appeared. Ah? Oang Chenin, who was still half asleep, was awakened by Sebastian's words. Dungeon? What dungeon? Looking up at the wall clock. It was past 3 in the morning, and it had been about 6 hours. How could a dungeon appear? What's going on? Oang Chenin hurriedly sat up on the bed and asked Sebastian in her mind. After you fell asleep, those humans were surrounding and suppressing those monsters. Just now, Zhang Yimou came back and reported that Zhang Yuan had reached level 39, and a dungeon mission appeared. Huh? Zhang Yuan again? Oang Chenin frowned slightly. What's wrong with this guy? Is his hidden luck value so high? A dungeon at level 29. And another dungeon at level 39? But it's just right. The dungeon at level 39 is a high-level dungeon at this stage. I'm level 44 now, and I think if I can get through the entire dungeon, I should be able to reach level 49. Then complete the task in the dungeon. It is as easy as taking something out of a bag to reach level 50. Let's go. Let's go! Thinking of this, Oang Chenin excitedly asked the skeleton, who had been waiting beside her, to dress herself, and ordered her army to move towards where Zhang Yuan and others were. 200 meters is not a long distance. When the pumpkin carriage arrived, Oang Chenin had just put on her clothes. Where is the dungeon? Oang Chenin, who looked like he hadn't woken up just now, shouted to Zhang Yuan and others who were waiting here with great spirits as soon as he got off the car and didn't even sit in the wheelchair. Everyone was speechless, but relaxed. After all, they owed a lot to Oang Chenin. If these dozens of people can't contribute something to Oang Chenin, they will have no face to meet Oang Chenin in the future. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan was awesome. And finally a dungeon appeared when they were about to reach the Black Cat Paradise. Although you can continue to clear monsters after entering the Black Cat Paradise, but the inexplicable guilt hanging in everyone's heart is real. But now it's alright. As long as the copy appears, everything will be fine. No wonder Zhang Yimou said before that this free experience can also make you feel guilty. At that time, I and others were still laughing at him in my heart. Now it seems that Zhang Yimou is not exaggerating or talking nonsense at all. Really, Oang Chenin's own strength is too strong. It's so strong that even if you take advantage of her a little bit, you will feel that you must give her something worthy of the status of the first brother on the list to feel at ease. Let's take a look. They couldn't even sleep well these days, especially in the last 1 or 2 days. The more they felt, the more uncomfortable they felt. Miss, you're here. After seeing Oang Chenin sitting in the wheelchair, Zhang Yimou came forward to say hello. You're in a good mood to come out and kill monsters at night without sleeping. After a casual glance, Oang Chenin found that all 58 people she brought were here. Although she was very happy to see the dungeon. But she was also curious about why these people didn't go to bed at night. Although the high-intensity battles these days have made them level up a lot, people always have to sleep. I'm afraid it's been nearly 20 hours of continuous struggle. Although the body and spirit have been strengthened to a certain extent after becoming a professional. Aren't you afraid of sudden death? We can't sleep either. Hearing Oang Chenin say this, almost everyone complained in their hearts. Miss, the copy is right there. Seeing that Oang Chenin was about to give a lecture, Zhang Yuan immediately pointed to a certain place and said to Oang Chenin. Oang Chenin turned her head slightly and looked. Hey! I didn't expect it to be exactly the same as before. The portal of the black particles was in the river again. It's just different from the Nanha River before. This time it's the Nanchuan River, a tributary of the Nanha River leading to the Black Cat Paradise. Okay. There's actually not much difference. Pick up some sun shells, and let's go in. Although I don't know what dangers there will be. But it's still okay to grab some things and go. Anyway, you have to wade through the water and get your pants wet. Miss, the sun shells will only crawl out of the river during the day. Sebastian reminded from the side. Oh, yes. I forgot. Let's go in directly. Oang Chenin slapped her forehead. This plucking feathers from passing geese problem came back. And she forgot that it was night. After Oang Chenin spoke, Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan immediately let Shui Manqi and others go in first. Then came Zhang Yimou and those alchemical products and Oang Chenin and her skeletons. Finally, it was Zhang Yuan who got the dungeon mission. After all, once he went in, the entire portal would be closed. And Zhang Yimou and Oang Chenin, who entered the dungeon one step earlier than Zhang Yuan, are now in a bad mood. Chapter 114. It hurts more than losing money. Unlike other people who looked around after entering this dungeon, Oang Chenin and Zhang Yimou are now looking ahead with a kind of dead fish eyes. Miss, brother, what's wrong with you? Shit! Centaur Fortress. When Zhang Yuan came in, he saw Oang Chenin and Zhang Yimou blocking the door. So he shouted unconsciously. As a result, when Zhang Yuan looked up, he found that this dungeon was actually the same as last time. Central Square. That's right. It was the place where Oang Chenin emptied the warehouse last time. They came in here this time. Zhang Yimou, you run fast. Go and see if there are any corpses of centaurs outside the city. You, and you. You also run fast. Follow Zhang Yimou to have a cover. Yes. Zhang Yuan, you have done tasks here before. And you have run up and down. Go and see if there is anything wrong. You, take a few people to follow Zhang Yuan. Okay. The rest of the people are on guard. Standing in the central square and looking at the big centaur statue. Oang Chenin's dead fish eyes turned into squinting eyes again. And then gave orders. The rest of the people also felt a little strange after seeing Oang Chenin's reaction. Some of them wanted to follow Zhang Yimou out of the city to see the situation. Some people wanted to follow Zhang Yuan to walk around the city. But because they had agreed to follow the command when they came out before, those who were not named could only suppress their curiosity and stand guard around Oang Chenin with the skeletons, golems, and gargoyles. Miss Oang, you look familiar with this place? Curious Shui Manqi approached Oang Chenin and asked when everyone was on alert. Well, Zhang Yuan's 29th copy last time was this fortress. The unicorns and long-haired cattle I sold to you, as well as the mines I used to make golems and gargoyles were all obtained here. Oang Chenin nodded and did not shy away from talking about it. Anyway, it was all in the past tense. And even if this copy had any output, it would be his. What? It's here. After hearing Oang Chenin's explanation, Shui Manqi knew why the three people reacted so strongly just now. You know, this is the place where Oang Chenin reached level 40 in one afternoon in the legend. Wait! Just now, I asked Zhang Yimou to go out to see the corpse. Then they would not attack this fortress outside the city. Thinking of this, Shui Manqi widened his eyes. You know, they are now in the city, and can roughly feel the grandeur of this fortress. How can we attack this kind of place with just 3 people, and a bunch of skeletons? No, it should have been successful. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to collect so many spoils. However, although I got a general idea from Zhang Yimou, I didn't expect that the dungeon he mentioned would be such a place. It can be conquered here. And I have to say that Oang Chenin is really good at it. And at that time, Oang Chenin didn't seem to have so many skeletons in her hands. Right? I heard from Zhang Yimou that there were only 200 or 300. Terrible woman. Well, she is also very scary when she is venomous. Because every time he can get to the point directly. And you can't refute it. Ha ha, ha, so that's it. This is the origin of the unicorn. That's really lucky. So this time we can get a lot of cattle, sheep, horses and minerals again. Congratulations. Thinking of Oang Chenin's abuse of them in the past few days, Xuemonqi couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Then he found a topic casually. Dang! Dang! Boom! Xuemonqi's careless words woke up Oang Chenin. Damn! Indeed. If this time is still a continuation of this copy, doesn't it mean that I can get a lot of the previous spoils again? She didn't care much about the monsters. But the mines are what she urgently needs now. After all, there are still several thousand magic seal stones available. If I can finish them all at once this time. I have several thousand subordinates. The military strength will more than double. I am excited. Wait. Damn. I have sold so many unicorns and long-haired cattle. All the empty carriages are placed at the airport base. What if I can't fit them after I defeat the dungeon? Wouldn't that be a big loss? It's more heartbreaking than losing 100 million. The heartbroken Oang Chenin felt like she couldn't breathe. The dungeon hasn't even started yet. And Oang Chenin is already planning what to do after the victory. I have to say that her ideas are very advanced. If Xuemonqi next to her knew, he would probably think this woman is crazy. The fight hasn't even started yet. And she is already thinking about taking care of the aftermath. No. I was busy with the fortress just now. And I haven't seen what the dungeon mission is. So Oang Chenin opened her own panel and looked at the mission shared by the team. Investigate the mountain city by the lake. Got it. Oang Chenin nodded. No wonder Zhang Yuan, the guy who received the mission before, was as surprised as herself. It turned out that the mission log didn't mention the fortress at all. Even the 3 words period were not mentioned. Otherwise, Zhang Yuan or Zhang Yimou should have some guesses. Come to think of it, I also learned what the 3 words period meant from Sebastian and the hidden information. Of course, it also includes the so-called mountain city. The problem lies in the prefix. What does this lakeside mean? Literally. It means that the mountain city is next to the lake. Doesn't that mean we have to go up and find the lake on the plateau before we can find the mountain city? It's a bit confusing. Miss. Just when Oang Chenin frowned and pondered the limited clues, Zhang Yimou came back in a panic. What's the situation outside? Oang Chenin looked at the panicked face and asked with some doubt. The bodies are still there, keeping the same appearance as when we left. Yeah. Oang Chenin nodded. But what? I took some time to check the mine, and found that I couldn't get out. Can't get out? Yes. The mine we came down last time, and others, are all the same. As if something bounced us back. Zhang Yimou frowned, as if he had encountered something big. However, Oang Chenin knew it clearly. Oh! Seeing you panic, I thought it was a big deal. It's nothing. Just think of it as an air wall restricted by the map in the game. Waving her hand, Oang Chenin didn't take it seriously. After all, she had encountered this kind of thing before in the dark forest. It couldn't be clearer. After all, it was such a big dungeon, and there was an endless grassland above it. If there was no air wall in the dungeon, maybe the unprepared guys would starve to death in it before they found this specific location. What strategy and exploration would we talk about at that time? Chapter 115, heading towards the city in the mountains. Mississippi. At this time, Zhang Yuan also came back. Oh! What did you find over there? Oang Chenin asked with a smile at this lucky guy. Well, I checked it before, and found something very strange. Wow. Very strange. Tell me how strange it is. Oang Chenin grinned when she heard that there was news from this side. It's better to have news than to be like a headless fly without any news. It's like this. Last time I was looking for my mission target. I went to the main gate on the north side of the fortress. But that time the door couldn't be opened and I couldn't go outside to see. But this time when I went there again, the door was already open. As if someone had opened it. Zhang Yuan said after considering his words. Could it be that we didn't kill them all before? And someone ran away? Oang Chenin tilted her head slightly and asked cutely. It shouldn't be. Could it be that someone has come in? No. At least I didn't find any footprints or horse hoof prints outside the open city gate. Both questions of Oang Chenin were denied by Zhang Yuan. So, when you are undecided, just throw it to the air wall. Let's go. Since they have invited us so kindly, let's go in that direction. Oang Chenin smiled, and then led people to the north gate. After all, the mine tunnel is blocked now, so there is only that place to go. There is no choice at all. To be honest, Oang Chenin hates this situation where there is no choice. It feels like being controlled by someone. Although she likes to control others, it doesn't mean she likes to be controlled by others. Damn it! What's this? A large group of people and carriages were walking slowly on the road. It wasn't long before they left the fortress. After driving along the road for a while, they encountered a Y-shaped fork in the road. There is a fork in the road. What's the matter? Shuemonji, who was walking in front, asked with some embarrassment. Base Commander, why don't you ask the omnipotent Miss Oang? Someone answered jokingly. Although Miss Oang is not omnipotent, but they have to admit that the quality of their battles has been significantly improved in the past few days. At least the situation of empty skills has been greatly reduced. So they have 100% admiration and respect for Miss Oang. This world is a world where strength is supreme. Don't look at her as an 18-year-old girl. As long as she is stronger than you, whether it is true or false, or you have to be convinced by being beaten, you have to be convinced. As for those who won't give in even if they are beaten, they have never seen them. Ah, well, whatever. There should be monsters at the end of both roads anyway. When Zhang Yimou asked Oang Chenin, she replied like this. After all, of the two roads, one must lead to the city in the mountain Pyrian, and the other must be the same place as the fortress Centris. After all, in the information I read last time, this Centris fortress is just one of the fortresses guarding the city in the mountain. Then the two roads are the roads to another fortress and Pyrian respectively. So no matter where they go, there is no loss for Oang Chenin. After all, if they can't get through, there will be an air wall. Let us choose by ourselves. Yes. After Zhang Yimou brought back Oang Chenin's original words, Shuemonji scratched his head. Although he knew that Oang Chenin was very casual in some aspects, even to the point of being casual, but he never thought that he would be so lazy on this issue. He threw the question directly to himself. Then, how about we try to toss a coin? Shuemonji was also embarrassed. After all, if he made a dictatorial choice, he would have to take the blame. Although for a base leader, taking the blame is nothing. But it depends on what the blame is. Right? Now their identities are all henchmen under Oang Chenin. So they are equal in terms of identity. So he asked the people around him what they thought. Everyone looked at him. No one agreed. But no one opposed. So, the final result of tossing a coin was to go to the left first. Hurry. Hurry! The centaurs on this side are also rushing out. Don't panic. Miss Ouyang's golem puppets have come to support. Watch out for the gargoyle's dive. Let's play a coordinated battle. On the field. Under the wall of an underground fortress. At this moment, Shuemonji and others are cooperating with the skeletons and alchemical products under Oang Chenin to attack the fortress. There is actually no suspense in the battle. After all, everyone's skills are now well coordinated. And Oang Chenin also has the experience of the previous fortress strategy, as well as the 402 golem puppets and gargoyles. So this time, the fortress attack took only less than half the time. That is, about 2 hours. To complete, there are still 20,000 defenders, and no one escaped. Some of the little cuties even directly upgraded to level 40. As a result, the top 100 positions in the rankings are constantly changing. After all, Oang Chenin is leading people, and others are also leading people. Necromancer Oang Chenin, Void Warlock Quan Qingyu, Exorcist In Shaoqing, Hateful Samurai Kobayakawa Daisuke, and Gun Master John Franklin. The entire ranking is now basically dominated by these 5 leaders and their men. It's just that compared to the other 4, the upgrade speed and screen dominance rate of Oang Chenin's men are slightly higher. 35 of the top 100. After all, they have few people, many monsters, and good quality. So it is natural that they can rise. This made the group of people who came with Oang Chenin laugh so hard that they couldn't stop. After all, it was satisfying to get this much experience. That's it. It's just a fortress. You know, there is a mountain city waiting for you. Maybe you can reach level 50 by then. So the group of people are extremely humble to Oang Chenin now. No matter what the other party says. No matter how venomous or sarcastic. It sounds so pleasant to their ears. There is a tendency to cross the realm of masochism at any time. Pack up, load the spoils, and bring the cattle, sheep and horses. It's a considerable profit anyway. After the battle, Oang Chenin laughed and asked everyone to move. This time, the fortress strategy was much smoother than the last time. It was mainly thanks to the alchemical products under his command. So Oang Chenin didn't let anyone touch the mines when loading the car. Instead, he asked Cannon to directly take out the ore in his carriage and the ore in the fortress warehouse and smelt them into finished products. This way, he could produce more alchemical products. A range. Anyway, he has made a lot of conversion water when he has nothing to do these days. Plus the thousands of magic seal stones in his hands. Just make as many ores as you can. Chapter 116 period. The city in the mountain. Huh? Is this the end? After synthesizing the last piece of the golden gel magic crystal and the magic seal stone, Oang Chenin breathed a sigh of relief. 12 days. For a full 12 days, Oang Chenin and Shui Manchi and 59 other people were active in this fortress and did not go anywhere else. In order to enhance her combat effectiveness, Oang Chenin began to make her golem puppets and gargoyles after the battle 8 days ago. More than 1,500 alchemical products were made by her, in addition to the previous ones. Now she has nearly 2,000 alchemical products and 1,000 skeleton soldiers. This is because of the need to smelt the ore. Otherwise, the time can definitely be shortened a lot. However, thanks to the blessing of waiting for the ore to be smelted into finished products, Oang Chenin no longer has to make 400 a day like before, and almost broke her hands. Even so, Oang Chenin still felt that it was too little. After all, Pirion was the capital of the Centaurs. According to the situation that a satellite fortress had 20,000 garrisons, there must be more than 100,000 garrisons in the Centaurs' capital. There were also civilians and royal family members who could use bows and arrows. If you counted all these, the population of the capital must be more than 400,000 or 500,000. According to the information obtained from Sebastian, the Centaurs were creatures that could be said to be soldiers for all people. He currently had a maximum of 3,000 troops. Even if the useless Shui Manchi and others were added, they were still a little stretched when facing the absolute number of enemies. There is no other way. Now even the ores in his hands have all turned into finished ingots. And only so many can be produced at most. A lot of carriages have been freed up. Because another fortress was captured, the number of carriages has increased instead of decreased, reaching about 9,000. It will be very good to use them to carry the spoils in the royal city later. Miss, do you want to dismantle these furnaces, equipment and the like? After finishing the finishing work, Cannon, who was dressed like a nouveau riche, came to Oang Chenin and asked, "Dismantle? Why not? Dismantle and move away all the useful things. Anyway, there are many empty carriages." Oang Chenin, who has harvested thousands of unicorns and thousands of long-haired cattle, will not dislike these second-hand goods. After all, he will need to transform some things in the Black Cat Paradise when he arrives. These furnaces, machines, iron felts, giant hammers, and other things should be useful in the Black Cat Paradise in the future, even if they are not used. Leaving them there can enrich his paradise. Right? Compared to Oang Chenin's busyness, these days, Shui Manchi and others are very free, apart from eating, sleeping, or sparring with each other. However, because they stayed for a long time, Shui Manchi and others are now using Oang Chenin's supplies. After all, they only brought 7 days of rations when they went out. They had already used up 4 days before. Now they have stayed for another 12 days. It would be strange if there are any supplies left. Oang Chenin can understand this very well. So she distributed the supplies in her hands. It's just a matter of food and water. It's no big deal. Just give some money. Everyone expressed great understanding of this. No way. It's just money. Although I didn't bring it with me when I went out. I owe it, and I'll pay it back when I get back. Anyway, I asked my men to collect the alchemical materials before I went out, and I'll take them back to Oang Chenin. It just so happened that the carriages, horses, and so on were all ready. Everyone didn't feel any discomfort about Oang Chenin's behavior of asking for money. On the contrary, they were happy that Oang Chenin accepted their things. It felt like being controlled by the CPU. After all, everyone is an old man in the world. Sometimes I'm not afraid of you asking for money, but I'm afraid that you don't want money, because the things that don't want money are often the most expensive. After packing up everything, Shuemonchi and others, who had been bored for a long time, couldn't wait to walk in front of the convoy to clear the way. Of course, because the convoy was too long. They were eventually divided into scattered people to guard the entire convoy of 9,000 vehicles. In Oang Chenin's words, if they encounter a battle, they won't have much to do anyway, so they might as well do something practical. As a result, after entering another road at the previous Y-shaped intersection, they really encountered some centaur patrols from time to time. Each team ranged from 20 to 50 people. Oang Chenin naturally did not let go of these patrols. Every time they encountered them, they were wiped out. After all, no one could say what means the other party would have to contact Pyrian, or even escape back to report the news. In that case, he might encounter a large force of centaurs before reaching the mountain city. After all, although the terrain is constantly widening along the way, but it is not a place suitable for large-scale military operations. However, as the vegetation on the road increases, the scenery of this underground space is gradually changing. From the initial two fortresses, there was nothing but soil around them. But now there are mosses, vegetation, and even several small rivers gradually converging into a big river. If you go down the river, you should be able to reach the location of the Pillion King City. Well, follow the river. Thinking of this, Oang Chenin couldn't help but look at the underground river outside the window a few more times. Miss, did you find anything? Sebastian asked on the side. No, nothing. Looking at the river that was not very turbulent, Oang Chenin shook his head. Originally, I wanted to see if I could have a river raid, but after thinking about it, the river was not very turbulent, and it might not be able to rush into the city, and there were not many soldiers under his command who could attack from a distance. There were only a dozen skeletons using bows and arrows or crossbows, so water battles had no advantage for her at all. If she really had to fight those centaurs who were good at attacking on the water, it would be better to rush forward. Huh? Just when Oang Chenin felt regretful, she suddenly saw a big waterfall next to her. This big waterfall was left from the big hole on the top of the cave. Even if Oang Chenin was sitting in the pumpkin carriage, she could easily see the blue sky outside the cave. Stop, Sebastian. I want to get off. With Oang Chenin's order, the entire convoy seemed to have been paused. All action stopped in just 1 second. It can be said that there is no army more efficient than this. This is also the professional characteristic unique to the profession of Necromancer, although it looks a bit terrifying when you think about it carefully. But for Oang Chenin, who likes efficiency, it is perfect. Carried down from the pumpkin carriage by the only human skeleton soldier, Oang Chenin sat on the wheelchair opened by Sebastian. Then she began to observe the waterfall space. Chapter 117, Perfect Sniper Location. Under Sebastian's push, Oang Chenin came to the pool. Now on the left side of this underground space is a river that is not turbulent, about 30 meters wide. And on the right side is a waterfall, and a pool of water several hundred meters wide formed by the erosion of the waterfall. Sebastian, go down and see how deep the pool is. Yes, Mississippi, Oang Chenin ordered. And then Sebastian took off his clothes. Hold a stone. Hold one end of this tape measure, and put this lantern on your waist, Oang Chenin said while preparing things for Sebastian. Fortunately, her own burning phosphorus fire would not be extinguished in the water, just right for lighting. After everything was prepared, holding a big stone, holding the tape measure in Oang Chenin's hand, Sebastian, with a lantern hanging on his pelvis, went into the water. How is it? The water is very deep. I just reached the bottom. Really? Then it's about 30 meters. Go to your left and see if the water is about the same depth? No, miss. The water here may be deeper. I feel like I'm going downhill. The man and the skeleton communicated with each other about the underwater situation with their minds. About 10 minutes later, Sebastian came up. But the place he came up was not the place where he went into the water just now, but a little downstream. After all, although it is a pool of water, but there is still a river flowing down ahead. Otherwise, The skeleton is more convenient. Even if you are underwater for 10 minutes, you don't need to breathe. It's amazing. It's so useful. Then Miss Ouyang asked Sebastian to check the situation of the river next to him. It was found that this place was much shallower than the pool formed by the impact of the waterfall. But it was still about 20 meters. The area of the entire underground passage was actually very large. From left to right, the straight line distance was at least several hundred meters. However, due to the relationship between the river and the pool, this distance was slightly shortened. For Oang Chenin, who could now control an area of 800 meters in diameter, it was not considered very wide. It could cover the entire area. So, a bold plan was formed in Oang Chenin's mind. Miss Ouyang. Why did the team stop? Shui Manchi and Zhang Yamo, who were riding unicorns, rode to the front. It was not surprising that the team had been walking and stopping since entering this road. After all, most people would guess that they had encountered enemies ahead. So these guys who were emitting residual heat did not take it seriously. But this time, the stop was too long. They thought that Oang Chenin had encountered an enemy that could not be solved for a while. So the captains who were assigned horses found Shui Manchi and Zhang Yamo and came to the front of Oang Chenin's team. By the way, the unicorns that these captains who originally had no horses now rode were also purchased by arrears. It's just that there are no saddles, horseshoes, reins and other things. So it's a bit difficult to ride. Oh! Guys, you're just in time. Seeing Shui Manchi and Zhang Yamo and others coming, Oang Chenin's eyes lit up, and then waved at them. Guys, when Shui Manchi and others heard Oang Chenin calling them like this, they knew that Oang Chenin must be thinking of something fun now. And it was a fun thing that was too exciting. After all, they had been dealing with Oang Chenin for half a month. They were still clear about Oang Chenin's personality. She was sharp-tongued, willful, high-profile, a fun person, and a little bit second year. As long as she was interested in something, she would try it no matter what. And no one could stop her. When she was outside before, because Oang Chenin saw from the previous map that the road had to go around a mountain, she thought it was troublesome and planned to go directly through the mountain to take a shortcut. But because there were too many vehicles, a captain wanted to stop it. After all, although the mountain was not high, as a local, he knew that there was a small basin inside, and it was very troublesome to go up and down. As a result, he was thrown out by the butler skeleton Sebastian before he could finish half of his words. They thought they knew who gave the order for Sebastian's action. In Oang Chenin's words, everything needs to be tried. Yes, she was not unhappy about wasting time on a big circle. It was just to satisfy his own playful thoughts. Is there anything you want us to help with? Shui Manchi gave up any idea. Obedience is the best way to deal with Oang Chenin, the willful leader of the list. Well, let those of you who are good at stealth, reconnaissance and running fast go to the king's city in front to check the situation. I decided to snipe the centaurs in the mountain city here. Sniper, here? Oang Chenin's words made Shui Manchi feel a headache. Didn't they say they were going to attack the city? Why did they change to a sniper battle? Yes, we are going to snipe the enemy's army here. Oang Chenin nodded. This place is a perfect place for sniping for her, who is at an absolute disadvantage in terms of military strength. If she missed it, she didn't know if there would be another place with such a friendly geographical environment. Centaurs. It was obvious that they were a race that couldn't swim. There was an underground river about 20 meters deep and a pool about 30 meters deep. These were natural places that could be used to resist the footsteps of the centaurs. It was perfect. Zhang Yamo and others left. They left with 5 people. These people were basically scouts. They left with Oang Chenin's instructions, and their destination was the city in the mountains. Although no one had been to this place before. But according to Oang Chenin, they would go down one road. If they encountered a fork in the road, they would split up. They were responsible for reconnaissance. Just find the location of the city in the mountain. If you find a fortress, call people and attack. If you find a city in the mountain, let Zhang Yamo, who runs the fastest, provoke the other party, and then retreat immediately and report back. Those who can be invisible and sneak can use their skills to enter the city in the mountain and conduct reconnaissance on the main buildings, warehouses, furnaces and other places in the city. At the same time, record the centaurs entering and leaving, especially those with strange names, such as General, Marshal, King and other suffixes. Be sure to record them well. quantity, and so on. Then check with yourself to see if there are any discrepancies. In addition, no matter what happens, as long as you are not discovered, just stay in ambush. No need to leave. Just wait. Although the order is a bit strange. But Oang Chenin also said that only those who have absolute confidence in their skills and will not be discovered can execute it. After all, this is an order that may cost your life because of carelessness. So the number of people was limited to 5 in the end. Otherwise, some mages will also have the invisible skill. But it was very clumsy and easily discovered. So he was eliminated by Miss Oang. Chapter 118. Long-range professions are annoying. Boom. 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 In the cave, dull noises continued to sound. Unintelligible languages and shouts were heard one after another. However, most of these sounds were covered by the huge sound of the waterfall next to them. Only a small part of the sound could be heard. At this moment, in the cave, next to the waterfall, 2 armies were fighting. One side was mainly composed of centaurs, and they had an absolute advantage in numbers. The other side was a coalition army mainly composed of skeletons, golems and puppets, and they were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. But it was strange that the numbers of both sides were so unequal. But the centaurs failed to break through the skeletons' defense line, and even left corpses on the front line in just 1 hour of fighting. It was a heavy loss. The supply of these centaurs is really sharp and persistent. TSK. You didn't see the first wave of charge. I was directly scared silly. I thought it was the elite cavalry of the cold weapon era charging. Who said it wasn't? I was afraid that I couldn't stop that wave of attacks. Hey! Be careful with your words. Sorry. Several captains standing on the observation post on the mountainside in the distance, and watching the frontline battle situation were discussing this battle. This observation post was dug out by Oang Chenin's goblin skeletons. It was for standing high to observe the battle situation on the front line. After all, it is clearer to stand high with a telescope than to stand below and be blocked by the 5-meter golem puppet. Of course, because she was standing high, she could see far. In such a place with little ups and downs, she could only use this stupid method to observe the situation of the centaurs, who were commanding the battle behind the army. But this also has an advantage. That is, she doesn't have to worry about being dug up by the other party's cavemen and then cutting off her retreat. In fact, Oang Chenin dug several such fishbone tunnels on the left and right sides of the mountain, in order to prevent such a thing from happening. Even if the other party dug through, she would have time to prepare, and would not be caught off guard. That's why Oang Chenin chose this place to requisition the land. If something really went wrong, it would just be attacked from the front and back, and she would not be completely surrounded. As long as she could keep her footing, she could counterattack infinitely. Just like last time. As long as she was not surrounded, she would not panic. In fact, with Oang Chenin's skills, it would not matter if she was surrounded. But there were other people around. There was still room for maneuver. It's just that this time, the number of centaurs attracted was a little less, and it looked like there were only about 20,000 or 30,000. In fact, these 20,000 or 30,000 arrived in 2 batches. At the beginning, there were only a few thousand. Then after seeing the lineup on their side, they went back to get more people. I don't know what the vanguard officer told his men. Anyway, after reporting back, more than 20,000 people came at once. I think they must have known that one of the 2 fortresses on this side was breached. So they appeared here. This is the only way to explain why there were more than 20,000 people who came the second time. But it doesn't matter. The original strategy of luring the snake out of the hole was to make them split up their forces so that they can defeat them one by one. It's good now. It would be best if the other party could use a refueling tactic and add troops little by little. Of course, this is the most ideal result. Things often don't develop as you expect. And the worst result is, miss. The other side's new follow-up reinforcements have arrived. The number. About, more than 50,000. TSK. After hearing Sebastian's report in her mind, Oang Chenin was secretly shocked. Sure enough, what you fear will come true. Oang Chenin couldn't help but mutter in her heart. This fear is naturally not fear, but because of worry. After all, there are so many people. How long will it take for me to kill them all? That's right. What Oang Chenin cares about now is time. Now the more than 20,000 have not been killed yet, and more than 50,000 have come. This time, there should be some big shot leading the team. Mississippi. There are at least 10,000 heavily armored centaurs in the centaur army, and about 5,000 soldiers wearing armor and holding bows and arrows. They should be the legendary royal archers. Got it. Keep observing. Yes. Seabass is now in the pool of water about 400 meters away from Oang Chenin. As Oang Chenin's eyes, he observes the centaur's every move. Because there are skeletons everywhere on the field. No one will doubt a skeleton floating on the water. This gave him good protection. After receiving advanced observations from Sebastian, Oang Chenin also moved the telescope in his hand and looked at the back of the battlefield. Sure enough, a large group of people were running towards the battlefield at a high speed. It was obvious that they were going to join the battle directly. But unfortunately, the venue was so small. No matter how many of them came, they could only wait outside. They could only come up to fill the position after the centaurs in front died. So happy. As for those royal archers, that's it. At most, it's a matter of 1 arrow per skeleton. As for the golem puppets, Oang Chenin was not worried. Oh! They started shooting when they were blocked at a distance of 1,000 meters. Sure enough, the creatures in the other world are all monsters. If it were the humans in the past, I'm afraid 200 or 300 meters would be the limit. Looking at the group of centaurs wearing armor and holding bows and arrows, who had just arrived and raised their bows and arrows, Oang Chenin knew that the other party must be planning to launch a projectile. But after all, it was a physical attack, which had no effect on the golem puppets, especially the iron arrows. It was just like tickling, and it was no threat to the golem puppets at all. Oang Chenin was very confident about this. The corners of her mouth kept rising, as if she had everything under control. Boom, boom, boom. However, as these iron arrows hit the golem puppets, a magical scene appeared. The bodies of the golem puppets exploded one after another. And then the second wave of arrow rain came. It was still the huge explosion. Then the third wave. The fourth wave. They fell to the ground one by one. Oang Chenin saw that one of the golem puppets was even blown away half of its body. It was obviously scrapped. Fuck. So awesome. Oang Chenin widened her eyes and looked at her falling golem puppets, slightly opening her mouth to express surprise. After the explosion smoke dissipated, Oang Chenin could see clearly that all of these fallen golem puppets had one or more big holes exploded on their bodies. It felt like a bomb buried in the ground suddenly exploded. Horrifying. These ranged professions are annoying. Oang Chenin looked at the centaur archer in the field and felt a little disgusted. At the same time, he threw out an eye of identification. Khan's Guard. Chapter 119 Khan's Guard. Khan's Guard. Legend has it that they are the descendants of the centaur god Gargoyle. Every centaur has powerful magic and archery talents after birth. They are natural magic archers. They are also the last resort for the centaur king to guard the city in the mountain Pyrian and himself. Hidden message, as the last resort? Defeat them, and you will be able to run rampant in the city in the mountain. Don't worry. They don't account for a large proportion of the centaur army. Magic. Magic archer. Ignore other information for now. These 3 words alone are enough to surprise Oang Chenin. Originally, I imagined that it was just an ordinary archer, but it turned out to be a magic archer. It's like going to a barbecue restaurant and ordering a plate of crayfish. But the owner of the barbecue restaurant directly brought you a plate of Australian dragons as thick as your arm. This has exceeded the scope of surprise and turned into shock. However, the golem puppet can resist 3 or 4 waves of attacks from the opponent. So it's worth it. After all, if these waves of arrow rain were to hit the current professional players, it is estimated that even the back row priests with healing spells would not be able to beat them. Terrible. Is this the power of the magic archer? What kind of abnormal existence would those archers on the ranking list be? After seeing the big money of the Khan's guards, Oang Chenin immediately thought of the hidden professions on the ranking list. To be honest, even if she is now the top brother on the list, but she has to admit that the necromancer profession is not a top existence among the hidden professions. If we really want to say it, it is nothing more than the strength of the number of people, the tricky means, the strange abilities, the mysterious and outstanding. But are these useful? Useless. It is useless when facing a profession that has a big move as a basic attack, let alone anything else. In fact, just the profession names of the second Void Warlock Quan Qingyu and the third Exorcist Yin Shaoqing can show how powerful they are. And they are both biting hard from behind. trying every means to roll up their first place. It's just a dog. A bunch of dogs. Some angry Oang Chenin gritted her teeth. This look is very rare for her, who always squinted her eyes and smiled. It is a rare expression. But unfortunately, the people watching the battle on the side did not think so. They just thought that Oang Chenin was angry after the highly expected golem puppet army was defeated. Don't let us be implicated. Are they worried that Oang Chenin's anger will implicate them? Of course not. Not only Oang Chenin has high hopes for the golem puppet army, they also have high hopes with these thugs who are immune to basic physical damage. They also thought that they could just push through very easily. But who would have thought that such a magic archer would appear? Just kidding. Thousands of magic archers. This is equivalent to thousands of magicians fighting you with magic. How can you possibly resist? You know, even now, they have never dealt with so many enemy magicians. No, that's not right. To be more precise, they have never seen it before. You should know that most of the tribes they encounter now are physical attacks such as pig-headed people, dog-headed people, lizard people, and jackals. Even if there are mages or priests in these tribes, there are only a few or a dozen of them. It is the first time that hundreds or thousands of them appear in an organized manner. This makes them a little worried about this battle. After all, judging from the current comparison of troops, they have completely lost the advantage of defending in a dangerous place. If they are really broken through, then the rest of them will be killed. The better ones may survive and become slaves or something. No one can say for sure. Well, in fact, becoming a slave does not seem to be much better than death. Miss, I think it's time to take action now. Just when Oang Chenin was angry with those who have always been the second and third, Sebastian sent back the news. Well, let them go. Oang Chenin thought lightly. Then the angry expression turned back to the calm and light smile. The speed was so fast that the experience-gaining team next to them could not adapt. But then, they could not care about Oang Chenin, because the battle line had unexpected changes. In the distance, about 1,000 meters away, behind the new army, one by one, the gargoyles flew out of the water, and then headed straight for the Khan's guards. Under the sharp claws, even the Khan's guards wearing armor were injured by the gargoyles. Many unlucky people were killed directly. After all, armor is not full armor. Arms, shoulders, wrists, necks, and heads, all exposed parts of the body became targets of the gargoyles. One claw would break the hands and arms of the lucky ones, and the unlucky ones would be directly chopped off. This sudden attack directly disrupted the rhythm of the Khan's guards, who were preparing to shoot another wave of finishing blows. Then the people standing on the observation post on the mountainside saw that the gargoyles would swoop down from a height of 100 meters from time to time, and then use the claws on their feet to grab a guard on the ground and fly into the sky, making a flying man in the air. The Khan's guards kept attacking with bows and arrows. The air in the cave was very lively for a while. The gargoyles flying in the air, the screaming falling centaurs, and the exploding magic arrows. It felt like watching a magic blockbuster. Observation post. Special seats, or the kind that you don't need to buy tickets. The captains who watched it were all very excited. I was wondering why the gargoyles disappeared one by one since then. I thought they were protecting the convoy behind. But I didn't expect that they were all arranged here. They should be used as ambushes. TSK. There are more than 3,000 alchemical products in total, and Miss Oang has allocated 2,000 gargoyles. I didn't know why it was such a ratio before, but now it seems that Miss Oang has foresight. It's a rare air unit. Look at this sharp fighting style, and this ruthless attack. It is simply born for air combat. It's true. I'm so envious. If I also have such an army, wouldn't it be invincible? A female captain crossed her fingers and placed them on her chest. Her face was full of longing. But the opponent's magic arrows are also very powerful. I saw several gargoyles being knocked down. The captain who was thrown out by Sebastian before said, "UTM." The people who were still praising them saw that there was a guy who spoiled their fun among them. Without waiting for Miss Oang to react, they rushed up and beat her up. Everyone is praising her now. How can you disturb Miss Oang's elegant mood? Didn't you see that her chin is raised because of the praise from others? You are ignorant. I won't play with you next time. Chapter 120 Dark Sky. Yes. Listening to the speeches of these captains, Oang Chenin was a little proud. After all, who doesn't like this kind of roundabout flattery? What a bunch of talkative guys. If you can talk, just talk more. I'd love to listen. The corners of Oang Chenin's mouth were shaking. She was trying her best to maintain her signature squinting smile. She couldn't show it too much. Otherwise, people would see that she was a little proud now. Otherwise, her image would be ruined. Oang Chenin might not know. The image she tried her best to maintain actually only existed in her own heart. Those who could survive the alien invasion and become the captain of an upgraded team. That person was not a person with 100 or 200 minds. Can't they see Oang Chenin's little pride? It is precisely because of this that they still choose not to point it out even if they saw it. After all, we are all here to make a living. Who doesn't want to have some face? Only those low EQ guys would say something inappropriate at this time. Someone come! Take him out. Oang Chenin's good mood disappeared when she heard that her gargoyles were shot down by the Centaur air defense system. With a snap, Oang Chenin slapped the lace folding fan in her hand on the armrest of the wheelchair. Then turned her head slightly, squinting her eyes and smiling gloomily, while pointing at the low EQ guy and speaking lightly. That smile looked so sinister. Yes! Shuemanchi was the first to take action, and the people next to him followed closely. Let me go! Let me go! The low EQ brother struggled and was forked out by the two men. The observation post suddenly became much quieter. It was originally inside the mountain, so the soundproofing ability was absolutely excellent. After such a commotion, Oang Chenin also lost the mood of wanting people to continue to praise her, and began to replenish the skeleton soldiers below. After all, if you don't pay attention to this thing during the battle, you will lose a few. If you don't replenish it in time, it will only become less and less. Don't think about waiting for more to transform. It may be too late. You must develop a good habit of being casual. However, the captains of this group are not wrong. These gargoyles ambushing in the water are indeed used as ambushes, but not as ambushes for the Khan's guards. Originally, Oang Chenin arranged this to see if he could ambush the opponent's command system. After all, the Centaurs are a hierarchical society with an official system. As long as he can paralyze the opponent's command system by surprise, then maybe I can keep all the Centaurs here in one fell swoop. Then clean up the battlefield, repair the damage, continue to lure, and continue to annihilate the virtuous cycle to slowly consume the army in Pillion City. Unexpectedly, the magic archer who appeared halfway disrupted my plan. Under the attack of the opponent's magic arrows, hundreds of golem puppets fell down in just a few rounds. With no choice, she could only use the ambush that she originally planned to use as a killer. Fortunately, the gargoyle's combat power was still good, and it achieved the effect that Oang Chenin wanted as an ambush. In the continuous killing, the Khan's guards were killed and had to retreat. 2,000 versus 5,000. But a few high-speed dives by a group of gargoyles caused heavy casualties, and the advantage was mine. Looking at the centaurs who were killed and defeated more than 1,000 meters away, Oang Chenin smiled. The retreat of the Khan's guards after the morale collapse directly hit the morale of the centaurs, thus triggering a chain reaction. Defeat. On the verge of breaking out, the gargoyles were flying in the sky and wantonly harvesting the heads of the defeated soldiers. The more than 20,000 centaurs in the front who were fighting with Oang Chenin's golem puppets and skeleton soldiers were also unstable because of the attack on their reinforcements. Ha. Good opportunity. What are you waiting for? Rush over. Sitting in a wheelchair and observing the overall situation, Oang Chenin laughed and shouted to the captains. This is a rare large-scale combat experience. Don't you want it? Ah. Oh. Yes. After hearing what Oang Chenin said, everyone finally reacted. Although they only added up to more than 50 people. Throwing it into a battlefield with thousands or tens of thousands of people can't make any waves. But as combat experience, it is indeed very valuable. So one by one, they rushed down the mountain quickly with their weapons dug out by the goblin skeletons, which could only accommodate one person, and rode on horses and rushed into the battlefield. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can use summons +1. You have reached level 45 and get a skill selection. Alternative skills: Lich Transformation, Ghost Chain, Dark Sky. Note: skill selection will directly affect your final career. Please judge carefully. Oh my! Upgraded. Just when everyone left and only Oang Chenin and a human skeleton were left at the observation post, a prompt sound of upgrade came from her mind. So Oang Chenin, who happened to be free, Open the panel to check the new 3 skills she had never heard of. Lich Transformation. Can transform the zombies under the Necromancer into lich forms with magic attacks. The magic is given according to the magic power of the zombies before they died. Ghost Chains. Create several golden chains from the earth veins to imprison the enemy's soul in place, and the body will not be affected in any way. Dark Sky Curtain. Summon a black fog that follows you all the time and cannot be dissipated, covering a certain range. All dark and undead summons within the range will be upgraded by +1. Their attack power will increase, and their defense power will increase significantly. Your summons will not be restricted by distance within the Dark Sky Curtain. Transformation System. Soul System. Dark System. 3 different series of skills that have never been heard of. This time the skill selection is quite balanced. However, although the transformation of Lich is good, Oang Chenin follows the most common skeleton flow among necromancers, not the zombie path. Although the magic attack sounds very attractive, it can be regarded as the magic legion under the necromancer. But Oang Chenin believes that skeletons are no worse than zombies. Moreover, she still has the erosion effect, and there is a probability of obtaining a magic legion when she transforms in the future. And as the skill level increases, the probability of transformation will gradually increase. I believe that one day I will have my own skeleton mage legion. Of course, the so-called Lich transformation also has a prerequisite skill called zombie transformation. She has not learned this thing at all, and has never even seen it, so she just ignored it. As for the so-called Ghost Chain, forget it. Although it is a powerful skill of the soul system, but compared with the Dark Sky Curtain, it is still too little for Oang Chenin now. It was the Dark Curtain before, and now it has become the Dark Sky Curtain. Although I don't know why it changed, but I have to say that this change makes Oang Chenin satisfied. Especially the fact that within the range, your own skeletons will no longer be restricted by distance is very good. Chapter 121. Chase the defeated army and enter the city directly. Isn't this the distance that is troubling Oang Chenin now? Every battle must be calculated accurately. This will greatly reduce one's tolerance for error in battle, especially on the battlefield. The previous attack on the fortress is the best example. One must stand in the middle, and not move to guard the 2 doorways. The slightest mistake will allow the opponent to break through and rush out. Although it cannot be recalled after being summoned, it can at least improve the rank, attack and defense of one's skeleton. Right? It's improved to a higher level. Isn't it stronger than that Lich transformation? Do you know what this is called in the card world? It's called Scene Magic Card. It is a skill that can bring you geographical advantage at any time and any place. Add to that the absolute loyalty of one's skeleton and the non-existent morale. And people are also taken. As long as the time is right for me, then I can go anywhere I want. Anyone who is not a fool knows which one to choose. But I don't know what the erosion effect will be like. I'm really looking forward to it. As for why it changed, it may be because the Dark Curtain is a skill below level 40. So Oang Chenin chose the skill Dark Curtain. The panel voice also sounded. The skill Dark Curtain changes due to the influence of the talent Erosion. Erosion effect, all peeping magic such as clairvoyance, reconnaissance, crystal magic, etc. will not be able to be used within the range, thus cutting off others from peeping at you. Oh, this is good. It can prevent others from peeping into your privacy. This is very important for a girl. Not to mention Oang Chenin, a Scorpio girl born on November 1st with a sense of mystery. You should know that Scorpio girls have a strong sense of self-protection. Come out! Dark Sky. It's rare that no one is around now. Oang Chenin opened her arms, looked up at the sky, and shouted the name of her skill. Then a black mist-like thing continued to overflow from Oang Chenin's body and floated out of the window of the observation post. What is this? The captains who were rushing towards the centaur fleeing soldiers below looked at the huge black fog that gradually formed on the top of the cave, although it was underground, because Oang Chenin had distributed a phosphorescent lantern to each person before, and the glowing fireflies in the cave. They could generally see the road ahead clearly. And here, because of the big hole on the waterfall next to it, it is much brighter here. But now, because of the black fog, the day has become pitch black. Only the blue phosphorus fire and the soul fire in the eyes of the skeletons are dancing. It makes people feel terrified. This black fog is coming from the observation post just now. Someone looked in the direction of the black fog and happened to see the black fog coming out of the observation post window. So he reminded loudly, Is it that Miss Oang Chenin has done something weird again? I don't know. But now the young lady has just reached level 45. I think she should have chosen some new skills. A person who checked the ranking said, TSK. This is really a skill with its own atmosphere. Looking at the surroundings turning into night. Someone couldn't help but sigh. Indeed. As the location of the Necromancer, the atmosphere here is very suitable for zombies, skeletons, ghouls and the like. If there is a cemetery in front of us, it will be even more perfect. Wait! Look at those centaur skeletons. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that they seem to be a circle bigger? Not only the size, but the bones have become smoother. Let me check it. Sword and shield skeleton warrior. It has better offensive and defensive capabilities than the skeleton soldier. It is the basis of all arms. Please use it flexibly. The skill block. Good guy. This is what you mean by upgrading. Right. Good. 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 Not bad. Directly upgraded the skeletons under his command to a higher level. And also improved his own combat effectiveness. Now a skeleton warrior can withstand 2 or 3 attacks from the centaur, compared with the previous skeleton soldier. This is greatly enhanced in both level and strength. Fortunately, I chose to carry on the undead species of the cleaner-looking skeleton because of my physical disability. Now it seems to be the right choice. While the captains were identifying the skeletons, Oang Chenin also opened her eye of identification. Only then did I see clearly what the so-called upgrade really meant. Very good. Very powerful. It was the kind of deployment I liked. Then Oang Chenin came down from the observation post. Now the enemy's front line has collapsed. It's time to rush over to take the enemy's head and expand the victory. So she naturally has to follow up. Although this dark sky curtain seems to have a large range. But after all, it is the first time to use it. I don't know where the limit of the sky curtain is. It is completely unrealistic to measure the distance now. In short, just charge. Rush to the wall of Pirion in one wave. And it is best to rush into the city and kill people. In this way, you can occupy important facilities in the first time, without giving the opponent any time to react and destroy. After all, they are intelligent creatures that can drive slaves. This must be prevented. So a big chase began. As for cleaning up the battlefield, it can wait until later. Anyway, the portal is in the Centaur's fortress, and I have to pass through here on the way back. Those weapons, armor, and the like can't escape at all. The most important thing now is to catch up with those thousands of heavily armored centaurs and strip their armor for my skeleton warriors. After seeing Oang Chenin's pursuit, the captains were excited and rode their horses, waving their spears, swords, and even magic wands, rushing towards the fleeing centaurs. What? What is the black fog on the top of the cave? What's your business? Just take advantage of it. Why bother complaining about it? On the other hand, Oang Chenin was extremely envious after seeing the mages riding on unicorns and waving their magic wands. It's embarrassing. As the top brother of the list, and with many subordinates, Oang Chenin has not had a decent weapon so far. She hasn't even hit an ordinary magic wand. There's no way. Look at the monster she encountered along the way. It's impossible to hit a ready-made magic wand. To be honest, she only has a ritual dagger used for sacrifice, which can barely be regarded as magic equipment. There's nothing else. Of course, this does not mean that Oang Chenin does not have a staff. In fact, when exchanging for the unicorn before, several groups of people saw that Oang Chenin did not have a staff. So they exchanged for the staff they had fought for. But after seeing the quality, Oang Chenin felt that it was better to have nothing. After all, holding something with the title of inferior and rough is indeed not worthy of her status. Chapter 122 Occupy the Warehouse. The mountain city by the lake. Pirion. Just as the name implies, it is indeed located by the lake. Of course, this lake refers to a huge underground lake. It's just that now this lake, which should have been pitch black and flowing quietly, is now red. And the city by the lake, which should have been very magnificent, is now filled with shouts and screams. The ruins, broken walls, flames, thick smoke, and the smell of blood that occasionally wafts with the heat wave are all telling of the bloody battle in the city at this moment. Yes, it is the skeletons under Oang Chenin who are fighting with the centaurs. Although there are many magic archers in Pirion, but in the face of such a complex street battle, even the magic archers can't use it. Or it can't be used. They can only use bows and arrows to continuously attack the gargoyles hovering over Pyrian with magic arrows. However, Oang Chenin gave the order to the gargoyles to contain these magic archers. So, for a while, neither of the two arms could do anything to the other. In the city, Oang Chenin's skeletons and golem puppets were ruthlessly attacking all the living enemies they saw here, sitting in a wheelchair placed in a room with blood on the wall. Oang Chenin smiled at everything in the city through the window, when she was killing the fleeing soldiers all the way before. Oang Chenin also imagined that she could follow these fleeing soldiers into the city. But that was just a beautiful fantasy after all. She herself did not expect to enter the city so smoothly. In the end, she didn't know what went wrong on this side. The enemy actually chose to open the city gates and take in all the defeated soldiers who escaped from the front line. This gave Oang Chenin a very good opportunity. The most mobile centaur skeleton rushed to the city gate with a knife. It was too late for the enemy to react and close the gate until this time. They could only watch the black fog covering the sky above the entire city. And then more and more skeletons rushed into the city to slaughter them. Oang Chenin is now in the warehouse area of the king's city of Pylian. This is after he broke in. The guys he said came over very consciously. Everything went smoothly, and they got the location of some important buildings in the city. For example, the warehouse area, the treasure house, the farming and pastoral area, and the forging area. This is why they were able to find the location so quickly when they came here for the first time. And the reason why they came here first was to get the finished or here to make golem puppets. After all, she still has more than 1,000 conversion waters in her hand. She will feel relieved when all of them are used up. Moreover, she had lost more than 300 golem puppets in the previous battle at the waterfall. So it was just the right time to replenish her own troops. Although everything seemed to be going perfectly, there were still some imperfections. It was only 4 or 5 hours before and after she was with these people. It seemed that these people had been working for 3 days and 3 nights. They all had dark circles under their eyes. What's wrong? Do you want to drink 2 bottles of energy drinks to help? This was the first sentence Oang Chenin said after seeing them. After all, they would definitely not be able to participate in the next series of battles in their current state. But as the commander of this battle, how could Oang Chenin let them rest? There are still many things waiting for them to explore. They must not get into trouble. Otherwise, no one under his command can do those dangerous things. So he can only push forward. How much time will be wasted? Then these guys explained to Oang Chenin concisely why they got into this situation. It turned out that they had never used the stealth skills for so long. They didn't know that the more they used this skill, the greater the consumption of mental power. A few hours is already their limit. To put it bluntly, if they hadn't leveled up so many levels with Oang Chenin, 2 of them had reached level 40 in the previous fortress. They might have been unable to hold on. Mental overdraft. It also happened when I attacked the Centaur's fortress before. It was just that I was lucky at that time. Zhang Yuan had the sun shell in his hand and made 2 golem puppets to resist. Otherwise, I might be the same as them now. Then take a break. Eat something. Drink some water. And sleep for a while to recover. When the battle is about to end, I will need you to go on the field again. After all, Oang Chenin is not a demon. Even if they want to exploit them, they will definitely let them rest well, and do it when they have strength. After all, how can people without strength work hard? As for why Oang Chenin was in the room, isn't this nonsense? There are so many magic archers outside. As a necromancer, I must hide. Otherwise, what if I get beheaded? The first priority of a necromancer is to protect his own life. Because only in this way can the skeletons under his command continue to be produced. Compared to myself, these natives in the other world must know this better. Maybe there are a bunch of centaurs holding knives looking for me outside. After observing the situation outside for a while, the preparations in the house are also ready. Although the room is not big, it is still no problem to put down the 10 wolf skins. Because there are no stones and corpses at hand, gargoyles cannot be made. And Oang Chenin does not plan to make them. After all, 3,000 gargoyles are enough. On the contrary, those golem puppets are not enough. Or it can be said that the ground troops at hand are not enough. Make more, so that the massacre can be faster and more convenient. Thinking that the Black Cat Paradise she had been dreaming about was just around the corner, Oang Chenin wanted to complete the task right now. But she still had to upgrade her level. This city was so big. There were at least hundreds of thousands of centaurs. We were just getting started. It would be better to use the finished or from the warehouse next door to make more golem puppets for the front line. Too few. If she had tens of thousands of skeletons now, she wouldn't have to hide and do these sewer tricks. Thinking of the sea of skeletons everywhere, Oang Chenin's heart couldn't help but warm up. Sure enough. After all, the reason why she didn't choose anything except the skeleton transformation skill was to see the sea of skeletons everywhere with her own eyes one day. That kind of spectacular scene can't be described by a CG, a paragraph of text, or a long shot in a movie. Chapter 123, Mutation. Time is slowly passing, as batches of golem puppets are made by Oang Chenin. The already precarious city of Pirion fell into even more serious chaos. But for Oang Chenin, it was fun. After all, the death of these monsters means the increase of her experience. Although she is now level 48, the experience that the centaurs can bring her is much less than before level 40. But there are so many of them here. And there are also high-level soldiers, like Magic Archer and Connes guards. So upgrading is too easy for her. Even Shwemanchi and those guys only move within a radius of 200 meters, which also allowed them to upgrade by 1 or 2 levels. This is enough to prove that sometimes quantitative changes can really lead to qualitative changes, even if the experience is small. As long as the number is large enough, you can still upgrade yourself. Of course, there is a limit to this. After all, this dungeon is a level 39 dungeon. Otherwise, I can't upgrade so fast. But then again, Oang Chenin felt that this level 39 dungeon was more like an extension of Zhang Yuan's previous level 29 dungeon. If he was still at level 29, the map would not open those fortresses for him to enter and exit freely. But because it was still not a high-level monster, the lack of experience was still quite hurtful to Oang Chenin. Originally, she thought it was like the dungeons in those games. The high-level teleportation array could teleport oneself to a higher-level monster. But now it seems that this is not the mechanism. At least the guy who calculated the entire human race didn't design it this way. I think if my dungeon mission is expanded in the future, it should also be in the Dark Forest. Right? After all, my dungeon is that thing. Thinking of this, Oang Chenin didn't feel it was troublesome. On the contrary, she was a little excited. After all, compared to Zhang Yuan's dungeon, her forest dungeon can use fire to quickly clear monsters. In comparison, isn't it faster? The only thing to say is that I can only enter when I have upgraded to 10 levels. Even if I burn the entire forest clean with a fire, I can't upgrade to 1 level. Sebastian, what is the situation outside now? After moving her sore arms, Oang Chenin asked in her mind. Miss, we have now entered the opponent's royal city, and are searching for the whereabouts of the king. Well, that side is left to you. After hearing Sebastian's report, Oang Chenin felt relieved. Now that they have entered the royal city, it means that there are not many large-scale enemies in the city and outside the royal city. Even if there are only some sporadic resistance. As for other centaurs, according to what Sebastian said before, a large number of people dressed as civilians have withdrawn from Pilion. It can be said that the entire Pilion royal city, except for the inner city, has basically been controlled by Oang Chenin's men. This is also thanks to the Dark Sky skill that can cover the entire city. His skeleton can travel freely in the streets and alleys without being restricted by distance. This allowed Sebastian to wander around with the golem puppets and skeleton warriors. Oang Chenin was building golem puppets in the warehouse area with peace of mind. I said it. Why is there a distance limit for the summons of this necromancer? Now it seems that it is completely because of the level that I have not reached yet. When the level is reached, although this limit still exists, it is at least not so stretched. After completing the production of the last golem puppet, Oang Chenin sighed at the billowing smoke outside the window. Although I don't know how big this Pilion King city is, but it can accommodate tens of millions of centaurs. So it is at least a county-level existence. It shouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it is 50 to 60 kilometers in radius. Thinking of this, Oang Chenin couldn't help but smile. This is really a case of a daughter-in-law becoming a mother-in-law. Finally, the skeletons can go out to run by themselves, instead of being led by themselves. After all, Oang Chenin is originally inconvenient to move. Moreover, as a necromancer, this profession itself is very fragile. For example, the operations of Oang Chenin before were actually no different from the commander holding a knife and going to the battlefield in person. It is not impossible that she would die on the spot accidentally. After all, she did encounter 2 life and death crises. But now it is different. She doesn't even need to go to the front line. She can control the overall situation by just sitting in the rear. This is great for the weak Oang Chenin. For example, now, even for such an important matter as attacking the palace, she doesn't have to show up in person. Just let Sebastian lead the team to kill everyone inside, including that Centaur Khan. Before Sebastian left, Oang Chenin gave an order. If he encounters something that he can't handle with his team, don't worry about the sacrifice of soldiers, and make protecting yourself and evacuating the army the top priority. After all, the only general that Oang Chenin can show off and can be active in the front is Sebastian. If something happens to him, I'm afraid I won't have anywhere to cry. As for Cannon, this guy is more suitable for handling logistics for me in the rear. He is not suitable to be sent to the front battlefield at all. To put it bluntly, in other words, there is a real shortage of manpower now. Otherwise, Sebastian is not actually the most suitable candidate. Although Oang Chenin can distribute the skeletons under her to others for use. But she can't be completely at ease with other people, whether it's Shui Manchi or the 2 brothers Zhang Yamo. So Sebastian must not get into trouble. Mississippi. What's the matter? The palace has been taken down. Oh! That's pretty quick. Just have someone search for the gold, silver, and treasures inside, and then have Cannon take people to load them on the truck. When Oang Chenin heard that the palace was taken down, she immediately thought of the treasure house in the palace. After all, it is the royal city, so it must have some background. Right? There should be a lot of good things in it. Right? You know, when she was in the fortress, Oang Chenin got a lot of rare jewelry, seashells, corals, and other things that can be used for alchemy. The treasure house in the palace must have more precious things than these. When she thought of this, Oang Chenin shed tears of happiness. However, a word from Sebastian made her nervous. Miss, if possible, I think you should come and see the situation here in person. The Khan of the Centaurs seems to have mutated. Chapter 124 The Mutant Centaur Khan. Centaur Khan, the king of centaurs. Oang Chenin didn't know how he was beaten to death by Sebastian. But it didn't matter. After all, there was no need for Oang Chenin to pay too much attention to the dead guy. Since he was dead anyway, why bother wasting his energy to pay attention to this? It's okay if he's dead. However, when Oang Chenin arrived at the palace under the protection of his golem puppets and skeleton warriors, he found that things were indeed beyond his imagination. The body of the Centaur Khan was located in the square of the palace. He was defeated by Sebastian and his guards together with the Khan's guards. So in addition to the Khan's body, there were also the bodies of the guards on the square. Of course, in addition to these, there were also scattered bone sticks, broken golem puppet wreckage, and large and small potholes blown out by magic arrows. Centaurs Khan Huhutu, mutation the king of the centaurs, with powerful melee capabilities. Although he is dead, hidden information, as a Khan, he attempted to use sacrifice to transform himself into a true worshipper. But obviously, he failed. Good guy. The word mutation was directly written into the intelligence. Oang Chenin, who opened the eye of identification, looked at the 8-legged creature lying on the ground with blood all over his body, and cried out that he couldn't stand it. Compared with other centaurs, this guy is more than twice as big. However, unlike the strong bodies of other centaurs, the hugeness of this Khan's body looks more like a product of swelling. The original centaur with 4 hooves and 2 hands has become 8 hooves and 4 hands. It is just compared with the 2 pairs of hooves in front and back. The other 2 hooves growing out of the middle abdomen are like newborns. Not even half the length of the original 4 hooves in front and back. Even the 2 newly grown hands are the same. They are as weak as a child's arms. But what does this worshipper mean? It still needs sacrifice to transform. The key is that this guy still failed. So here comes the question. What did this guy sacrifice? Sebastian, go find some people. First, find out the valuable things and pile them in the square, and wait for Cannon's convoy to come and collect them. During this time, look for any hidden mysterious rooms or something like that. Shui Manchi, you too. Go and help. I guess how this mutated Centaur Khan mutated should be related to Zhang Yuan's mission. Hurry up and finish it so we can leave here. After checking the information of the Centaur Khan, Oang Chenin used Zhang Yuan's mission as a cover without revealing the information that made her confused in the hidden information, and asked everyone to take action. Then he raised his hand and used the corpses of other Khan's guards in the square to transform the lost skeleton warriors to replenish his own troops. And everyone joined in after seeing Sebastian, and others began to faithfully execute Oang Chenin's orders. Question: isn't Oang Chenin afraid that Xuemanqi and others will do something with those precious things? Just kidding. How can I not worry? You have to know that when people face huge interests, all respect and fear can be abandoned. It is precisely because of knowing this that Oang Chenin chose to let them act together with the skeleton warriors under Sebastian. And he was guarded by golem puppets and gargoyles. There were guards who were almost immune to physical attacks and could fly. Even if those people went crazy and wanted to kill him and take all the treasures after seeing so many rare treasures, it would be useless. After all, in terms of their abilities, it is still a little difficult to break through this double protection. Yes, compared to the fact that these guys might hide some of the treasures. Keeping them by his side is the most terrible thing. After all, as a necromancer, he is still very fragile now. If he died, Sebastian and other skeletons would have to disband on the spot. As for what would happen to the golem puppets and gargoyles at that time, it was no longer something that the dead Oang Chenin could imagine. So, under the double protection of the golem puppets and gargoyles, Oang Chenin returned to the pumpkin carriage and quietly watched the assets looted from the palace gradually piled up in the square outside the window. Red coral, white gems, purple black pearls, blue resin. All of them are alchemical materials that Oang Chenin can use when making alchemy. Of course, it doesn't mean that these materials can only be used in alchemy. In fact, many materials can be used in other fields, such as enchantment, machinery, etc. But for Oang Chenin, she only cares about alchemy. Not long after, Cannon came with his fleet. These are all empty cars. When Oang Chenin came, he asked Cannon, who was making steel in the industrial zone at that time. After all, the Khans in the palace had been killed, so the rest was naturally to clean up the battlefield and harvest the spoils. Miss, are we going to start loading the car now? The arriving cannon easily passed through the guards protecting Oang Chenin and came to the window in front of the pumpkin car to salute Oang Chenin. Well, load the car now, and classify it according to your understanding. Oang Chenin nodded. She was reading a book and didn't say much. After receiving Oang Chenin's order, Cannon didn't say anything extra and went to arrange it. Miss. Just when Oang Chenin was about to finish reading the book about war in her hand, which was not much left, Zhang Yuan's voice came from a distance outside. Oang Chenin, who was disturbed, frowned slightly and turned her head to look. But she found that Zhang Yuan was stopped by the outer golem puppet with a big sword, and could only wave at her side. Let him come over. Oang Chenin retracted her gaze. And then she said this softly. And then she saw Zhang Yuan, who was blocked in the distance, being released. Mississippi. After Zhang Yuan ran to the window of the pumpkin car, she couldn't wait to call Oang Chenin. What's the matter? Didn't you go to collect the spoils? Oang Chenin put down the book in her hand and turned to look at Zhang Yuan strangely. Although the two were not equal in status, as the eldest daughter of the Oang family, she would not lose basic courtesy in front of others. After all, this is the existence of the Oang family motto, second only to face everything with a smile. Optimistic, positive, polite, modest, reserved, elegant. And she didn't want to give people a feeling of uneducated. That would only make her parents lose face. Well, I found something amazing. It should be something that the eldest daughter can use. So I brought it over. As he said, Zhang Yuan opened his clothes and took out a book hidden in his arms. Oang Chenin took a look. Based on the principle of being on guard against others, she immediately used a discerning eye. Lahad's Annihilation Document. Chapter 125, Lahad's Annihilation Document. Let's go back a little bit. When Oang Chenin asked Xuemanqi and others and Sebas to search the palace, these people couldn't wait to search inside the palace. Just as Oang Chenin thought, these people were also very interested in the treasure house in the palace. As a result, after searching for a while, they were led to the location of the treasure house by a guy who could turn invisible. Wow! There are really a lot of good things. Look at this scimitar. It should be used by cavalry. The whole knife is made of mithril. Is it going to be used as a magic wand? Come on. Here is one. The fire attribute magic can double the attack power. What? I just chose the fire system. Give it to me. You talk as if I am not a fire system. Why should I give it to you? After everyone entered the treasure house and saw these treasures, they were all excited to collect things they could use in it. Some people even almost fought over a good piece of equipment. However, all this was in vain. Don't forget the agreement with the eldest lady. All the spoils belong to her. Zhang Yimou said slowly, while picking up a horsehead dagger with a lot of emeralds inlaid on the scabbard, and using the eye of identification. His voice was not loud. It was just the decibel of an average conversation. But it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Yes. Didn't they promise Miss Oang this when they came out? Otherwise, how could they let them come to get experience? But isn't it a bit of a pity to give it away like this? Why not take advantage of the fact that there is no one with Oang Chenin now, and hide one on yourself? The other party should not be able to find it this way. Right? At this time. In the face of interests. Most people think so. Even if they know that these things do not belong to them. But some people will still find a reasonable psychological excuse for themselves by saying no credit, but hard work. Zhang Yimou is right. Everyone should be honest. Otherwise it will be a pity if you don't get anything else and you are gone. Shui Manqi agreed with Zhang Yimou very much. There are really a lot of good things in it. There is no object of the level of inferior, rough or ordinary. The worst are excellent. And then excellent. There are even one-handed gloves with the prefix epic in his hand. But this is not something they can grasp. After all, no matter from any angle, these are now the spoils of Oang Chenin. No matter how tempted, they can't act. Otherwise, I won't know how I died. Heh! Could it be that Miss Oang could kill me? Indeed. She is a gentle girl. Although she is quite resourceful. She shouldn't kill anyone. Right? Haha. Impossible. It's impossible. It's not something a little girl like her can bear. Yes. 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 Take it. We have run so far with you. It should be reasonable for each of us to take a certain amount of compensation. That's right. Why should Miss Oang take all of it? We only need to take the weapons that suit our profession. It's not too much. Hearing what Shui Manqi said, several people said with disdain. Some people even began to encourage some hesitant people. They thought that the law does not punish the masses. After all, killing is not something that can be done with just a mouth. Even in the previous battle for survival resources, it took them a long time to overcome the fear in their hearts. This is not something that a little girl who just turned 18 can do. So, the guys who thought they should be able to control Oang Chenin in this regard began to happily select weapons or equipment that would help them. Forget it. Just be happy. Shui Manqi shrugged. Good words can't persuade the damned ghost. He didn't need to take the lead in such things. He didn't know how Oang Chenin would react after knowing what these guys did. But he knew that Oang Chenin was definitely the kind of person who could do it. They have lived in this doomsday for several months. If someone didn't have some tricks, he would have died long ago. I heard from Dr. Tang before that when they left. There were some people in the hospital besides Oang Chenin. But when Oang Chenin arrived at the base, she didn't see anyone except Zhang Yimou and his brother. So these people were either killed by monsters, or they were killed by Oang Chenin. There is no third possibility. But if it was a monster, it couldn't have died so cleanly. There must be one or two who survived. Right? But the problem is that when Zhang Yimou and the others met Oang Chenin, she was the only one. Then the answer is obvious. Either Oang Chenin abandoned those people, or she killed them all before leaving. Either way, it is enough to show that Oang Chenin, who always has a smile on his face, is a ruthless person. It's good enough to get some experience. But you actually want a bicycle? Isn't this a way to die? Zhang Yuan, who had been silent, took advantage of the appearance of these people, and put a magic book in his arms while no one was paying attention, and covered it with clothes, to avoid being seen by people with the eyes of identification. Then, while everyone was excitedly doing their own things, he quietly slipped out of the door of the treasure house, ran to the square outside the palace. Just as Zhang Yuan left, Sebastian, who was hiding in the dark corridor, came out, after looking at Zhang Yuan's departing back, and then looking at the guys in the treasure house. He nodded slightly, and then hid his figure again, and continued to observe the actions of everyone in the treasure house. As a butler, how could he leave these guys? The reason why she didn't go with them was because of Oang Chenin's order. She wanted to see what these guys could do. Otherwise, Sebastian would never let them act alone. On the other side, when Zhang Yuan ran out of the palace and came to the square, the previous scene happened. This is a book that looks old, but not worn out at all. The cover is made of hard gray metal that looks like copper. There is a skull, and a few chains made of ancient iron chains on it. There are 3 small triangles around the skull. It looks like a seal. Locking it tightly. Lahad Annihilation Document, a high-quality undead magic book made of the bark of the world tree, which can greatly increase the holder's mental power limit. Intermediate necromancers can increase the number of summons they hold, double the number of undead summons they hold, and summons gain +1 skill. Hidden information. This is a magic book. A magic book with a full 100 pages. Each page is made of the souls of 10,000 Lahad people, and has powerful soul magic. Don't try to remove the seal above to see the contents inside, unless you don't want to be a human anymore. Chapter 126 1 Million Souls. Hiss. When Oang Chenin saw the information of the Lahad Annihilation text, she was already very surprised. After all, the magic book exclusive to the Necromancer is very rare. She even doesn't have a magic wand until now. It can be seen how difficult it is to obtain magic items. As a result, the hidden information gave her a big wave. 10,000 souls to make 1 page. Then a book of 100 pages is 1,000,000 souls? A book? 1,000,000 souls? Who is so generous? Wait. Annihilation. From the name, it seems that the person who made this magic book made it after annihilating the Lahad people. But why use the souls of 1,000,000 people to make a book? Oang Chenin doesn't think that the other party is just doing this out of curiosity or boredom. After all, the guy who can make such a magic book will not do it for this reason. You know, the bark of the world tree is considered a top-level production material even in the alchemy knowledge that I have obtained. Of course, if the other party is a lunatic, that's another matter. Where did you find this thing? Oang Chenin frowned and looked at Zhang Yuan outside the window. It's in the treasure house of the palace. Everyone is looking for good things. Zhang Yuan didn't hide anything. He simply told what happened in the treasure house just now. Heh! Oang Chenin couldn't help but snorted coldly. See what I said? I knew these guys wouldn't be as obedient as they appear on the surface. But they actually thought they wouldn't kill anyone. What makes them so confident? It seems that the old saying gold and silver fascinate the eyes. Money moves the heart really sums it up very well. Even if they know they can't defeat me, some people will still take risks. Let them see for themselves. See if I can kill people, and how I can kill people. You don't want to make a good deal, and want to take advantage of me. Then you can only regret having evil thoughts. Sebastian, put down everything you are doing, and come to the pumpkin carriage in this square. Immediately. After taking the annihilation document handed over by Zhang Yuan, Oang Chenin gave Sebastian the top priority in her mind. Let's put those fool's things aside for now. After all, they are only interested in those dead things now. And they don't want to do anything to me yet. But the matter of this annihilation document must be resolved first. At least let me know what those unfamiliar terms I just saw are. Otherwise, even if he likes the 8 items of Xiaoji, he will be like a headless fly and can't think of any results. And Sebastian came out with a sword as soon as he got the order from Oang Chenin. His speed was so fast that it was amazing. After all, he saw Zhang Yuan coming out just now. Under Oang Chenin's urgent call, he thought that Zhang Yuan had bad intentions towards Oang Chenin. But after coming out, he found that it was not what he thought at all. Mississippi. After walking in front of the pumpkin carriage, Sebastian stood aside and said nothing. Well, Zhang Yuan, go to the treasure house first, and see if there is anything you like. As the person who was able to bring the document of annihilation to herself in the first place. Oang Chenin was very generous. This sentence meant that Zhang Yuan should choose something he liked or something he could use, just as compensation. Although this was originally her trophy, it didn't matter how she shook it. But Oang Chenin didn't care. Well, it didn't matter. Since she had money, she could be willful. Things that deserve praise should naturally be rewarded. After all, Oang Chenin didn't like to owe others anything. She didn't want to owe such a trivial favor. Hey! Is that okay? Of course. This lady keeps her word. Take whatever you like. Don't be polite to me. Oang Chenin laughed and waved her hand. She looked indifferent. Hee hee. That's great. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and touched his hair with a smile. Then quickly left here. TSK. Great wisdom appears foolish. Looking at Zhang Yuan's back as he ran away, Oang Chenin sighed. Then he turned to Sebastian. Sebastian, do you know the Lahad people? Touching the magic seal stone on the table, Oang Chenin asked the tuxedo butler standing outside the window. I know. When asked by Oang Chenin, Sebastian paused for a moment. But then he nodded and said he knew the name. Then tell me what the Lahad people are. I want to hear their story. Oang Chenin nodded. Then slowly closed her squinted eyes and waited for Seabass to speak. Seabass's pause just now made Oang Chenin realize that this name should not be simple. At least there is a story. So she waited for Seabass to speak. Miss, you know that I used to work under the Earl of Windmill Territory. Well, you said this. The empire where Windmill Territory is located is called the Lahad Empire. Got it. Seabass only said one sentence. And Oang Chenin understood the meaning of his pause just now. To put it bluntly, Seabass himself is a Lahad. That's why he seemed a little embarrassed when Oang Chenin asked about Lahad. Miss, how did you know this name? Seabass was also a little strange about this. After all, this is not the name of Oang Chenin's world at all. Even the Lahad mentioned by Oang Chenin is just a transliteration. It's nothing big. It's just that a fool made a magic book of the dead with the bark of the world tree and the souls of 1 million Lahad people. Oang Chenin picked up the magic book on the table and waved it at the window. Although Sebastian was a Lahad, that was before he died. It has nothing to do with Sebastian now. The dead magic book made with the bark of the world tree and the souls of 1 million Lahad people. Sebastian opened his jaw and looked at the book in Oang Chenin's hand in surprise. To be honest, the fact that 1 million souls were used to make props did surprise him. After all, they were all his hometown people. But that was only a matter of quantity. As an undead skeleton, he didn't think there was anything wrong with using souls to make magic books. On the contrary, because it was a magic book of the dead, he thought it was natural. After all, the things used by the evil necromancer should naturally be some exotic materials. Of course, he was also surprised by the material of the bark of the world tree that seemed to have only been heard of in legends. After all, he had only heard of this thing from some bards in his decades of life. But what really surprised him was the magic book. That's right. The magic book itself. I didn't expect it to be a magic book. It's really rare. Sebastian exclaimed. Chapter 127. You can't control this magic book. Is this something surprising? Oang Chenin looked at the book in her hand that carried 1 million souls with some curiosity. To be honest, although I know that this book is made of the souls of 1 million people, but when Oang Chenin really held it in his hand, he didn't feel anything. He even felt that there seemed to be nothing special except that it was a little heavy. Miss, the magic book is a very precious thing. Just one book is enough to make a magic apprentice a master. As you said just now, the materials used to make a magic book are particular. Not everything can be made into a magic book. And this kind of production may not be successful. That is to say, in order to make this book in your hand, it is very likely that more than 1 million Lahad people died. 2 million, 3 million, or even tens of millions. Seeing Oang Chenin's look, Sebastian knew that this was the difference between the two worlds, which led to the cognitive deviation of his own young lady. Think about it. In the common sense of this world that Oang Chenin had instilled in him, magic books can be divided into many grades according to their quality. Just like clothes of different materials. Even in some movies, novels, comics, games, and TV series, magic books and magic staffs have become standard equipment for magic books. But in their world, although magic staffs are considered standard equipment, magic books are definitely not. TSK. So in order to make this book, didn't a lot of Lahad people die? Is the total population of the Lahad Empire that large? Oang Chenin was a little curious. After all, it exists as an empire, so the population should be large. But the problem is that a large population means a large number of troops. And the quality should also be guaranteed. If it is really as Sebastian said, 10,000 people disappear at any time, then it will definitely alert the upper echelons of the empire to investigate and deal with it. After all, each page of the book requires a minimum of 10,000 souls to produce. So in Oang Chenin's opinion, it doesn't make sense logically. unless that person is strong enough to fight against the entire Empire's army. In his own cognition, that would be a strength that humans could never reach. Well, if it is a necromancer, he can find a way to do it. Oang Chenin thought inexplicably. Miss, in addition to the Lahad people, there are also many other groups on the continent, such as the Templars, the Spurts, the Mimijesh, the East and West for men, the Plateau people, the Able people, etc. Of course, there are also absolutely lowly people among them. The Q people who are always slaves. Maybe this magic book was made when the Lahad people were used? Sebastian laughed. After all, there are so many people. This situation is absolutely possible. I see. That's right. There is no rule that only the unlucky Lahad people can be used as materials. Oang Chenin thought Sebastian's analysis was very likely. I was too surprised just now, and thought about it differently. I got stuck in a dead end. By the way, Miss, what is the name of this magic book? Sebastian asked. The name of each magic book has an absolute special meaning to it. If you know the name of this book, you may be able to infer some possibilities that you should be interested in. Name? I know it. It's called Lahad's Annihilation Text. What's wrong? Seeing Sebastian asking about this, Oang Chenin didn't think much. She said the name of the magic book right away, without even a pause. Well, okay. It seems that I guessed wrong. This shouldn't be a magic book that just happened to be used by Lahad. Although Oang Chenin didn't pause, Sebastian did. Oh, what do you mean? Just as Sebastian said just now, Oang Chenin became interested, because the capital of the Lahad Empire is called Lahad, and the title of the book is Lahad Annihilation Text. I think it should be produced after fighting against the capital and successfully annihilating the defenders and the people in the city. Speaking of which, the capital Lahad and several satellite cities around it do have a total population of more than 1 million. If someone attacks and the outer cities are breached, those people should move to the capital. Of course, the Lahad in the title may also refer to the empire itself, and it may be a war of annihilation to destroy the country. Seabass said this uncertainly. Hee. After hearing Seabass's analysis that seemed to be talking to himself, Oang Chenin couldn't help laughing. The capital defense war? Or the war to destroy the country? It's really interesting to hear this. But I don't know why. Why did I laugh? And there are signs that I can't control it. There's no reason. Although Sebastian's analysis was quite interesting, this kind of thing was definitely not a reason to make me laugh. It is impossible for me to laugh out loud because of such a thing. Oang Chenin had an indescribable feeling in her heart. But it was like smoke or fog, which could be felt but could not be caught. Even she could not stop laughing at the moment. Miss, can you show the magic book to the old servant? When Oang Chenin wanted to stop herself from laughing but could not, Sebastian stretched out his hand under the car. Oh, of course. Although she did not know what the other party wanted to do, Oang Chenin did not refuse. However, when Oang Chenin handed the Lahad Annihilation Text to Sebastian, her laughter stopped. Sure enough, with the current mental power of the young lady, she cannot effectively control this magic book. After seeing Oang Chenin stop laughing, Sebastian said laughing. Huh? Oang Chenin's pupils shrank slightly. So, the reason why she could not control herself just now was entirely because of this book? So the hidden information seemed to say not to try to read this book, unless you don't want to be a human being. Is it because this book can control or backfire on the user? Oang Chenin realized the seriousness of the problem. Although I have never seen a magic book, I have heard from the magician who came to visit that some magic books will have some strange effects on people from the moment they are made. This annihilation text is made with souls. In addition to your performance just now, it should be true. Sebastian nodded, although his words were vague and general. But Oang Chenin still heard the risks involved. As Sebastian said, after all, it is something built by the souls of 1 million people. And it is indeed impossible to control it without some strength. I think as long as I level up a few more times, there should be no problem. Right? Chapter 128 Admirer. After all, according to past experience, this is likely to be related to the strength of one's own soul or mental strength. In this case, I won't be in a hurry. Anyway, the things won't run away by themselves if they are placed there. But miss, don't worry about the use of it. I heard that the magic book only needs to be carried on the body. As long as it is not in direct contact with the skin, there should be no problem. Seeing that Oang Chenin was a little embarrassed, Sebastian hurriedly explained, and the old servant is not affected by it in his hand now. Which means that the skin's argument should be correct. I will make a bag for you, and put it on the wheelchair later. It should be fine. Oh, it can be like this? Oang Chenin was a little surprised. Yes. In fact, unlike the weapons that must be held in the hands of the warriors to use, most of the magic equipment of the magician only needs to be worn on the body. In the case of Miss, it is the same to put it on the wheelchair. Seeing that Oang Chenin's spirit has returned, Sebastian said smiled. Then why do I see that all the wizards like to wave their staffs and then cast a spell? This, maybe, because it looks cool? Sebastian said uncertainly. After all, he is not a wizard. How can he know what a wizard thinks? Cool. This is quite good. But it's a pity that I don't have a staff. Otherwise, I would have to pretend to be cool. Oang Chenin could understand Sebastian's explanation very well. After all, I am the one who likes to show off. Naturally, I can understand what those guys are thinking. Haha. Miss, you are joking. With this magic book, isn't it better than those long ugly magic wands? Yeah. Sebastian, you are right. This magic book is indeed what I need urgently now. Just kidding. The exclusive equipment of the Necromancer. Nothing is more suitable for me now than this. When Oang Chenin mentioned this, he couldn't help but nod his head. In front of the handsome show-off, improving one's own strength is definitely more important. And compared with those guys, no matter how I think about it, the action of waving the magic wand while sitting in a wheelchair should not be related to the word handsome. On the contrary, the magic book can not only enhance my strength, and flipping through the book while sitting in a wheelchair, and then waving it casually, it is indeed a little more impressive. Oh, by the way, this book cannot be read for the time being. At least not before his mental power and soul become stronger. Otherwise he might not be a human being. By the way, Sebastian, do you know what a worshipper is? Oang Chenin suddenly thought of a second term that she didn't know. Worshipper? I've never heard of it. But judging from the name, it should be a yearning for someone. A god. Or something. Sebastian shook his head slightly and analyzed uncertainly. What about sacrifice? Have you ever used something for sacrifice before? Oang Chenin tried to get some information from other sources. That's true. But it's mainly prayers to their respective gods. Just like the dagger that the young lady is wearing on her waist now. Which is a kind of sacrifice. Okay. Oang Chenin was a little speechless. Maybe she was overthinking it. After all, Sebastian had been dead for hundreds of years. As a Daxia person, Oang Chenin knew very well how much a few hundred years could change. Canon, come here. Fortunately, I have a guy who will be hundreds of years later. Although Sebastian may not know. But Canon should have heard something. After all, from the time this guy was born to the time he died, his tribe was said to have migrated several times. 2 of which were even large-scale migrations. Young lady, I'm here. Canon immediately put down the form in his hand after receiving the call from Oang Chenin, and quickly came to Oang Chenin. Still sliding. Still kneeling. Still so humble. You have to know that during this period of time, it was not only Sebastian who was learning new things in this world. Canon is even better than Canon in this aspect of learning. After all, the development of mechanical civilization in this world is much higher than that in their world. Especially recently, after he became fascinated by steam machinery. He couldn't stop. Get up. Do you know about worshippers? And sacrifices? Oang Chenin didn't think of correcting Canon's attitude. Everyone has their own way of life or expression. It's just a difference in form. In fact, in Oang Chenin's opinion, this kind of kneeling is no different from Sebastian's bow. Worshipper. Canon was shocked when he heard this title. He almost jumped up from the spot. Now that you mention it, this Centaur Khan does have signs of mutation. Looking at the body of the Centaur Khan next to him, Canon suddenly realized. Wow! So you know what this title means very well. Seeing that there was a chance, Oang Chenin moved her buttocks, which were sitting cross-legged on the sofa cushion, and moved closer to the window. Well, I can't say I know much. I just know that these guys who become worshippers through various sacrifices will suddenly change their personalities. For example, gentle people become irritable. and kind people suddenly become murderers. Chenin scratched his head, and briefly introduced the things he knew in words that Oang Chenin could definitely understand. What are they worshipping? There must be an object. Oang Chenin was a little curious. Since it is worship, there must be a target. Once I figure this out, I think I should be able to answer many puzzles in my mind. Well, this? Probably. Possibly. Speak human language. The ones we worship may be the ones who drove us out of the far north. Chenin hesitated for a long time. After being rebuked by Oang Chenin with disdain, he slowly expressed his guess. Well, are you talking about the uninvited guest who drove your ancestors out of the far north? Oang Chenin understood it roughly after hearing it. After all, Chenin had heard about these powerful guys before. If it was them, it would not be impossible. Maybe? I don't know much about this. I only know that the north is the territory of those guys. And the countries in the east, west, and south are all resisting their invasion. And these worshippers are the traitors developed by those guys in the countries. As for other things, I'm sorry, miss, I really don't know. After all, I was just a goblin in my life. With Chenin's explanation, Miss Oang had a clearer understanding of these so-called worshippers. Chapter 129, The Astonishing Altar. To put it simply, it's admiration for the strong, question the strong, understand the strong, and finally hope to become strong. This is nothing new, let alone the other world that he has never seen. Even in this world, there are also many such people. Depend on the strong, flatter the rich, and even there are entire races like this. So Oang Chenin was not surprised by this. Okay, go do your thing. And tell me if you remember anything. Sebastian, you too. Help me make the things first when you have nothing to do now. It's safer to wear the magic book on yourself. Chenin has already told everything he knows. And Oang Chenin didn't ask too many useless questions. Waved his hand, and let the two of them go to do their own things. As for the palace, anyway, there are his own skeletons carrying things. And Oang Chenin also knows what those guys did. The rest is waiting. Wait for a suitable time, and give these guys a little shot from an 18-year-old girl. Anyway, they don't have any space or skills to hide things. At that time, just search and kill two typical ones. While waiting, Oang Chenin didn't read the war book in his hand that was almost finished. He looked at the magic book next to Sebastian, who was making a small bag not far away. After all, it is something that can double the summons. You can directly transform 2,000 skeletons by using it yourself. Is there anything better than this? Plus the full 10 times after I upgrade to level 50. That's at least 4,000 skeletons. Let alone anything else. Just to pull the cart is great. Anyway, I now have thousands of golem puppets and gargoyles to protect me. In addition to Chenin and Sebastian, there are at most 2 fire skeleton horses and a servant skeleton that I drive. The rest are transformed into centaur skeletons to pull the cart. Yeah, I still have to keep 100 goblin skeletons. After all, I'm a craftsman. I still need this. The weapons and armor that my skeleton warriors will use in the future will need them to make. And with Chenin here, I don't need to worry about quality issues. But, speaking of upgrading, I seem to be stuck at level 48 now? Oang Chenin was stunned when she suddenly remembered this. You know, she had upgraded to level 48 before. And now even after Sebastian killed the Khan, she hasn't upgraded to level 49. Does it take a lot of experience to upgrade from level 48 to level 49? Or is it because I was not at the scene, so I didn't get the experience of Khan's death? This should be impossible. After all, as long as the monster's killed by my men, I will definitely get experience. Then the remaining experience should be very huge. As long as there is no level stuck situation like when I was at level 19 before. She can be more relieved. Alas, no. Just when Oang Chenin was relieved, she suddenly realized a more serious problem. Didn't I come in expecting to reach level 50? Now he has not reached level 49 and accepted the task. Doesn't that mean that he can't reach level 50 in this dungeon? Damn it! You are a centaur Khan. And you are so incompetent. Huh? Tay! Lose say. Thinking that he originally planned to reach level 50 but failed. Oang Chenin couldn't help but complain about the dead Khan. But it was useless. After all, the person was dead. You can't revive it and kill it again. The key is that he doesn't have the means. Miss, I found the altar you mentioned before under the palace. I don't know how long it took. just as Oang Chenin watched Sebastian start to rivet Xiaobao's belt. Zhang Yimou rushed out quickly. It's found. Let Zhang Yuan do the task quickly. No one has eaten after fighting all day. Let's end it early and rest early. Oang Chenin yawned and didn't care about the altar Zhang Yimou mentioned. After all, we have already understood what we should understand. Let the altar be what it is. It is nothing more than some sacrifices. Oang Chenin is too lazy to care. Wouldn't it be nice to read more of his magic book? No. Zhang Yuan's mission has been completed. But the altar is too weird. The base commander wants you to take a look. Seeing that Oang Chenin didn't care too much, Zhang Yimou explained the situation of the altar. Weird? Oang Chenin frowned slightly. Yes. Weird. Then go and take a look. With that, Oang Chenin, who had nothing to do, let the skeleton carry her down from the pumpkin carriage with the mentality of killing time. Mississippi. At this time, Sebastian's small bag was also ready. Watching Sebastian take the blue bag made of blue wolf skin and containing the magic book, Oang Chenin reached out and hung it on the side of her wheelchair. Then she took Sebastian and followed Zhang Yimou into the palace. Cannon. Miss. After I go in, let the golem puppet block the palace gate. And don't let anyone leave before I come out. Okay. Miss. But if someone breaks in, just let the golem puppet or gargoyle kill them. Please rest assured to leave it to your most loyal servant. When entering the palace, Oang Chenin greeted Cannon, who was counting and sorting the property in the square. Whether there is an altar in the palace, whether the altar is weird or not, these are all later stories. What Oang Chenin needs to prevent is to prevent anyone from running away. After all, if this is a trap set by the other party, then maybe it is to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and then run away by himself. Or maybe they tricked me into going in, and then surrounded me. Although it might not be what Oang Chenin thought. We should be on guard against others. There are many cases of killing people for treasures in a game. There are even people who quit the team and kill people when good equipment is dropped. Not to mention the reality that death is possible at any time. The cautious Oang Chenin not only blocked the exit, but also brought 500 golem puppets with him. With these golem puppets and the skeletons inside, it is basically impossible for those guys to attack me. When Oang Chenin followed Zhang Yimou to a garden on the east side of the palace, she saw a group of people gathered at the entrance of the garden. Mississippi. Miss Oang. After seeing Oang Chenin coming, everyone made way. And the strange Oang Chenin naturally let the golem puppets directly surround her in the middle and open the way to the garden. Magic circle. After arriving at the garden, the first thing Oang Chenin saw was a magic circle. But this magic circle seemed strange to Oang Chenin, no matter how she looked at it. Chapter 130. Something more frightening than death. The reason why Oang Chenin felt strange, that was because her alchemy contained basic knowledge about magic circles. Generally speaking, magic circles are composed of shapes that represent various things. For example, a circle representing the sky, a square representing the earth, a triangle representing the soul, and things like crescents, stars, and the sun. In addition, there are some strange words that look like tadpoles. This magic circle also has these elements in it. But the strange thing is that in addition to these elements, there are some other things that look like hands, feet, tentacles, eyes, and the like. If you look at it from a different angle, you will find that in this huge garden altar, the pair of broken hands is dragging the entire magic circle. On the left and right of the magic circle are 2 feet stepping on the edge, and the eyes are at the top. And on the edge of the circular magic circle are dense tentacles and dead branches entangled. TSK. I don't know which master drew it. With Oang Chenin's limited knowledge, she felt that even if a teacher who graduated from an art school came, it would take a month to complete this magic circle. In addition, there were some incomprehensible dot-to-dot simple lines around the magic circle, which seemed to represent constellations. The most important thing was that these things were drawn outside the magic circle. This did not conform to the basic structure of the magic circle at all. Oang Chenin could not even imagine what effect this magic circle would have after it was activated. In the center of this magic circle, there was a pile of highly decomposed corpses. These corpses look like goblins, but they are not. Dark-skinned dwarves, the best craftsman race. They have always been in a state of confrontation with the gray-skinned goblins in the north in terms of craftsmanship. There is a saying on the continent that the north is gray and the south is black. When Oang Chenin saw what the pile of corpses was, he was silent. Okay. Perhaps this can explain why the centaurs have so many weapons and armor made by dwarf craftsmen. But isn't it a bit too extravagant to use craftsmen of the level of black-skinned dwarves as sacrifices? Oang Chenin was amazed, and raised his hand to transform all the corpses of the black-skinned dwarves into dwarf skeleton warriors. Although he already had gray-skinned goblins under his command. But he didn't dislike these black-skinned dwarves at all. Anyway, there was cannon. However, what surprised Oang Chenin was that these corpses could not be transformed. Huh? Oang Chenin frowned slightly. Logically speaking, even if the life and soul were sacrificed, as long as there were corpses, he should be able to transform them. It's very strange. Something is fishy. Oang Chenin turned around and prepared to leave. Anyway, she had seen everything she should have seen. It was indeed strange. But it was different from what others thought. Oang Chenin felt that the magic circle was more strange. This is probably because laymen see the excitement, while experts see the doorway. Miss Oang, I'm sorry to ask you to go. We don't have any knowledge of magic circles. So we want you to take a look. After seeing Oang Chenin turn around and prepare to leave after taking a look, Shuemanchi stepped forward and stopped her. After all, there were so many dwarf corpses that she had never seen before. And there was a magic circle on the ground. The other party should have figured out something. But the other party didn't say anything now. Then I called you here for nothing? Huh? Ah. I didn't figure it out. It's a mess. After looking at Shuemanchi, Oang Chenin shook her head slightly, and then left with her people. After seeing Oang Chenin's back slowly leaving, Shuemanchi could only sigh. There's nothing he can do. No matter if the other party figured it out or not. As long as the other party doesn't want to say it. We can't figure it out after watching for a long time. In addition, Oang Chenin is willful, and is still the top brother on the list. You can't beat her. And she won't listen to you. You really can't do anything with her. Although Oang Chenin can indeed explain some basic principles of the magic circle to them. But what responsibility and obligation does she have to explain to Shuemanchi and others? Are you kidding? You want me, a top brother on the list, to explain to others? Isn't this cheap? Oang Chenin will not do such things that make her look lower. When everyone slowly followed the skeletons carrying the treasures out, they found that the things in the square had been almost cleaned up. There was even a long table in the square. There was a lot of food on the table. Of course, these foods were mainly meat. And there were very few vegetables. But there were some fruits that I had never seen before but could eat. We have been busy all day. Let's eat first. Seeing everyone come out, Oang Chenin sat at the table and smiled at everyone. This mission was completed. Although I didn't reach level 50. But I still gained a lot. Especially the gold and silver utensils, weapons and armor in the palace treasury. Of course, the whole royal city is more than that. There are also minerals, herbs, cattle and sheep and other things. Although they are all old tricks. They are really delicious because of the large number. By the way, the things in the treasury are all here. Under the invitation of Oang Chenin. Everyone didn't think much. And directly picked up chopsticks or drew out their daggers and started to eat the barbecued and boiled meat on the table. However, just as the dish was divided into their bowls, before they started eating, Oang Chenin said with a smile, "This is good?" The people who had opened their mouths to put the meat stuck on the dagger into their mouths paused. "Uh-huh. They are all here. They are all here. Except for the two brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan, Shuemanchi and the female magician brought by his men." The faces of the others were slightly embarrassed. Really? Why do I feel like it's a little too little? Squinting and smiling, Oang Chenin looked at the pile of things that were being sorted and loaded by cannon. Such a large palace. A centaur court with a long history. There should be more than this. Right? As she spoke, Oang Chenin smiled and swept her squinting eyes over everyone present. This made everyone sit up straight. Even the guy who was eager to put food in his mouth just now put down the dagger in his hand. I remember everyone promised me before we came out that, except for experience, all the spoils belong to me. Don't say you've forgotten this. That would only make me doubt whether you are still worthy of living in this world. Oang Chenin's venomous tongue is not the first or second time. Everyone has basically experienced it. So they are somewhat immune to it. But this naked threat still makes some people sit still. Among these people is the guy who instigated others when hiding the treasure house before. Miss, do you know? Just when someone stood up and wanted to say something to Oang Chenin to make up for their behavior. Oang Chenin raised the corner of her mouth and said in a tone that was almost emotionless, "There is something more terrifying than death in this world." Chapter 131, Enjoying the Life of Others. Is there anything more terrifying than death in this world? Although the sturdy man who was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth did not understand what Oang Chenin meant by this. But at the moment he heard this sentence, he suddenly felt an indescribable chill all over his body. Puff! Before the sturdy man could figure out what this chill all over his body was, a long sword pierced his body straight from the back. Puff puff. Then several more long swords pierced into his body, leaving the sturdy man completely dead. At the last moment of his life, he turned his head and looked. What he saw were short goblin skeletons holding long swords. When the goblin skeleton drew out the long sword and the sturdy man fell to the ground, everyone realized who had started the fight. Oang Chenin. What do you mean? The people from the same team as the sturdy man slammed the table and pointed at Oang Chenin with a look of accusation. However, what responded to him was the same sharp and cold weapon. Plop! The two people who fell in succession made the guys, who had not had time to rest and replenish after a series of battles, silent. You know, there are things in this world that are more terrifying than death. She still kept her usual smile. Oang Chenin repeated her words. Then people saw that the bodies of the two guys, who had been confirmed dead, began to tremble. Gradually, two skeletons with blue soul fire beating in their eye sockets crawled out of the corpses. Panic began to arise in everyone's mind. The specific reaction was their trembling bodies at the moment. And when they saw the two skeletons silently walk to Oang Chenin and stand behind him, even holding the weapons in front of them, the frequency of this trembling became more and more frequent. Is there anything more terrifying than this? The answer is no. After all, no one wants to be enslaved by others after death, or enslaved by the person who killed them. No matter how you think about it, you feel sick, don't you? Although there may be no consciousness, and they don't know that they are enslaved. But just thinking that this may happen in the future, they are horrified. But who can guarantee this? You know, Oang Chenin has two intelligent skeletons under his command. Probability. Yes. It must be that Oang Chenin's skills have a probability problem. Although I don't know how much it is. But there is no doubt that none of them want to gamble. Bet on whether this probability will appear on them. Death may mean the end for you. But for the Necromancer it is just the beginning. The beginning of everything. Oang Chenin did not look at the expressions of these guys now. Instead, she lowered her head and picked up the corn that only existed in her bowl with chopsticks and ate it with relish. The corn kernels full of starch, juice, and sugar bloomed in her mouth. This made Oang Chenin, who lived in the north but liked to eat sweets, feel a brief pleasure. However, although Miss Oang looked like she was tasting delicious food, but in the eyes of the people around her, this was nothing more than a picture of a devil enjoying human life. It was frightening. Ha, Miss Oang. If anyone dares to embezzle your things, I will be the first to disagree. With an awkward laugh, the person who spoke took out a ring and a necklace that he had hidden in his arms and put them on the table. I found this in the treasure house. It looks interesting. I originally said that it would be a surprise for Miss Oang, but I didn't expect you to see through it. It is said that people who are shameless are invincible. Some people's adaptability is so fierce, they can turn black into white for you. He obviously couldn't suppress his greed and reached out randomly. But he insisted on saying that he was giving Oang Chenin a surprise? What surprise? An excellent level ring that increases strength and an excellent necklace that increases spirit can surprise me. Are you afraid that you have taken the wrong medicine? And you are a warrior. If you took 2 pieces of strength or speed, I can understand. You actually took a necklace that increases spirit. Are you going to give it back to your beloved to be a lick dog? Good guy. You are a lick dog under the pressure of my big brother on the list. And you are still here. Uncle. Oang Chenin looked at this uncle with both anger and amusement. In fact, this is something that has to be bowed down. After all, the set of combos that Oang Chenin just showed made these guys who lick blood on the tip of the knife every day terrified. Don't bow your head? If you don't bow your head, you will die. Do you really think you can't die now that you have that mysterious power? Look at what Oang Chenin did just now to make those 2 people die. Heart, lungs, kidneys, spleen, Several swords were inserted accurately into the parts where these internal organs are located. It can be said that even the most powerful healing technique at this stage cannot save the injury. Heartless. Killing. Cold-blooded. Inhumane. This is that he has been prepared to kill people for a long time. Otherwise, he would never do that. I thought the other party would not kill people because she was a little girl. But it turned out to be so clean and neat. It was so aggressive that they didn't even give them any time to think. Now they are terrified. But they are very glad that they didn't jump out at the first time. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Thinking of this, everyone imitated the uncle's actions and took out the small items that were easy to hide that they had hidden. These people kept saying surprise and beautiful, which made Oang Chenin amazed. This is really the truth of life. However, I should cooperate with them. And I can't just turn a blind eye. Is that so? Thank you very much. Oang Chenin laughed. Then he asked the two newly transformed skeletons to take these things away one by one. Of course, in order to prevent the dirt on their bodies from contaminating the equipment. Oang Chenin also kindly threw two bone-burning phosphorus in front of everyone. Looking at the two skeletons with blue flames burning on their bodies, they did not slow down at all. Everyone took a deep breath again. In their opinion, Miss Oang was torturing people in her own way. But this time, she was not torturing the two dead guys. She was torturing them. She used this cruel method to intimidate them and make them behave. Sure enough, it was the evil Necromancer. As for those small props that increased mental power, they were naturally packed and given to Sebastian directly, so that he could put them on his pumpkin carriage. Of course. In addition to these people, of course, there are also things hidden on the bodies of the two unlucky dead guys. You can't let go of the things on them just because they are dead. Otherwise, wouldn't they become burial objects? They don't have the qualifications yet. Chapter 132. I think you are making things difficult for me. Fat Tiger. Smeldor. Count supplies. And load them for use. After Oang Chenin frightened a group of captains, everyone spent about 5 days ordinarily. These 5 days were basically spent by Oang Chenin refining ore. After all, the ore refined into finished products takes up much less space than the unprocessed ones. Now I have about 2,000 centaurs who can pull carts. Other unicorns, long-haired cattle, and the like should be able to pull all the spoils this time. And now, because the skeleton soldiers have become skeleton warriors, so the centaur skeletons can directly upgrade from pulling 2 tons of goods to pulling 4 tons of goods. It solved a lot of troubles for Oang Chenin. At least some important things can be put directly into the undead space, so that they will not be coveted by others. Even if someone covets you, and you can't beat them, you can just run away and get your place back later without worrying about the problem of assisting the enemy. Miss, you can drive away. After everything was ready, Zhang Mo came to the window of the pumpkin carriage and said, "Well, let's go." Oang Chenin's heart moved. The convoy that had been lined up began to move forward slowly. Just as Oang Chenin had thought before, there was not a single centaur in the entire convoy, because they were all stored in the undead space. This was the first time that Oang Chenin showed this skill in front of outsiders. So when everyone saw Oang Chenin's skill of storing items, they were surprised and speechless. After all, anyone can see the convenience of this skill very clearly after just one look. And this action is completely a precaution. As for who to guard against, it is hard to say. It's just that this time the caravan not only has minerals, herbs, food and other things, but also a lot of centaur corpses. After all, you can't expect to be so lucky and smooth to meet centaurs next time. As an absolute rickshaw driver, centaurs are the best species to use as baggage soldiers. And they are very convenient to use. Although my quota is full now. But I am now 48. And I only need to turn the page to reach level 50. By then, I can double the quota. That is, 2,000. Now Oang Chenin has more than 4,000 golem puppets and gargoyles in her hands. If safety is guaranteed, she will naturally choose to get more things in this area. So she loaded 2,000 centaur corpses on the car. Anyway, it's just a medium for transformation. So it doesn't matter if it's corrupted. As long as it is not like the previous black-skinned dwarf, it can be transformed. In fact, this is what Oang Chenin summed up after leaving the dungeon last time. In this way, compared with the previous time, this time as harvest can be truly regarded as a full harvest. The convoy drove slowly on the road, and the captain slowly followed. Since Oang Chenin killed 2 people 5 days ago, Shui Manqi and others have been unusually calm. They did not come to cause bad luck, and even helped Oang Chenin. It can be seen that Oang Chenin's move that time did bring them the kind of shock that Oang Chenin wanted. Originally, Oang Chenin had the power to kill all these people, but there was no need. The main reason was that Oang Chenin needed these people to spread this side of herself. In this way, no one would come to offend her in the future. In Oang Chenin's calculations, at least the people in the bases in City C should not. After all, there must be some connections between them. Otherwise, the number of surrounding bases would not be known so clearly. Of course. In addition, it was also because Oang Chenin did not want Shui Manqi to dominate alone. After all, she heard from Zhang Yuan that Shui Manqi and his people had no evil intentions. If she killed all those who reached out, then Shui Manqi would take advantage of the situation of no leader soon after returning and take the entire airport base into his hands. This is not a good thing for Oang Chenin, who plans to settle down in Black Cat Paradise. It is better to disperse it a little. Otherwise, if the power is too concentrated, who knows if this guy will swell up in the future and do something like robbery. Anyway, it's just to establish authority. Killing 1 or 2, 3 or 4 will be enough. When the convoy reached the waterfall where the last battle took place, Oang Chenin immediately asked people to collect the weapons and armor scattered on the ground, as well as the food and supplies that were transported with the army. After all, no one thought that a battle involving tens of thousands of people would end in less than half a day. And it was a great rout of this scale. So the supplies were completely given to Oang Chenin. Another half day passed, and the battlefield was basically cleaned up. Oang Chenin and others continued on their way. It was already afternoon when everyone left the dungeon. Although I don't know if there is a time difference between the dungeon time and the time outside. But now everyone is at least in a state of high spirits. If there is anything abnormal, it is probably Oang Chenin, who is sitting in the pumpkin carriage and hanging a sapphire necklace around his neck. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can use summons +1. You have reached level 49. And now you start to assign advanced tasks. Assignment completed. The task is exploration. Search for nearby task dungeons. Search completed. Please click to explore the Black Cat Paradise parking lot area in the southeast. After killing, you can directly upgrade to level 50 and obtain the 50 level advanced professional title. Just when Oang Chenin came out, he lowered his head and was about to hang the excellent wood spirit necklace in his hand around his neck. The sound of upgrading came to his mind. This made Oang Chenin, who lowered her head and exposed her snow-white neck, look embarrassed. Upgrade? Assign tasks? Ah! I think your damn panel is making things difficult for me. Oang Chenin, you didn't upgrade earlier or later. You upgraded when you were out of the dungeon. And when you didn't kill any monsters. Isn't it obvious that if you want to upgrade to level 49 and accept tasks, you can't rely on bugs? Although I don't know if it's right or not. After all, I am now the absolute version T0. The top brother on the list of the first level. There is no comparison at all. But I have to say that this really pissed off Oang Chenin. Isn't this forcing me to fight? And it's the exploration task I hate the most. The dungeon. If I wasn't stuck on the registration of 10, I would definitely accept it. Damn it! This damn guy is definitely targeting me. Oang Chenin, who couldn't hold it back. Cursed. Chapter 133 Get Lost. Ah! Speaking of which, there is a career advancement for the Necromancer at level 50. I almost forgot about this. After reading to the end, Oang Chenin, who was complaining, remembered an important fact. It seems that I was thinking wrong. It is different from other professions. Other professions will have a level up task when they are 10. Although I am the same. But the difference is that after they have completed 10 tasks, they can change their profession. Or they can change their low-level profession. Otherwise, when selecting skills, there will be no prompt. Selecting skills will be related to future professions. Oang Chenin is not sure about other hidden professions. But at least my Necromancer profession will only have the possibility of changing profession at level 50 and level 100. In this case, it should not be deliberately stuck at my level. But I have to accept the real level up task myself. Trouble. What a trouble. Oang Chenin sighed. But it was just a sigh. This is not to say that she dislikes it. On the contrary, she is now full of curiosity about what kind of job she will be after her job change. Or what kind of job she will choose. It's just like opening a blind box. Before opening it, the itchy curiosity in the heart always prevails. Old Shui. Zhang Yimou. Let's disband here. After thinking about it, Oang Chenin sat on the bed and shouted to the people outside. A group of people who just came out and didn't have time to rest looked at Oang Chenin in astonishment. Especially Shui Manchi. Originally, after he came out, he saw that it was almost evening, and was thinking about asking Oang Chenin to rest today and go to Black Cat Paradise tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Oang Chenin suddenly gave them this. You know, most people have upgraded to level 40 now. And even Zhang Yimou and others have reached level 46. With Oang Chenin's personality, he should definitely drag people to Black Cat Paradise to work as free labor. Wait. Thinking of this, Shui Manchi quickly glanced at the ranking list on the panel. 49. Upgraded. It seems that he received a level 50 upgrade task. Did Miss Oang receive any task? Shui Manchi looked curious and pretended to be straightforward. Oang Chenin did not respond, but just rolled his eyes at the other party and lowered the window curtain. As soon as he stuck out his butt, Oang Chenin knew what this tyrant wanted to say. Isn't it just to point out this matter, and then force everyone to follow along and continue to gain experience? I won't give you a chance. All the right to explain belongs to me. Across the curtain, Oang Chenin said this. It's not an answer. It means that whether I accept the task or not, whether I take you with me or not is up to me, and you have no right to ask. Sure enough, as soon as this sentence came out, including Shui Manchi, all the guys below were stunned. They almost stopped breathing. Then, they saw a white jade hand stretched out from the curtain, with the index finger pointing up to the sky. Remember to bring the things you owe me to Black Cat Paradise after you go back. You don't want to be suppressed by the black cloud. After saying this, the convoy began to move forward. The captain sitting on the unicorns looked up at the black thing in the sky. Only then did they realize that the black fog in the dungeon was actually a black cloud. No wonder why the sky seemed fine when they left the dungeon. But now it was a little dark. It turned out that everything was caused by Oang Chenin's skill. TSK. Look at this black cloud. It must be at least 30 or 40 kilometers long. Right? Looking at the warm red afterglow of the sunset on the edge of the black cloud in the distance. A captain sighed. It's small. The pattern is small. This is at least 50 or 60 kilometers. Someone answered. In fact, Oang Chenin himself didn't know how many kilometers it was. But since it can cover the entire Pyrian King City, the area should not be small. At least it is enough for Oang Chenin, who activated the skill. Awesome. It's good to have such a large-scale skill. But the top player on the human list keeps it on all the time. What do you think the effect of this skill is? I don't know. But it should be some kind of auxiliary type. Otherwise it wouldn't be on all the time. I agree with this. It may be an auxiliary skill that works on those skeletons. Haven't you seen that the names of those skeleton soldiers have become skeleton warriors now? No more. No more. It's useless to envy them, because they are hidden professions. I have gained a lot this time. If I can go to Black Cat Paradise with them, maybe I can reach level 45 in one go. The premise is that you don't disobey the orders of the eldest lady. Haha. You're right. Although the group of people felt a little regretful that they could not follow Oang Chenin to Black Cat Paradise. Nor could they take advantage of the other party's copy. But after Oang Chenin left, they still rushed back to the base with laughter and chatter. It was as if the previous attempt to steal Oang Chenin's equipment had never happened. The two brothers Zhang Yimou walked slowly among the crowd. However, as time went by, the two brothers gradually fell behind from the middle position to the end. Then the two brothers looked at each other, smiled, and then pulled the reins. Cover the phosphorescent hexagonal lamp hanging around the waist with clothes. The unicorn slowly turned around, and then ran in the opposite direction of Oang Chenin with everyone. It disappeared in the darkness in a short while, and the people in front basically discovered the fact that Zhang Yimou and his brother were missing only after leaving the range of the black cloud. Could these two brothers have gone to seek refuge with Oang Chenin? Need I say that? I'm afraid they will be driven back. Who said that? Don't forget that they followed Oang Chenin at first. Maybe they would have become rich if they had gone there. Then do you want to make a bet? Bet? Forget it. I'd better go back early to pay off Oang Chenin's debts. I don't want to become a skeleton like Lu Yu and Gao Song. The two unlucky guys. Well, what you said makes sense. This should really be put first. The two guys Lu Yu and Gao Song they mentioned were the two guys who were turned into skeletons by Oang Chenin. When talking about these two people, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Even the temperature of the sunset didn't make them feel a bit of warmth. Ah! The phosphorescent light is extinguished. Just as everyone was riding horses and heading towards the base. One person looked at the hexagonal lamp given by Oang Chenin hanging on the waist of the man in front, and said with a little surprise after it went out. After all, it had never gone out before. Hey, it went out just after leaving the black cloud. It seems that I can't leave the range of the black cloud. Does this count as a skill effect that analyzes the black cloud? Who knows? Chapter 134 follow. While the captains were walking on the way home, complaining about Oang Chenin. Oang Chenin happily placed the spoils of this battle on the table in the pumpkin carriage. The table was full of jewelry that increased spirit, although there were also staffs, swords and the like. Oang Chenin finally chose only these jewelry and a dagger. After all, those things were too big. At least too big for Oang Chenin, who couldn't stand. So he could only choose these small objects. A necklace, an earring, a ring, and a dagger. The interesting thing is that the three jewelry are actually a set. Or they are made by the same craftsman. An excellent wood spirit necklace. An excellent wood spirit ring. An excellent wood spirit earrings. All of them were made by the master named Wood. However, this set of jewelry seems to have too much straight male aesthetics. The necklace is composed of 24 thumb-sized silver-white gems in series. The edges of each ring are inlaid with brass and diamonds. The same is true for the other rings and earrings, which look like they were made from the extra materials after the necklace was made. However, this also explains why the necklace is of excellent grade, while the earrings and rings are only of excellent grade, although it has a bit of a straight male aesthetic. It is quite a match if it is paired with the gothic outfit that Oang Chenin likes to wear. And according to Oang Chenin's aesthetic, this set of jewelry actually matches her aesthetic very well. As for the dagger, it is relatively ordinary. Of course, here I mean the ordinary appearance. It is a brass dagger forged from brass, with two masks carved on both sides of the mouthguard, and the handle is wrapped with some kind of leather. But in terms of function, it is not inferior to the wood set at all, and it can also greatly increase mental power. After all, it is a fine double-sided dagger. So Oang Chenin replaced the original sacrificial dagger on his waist. It's not that he uses both. It's just that Oang Chenin feels that the mental power increased by the sacrificial dagger is too little in front of him now. It's better than nothing. So he simply replaced it. Keep it. Anyway, you can use this thing to exchange for something in the future. After all, compared with those props that increase strength and agility, this kind of mental power enhancing thing is really rare. Oang Chenin put all the things on his body. Don't say it. Compared to the inferior things before. After wearing this fine and excellent thing, Oang Chenin felt that her spirit was lifted. She felt like she could kill monsters without sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. She was just in high spirits. Miss, wait for us. Just when Oang Chenin put all the jewelry on her body and felt the clearness from her soul, a familiar shout floated in from the window. Miss, it's the Zhang brothers. Sebastian stretched his head out to take a look, and then reported to Oang Chenin. Zhang brothers? Oang Chenin frowned. Then he stretched his head out of the window. And just in time, the Zhang brothers also rode their horses to the window. Didn't we say we're disbanded? Get lost. Don't get involved if there's nothing to do. Oang Chenin cursed angrily. Seeing these two guys, the good mood of getting new props just now disappeared. Could it be that Shui Manchi and the others followed and wanted to do something? Miss, we want to follow you. Zhang Mo didn't say much and got straight to the point. Huh? Oang Chenin didn't understand the brain circuits of these two guys. They said they were addicted to gaining experience. But it didn't seem like it. They were avoiding me before. But now they want to follow me. It's a contradictory thing. Right? He looked behind. There was no trace of Shui Manchi and others. It seemed that there were really only the two of them. Didn't the miss say before that she was going to Black Cat Paradise? At that time, she should also need people to contact these bases in City C. I am willing to act as the liaison officer with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Mo smiled a little embarrassedly. Zhang Yuan and I don't have any other family now. So it doesn't matter where we live. I see. Is it to promote yourself? Oang Chenin now understood the thoughts of Zhang Yimou and his brother. She then began to think about Zhang Mo's words. After she moved into Black Cat Paradise, she probably wouldn't go out unless she had something to do. Except upgrading. In this case, she really needs someone to handle some things. For example, the sale and exchange of some materials. Although she is Canon, a guy who claims to be good at trade. But he is a skeleton after all, and can't go far. At most, it is just a few dozen kilometers of the dark sky. If you really want to go outside, you must follow it yourself. Otherwise Canon can't go further. At this time, Zhang Mo's proposal shows its importance. It is relatively easier to have one or more spokespersons working for you outside. Or there are not so many worries. You can do your own alchemy and farming. So what is the price? Oang Chenin said slowly when she thought of this. Food and accommodation are provided. And no 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are required. At this time, Zhang Yuan, who had been silent, said something stupid, interrupting Zhang Yimou, who was about to ask for treatment. Puff! Zhang Yuan's fierce words not only interrupted Zhang Mo's thoughts, but also made Oang Chenin laugh. I don't know if this guy is really stupid or pretending to be stupid. In short, he succeeded. Okay. Let me think. Isn't there a Black Cat town outside Black Cat Paradise? I saw on the news that this town can accommodate 2,000 people. If that's the case, you can live there. After thinking about it, Oang Chenin made arrangements for the two. Anyway, I would definitely not live in that town. Now that someone is rushing to let me, a capitalist, exploit them. Oh, they are attracted by my charm and come to serve me. Then I have no reason to refuse. The town is more than 500 or 600 meters away from the castle where I decided to live, and it will not affect my life. As for food, Oang Chenin has never worried about it. Just kidding. The food reserves of 2 fortresses and a royal capital are enough for 3 people to eat until they die of old age. Of course, the most important thing is that the question raised by Zhang Yimou was noticed by Oang Chenin for the first time, and she took it to heart. Chapter 135 Star Devil. Black Cat Paradise. As the name suggests, it is a paradise with black cats as the theme. To explain why this theme is chosen, we have to talk about the Oang family. To be precise, it is the daughter of Oang. When they first invested, they wanted to introduce some foreign children's paintings to create a fairy tale paradise. But later it was stranded due to copyright issues. So O's father at that time took out a big-faced black cat that looked like a child's graffiti from somewhere. Finally, the Black Cat-themed Black Cat Paradise was finalized. Also finalized was a 10-minute children's cartoon with 100 episodes per episode. And more than a dozen animated characters. What about the pink mouse that is against the black cat? The chattering blue robin, the cunning and insidious yellow elephant, and the green squirrel who likes to stock up? It can be regarded as a bundled IP. As for where these images come from, no one knows. But one thing that can be confirmed is that this project itself has achieved unprecedented success. Before the Black Cat Paradise was completed, there were 5 animations with a total of more than 500 episodes. The surrounding products sold for hundreds of billions in a few years. Even the IP was valued at hundreds of billions at the time. The animation continued to be updated even after the Oang family got into trouble. It can be seen how popular it was. So the Black Cat Paradise project was repeatedly injected with funds and expanded. By the time it was completed, it was nearly 3 square kilometers, about the size of 420 football fields. At this time, the Black Cat Paradise consisted of several major areas, including the huge mouse parking lot, the Black Cat Town next to the parking lot, the Black Cat Avenue extending from the ticket gate, the Maze Garden, the Sapphire Castle, the Elephant Water Park, the Back Mountain Adventure Forest, the Future Science and Technology Museum, the Robin Hotel, the Squirrel Lake, and the Wishing Island. So when Oang Chenin and others arrived at the outskirts of Black Cat Paradise, they began to have a headache. Nothing else. There are just too many monsters in Black Cat Paradise. Let alone what is inside Black Cat Paradise. There are at least tens of thousands of monsters jumping around like rabbits in this huge parking lot alone. I don't know if it is Oang Chenin's illusion. In short, in Oang Chenin's eyes, these monsters are more hideous and terrifying than other monsters seen at night under the cover of his dark sky. This monster is naked, with brown skin and a bald head. There is a pair of small wings like bat wings on its back, and a long tail on its buttocks. There is also a small flame at the tip of the tail. But if there is any more distinctive feature, it is the triangular fiery red mark on its forehead. It's just that some have 2 such triangles on their foreheads, while others have only 1. Little Devil, the lowest existence in the demon world. They have sharp teeth and claws, but like to use the flames on their tails. They have 2 legs but like to jump around. They are little devils who like to play pranks. Hidden information: although little devils like to play pranks, they usually cannot control their own power. Ordinary people may not be able to control it. Of course, if you think you are not an ordinary person, you can try to play games with them. I have to say, just looking at this introduction, Oang Chenin has an urge to hit someone. Little Devil? Isn't the level of this fucking Black Cat Paradise a bit high? It's demon level. Although the introduction says that it's the lowest level among demons, it shouldn't be a monster that can appear in the wild. Right? At least wait until I enter the dungeon before it appears. I can understand it a little bit. But I didn't expect that the lowest level monster of the demon clan would be this kind of little demon who likes to play pranks. If these guys look like those petite and cute schoolgirls, then even if they are called little demons, there should be many people who like them. For some reason, Oang Chenin suddenly thought of this. Perhaps the 3 words little demon touched some improper knowledge area in Oang Chenin's head. But these are not important. Since it's a monster of the demon level, the experience should be very high. Alas, now when there is no need for experience, there are so many high-level experiences. No matter how I think about it, I feel a loss. Oang Chenin felt that killing them now is a waste of experience. It can be seen how attractive these little demons are to Oang Chenin. But I have to fight them, because Oang Chenin has seen the black portal in the distance. Go in, pass the level, upgrade, and change jobs. After going through the whole process, he can transform from a necromancer into a more powerful existence. Although he doesn't know what career options he will get, I believe no one can refuse the excitement of opening the box. Yes, in Oang Chenin's heart, the priority of opening the box is definitely higher than the temptation of upgrading. However, when Oang Chenin let the golem puppet rush up, a very familiar scene appeared. His golem puppet melted very easily under the attack of the tail flame shot by these little demons. That's right. It's not an exaggeration. It's the kind of melting in the physical sense. The temperature is so high? Oang Chenin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, felt the temperature brought by the burning flames and said dumbfoundedly, "Miss, these little demons are all from the demon world. They are masters of magic. Although I have never seen them before. It is rumored that even the lowest level little demons have the attack power of intermediate magicians, who master 10 magics. Well, it's almost equivalent to the level of 50 in your world, with the current golem puppet and your level 49. Although the level difference is not big. The golem puppet with mineral, as its body is still too disadvantaged when facing fire magic. While Oang Chenin was dumbfounded, Sebastian, who was pushing the cart behind him, said discomfort. Hee. Old Sebastian. You know it very well. Oang Chenin turned her head and grinned at Sebastian. It's just some trivial common sense that is not worth mentioning. Why didn't you say it just now? Oang Chenin was a little angry. Miss, you gave the order too quickly. And Sebastian smiled bitterly. What's more? Besides, these little demons are basically all star demons. So the old servant was a little distracted. Star? What is that? After hearing the star, Oang Chenin frowned slightly. A brand new concept made her even forget what was happening on the battlefield at the moment. In simple terms, it is the level of the demon. From 0 to 6. A total of 8 levels. Level 0 is the lowest level demon without triangles on the body. Each level corresponds to a triangle. When the level reaches level 6, the 6 triangles will form a hexagram array to become a big demon. Chapter 136. To deny him is to deny oneself. As long as the great demon constantly absorbs life force or soul force to nourish the hexagram on his body, the great demon can be upgraded to the 7th level, which is the top demon king of all demons. But at least in the legend before I died, there were only 3 demon kings of this level in the demon world. After so many years, I don't know if there have been any increases or decreases. Sebastian took a look at the battlefield where the battle was going on, and then explained to Oang Chenin the meaning of star level. After hearing this, Oang Chenin understood why Sebastian had lost consciousness just now. It seems that he was stunned after seeing the legendary existence that he had never seen before. So Sebastian should have seen a lot of legends during this period of time after his resurrection. I can only sigh it's great to be alive. But I didn't expect that the Black Cat Paradise that I had always thought about was actually occupied by a group of demons. A little unhappy, but a little excited. What made me unhappy was the fact that my territory was occupied by others. I was also excited about the fact that my territory was occupied by others. After all, there would definitely be people who would scramble to occupy a good place. Oang Chenin was very satisfied with her own vision. However, these 1- and 2-star demons sounded very impressive just by the name. So how could they be defeated? Golem puppets were basically useless. On the contrary, those gargoyles made of stones, corpses, blood, and souls could survive a few moves. Speaking of which, the eldest lady's book Lahad Annihilation text should be of the 3-star level. Just when Oang Chenin was thinking about how to get to the teleportation array, Sebastian behind him spoke again. Huh? My magic book is also star-rated? Oang Chenin was stunned. I didn't expect that my magic book would also have this kind of star rating. Why didn't I know? But then again, compared with the equipment with prefixes such as inferior, rough, and ordinary that I had encountered before, the magic book in my hand seemed to be much more advanced. Even the name Lahad Annihilation text jumped out of the category of prefixes and was independent of that rating. Yes, the old servant has seen the magic book before. Isn't there 3 triangles on the cover of the book? This should be the rating given by the person who made this magic book. After all, in our world, except for some professions that must use magic arrays, such as alchemists, no one will randomly use the triangle representing the devil. Sebastian said his guess with a knowing king look. After hearing what Sebastian said, Oang Chenin also remembered the 3 triangles arranged in a rhombus around the skull on the cover. It turns out that this is not just a simple decoration on the cover, but has a definite meaning in it. But, TSK, the souls of 1 million people can only reach level 3? This made Oang Chenin suddenly have a deeper understanding of the combat power of the other world. Before, Oang Chenin always thought that the combat power of the other world was just like that. I can just lead the troops to conquer it. But now it seems that I am superficial. Or it could be said that he has not really come into contact with the core combat power of that world. According to Sebas, level 50 is only the strength of an intermediate magician. If that is the case, this so-called level 49 Necromancer, who is so complacent, the big brother on the list, is actually at most a primary magician in the world of others. I am afraid that even if he reaches level 100, he can only be regarded as being able to compete with some middle-level people in that world. Even Oang Chenin thinks that even this 3-star magician in his hand may not be a big deal in the eyes of the high-end combat power of the other world. To put it more bluntly, although the number of millions of souls is indeed a lot, but in Oang Chenin's opinion, this is probably because he has taken the million souls too seriously, perhaps in the eyes of the high-end combat power of the other world. Let alone million level. Even if it is tens of millions level, the other party probably doesn't take it seriously. Right? Thinking of this, Oang Chenin shook his head with a smile. She was laughing at herself for using a question. Isn't the 3-star magic book hanging on the wheelchair the best evidence? Even the guy who made this magic book only classified it as 3 stars. Which means that in its eyes, the million level is only this level. Yes, only. Not to mention the souls that the other party consumed in the process of making this book. It can be said that the original owners of these souls are completely used as consumables. It feels quite cold. But it is only cold because Oang Chenin knows that when she, an alchemist, makes things, she is also like this. Although now she only uses stones, minerals, etc. But the gargoyles really need to use the body and soul. And doesn't the magic seal stone also need to kill a certain object and plunder its life to obtain it? In a sense, the evil of the alchemist is really no less than that of the necromancer. It's amazing. It's a perfect match. But even so, Oang Chenin will not deny the guy who uses other people's souls to make magic books. Because denying him is denying himself. And for a person who is born to be fun, he will never do such a thing to deny himself. Or even think about it. What's more, in order to upgrade, he has killed tens of thousands of intelligent creatures. He is not qualified to deny anyone. So, there should be a high probability that these guys will have magic seal stones on them. Right? Thinking of this, Oang Chenin looked at the little demons with a gloomy face and grinned. These guys living in the demon world are born with magic power. I think it's not 100%. But at least there is an 80% probability. Sebastian seemed to understand what Oang Chenin meant and said, well, in this case, it seems that these little demons can't be left. As he said, Oang Chenin commanded the gargoyles, golem puppets, and other subordinates to retreat. This was just a test attack when facing a new monster. It was still easy to retreat. When everyone returned to the carriages parked far away in the parking lot calmly, Oang Chenin began to think about what to do next. The test attack just now caused him to lose 32 golem puppets. This was just wandering around the edge of the parking lot. It was enough to show how sharp the magic attacks of these little demons were. Chapter 137. We are all nouveau riche. In this case, it is impossible to break through the layers of little demons to reach the portal without paying a price. But then again, are the attack power of these little demons too strong? They are completely different from other monsters I have encountered. Oang Chenin felt strange. Even if we follow the level division that Sebastian said before, it is just the difference between primary magician and intermediate magician. Sebastian, is there an insurmountable gap between primary and intermediate? The person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it. Since I don't understand it, I should naturally ask Almighty Sebastian. He must know the rules of the other world better than me. Right? Yes, miss. It is just as you think. Sebastian is very honest. Whatever Oang Chenin wants to know, he will explain it to him if he knows it clearly. Oh, tell me quickly. Oang Chenin became excited. This is information. The rules of the other world. It won't do any harm to know more about this. The brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan on the side naturally didn't know what the words between Oang Chenin and Sebastian meant, although they could understand the words and phrases. But they didn't understand what they meant, so they could only stand aside and listen quietly. It doesn't matter if they don't understand. The important thing is to make clear their position and stance. If Oang Chenin didn't call them, the two wouldn't say anything more. They just listened. Why did they say so much? Beginner? Intermediate? Advanced? The simplest way to differentiate is the amount of magic or skills held. For example, if a warrior or a magician has only learned 9 combat skills or magic, then no matter how powerful the skills he has learned are, they are only at the beginner level. On the contrary, no matter whether they are useful or not, as long as you learn more than 10 and less than 20, they are all intermediate, and more than 20 are considered advanced. Although it sounds a bit incredible, please pay attention. Young lady, the key point of the word holding amount is not the number held, but the quantity. To put it more simply, it is the amount of magic or mental power in the body. Even if you have mastered skills at the level of natural disasters, if the amount is not enough, there will be a world of difference between the skills activated at the low level and the skills activated at the intermediate and advanced levels. I believe young lady should have experienced the most intuitive feeling. Sebastian's explanation made Oang Chenin frown slightly. Are you talking about the number of my summons held? Oang Chenin said uncertainly. Yes. To be more precise, there is also the distance limit. Sebastian nodded. Don't you find it strange? Although the spiritual power has been significantly enhanced, why does the number of summons you have not increased? Instead, you have to wait until the so-called upgrade to increase the number. To be honest, I have never heard of such a limit on the number of summoning magicians, including necromancers, in addition to the spiritual power limit. Sebastian did not give Oang Chenin a clear answer. He just gave Oang Chenin a direction to think about based on his own experience and some things he had heard. You're right now. After Sebastian pointed this out, Oang Chenin realized that this was indeed the truth. Although according to the game, it is common sense that the number of summons will not increase if they are not upgraded. But if it is put into reality, it is somewhat unreasonable. After all, his skeleton transformation is originally a one-time payment of mental power like Dark Sky. In the future, as long as the skeleton is not dead, he will not have to worry about the skeleton. In this case, even if there is mental power consumption, it will not be much. So there is no need to worry about his strength. Although I am not a magician, I don't know if the specific situation of a magician is the same as that of a warrior, but the difference between low level and intermediate Intermediate and advanced lies in this quantity. But? Seeing Sebastian paused here, Oang Chenin quickly interrupted. I used to think that this was the case. No. It should be said that this is our common sense. But since the young lady mentioned the idea of the soul last time, I have a new idea. Wow. New idea? Hearing this, Oang Chenin raised her eyebrows. Tell me about it. Seeing that Oang Chenin was interested in this, Sebastian had no choice but to continue. I have always emphasized the issue of quantity before. But after the young lady told me about the soul last time, and the current situation of the young lady's own soul, I think that this common sense that we have followed for thousands of years may not be related to quantity, but to quality. Quality? Yes. After receiving the common sense of this world bestowed by the eldest lady, the old servant has been studying by himself every night. I have seen the phrase quantitative change leads to qualitative change in a book before, and the so-called upgrade now feels more like a process of constantly strengthening one's own soul power. Of course, this may also be the old servant's own guess, and I don't know if it is accurate. Well, it's possible that you said so. After listening to Sebastian's explanation, Oang Chenin nodded slightly. Not to mention, during the upgrade period, let alone other things, my soul has indeed been strongly supplemented. After all, I am a necromancer, and my feeling of soul power is much stronger than other professions. So I know the situation of my soul very well. Isn't it the result of the continuous erosion of my soul that my legs can't move now? But every time I absorb the soul of others, I can strengthen my own soul, so as to stop the erosion. But the lost soul of my legs cannot be supplemented. That is to say, no matter how hard I try, the result can only be to strengthen the existing soul, and the lost feet can never come back. This is a fact that will never change. If I take my soul out of my body now, I must be a ghost without feet. What level were you in your life, Sebastian? Oang Chenin asked curiously. I was an intermediate and almost advanced before, Sebastian said modestly. However, Oang Chenin didn't believe it at all. After all, a skeleton who can hold a sword and split mountains and rocks without any skills. It's really impossible for her to say that she was only an intermediate in her life. The eldest lady may not believe it, but it is actually the case. However, if you insist, compared to the convenient acquisition of skills in this world, we need long-term training to acquire these skills. Seeing Oang Chenin's unbelieving expression, Sebastian added with a little sourness. Got it. It means we are nouveau riche. Chapter 138. You are worthy of it. Oang Chenin heard something from Sebastian. After all, it is possible to easily reach the height that they need to accumulate for many years in a very short time. Compared with the world where Sebastian and his friends live, the way and means to obtain magic and combat skills in this world are too easy. Not 50 years. Not 30 years. Let alone 10 years. In just a few months. No matter how bad the profession is, as long as you dare to work hard, you can definitely reach the intermediate level in 1 year. In this case, it is reasonable to be envied by the natives of the other world. Forget it. Don't think about these things. Oang Chenin waved his hand. Although Sebastian said a long paragraph, but as a primary school dropout, Oang Chenin only needs to know that reaching level 50 is equivalent to reaching the standard of an intermediate magician in the other world. Yeah. In this case, it seems reasonable that my necromancer profession only has 50 and 100 level transfers. After all, strictly speaking, the moment I changed my profession to become a professional, I was already in the category of beginner. If 50 is intermediate and 100 is advanced, then it is equivalent to that everyone can be on par with the high-end combat power of the other world after reaching level 100. That's it. It doesn't include the top combat power of the other world. Sure enough, just like the result of chatting with people in the previous life, I seem to have acquired powerful skills and become a professional. But more of them seem to be urged to grow faster. And the higher the level, the more obvious this feeling becomes. Although I don't know why. Oang Chenin has a hunch. The guy who made the magic book in his hand should be this top-level existence. I just don't know if he is still alive. Or to be more precise, has this level of combat power been brought to his world? If it really comes, I'm sorry. Maybe all of humanity tied together is not enough to beat these guys with one finger. But this doesn't seem to be a problem I should worry about. Right? Whether it's the extinction of mankind or the explosion of the planet. The topic is too big and I can't handle it at all. Even if I can handle it, it seems that I am a disabled, and there is no reason for me to fight for anyone or stand up for anyone except myself. Forget it. These things are too far and too big, and I can't imagine them. What's the point of looking at the future? Think about the present. Think about how to break through the blockade of these jumping little devils, like rabbits, and enter the dungeon. Zhang Yimou. Zhang Yuan. Are you going to follow me into the dungeon? Or stay here to guard these carriages? After looking at the densely packed little demons in the distance, Oang Chenin turned around and asked the two Zhang Yimou brothers, who were standing obediently beside her. Of course we are willing to follow the eldest lady in. After all, the leveling up in the dungeon is fast. As someone who has been allowed by Oang Chenin to join the team. So Zhang Yimou didn't hide anything and said it directly. Or it seems that there is no need to hide anything. After all, as he said, entering the dungeon will definitely level up quickly. Now he is level 46. And Zhang Yuan is also level 40. After entering, maybe the two brothers can directly upgrade to level 50. In this case, how could he miss it? You know, the perennial runner-up of the Korean country, Quan Qingyu, is only level 48 now. Although the two brothers are not as obsessed with the rankings as those guys who have obtained hidden professions. But after all, upgrading is a good thing. Who can still care about their own level being too high? And from what Sebastian, the butler skeleton, and Oang Chenin said just now, it can be concluded that level 50 seems to be completely different from before. What quality and quantity? In short, it looks very powerful. Then, that. Miss, can you tell me what this world you just talked about? What does that world mean? It's worthy of you. You can actually ask such a sensitive question. Zhang Yimou opened his mouth slightly in surprise, turned his head, and looked at Zhang Yuan, who was speaking. After all, only this guy can ask such a question without thinking, and not caring whether it will cause discomfort to others. Ah. It's nothing. You can simply understand that this Doomsday is nothing more than an alien world from another dimension invading our world. However, facing this question that only asks for the same thing, Oang Chenin was not angry. On the contrary, she explained it in very concise words. It was so concise that the Zhang Yimou brothers were a little surprised. Another world? Other dimensions? Invasion? Does it mean that the suffering we are suffering now is actually caused by aliens? Zhang Yimou asked with a stutter. Oh! Aliens. This adjective is very appropriate. Although it looks like a monster in a fantasy world, it seems very reasonable to describe it as an aliens from other planets. Adopt. The funny man Oang Chenin smiled, and gave Zhang Yimou a thumbs up. No. No. No! This is not a funny thing. Zhang Yimou, who didn't expect Oang Chenin to have such a reaction, immediately opened his hands, as if he wanted to defend the truth. Hey! Why can't this be a funny thing? Or can you change something? Now it was Oang Chenin who was confused. Zhang Yimou was speechless. Yes, even if he knew that this was not a game, but an invasion of another world. What could he do to change it? No, nothing can be done. It has nothing to do with power. It has nothing to do with his own consciousness. Can't. Zhang Yimou, who thought a lot in an instant, spoke with some difficulty. This difficulty is not only because the things he faces are too huge, but also because of his powerlessness that he can't do anything. Right. Facing this kind of thing that no one can predict. In the end, all we can do is just face it. Since we have to face it, it's better to face it with a smile instead of making things difficult for ourselves with tears on our faces. This will make you feel a lot more relaxed. Oang Chenin shrugged indifferently. In Zhang Mo's opinion, the other party seemed to be just as she said, downplaying it and not caring at all. The smile on her face seemed to have never changed. What is the young lady going to do? Zhang Yimou suddenly asked. What do you mean by how to do it? Oang Chenin was a little puzzled. It's about the copy. We can't rush in now. The previous battle made Zhang Yimou clearly realize the power of this kind of star demon, so he was a little worried about it. As for the other world and aliens, he temporarily put them behind his mind. After all, this was not something he could consider. That. Just fix the cattle and horse team, then rush in, and complete the task within 1 day. Oang Chenin said very confidently. Chapter 139 Entering the Dark Forest again. Whoosh. Boom. Puff. Puff. At this moment, A gorgeous fireworks show is being staged in the parking lot outside the Black Cat Paradise. The pyrotechnician is a little devil with flames on his tail. The security guard is a flying gargoyle. The audience is Oang Chenin and his two friends and Sebastian. And the cooperation is only 50 golem puppets. However, these golem puppets are different from the black and purple ones before. They are dark blue and emit a little light. These reflections, and the light of the flames emitted by the little devils light up this false night sky under the dark sky. It looks very gorgeous. Ah! Sitting in a wheelchair, Oang Chenin raised his arms, and shouted at the flames that exploded in the night sky under his skills. When was the last time he saw such a gorgeous fireworks show? 8 years ago? 10 years ago? Oang Chenin himself has forgotten. I should have seen it when I was young. With my parents? Although I may not remember it. But I think the fireworks that day should be much more gorgeous than today's. After all, today's fireworks are only fireballs. And there is no shape. But we can't expect so much. After all, most of these fireworks did not explode in the air. Instead, they exploded in the parking lot full of little demons. Crystal Golem Puppet. A golem puppet made of only a single ore. Magic crystal. With a powerful attribute of 100% reflection of magic damage below high level. Hidden message. Although equipped with a long sword and shield by the creator. It is an absolute physical waste. A fragile item that can be smashed by a child with a hammer. But unfortunately, most magicians who underestimated it are dead. At present, what Oang Chenin can show off is not skeletons or gargoyles, but flexible golem puppets. Unlike gargoyles that can only be made of stones, corpses and souls, golem puppets can be changed very flexibly according to the ore used. The disadvantage is that it is a bit of waste material. After all, the collapsed golem puppet has been scrapped because of the use of energy gems. Even if you want to recycle it and make something else, it is impossible. At most, it can be used as steel bars and kitchen knives. But don't even think about using it to make new alchemical creatures or other enchantments. Because of this, Oang Chenin has always been very cautious in making golem puppets. Don't look at the fact that she made golem puppets without hesitation before. That was entirely because Oang Chenin didn't want to throw all these ores in the dungeon. And she also needs these combat forces. But if possible, Oang Chenin would rather make more gargoyles than waste ores. After all, golem puppets can only last at the low and middle levels. At the high level, they can basically only be used as decorations or to show off. But by that time, Oang Chenin felt that her necromancer would be able to start to exert his strength. So he didn't feel it was a pity. After all, the necromancer still had to rely on strength in numbers to win in the end. Other things like alchemy, gargoyles, golem puppets are just small tricks in front of the sea of skeletons. Miss, this is really hot. Zhang Yuan, who was watching the fireworks with Oang Chenin, shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha. Of course. If the top brother doesn't have some tricks, how can he dominate the rankings? Oang Chenin laughed. I said before that the reason why I kept Zhang Yimo and his brother was to have someone to run errands for me. But there is actually another very important reason that Oang Chenin didn't tell the two brothers. That is Zhang Yuan. Although this guy looks silly, but he doesn't have a bad heart. The most important thing is that this guy can provide supporting assistance very timely when Oang Chenin is pretending. It belongs to the kind of supporting role that Oang Chenin wants. Because only with this kind of role, the pretender will not look embarrassed. You know, there is nothing more embarrassing than pretending to be cool and no one to support you. It's more embarrassing than saying the second-year lines in public. Miss, it's done. Just when everyone was admiring the fireworks flying in the sky and on the ground, Sebastian came over. Because they were going to brave the dungeon. The carriages had to be solved first. Otherwise, after they came out of the dungeon, most of the carriages might run away. However, Sebastian could not sit in all the carriages with more than 10,000 carriages. So Oang Chenin called out the centaur skeletons in the space to help. More than 2,000 skeletons joined the battle. And only after an hour did they fix all the vehicles. The next step was a race against time. 1 day. In any case, he only had 1 day at most to conquer the next dungeon. Although he didn't know if it would still be the Dark Forest. But Oang Chenin didn't care about these. Even if he went crazy, he had to finish it within 1 day. Otherwise, it would be a big loss if all the things he had brought out with great effort were gone. Well, then let's prepare to charge. Oang Chenin nodded. and then looked in the direction of the parking lot. 50 crystal golems are the limit for Oang Chenin now. There is no other way. There are not many magic crystals in total. Being able to gather 50 is the limit for Oang Chenin now. Although it is a waste. But in order to rush into the dungeon, Oang Chenin is also willing to go all out. Sebastian, you come in first. As he said, Oang Chenin opened his undead space. Put all the skeletons including Sebastian and Cannon into it, and nodded to Zhang Yimou and his brother. The two brothers understood. Go. Go. Go! With Oang Chenin's order. Oang Chenin rushed towards the dungeon portal quickly under the push of Zhang Yimou. The fastest guy. The three lightly armed people, under the cover of 50 crystal golems, led all the steel golems and gargoyles into the pile of little demons. Although the crystal golems opened the way. But the process was not pleasant at all. It could even be said to be full of dangers. After all, there were only so many crystal golems, and they could not defend against all the fireballs flying from all directions. This was the time for the cannon fodder to come on the scene. After countless steel golems were smashed, Oang Chenin and others rushed to the dungeon portal. It was indeed a generation of newcomers replacing the old. These steel golems that were used as life-saving guards before were now used as cannon fodder by Oang Chenin. But for Oang Chenin, as long as he could achieve his desired goal, everything in the middle was just a means to achieve his goal. Chapter 140. Let me show you what efficiency means. The dark forest is still as dark and humid as before. This is where Oang Chenin has been. The only difference from the last time is that this time, the forest is even darker. Before, you could still see the surviving sunlight shining through the gaps between a few leaves. But now, because of the dark sky, let alone the little sunlight that is shining, even the sun above the forest is covered by thick black clouds. Miss, why does it feel so gloomy here? Holding a lantern emitting a faint blue phosphorescent light, Zhang Yuan walked in the dark and humid forest with some caution. Although he has experienced many battles. But this is the first time Zhang Yuan has come to such a weird place. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that there is no monster in the whole forest, or the animals are quiet, is already scary. Although I didn't see any monsters when I first entered my copy, but at least there is sunshine, green grass, hills, and snow-capped mountains on the plateau. It is much better than here where it is pitch black, and you can only feel the thick fallen leaves under your feet. Don't be surprised. It's still early. Take a nap and rest. After entering the dungeon and seeing the panel prompt dark forest, Oang Chenin felt relieved. One day. It's so funny. No need at all. Wait until it gets dark and those mushroom people appear and start the action. It should take at most a dozen hours to complete this dungeon. Asleep? Zhang Yimou on the side was a little dumbfounded. Well, I came to this dungeon when I was doing the level 19 upgrade mission. It was very good. I can sleep peacefully and wait until night to act. But before that, we have to choose a campsite for sleeping. I think the riverside is pretty good. Oang Chenin looked at her pink mouse watch, and then raised her lips with confidence. Tents. Sleeping bags. These things are not lacking for Oang Chenin, who has looted all the way from City C. Although there are not many. But I still prepared more than a dozen for myself. So the two brothers Zhang Yimou barely don't have to sleep on the gravel this time. Of course. The rental fee still needs to be paid. Such as owing a few magic seal stones first. Are you a devil? If you hadn't left in a hurry and didn't go to the carriage to get your things, you wouldn't have to incur debt now. After hearing that Oang Chenin's tent actually charged, Zhang Yimou couldn't help but complain. Good guy. I am just a worker. But I haven't received my monthly salary yet. But I owe my boss a few magic seal stones. Working with debt. Right. But complaints are fine. But they were able to enter the dungeon this time, because of Oang Chenin's permission and strength. So Zhang Yimou could only accept it with a pinch of his nose. This time they camped by the river again. It was Zhang Yimou who found it, after running for half an hour. From the surrounding situation, it should be the same river as last time. And while they were sleeping, a group of skeletons were busy in the forest by the river. Last time, Oang Chenin regretted burning the whole forest. So before burning this time, we have to collect some herbs with soil before it gets dark and the mushroom man appears. Oang Chenin noticed that the parking lot of Black Cat Paradise is very large before. It should be good to double the soil for planting. As for the excavated concrete and other things, they can be made into gargoyles. Just as waste. Making the best use of things is perfect. Bang! 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 In the darkness, the originally quiet sound of flowing water was broken by a rapid and harsh gong sound. The three people who were resting in the tent opened their eyes quickly. However, unlike Oang Chenin, who was calmly staying in the sleeping bag, the two brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan, who encountered this situation for the first time, quickly picked up their weapons and rushed out of the tent, thinking that they were attacked. They entered combat mode in a second and looked around vigilantly. As a result, they found a skeleton standing between the two tents with a gong in his hand. Don't worry. This is just the young lady's alarm clock. Sebastian walked out of the dark forest with the collection team. Whether it is a skeleton, a gargoyle, or a golem puppet, Ben Ali does not need lighting or even vision, so they are not equipped with lighting such as lanterns. This sudden appearance from the dark forest really scared the two brothers Zhang Yimou. However, after seeing that the people coming were Sebastian and others, the two of them were relieved. What's going on? Zhang Yimou looked at the gong-beating skeleton and asked Sebastian in confusion. But Sebastian responded with a helpless shrug. Just when Zhang Yimou was dumbfounded, the gong-beating skeleton started to move. It placed the gong and the mallet in front of Oang Chenin's tent, then went in, and soon came out holding Oang Chenin. Haha. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. It's just some preparations. Oang Chenin, who was hugging the skeleton's cervical vertebrae, laughed. Then he controlled the skeleton to pack up the tent. The pots and pans that needed to be packed were packed, and Zhang Yimou and his brother naturally packed up the tent they slept in. It's paid. How can I not want it? After the packing was done, Zhang Yuan carried the tent on his back, and then, together with Zhang Yimou, followed the skeleton holding Oang Chenin and walked towards the river. Miss, what are you doing? Zhang Yimou was a little confused. Don't ask. Just watch obediently. Oang Chenin didn't say much, just stood quietly in the river. Zhang Yimou, who was blocked by a word, could only wait silently. After all, this was a copy that Oang Chenin had come to once before. Compared to himself, he had the absolute say in dealing with the copy. Time passed by. About half an hour later, Zhang Yimou heard a slight rustling sound in the silent and dark forest. Then he used the indirect light reflected on the water surface to vaguely see something shaking in the forest. Mushroom Man. When these shaking figures walked out of the forest, Zhang Yimou saw clearly that they were the Mushroom Man that he had never imagined. These mushroom men were tall and short, fat and thin, and of different colors. But most of the mushroom men had the characteristic of pus flow. Brother, these mushroom men should be poisonous, Zhang Yuan whispered on the side. He was afraid that the loud noise would be discovered by these swaying mushroom men. But in fact, this was not a problem to worry about. Well, it is indeed poisonous. And some even belong to the highly corrosive poison of strong acid. Thinking of what happened a few months ago, Oang Chenin nodded lightly. But then he smiled. But don't worry. Today I'll show you what efficiency means. Chapter 141A. Fire in the Forest. Fire. Big fire. The flame shot up to the sky. Standing in the river, Zhang Yimou felt unreal looking at the forest on fire. If it weren't for the burning sensation in the air around him, he knew that he was in a dungeon. But the screams of the mushroom man, who was engulfed by the fire, and howled heartbreakingly, and the upgrade reminder sound that popped up in his mind from time to time, they were constantly reminding him that he would definitely think he was dreaming now that he was in a dungeon. After all, the apocalyptic life in the past few months has refreshed all his old ideas. As a result, someone suddenly appeared and told you that killing monsters can be so fast, so fierce, and so fun. I think that if you have to refresh your 3 views every few months, anyone would be confused. Boom! Boom! The fire was still burning. From time to time, there were bursts of explosions in the forest. Then a thick black smoke and a strong flame shot up to the sky. Miss, this is... Zhang Yimou was stunned and stuttered as if his tongue was tied. Oh! When I was sleeping, I asked Sebastian to take people to the forest to put some gasoline barrels, kerosene bottles, and other things. Now it seems that this idea is really genius, and the effect is excellent. Admiring her own masterpiece in the forest, Oang Chenin said with shining eyes. Gasoline barrels. Kerosene bottles. Genius idea. Excellent effect. Zhang Yimou was completely dumbfounded. I originally thought that Oang Chenin was just a little girl. But after knowing that she was the #1 brother on the list, I also realized how powerful he was. Especially during the fortress attack. He saw the other party's calmness and enthusiasm in the battle. But he never thought that Oang Chenin had such a crazy side. No, that's not right. It can no longer be described as crazy. Because what Oang Chenin showed now is not crazy at all. On the contrary, it is calm. Calmly deal with the problem in front of him in the most direct and effective way. Following Oang Chenin for such a long time. Although she is willful and sharp-tongued. Sometimes she does whatever she wants and doesn't listen to others at all. But she has never been that kind of a young lady's nonsense in serious matters. On the contrary, she always chooses the most effective and feasible plan from her own choices. Don't look at the young lady's spirited appearance now. But I guess the follow-up things have been thought out. Right? It's really worth it to follow such a boss. What loan to work? It doesn't exist. Looking at Oang Chenin's moving profile in silence. Zhang Mo's eyes are 3 parts respectful, 3 parts speechless, and 4 parts fear. At this moment, Zhang Mo, who had previously criticized Oang Chenin for being a bad person, had changed his mind for the nth time. People. Complex. By the way, I saw a fire tornado last time, and I wanted to show you 2 brothers that rare scene. But this time, I invested so much, but didn't have any regrets. Looking at the forest with flames rising to the sky, Oang Chenin turned her head and said to Zhang Mo, who was looking at her silently, as if she suddenly remembered something. But as she spoke, it turned into regret. After all, fire tornadoes are not something you can see at any time. And Zhang Mo was also shocked when he heard Oang Chenin. Fire tornado. Although she guessed that the young lady should have adopted this kind of unreasonable fire attack method to attack the dungeon last time. But she really didn't expect. Looking at Oang Chenin, who was looking at her with a look of regret and muttering maybe it was because of the explosives this time, and maybe it was because the dark sky didn't form an upper flow and other reflective words. Zhang Mo couldn't find any adjectives. Well, it's the same old saying. Don't resist her. Don't disobey her. Don't question her. That's good. After all, a devil boss who will put everything on the scale. Who knows, one day he will sell himself. I just hope that because of my honesty during this period, I won't do such a murderous act as asking me to help count money. The fire burned for a full 5 hours. Zhang Mo and the others stood in the river for 5 hours. If it weren't for the fact that their physiques could keep up, and if it weren't for the fact that it was so hot outside that even the air seemed to be burning, Zhang Mo and Zhang Yuan might have rushed out of the river long ago. Hey! So when choosing a campsite, Miss Oang had specified the riverside. Now it seems that she is experienced. Otherwise, she would have been roasted before the dark forest caught fire. Xiao was like this. And the river water under her actually lost the cool feeling she had when she first entered the water. Instead, it was warm after the water temperature rose. If it was any hotter, it could be used as foot bath water directly. Zhang Mo wiped the sweat on his forehead due to the temperature. Let's go. The fever is almost over. Let's go ashore. When the residual heat on the shore was still there, and the sparks were not extinguished, Oang Chenin waved her hand, and then let the skeleton carry her to the shore. Go up now. Zhang Mo and Zhang Yuan looked at Oang Chenin's figure being carried up in a daze. Are you kidding me? The skeleton's feet are not afraid of being burned. But we can't. Zhang Mo and Zhang Yuan looked at the ruins that were still crackling because of the sparks and the distorted air on the shore that could be seen at a glance due to the temperature problem, and swallowed their saliva. In the end, they chose to wet their whole bodies, and then took a firm step. Speaking of, how much have you leveled up? Have you received a task at level 49? The first step after landing was to open his eye of identification to check the surrounding situation. While checking, he also asked the 2 brothers, who were following behind him breathlessly. I'm level 49. And I've received a killing mission. I'm not level 49 yet. Only level 47. Zhang Mo and Zhang Yuan revealed their levels respectively. What's your killing mission? Oang Chenin looked at Zhang Mo. You have to know that bringing them in is not for fun. Nor is it just to hope that someone will see you showing off. But they need the information on them. After all, the ground after this copy is burned out can really be seen at a glance. At this time, they need to provide clues. Miss, mine is to kill the thunder-eyed spider. Thunder-eyed spider? Oang Chenin was stunned. Then looked up at the forest that had been burned to ruins by the fire. It was the same before. Looking up, there were ruins everywhere, and the entrance to go down could only be found through the disguise of the small earth slope. It seems that it is underground again. Oang Chenin curled her lips and scratched her head. Very disdainful. After all, guys who hide their heads and show their tails are not to her taste. The most important thing, of course, is that if you are underground, you want to be able to use fire attacks. Chapter 142 Hatching Place. Zhang Yamo. Zhang Yuan. Each of you will be in charge of one side. Open the eye of identification along the way to see if there are any suspicious places. I will go in the middle. It is still the most time-consuming and laborious carpet search. But because there are 2 more people, it is at least much faster than when Oang Chenin was alone before. And there is also Zhang Yamo, the fast man. Although it is many times larger than the previous dark forest. But at least it is much better than her going back and forth like a minesweeper. Sure enough, this is the advantage of strength in numbers. But in more than an hour, Zhang Yamo found Oang Chenin and took her to a cave. That's right. This time it is not a pile of earth, but a cave. And the entrance of this cave looks not small. At least 6 or 7 meters wide. About 8 or 9 meters high. And it is pitch black inside, judging from the blackened place outside by the fire. There is no doubt that this cave entrance is naturally formed. Spider? It makes sense in this kind of cave. Then Oang Chenin rushed in without saying anything, with the golem leading the way, followed by the stone statue, and the skeletons at the rear. After waiting for several hours, they finally got some harvest. As a fruit farmer, Oang Chenin naturally had to go in and take a look. After completing the task, they left this broken place. Miss, this cave is strange. Sebastian and Cannon, one holding a long sword and the other holding a round shield and a short axe, guarded Oang Chenin on both sides. Next to them were the 2 brothers Zhang Yamo and Zhang Yuan. Not long after entering the cave, Sebastian reminded her, Miss, Sebastian is right. It is indeed very strange here. The cave is natural, but there are traces of artificial treatment inside the cave. Although it is covered up, such traces cannot fool a professional like me. Cannon followed closely and analyzed. Ah, you will know after seeing it. Although both of them analyzed according to their own experience and expertise. But as Oang Chenin, who has the basic skill eye of identification, she has already seen through this place. Especially when she can see one more entry than others. So now even if Oang Chenin smiles, it has become an extremely serious smile. Incubation forest. A hatching pool transformed from a natural cave deep in the dark forest. It is full of dangers and opportunities. Hidden information. Think about what you encountered before. The things here are more difficult to deal with than those things you encountered before. On the surface, combined with the game statement, this is nothing more than the second half of a copy. This actually does not make Oang Chenin's expression so serious. The reason for this is entirely because of the words in the 2 entries on the panel. The tone of these words made her very unhappy. TSK. Annoying. Oang Chenin said after turning off the panel in annoyance. What's annoying? Miss? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Nothing. There's an enemy ahead. Be careful around you. Oang Chenin shook her head. For her, the Zhang Yamo brothers were just useful tools. And there was no need to say anything else. Besides, she still had to find the answers to her questions in the end. Yes, Mississippi. Hearing Oang Chenin say that the golem puppets exploring the way ahead had already met the enemy, Zhang Yamo and his brother were the first to be alert. After all, it was a dungeon, and it was in a cave without sunlight. It looked like the cave had a width of 6 or 7 meters. But if they really had to fight, the space was still too narrow for them to fight in close combat. Shoo. Shoo. What's that sound? Just when the 2 had just set up their positions, the situation in the field suddenly changed. This rustling sound came from all directions in the cave, making several people a little uneasy. Don't panic. I'll go and see. Zhang Yamo, holding a lantern in his hand, held a dagger in one hand and moved the lantern around. But he found that the rocks and soil on the cave wall were falling, slowly opening a small hole. No, that's a bit inaccurate. To be more precise, tumors grew from the cave wall. Hey, can a cave made of soil and rocks grow tumors? This scene touched Zhang Mo's blind spot in knowledge. Miss, brother, there are also tumors on this side. Just as Zhang Yamo was staring at this scene, that was difficult for him to understand. Zhang Yuan's exclamation came from the other side. It turned out that when Zhang Yimou went to this side to check for clues, he also ran to the other side to check. That's why he said just now, not only on the cave wall, but also on the cave ceiling. Oang Chenin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked up at the cave ceiling and said calmly, "Click, click." As he was talking, these tumors fell off the cave wall and the cave ceiling one by one and fell into the whole team, immediately disrupting the team's formation. "Oh my god! What's going on?" Zhang Yimou, who was frightened by the sudden fall of these tumors, put on a stinky face and kicked the tumors that fell in front of him away. The two tumors that were supposed to fall and hit Oang Chenin were also blocked by Sebastian and Cannon, and these tumors squirmed a few times after falling to the ground. Then, they suddenly unfolded like watermelon worms. Quiet. The three people present stared at the centipede-like multi-legged maggots on the ground. Ergen descendants. This is a group of disgusting guys. Although they seem to be easy to kill, they only have a bag of highly toxic venom in their bodies. Damn! Bugs again! Oang Chenin looked at the worms on the ground with indescribable disgust. How many times has this happened? It was fine before. They came one by one. But now they come in groups. What? Are you here for team building? Angry Oang Chenin lowered her eyes and looked at the entry that only she could see. Hidden message, Ergen descendants? Then the question is, what is Ergen? You fucking... When she saw this hidden entry, Xiao, who was known as quite cultured, couldn't help but want to run away. What are you holding on to? What the hell is Ergen? I don't know. Can't you give me some practical, useful information? What a waste. Get out of the way. All of you. Let the skeleton handle it. Although she was angry and wanted to kill people, as the commander of an army, Oang Chenin still regained her sanity as quickly as possible and started to deal with these guys who had infiltrated the inside. After all, according to the Eye of Identification, these Ergen descendants are a bag of poison in their bodies. The three of them are human beings after all. No one can tell what will happen if you encounter those poisons. Chapter 143. The soul is burning. After finishing her words, Oang Chenin rolled up her sleeves, looking like she was going to work hard. This made Zhang Yimou and his brothers, Sebastian and Cannon, dumbfounded. You should know that Oang Chenin is not the kind of person who likes to do everything by herself. To be more precise, compared to doing things by herself, she prefers to instruct others to do things. Miss, you come in person? Zhang Yimou said blankly as he looked at Oang Chenin, who had rolled up her sleeves. Nonsense. Didn't you see that there is a deadly poison? How about you go up? Oang Chenin rolled his eyes at Zhang Yimou. Zhang Yimou was so blocked that he couldn't say a word after hearing this. Big pot. Forget it. Forget it. I can't afford to offend. Okay. Let's see what this young lady is capable of. Zhang Yuan pulled Zhang Yimou aside, and after whispering a few words, the two of them stepped aside. Although he had followed Oang Chenin for so long, but the Zhang Yimou brothers had never seen the other side's attack. If they had to say, they had only seen the other side's alchemy and skeleton summoning skills. Well, there were also blue flames used as lights and those buffs. Other than that, they had basically never seen them. Of course, never seen Oang Chenin attack actually meant that they had never seen Oang Chenin on the front line. Although they were also with Oang Chenin during the attack and defense of the fortress before. But at that time, Oang Chenin was actually just fighting with hot weapons. At most, it was adding buff and skeleton summoning. They really didn't see anything else. Now they have such a good opportunity to closely observe Oang Chenin's fighting power, which is a rare thing for the two. However, the two miscalculated. Oang Chenin did go to the front line in person. But this is a little different from what they thought. The kind of situation of splitting mountains and rocks, blood and flesh flying, and killing did not appear at all. Instead, the whole cave passage was filled with a fragrance. Well, it was the aroma of barbecue. If you close your eyes and pretend that you didn't see anything, then maybe everyone can take a deep breath and enjoy the meaty smell in the air. But when they open their eyes and see everything in the cave now, I don't think many people will enjoy it. Countless Ergen descendants are screaming and rolling on the ground, twisting. They all have blue flames without exception. It makes the cave that looked a little dark before become brightly lit. How is it? With more candles and scents, and these screams echoing like a symphony, It's much better than the dark and damp cave before. Oang Chenin, who was sitting in a wheelchair and pushed by Sebastian, walked at the front of the team. Whenever he saw the Urgan descendants appearing in front of him, he would throw a few bone-burning phosphorus to them and let them use them as lighting lamps to move forward. Sure enough, no matter where humans go, lights are the most important sensory props. Oang Chenin explained with an intoxicated look. Ah. Sister, is this the question now? Don't you know that your remarks have gone beyond the scope of human beings? Candles? Fragrance? Lights? And decoration? So you think this broken place doesn't suit your taste? So you plan to decorate it again? Zhang Yimou looked at Oang Chenin in front of him with a dark face. He had known about the bone-burning phosphorus fire used by Oang Chenin for a long time. At first, he just thought it was a basic skill for lighting. During the sniper battle on the way to Pyrian, he found that this flame could actually burn in water. At that time, Zhang Yimou felt that this thing was not simple. But because Oang Chenin always installed it in hexagonal lamps, lanterns, kerosene lamps, etc., it gave Zhang Yimou an illusion that I was thinking wrong. But now that he saw these flames really burning on the bodies of creatures, he knew that this flame was definitely not as simple as he imagined. Not to mention anything else. Just looking at the screams and twisted appearances of these offspring, you can know how painful it is. Of course, any creature will feel pain when it is set on fire. But in Zhang Mo's eyes, the pain these insects are showing now is obviously not that kind of pain. It is more serious and sharper than ordinary flames. It's like the body and soul are burning together. Zhang Yuan, who was following him, whispered, "Yes, that's the feeling. It's the feeling that makes people shudder from the depths of their souls after seeing it. It's so weird. I didn't feel this way when I saw those lights before. Why do I feel these insects now? Is it because of the screams that fill the entire cave? Or is it because of the smell of barbecue in the air? Or is it just that he simply saw the miserable state of a certain creature after it was burned that he had that feeling? I can't figure it out. With 27 years of life, I really can't figure out these twists and turns." Chow. Zhang Yimou, who was getting more and more confused, raised his hand and hit his brother on the back of his head. "It hurts. Brother. Why did you hit me?" Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Yimou with his head held innocently. Hit you. Fuck intuition, is this talent yours or mine? Why do you always think of the same thing as me? Zhang Yimou silently complained in his heart. Really? Sometimes he really thinks that his talent and Zhang Yuan's talent should be exchanged. This guy's intuition is incredible. If he is equipped with a skill, this guy might be able to directly open something like spiritual enlightenment for you to see. While complaining, the two followed Sebastian slowly and leisurely. There was no more tense feeling as when the Urgan descendants first appeared. It was like going out for a picnic, looking relaxed, and the Oang daughter, who was clearing the way in front, was basically in the same mood. There was no way the big brother on the list could be willful, fighting and killing. How could it be in line with the character of a sickly girl? Tension? TSK? What is that? Can it be eaten? For her, it was just for upgrading. There was no need to make herself nervous. Oh! The scenery ahead seems to have changed. Zhang Yimou, do you want to go in and explore the way first? When Oang Chenin walked to the end of the cave, as if she was going out for fun, she saw something that could be called a building. However, because there were no more offspring for her to burn, she couldn't see the details inside. So she joked to Zhang Yimou behind her. And Zhang Yimou naturally took the lead after hearing what Oang Chenin said. After all, in front of Oang Chenin, his role was only this. Miss, let me do it this time. Just when Zhang Yimou was about to rush out to show off his skills and show his presence, Zhang Yuan next to him spoke. Chapter 144, One Trick to Conquer the World. Miss, let me do it this time. Just when Zhang Yimou was about to rush out to show off his skills and show his presence, Zhang Yuan next to him spoke. You go? Oang Chenin didn't expect Zhang Yuan to say such a thing at this time. After all, Zhang Yuan usually exists as a small transparent person when Zhang Yimou is present, although he occasionally expresses some opinions. But generally speaking, he rarely jumps out to refute anything when Zhang Yimou expresses a certain attitude. Similarly, Zhang Yimou was also very curious about what this guy meant. Although Oang Chenin's side can't be called a team, he has been named If he doesn't show his ability, what will happen to his position in this place? Although he is not worried that Oang Chenin, a willful but principled lady, will expel him from the team. But after all, it is an opportunity to show his ability. Just let it go to Zhang Yuan. What is Zhang Yuan's plan? Zhang Yimou asked Zhang Yuan after stepping back. After all, this guy has always been supporting me. Since he wants this opportunity, there is no reason for me, as the eldest brother, not to give it to him. I got a skill called vision sharing when I upgraded before, but I never had the chance to use it. So I want to try it. And this place seems to be more dangerous than Centaur City. It's safer to let my pet explore the way first. Zhang Yuan scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Vision sharing? So fierce." Oang Chenin raised his eyebrows. "It's really a skill that makes people feel at ease. If I have it, wouldn't I be able to see the skeleton's detection clearly?" At this moment, Oang Chenin was a little jealous. How come such a useful skill is not mine? But after calming down and thinking about it, I have to say that the plan proposed by Zhang Yuan is very correct. After all, the word descendants in the Ergen descendants is more evil than the Necromancer. If Zhang Yimou is really allowed to go out, something might happen. Wouldn't the legend of clearing the dungeon with 0 damage be gone? Although this so-called legend was sealed by Oang Chenin herself. Okay, Zhang Yuan, try using the beasts among your summoned beasts that are not aggressive or have no aggression. Remember, if there are animals from this planet, use animals. If not, consider using those monsters from other worlds. By the way, the difficulty of taming should also be taken into consideration. Try to use the ones with low difficulty, so that you can quickly replenish them even if you die. After thinking about it, Oang Chenin instructed Zhang Yuan. After all, no one can guarantee any accidents. Compared to the Necromancer, who can be replenished at any time as long as there is a corpse, Zhang Yuan's summoned beast can only be tamed after leaving the dungeon. You can't expect that there is something that can be summoned in this dungeon. Even if there is, the probability is very low. Now the key is to preserve strength. Okay, I guess that this situation might occur. I tamed a few rabbits with night vision before. There will be no problem letting them go. Well, this is indeed thoughtful. Seeing that Zhang Yuan knew his own skills, Oang Chenin was relieved. Then he saw Zhang Yuan release a gray rabbit and control it to rush into the dark cave. How is it? Looking at Zhang Yuan, who was half squatting on the ground with his eyes closed. He should be activating skills. Oang Chenin said in a low voice. I don't know why. Although it should not be bad to speak loudly now. In fact, it was also before. But after seeing Zhang Yuan's actions, Oang Chenin still lowered the volume a lot, so as not to disturb others casting. And Zhang Yimou held his breath, not daring to breathe. The space inside is very large. But it's very strange. Why is it strange? The space is large, but it's like a coliseum. There is nothing on the flat ground, let alone monsters. Not even an ant. Zhang Yuan's words made Oang Chenin frown. Nothing inside? It shouldn't be. Even in the abandoned mine of the centaurs, Oang Chenin had seen a few earthworms, or bugs. The Mushroom Man's cave in the dark forest was the same. There were at least grave fireflies inside. There is nothing here? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nothing is the biggest problem. Look carefully, and see if there is anything on the edge. Knowing that something must be wrong, Oang Chenin immediately ordered Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded and began to explore. But at this moment, a little sweat had already appeared on his forehead. It seemed that this skill should consume a lot of energy, and could not last long. So Oang Chenin did not urge, but just silently waited for Zhang Yuan's report. Hole. There are many holes. No, not holes, these are all iron railings. Zhang Yuan frowned, and his forehead was no longer just sweat. The blue veins showed his difficulty at the moment. It seems that controlling animals should be closely related to the spirit of the controlled animals. Looking at Zhang Yuan's appearance, Oang Chenin began to speculate about the other party's skills in his heart. Miss, the surrounding mountain walls should be all caves separated by railings. I don't know what's inside. The controlled rabbit instinctively feels that there are threats in those caves and dare not approach. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and tried his best to obtain intelligence information. However, this situation lasted for less than 10 seconds before Zhang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of eyes full of bloodshot and fear. which really scared Oang Chenin and Zhang Yimou. What's wrong? Zhang Yuan. Are you okay? Seeing Zhang Yuan like this, Oang Chenin was a little suspicious. And Zhang Yimou was a little nervous. The rabbit seems to be taken by force. Before Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly hugged his head and rolled on the ground in pain. Hey! Zhang Yuan rolled on the ground in pain and twisted, which made Zhang Yimou, who was already nervous, even more nervous, immediately rushed to check the situation. You're kidding. After the Doomsday, the families of the two brothers in City C were all dead. Now only the two of them are left with a good relationship. If something goes wrong, won't he be alone? Miss, it seems that Zhang Yuan has been attacked by some kind of mental attack. After looking at Zhang Yuan rolling on the ground, Sebastian said to Oang Chenin, mental attack? So that's it. After being reminded by Sebastian, Oang Chenin suddenly realized it. Now Zhang Yuan's behavior is not a very typical symptom after being attacked by the mental attack. As the saying goes, one trick is enough to conquer the world. Without saying anything, Oang Chenin threw a bone-burning phosphorus at Zhang Yuan. Chapter 145 Abyss Weaver. As Oang Chenin's bone-burning phosphorus fire hit Zhang Yuan, a blue flame immediately engulfed Zhang Yuan. Miss, you? Zhang Yuan will be fine. Zhang Yimou widened his eyes and looked at Oang Chenin, who suddenly took action in astonishment. He knew the power of this flame too well along the way. How could this hit Zhang Yuan? Could it be? Could it be? Oang Chenin was also attacked by the spirit? Controlled? A bad idea formed in Zhang Mo's mind. Oang Chenin is the #1 brother on the list, the strongest combat power among the three. If she was attacked by the spirit, then the three of them might all die here today. Don't be nervous. Although she didn't know Zhang Mo's hesitant mentality at the moment, Oang Chenin didn't care about it. She just thought that the other party was surprised after seeing her skills. How can the bone-burning phosphorus fire be such an inconvenient thing? Although the principle cannot be explained too clearly, you just need to regard it as the domineering attribute of I don't care what you think. I only care what I think. Oang Chenin will definitely not say much to others about her skills. Moreover, these skills also have the additional attributes brought by her own talents. That is even more impossible to say. So Oang Chenin just explained it briefly, asking him not to worry about Zhang Yuan's current situation. But Oang Chenin's good intentions changed when he heard Zhang Mo's ears. I don't care what you think. I only care what I think. Is this skill so domineering? No. Although I am not very clear about the full description of this skill. But just from Oang Chenin's explanation, it can be seen that this bone-burning phosphorus fire is probably not as simple as he thought, although he has thought it through. But it seems that the real use of this skill is even more powerful than he thought? Don't worry about it. Simply put, this flame will only burn things that I think should be burned. Seeing Zhang Mo's face seemed to be thinking about something very hard. So Oang Chenin laughed and waved his hand, wanting him to see the power of this skill. Pa! Oang Chenin snapped his fingers very pretentiously. Zhang Yimou saw that these flames that were supposed to burn on academician Zhang suddenly rushed out. No! That's not right. It didn't rush out, but it seemed to burn along something, forming a straight line. And the speed was very fast. It's like a rope that was lit and poured with gasoline. Zhang Yimou said unconsciously. Well, since it is burning along the spiritual power that attacks Zhang Yuan, it is natural that it will be a rope. Oang Chenin said smugly. To put it bluntly, it is just showing off. It feels good to see Zhang Mo's surprised expression. Very good. Sure enough, compared to sitting alone in the bed in the ward, it is better to go out more and get in touch with others. Otherwise, there will be no chance to show off. And Zhang Yuan was also stunned after hearing what Oang Chenin said. Burning along the spiritual power that attacks Zhang Yuan's spiritual power? Listening to this, combined with Oang Chenin's previous explanation of her skills, it is enough to see that this skill can really be called a magical skill. Anything that he wants to burn can be burned. I have to say this is very scary. It is so scary that Zhang Yimou thinks that Oang Chenin's skill bone-burning phosphorus can even be called a conceptual level skill. However, now let's take a good look at who is playing tricks. Following the direction of the burning flame, Zhang Yimou cast a concerned look. The flame burned very quickly along the invisible and intangible mental power. When the entire mental power line was burned, whether it was Oang Chenin or Zhang Yimou, or Zhang Yuan, who had just recovered from being rescued and was still lying on the ground. They were all stunned. Wow! This is really an amazing scene. Sitting in a wheelchair, Oang Chenin looked up at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh with shining eyes. At this time, the cave was as bright as day. Under the reflection of the fire, there was no darkness at all. All this is thanks to Oang Chenin's dark blue flame, and the large spiritual web woven by spiritual power that was burned by the dark blue flame. That's right. Spiritual web. To be more precise, it should be a regular hexagonal spiritual web woven by spiritual power. It looks like a huge spider web, covering the sky above the entire area here. It is also with the help of this huge, burning spiritual web that Oang Chenin can see the whole picture inside. It is similar to what Zhang Yuan reported before. The space here is very open. In the middle, there is basically no obstruction, except for some rubble that fell from the top of the cave. Compared with the empty square in the middle, the surrounding area is much more crowded. In addition to the entrance, where Oang Chenin and the other two were, there were many caves dug densely on the walls of the rest of the cave. But compared with the mines on the Pyrenean Plateau, this place looked more neat. It was obvious that the excavation was planned. It was not like a mine, where you dug wherever you could. How to say it? Seeing the iron fences at the entrance of the caves, Oang Chenin felt that this place was more like a huge prison than a coliseum. As for what was imprisoned inside, she didn't know. Although there were many animals that could threaten a rabbit, Oang Chenin didn't think that if there were any beasts imprisoned here, they would be simple beasts. Even some ordinary monsters might not make people so ostentatiously find a cave in the dark forest to build this thing. After all, those who can issue such orders would not be so bored. The investment of manpower and financial resources depends on the benefits. People don't do things that don't benefit. If you want to see what is behind the iron fences, you have to move forward. And you have to move forward. After all, the fire is so fierce now, and no one is in charge. Rustle. Rustle. Just when Oang Chenin was still wondering what this place was used for, the familiar rustling sound rang out again. Then, they saw spiders pouring out from all directions. Abyss Weaver, they are Ergen's loyal believers, followers, and most capable subordinates, with powerful mental attack capabilities. These spiders look very, well, strange. Each spider is about the size of a person. The high bulge on the back can't help but remind people of a highly hunchbacked human lying on the ground. Chapter 146 Thunder-Eyed Spider. The spider's legs are also very distinctive. There are 4 on each side. Rather than spider legs, Oang Chenin feels that they are more like grasshopper legs, with the barbs and muscles. I don't know if they taste like crunchy chicken. Of course, the places where these spider legs grow are also very strange. Some grow from the lower abdomen, and some grow from the humpback. What's even more strange is that the 2 in the front grow from the face with a huge mouth part, the lower jaw. At first glance, it makes people think it is a headless guy. And on their faces are 3 on the left and right. A total of 6 eyes. They are black and shiny, and they don't look like compound eyes. Hidden message. This is a group of guys with strong bodies, strength and spirits. They are good at everything, but not proficient in anything. Guess where they come from? I guess your sister? Seeing this hidden information, Oang Chenin couldn't help but complain. Can you please write your panel information properly? Are you playing guessing games with me? Miss, why do I feel like we are surrounded again? Zhang Yuan said weakly. You used the word again very cleverly. Summon your defensive pet to stay with Zhang Yamo to protect yourself. I will take care of the rest. With a snap, Oang Chenin closed the lace folding fan in her hand. She was not as nervous as Zhang Yuan. Didn't those Ergen descendants disrupt their formation once before? Didn't they still come here? They are just some spiders. Don't panic at all. They have strong bodies, strength, and speed? They are also good at mental attacks? Sorry. What is this? I don't understand how dangerous these guys are. Thinking of this, Oang Chenin immediately commanded his men to start air-to-ground attacks on this group of weavers. No matter how strong the strength is, no matter how sharp the mouth parts are, they can only be blinded by the steel-silver golem puppets that are almost immune to physical attacks. No matter how strong the mental power is, it is useless against the skeletons that have no mental power at all, and the gargoyles, whose brains are made of stone and meat. The final result is nothing more than how long will it take to end this battle. Yes! This is Oang Chenin's confidence. That is to say, A lot of crystal golem puppets were lost when they rushed in. And these abyss weavers don't have any magic. Otherwise, Oang Chenin's men, big and small, can defeat them. And even most of the monsters in the other world. The so-called way of balance exists between all things. This is not a coincidence. You know a little bit of everything. And I know a little bit of everything too. Alchemists are professions that use everything in the world to create a balance for themselves. In addition, I am a necromancer with strong mental and spiritual power. It is just the right counter. If I were to change to another profession, I might really be found a breakthrough by these guys who know everything and die here. Let's just say that the professions of alchemists and necromancers are very compatible. It is simply a match made in heaven. If I continue to develop like this, I really worry that I will one day reach the point of invincibility in the world. Sitting in the center, Oang Chenin looked at the spider legs flying around and couldn't help feeling a little worried. If this is invincible, what's the meaning of my life? Buzz. Just when Oang Chenin was thinking about middle school, his mind suddenly went dark. It was like a blackout after being drunk. There were no thoughts or distractions. And even the senses couldn't perceive anything. Now Oang Chenin's state is scary or not scary. It's like being dead. You know you exist, but you just can't perceive your existence. Oang Chenin's body and head leaned back slightly in the wheelchair, and his eyes became dull, like a corpse without a soul. Ah! Ugh! I don't know how long this state lasted. In two high-pitched and heart-wrenching screams, Oang Chenin shuddered all over. Wake up in shock. I'm afraid. I was. Oang Chenin, who had just come to her senses, was still a little confused and didn't know what happened to her. At this time, the position of housekeeper played a very important role. Sebastian came up with a long sword and said to Oang Chenin, Miss, you were distracted just now. Distracted? Me? Just now? Sebastian's words made Oang Chenin ask three fatal questions. At this moment, Oang Chenin still had a smile on her face. But this smile was a little uglier than crying. In addition to the smile on her face, there were beads of sweat slowly flowing down her cheeks. How long did I lose my mind just now? Not long. Just about a second. You woke up when Zhang Mo and Zhang Yuan shouted. 1 second? Oang Chenin frowned and looked at the two brothers, who were screaming and rolling on the ground. Now they looked exactly the same as before when they were attacked by the spirit. In other words, he was also attacked by the spirit just now. Hey! Sweating, Oang Chenin suddenly lowered his head, grinned and stretched out his hand to grab the spirit thread on his forehead. Then a ball of blue flame suddenly appeared in his hand. Want to compete with me in spirit power? Then let's see whose spirit power is stronger, said Oang Chenin, who looked like a villain, exerted force on his hand, and the blue flame instantly burned out along the spirit thread. Huh? The bone-burning phosphorus fire was still as fast and fierce as before. However, when it was about to burn the spirit spider web that was still burning even now, it suddenly stopped as if there was an invisible wall in front of it. Okay. This is how you play it. Right. Seeing that his bone-burning phosphorus fire actually stopped at a place that was neither up nor down, Oang Chenin complained in his heart unhappily. Then he suddenly raised his head and looked at the place where it stopped, grinning and shouting. Life absorption. Biu? Ah woo. I saw that there was only a dark green line in the sky. The murderer who was originally hidden in the air finally revealed his true form because of Oang Chenin's move. Thunder Eye Spider, it is the manager here, with a strong body, but its most powerful point is its powerful mental power. The mental power of those abyss weavers is almost diverted from this guy. This guy looks similar to the weaver. If there is any difference, it is probably more than 10 times larger than those weavers. And what should have been 3 pairs of black big eyes of Kazalin has become 2 misaligned slits. One on the left and one on the right. Not to mention, it looks a bit like lightning. And the 2 words thunder eyes are really appropriate to describe it. Hidden message, if you are a good magician, then this monster should not be difficult for you. But if you are just a rookie, believe me, run away quickly, because it is not something you can deal with. Now it's time again. Chapter 147. Let it go more smoothly. Hidden message, if you are an excellent magician, then this monster should not be difficult for you. But if you are just a rookie, believe me, run away quickly, because it is not something you can deal with. So now it is time again. Okay. No need to read it. After reading the previous content of the hidden message, Oang Chenin decisively turned off the panel, because she didn't want to read the following nonsense at all. It's better to concentrate on dealing with this stupid big guy in front of her. But, you said you were going to deal with it. But why did you fall down before I even tried? Oang Chenin looked at the Thunder Eye Spider with a grim smile. The Thunder Eye Spider, which was supposed to be sitting on the spider web above the space, had fallen from it at this moment. Not only that, now this guy is rolling and howling like Zhang Yimou and his brother just now. It seems that he has also suffered a mental attack. But compared to mental attacks, the life absorption used by Oang Chenin is much more painful. After all, after being eroded by Oang Chenin's talent, this thing has become an existence that absorbs the vitality of others while absorbing their souls. That little mental damage is nothing compared to having your soul directly extracted. Before, you used your mental attack to attack me, which made me feel like my soul was leaving my body. Now I will extract your soul bit by bit. I believe you will not be unwilling. The dark green energy line and the mental line with the blue flame connected Oang Chenin and Thunder Eye Spider, two guys who met for the first time. This scene looks extremely weird, especially when one side is grinning and the other side is howling and rolling on the ground. Of course, if the two guys next to Oang Chenin were also rolling on the ground, I believe the whole picture should be more perfect. However, this state only lasted for about 10 seconds, and the Thunder Eye Spider stood up again. However, in these short 10 seconds, because of this guy's rolling, its subordinates, that is, the Abyss Weavers, were directly crushed to death. But think about it. Such a big guy. Just falling down has taken away a wave. Not to mention rolling on the ground like this irregularly. Originally, this space should be very spacious. But after the Thunder Eye Spider fell down, there was no such large space for the other Abyss Weavers to dodge. So in a sense, it solved a lot of troubles for Oang Chenin. For example, it greatly shortened the time to complete this exploration mission. I have to thank you for this alone. So, as a return gift, I will keep your soul intact. Perhaps Oang Chenin herself didn't know at this moment that the grim smile on her face, since she was attacked by the spirit just now, became more sinister, more ferocious, and more terrifying. Of course, it also conforms to the stereotype of an undead mage. Squeak. It was as if it felt the madness emanating from Oang Chenin. The Thunder Eye Spider, which had already stood up tremblingly and planned to fight with Oang Chenin, fell to the ground again after a shrill scream. Seeing the spider's legs still trembling, Oang Chenin knew that this guy had not given up. Ah! Suddenly, Oang Chenin thought of a very interesting idea. Sorry. Although I said before that I would take your soul to replenish it. Now I have changed my mind. I will leave you half, 1/3 of the soul. Sebastian, Mississippi. Go up and cut it open, so that it can walk more smoothly. Comply with your will. After handing over Oang Chenin's order, Sebastian bowed and then rushed out with a long sword. As a swordsman who was about to reach the advanced level in the middle level in his life, he was very accomplished in dodging attacks. In just a few ups and downs, he jumped onto the hunchback of the Thunder Eye Spider and stabbed it fiercely with a sword. Swish. Accompanied by two sharp scratching sounds like nails scraping on a blackboard, Sebastian opened a cross on the back of the Thunder Eye Spider. As Sebastian quickly jumped away, a large amount of dark brown liquid spurted out. Oh! Underground fountain? I didn't expect you to have such a wonderful performance. I was blind. After seeing the large amount of liquid spurting out of the back of the Thunder Eye Spider, Oang Chenin couldn't help but smile and applaud. However, Sebastian was not finished yet. The old gentleman in a tuxedo jumped back and forth around the Thunder Eye Spider at a very fast speed. It almost formed an afterimage. Cannon, who was watching from the side, was stunned. Is this old guy so powerful? Because it was the first time he saw Sebastian fighting like this. Cannon couldn't help but complain. Who knew that Sebastian had returned to his side just after he finished saying this? And his tuxedo was still straight, without the slightest mess. Cannon, don't be surprised. These are just some trivial tricks that are not worth mentioning. After inserting the long sword in his hand into the ground, Sebastian gently flicked the non-existent dust on his tuxedo with his white-gloved hand and said lightly, "Hiss." Seeing this, Oang Chenin couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Good guy. Originally, I just felt that it was very cool to pretend in front of others. So I would pretend from time to time to improve my own style. Unexpectedly, Sebastian actually understood the essence of pretending. It turns out that the king of pretense is by my side, pretending to be as smooth as drinking water, but not offensive. It's very pretentious. Very Versailles. This is to integrate pretending into every detail of life. Well, I have to remember this. And I have to pay attention to the practice of pretending in life in the future. Hey! Is Zhang Yuan dead? If not, hurry up. Oh! I forgot you are still being attacked. When Oang Chenin turned around to ask for help, he found that the two were still lying on the ground, holding their heads and rolling in pain. Really? You still care about others after I made you like this? Don't you know that you will hit my self-confidence? While complaining like this, Oang Chenin threw a bone-burning phosphorus at each of the Zhang Yimou brothers. Instantly, the mental power that was originally covering their heads was burned out. Before, it was because Oang Chenin wanted to find the source of the mental attack, so he didn't let his bone-burning phosphorus burn off the mental power. But now it is no longer necessary. After all, for a necromancer, especially a necromancer who has mastered soul attacks, most monsters can be easily dealt with. Chapter 148 Record of the Sacrifice Ceremony of the Third Test Site. When the mental thread was burned by Oang Chenin, the two brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan finally got rid of the mental attack. But the relief was only relief. It didn't mean that the attack just now was over. After all, it was a mental attack that lasted nearly a minute. To be honest, it was already very good that they didn't go crazy or die directly after the attack was lifted. Looking at the two guys who were bent forward in frustration, Oang Chenin thought so. Miss, I'm sorry. After a little reply, Zhang Yimou apologized to Oang Chenin first. Originally, in front of Oang Chenin's very balanced profession, his role was greatly weakened. As a result, he was attacked by a monster and needed Oang Chenin to rescue him. This has to be said to be very out of control. My chow. What is that? Such a big spider. Compared with Zhang Yimou, who pays more attention to this aspect. Zhang Yuan, a careless and brainless guy, seems to be much more casual. After waking up, he saw Oang Chenin fighting with a huge spider in the field, and he immediately shouted. He was obviously scared. The reason why they were rolling on the ground was because of the thunder-eyed spider, so they didn't know about it at all. He shouted instinctively after seeing this huge monster. Zhang Yuan, don't shout. Zhang Yimou was also scared by Zhang Yuan shouting. But he quickly calmed down and stopped Zhang Yuan. He was afraid that Oang Chenin, who was fighting with her, would be distracted. But Zhang Yimou, who had a mission, immediately discovered that this huge monster was his mission monster. I didn't expect that for us. The eldest lady would beat it half to death so that I could collect the head. She really did. I cried to death. What do you think of these abyss weavers? Zhang Yuan? Do you want to take a few back to play with? Oang Chenin was not scared. After all, everything on the field is now dominated by her. And she knows who is who. Ah! These things? Zhang Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect Oang Chenin to say that. Yes, these guys are the subordinates of the Thunder-Eye Spider. Now it is under my control. I think it should be easy for you to tame it. Do you use mental power to tame it? Or is it the kind of physical beating half to death? Oang Chenin was very curious about this. But she had never asked before, because it was very impolite and not elegant. Now take this opportunity to ask carefully. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Well, it's tamed with mental power. Really? Then you have to be careful. Although these weavers are not as tenacious as Lemu, their mental power is still very good. I can only share half of the pressure for you. The rest depends on you. After learning that the condition for using the ability is the blue bar, Oang Chenin no longer cares about anything else. After all, what is important to her is what she gets in the end, not the process. Now she has the answer she wants, which is enough. Miss, which one are you sharing? I'll go up and try now. Sebastian, give him a kick. Yes. Ah. First sighed, then doubted, and finally kicked out. Zhang Yuan completed all the changes in tone within a second. Zhang Yuan, are you looking down on me? Do I need to control each one for such a small matter? I have shared half of the mental power of all the Abyss Weavers with you. You can take whichever one you want. Next time you ask this kind of question, I will let Sebastian put you in the monster pile. Oang Chenin was burning phosphorus and casting life absorption. while baring her teeth and roaring at Zhang Yuan, who was lying on the ground with her, but sticking out. Monster! Everyone is saying that these spiders on the field are monsters. But in Zhang Mo's opinion, the real monster is Oang Chenin herself. She actually said such a terrible thing, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Mo didn't know how many weavers there were on the whole field. But being able to control so many at once already showed that they were not at the same level at all. Even if it was just Oang Chenin controlling the extension through a terminal. But that was pretty impressive. After all, the number was there. So, even if Zhang Mo and Oang Chenin were both level 49 now. But Zhang Mo knew that different levels meant different upper limits. He didn't know where Oang Chenin's upper limit was. And he didn't want to know. But he was very self-aware, and knew that his upper limit was definitely not as high as others. So emotions like jealousy and envy would not appear at all. It was even more impossible for him to become arrogant just because he was at the same level as the other party. On the contrary, he became more respectful. Alas, could it be that you, Oang Chenin, are the legendary Versailles King? It is estimated that you will only feel comfortable if you can suppress all the professionals in the world. No! If one day Oang Chenin suddenly becomes a saint in the flesh, he Zhang Madu will not be surprised. Say it as treasure girl. But I feel that this title is too light and unworthy of Oang Chenin. From this point of view, the title of Versailles King is light to describe Oang Chenin. But unfortunately, Zhang Mo can't think of any other title to describe her. Success? Haha. It really works. Miss. It works. Call. 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 See if it can be used. Whether it can be used or not. If it can be used, get a few more. Looking at Zhang Yuan, who was waving happily at her with a pale face in the distance. Oang Chenin retorted. Was his face so pale just now? The detail-oriented lady asked Zhang Mo. In fact, taming a monster is very costly for Zhang Mo. For example, Zhang Yuan cannot succeed without equipment to tame a monster that is about level 45 to 50 according to our level classification. Wow! Do you mean I have become an auxiliary equipment? Oang Chenin slowly turned her head and looked at Zhang Mo. She had a gloomy face, coupled with her iconic squinting eyes and smile, which made Zhang Mo shudder. I'll go up to help. Zhang Mo was ready to rub his feet. What's there to help with? You might as well go around and see if there is anything worth analyzing in those cages. Don't forget that my mission is to explore. Indeed. I'll go now. Zhang Mo was relieved to see that Oang Chenin, the willful young lady, did not bother him about what happened just now. Then he used his speed to wander around in the Abyss Weaver and successfully found a staircase leading to more than 10 floors above. About 10 minutes. Just when Zhang Yuan subdued the 5th Abyss Weaver and the physical level was shaky, Zhang Mo came back. When he came back, he also brought back an ancient notebook that looked like it would fall apart at any time. Records of the sacrifice ceremony at the 3rd test site. Chapter 149 Job Change. Skeleton Lord. Miss, this is something I found in a place that looks like an office. When Zhang Mo handed the ancient book that was about to fall apart in his hand to Oang Chenin, Oang Chenin was confused. After all, you can't expect a person from another world to know the words of another world. Sebastian, can you understand these? After flipping through a few pages, Oang Chenin lost interest. So he handed it directly to Sebastian, and showed a seeking knowledge and longing look like a studious student. Although she would also engrave some tadpole-like words on the magic circle when she was doing alchemy. She knew what it meant. It was nothing more than some sacrificial texts or prayers representing heaven and earth. But she couldn't read it, and didn't know which word represented which word. What's more, the words used in this book were not the tadpole words that she was more familiar with. But Sebastian is different. He is from that world after all. So he should be able to understand something. Right? Miss, I don't know the details. But this should be the Palai language. Palai language? What is that? Faced with this unfamiliar word, Oang Chenin was a little curious. Palai language and Palai language are both a kind of writing used by the Kiu people. Only the Kiu people in our place can use this dirty writing. After all, these Kiu people have been dirty slaves for generations, and no one is willing to learn their writing and language. Sebastian told Oang Chenin what he knew after organizing the language. Kiu people, slaves. I seem to have heard you mention this race before. I don't know if I remembered it wrong. Previously, Sebastian mentioned a lot of alien races when explaining the Lahad Annihilation text. This Q people seem to be in it. And if I remember correctly, he also emphasized that this race is an absolutely lowly existence. Eternal slaves and so on. Now it seems that this place should be the territory of that Q people. Forget it. Since you can't understand it, let me do it. Having said that, giving up on letting Sebastian, the encyclopedia, popularize it for her, Oang Chenin reached out to take the ancient book handed over by Sebastian and used the skill of the Eye of Identification. Record of the sacrifice ceremony at the third test site. This is a text record of the initial preparation stage, process, and results of a ritual of sacrificing worshippers by the Q people at the third test site. It records in detail what instruments were used, the magic circle for sacrifice, and how many people of other races were used as sacrifices. Hidden information. The Q people are the largest and most evil race in the world. As long as you are willing to pay, even the gods they believe in can sell you lowly races. If you encounter them, turn around and run away immediately. Because they are very good at disguising themselves and making themselves look pitiful to win your sympathy. TSK. Another admirer. This should be the second time I've encountered this word in a dungeon. Right? It appears very often. But a group of slaves actually play such a big game. It is really a terrible race. After reading all the entries, Oang Chenin couldn't help but complain in his heart. Although the entry does not have the overall plan of the Q people. But with a glimpse of the whole picture, Oang Chenin didn't think that these guys who could use other races as sacrifices had any good intentions. After all, when the entire tribe was made up of slaves, they could still come up with such a trick, which shows how reliable these people are. And didn't it say it above? The third test site. That means these slaves have at least 2 similar test sites. At least, let's not talk about anything else. Just to dig out such a large space in the cave. It must have taken a lot of effort. Right? And the ceremony may not be successful. There are at least 3 test sites. And the ceremonies are connected one by one. Who knows where these slaves get so much manpower and financial resources? In short, without ambition, these Q people can't do this at all. I just don't know what they want to sacrifice to their worshippers in the end. Shaking his head, Oang Chenin wrapped the ancient book that was about to fall apart with a square towel and asked Sebastian to put it in the bag behind the backrest of his wheelchair. Zhang Yuan, Ding. You have completed this exploration mission. You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. You have reached level 50, and have obtained a skill selection. You have reached level 50, and the spread range of the dark sky has doubled. Under the influence of the skill skull transformation, you can summon twice as many creatures. Alternative skills, Hellfire, Wall of Darkness, Corpse Explosion. Note, skill selection will directly affect your final career. Please judge carefully. Individual name Oang Chenin completed the mission, successfully reached level 50, and started a new round of career change. Job transfer completed. According to the individual skill selection, the individual name Oang Chenin successfully transferred to Skeleton Lord. Just what Oang Chenin wanted to ask Zhang Yuan whether he wanted to continue taming the Abyss Weaver. A series of upgrade prompts came in his mind, because the amount of information was a bit large. Oang Chenin didn't know where to start complaining for a while. I upgraded, and finally reached the level 50 that I had been thinking about, and successfully changed my job. But why is it Skeleton Lord? Is it because I only have skeletons under my command? Please! That's completely because I am a delicate girl, and I can't adapt to those bloody and smelly things. When I chose the skills, I just felt that the transformation of zombies and ghouls was disgusting. So I didn't choose them. As a result, because of this reason, I changed my job to Skeleton Lord. I thought I could choose from several professions, like the first job change. But I was directly assigned a job in the second job change. You have no good intentions to give such a bad job name to a girl. Oang Chenin complained in her heart while opening her own panel to check. Skeleton Lord, an epic job that can only be obtained when there is only a single skeleton summon in the skill. Professional characteristics. All skeleton summons a +1 skill number. All skeleton summons a +1 rank. And the number of skeleton summons doubles. Hiss. Sorry. I admit that I spoke loudly just now. When Oang Chenin saw the introduction of her Skeleton Lord, she immediately apologized to the guy who didn't know who he was. Powerful. This job characteristic is really powerful. It deserves to be called an epic job. Although I don't know what it is. Haha. But just the fact that the skeletons under her command can have an extra skill, and can be upgraded to a higher level makes Oang Chenin very satisfied. Not to mention the doubling of the number of summons. To put it simply, it is one step closer to the sea of skeletons that Oang Chenin has always wanted. Chapter 150 Corpse Explosion. And the range of the dark sky has been expanded. Although it was originally very large. Oang Chenin had not calculated it. But anyway, being able to expand this range means that the range of a skeleton's activities has been expanded. Which is a great thing. Wait. At level 50. The skill effect of skeleton transformation has been multiplied 5 times. The professional characteristics have been doubled. And the Lahad Annihilation text in his hand has been doubled again. Add the skill enhanced summoning. Stacking up layer by layer. Oang Chenin counted on his fingers. There must be tens of thousands of people at level 50. Even if he calculated wrongly. There are not tens of thousands. But there are still thousands. Thousands of them. What a concept. It is said that when there are 10,000 people, there is no end. It is really a mountain full of skeletons. He realized his wish of a sea of skeletons in one step. Great. It is so great. Originally, I thought that I would have to wait for a while and raise my level before I could realize this dream. But now it is different. With the professional characteristics of Skeleton Lord, I no longer have to worry about lack of manpower. No, that's not right. It's not God. Instead, I have now become the Skeleton Lord. I am now the Skeleton Lord. One more time. Praise the epic profession. Although I don't know what this epic is. Haha. The happy Oang Chenin is now a little incoherent. But it doesn't matter. To be honest. Up to now, she can be said to be very dissatisfied with the number of her subordinates. Dissatisfied to the point of a headache. After all, I looted too much baggage from the dungeon and the city. There are thousands of vehicles outside the dungeon. Not to mention those I have collected in the undead space. Now it's good. At least the baggage team can be gathered. After another upgrade, the number of my skeletons will definitely reach tens of thousands. Just right for me to see the Black Cat Paradise. Combined with my dark sky, it can be said that I will completely gain a foothold in the territory of the Black Cat Paradise. Little devil, I will pile you up to death when I go out. Oang Chenin, who was happy in her heart, ignored Zhang Yuan, who was sitting on the ground with a pale face and resting, and Zhang Mo, who was taking care of him, and clicked on the 3 skill options of level 50 to check. Hellfire, emit a ball of dark green hellfire, forming a flame man to fight for you. And the level of the flame man follows the level of the skill user. Wall of darkness, use dark elements to gather into a wall that will never be broken within 10 seconds to defend against attacks. Corpse explosion, detonate a corpse or your undead summon, causing 100% real effective damage to the enemy within a 10m*10m range. Hellfire, wall of darkness, corpse explosion. After looking at the 3 options, Oang Chenin chose corpse explosion without thinking. After all, although she has been transferred to Skeleton Lord, her basic nature is still a necromancer. As a necromancer, summoning undead and this corpse explosion can be regarded as the core skills of the necromancer. If Oang Chenin did not have the talent of erosion, she would not have the flexible and changeable offensiveness like now. But to be honest, the only skill I can use as an attacking tool is bone-burning phosphorus. And corpse explosion has 100% real damage. That is to say, no matter what your status or defensibility is, a bag of bone fragments hitting your face will not hurt. But it will be annoying. And there are little demons outside. This is the first thing Oang Chenin considers when choosing skills. After all, I squeezed in with the only crystal golem puppet before. I will definitely face these guys first after I get out. At that time, I only need to kill one. And then I can use this skill to slowly grind them to death. Although the 10-second invincibility wall of darkness is also pretty good. The key is that I may be the only one. But compared with corpse explosion, which is a must-have skill for necromancers, it is still a little bit inferior. As for hellfire, it's not to mention. I have bone-burning phosphorus. But I didn't even choose the previous nether fire. Do I need to choose this thing? Funny. It's just a summon creature. I don't need that little bit of mucus. But then again, the choice of skills is related to my future career orientation. Now I have reached the 2nd level. And the 3rd level is only 50 levels away. I have to be more cautious when choosing skills in the future, especially when I encounter 3 good 3 difficult realms. Otherwise, I will regret it if I choose the wrong one. After all, the professional characteristics of the Skeleton Lord are really good. I still want it when I reach the 3rd level. The skill corpse explosion has changed due to the influence of the talent erosion. Erosion effect. If there are corpses around this corpse, they will also explode due to the debris produced by the corpse explosion. After seeing this erosion effect, Oang Chenin was silent. It's not bad, but it can't be said to be particularly good. Oang Chenin closed her eyes and went through the use scenarios of this skill in her mind. Finally, she came to a terrible conclusion. That is, use this skill as little as possible. It is not like the erosion effect of the previous skills that can bring you positive feedback. After all, once this thing is used, it is very likely to cause large-scale casualties. Bring yourself unnecessary trouble. Not to mention anything else. If dozens of people form a team and fight like before, it will easily affect the team members. Although Oang Chenin does not think that she will feel guilty about the death of others, she also does not think that she will bring some burdens with her in a big battle. Anyway, in simple terms, it is a single attack to a group attack, and it is a group attack that is not under her control. This makes Oang Chenin a Scorpio woman with a strong desire for control. Very dissatisfied. But even if you are dissatisfied, what can you do? You have to accept the skill you chose. You can't refund the ticket and reselect. There is no such function on the panel. Forget it. Forget it. Don't think about it. Anyway, you can't reselect. So just let it go. Just muddle through. At least you don't have to think about the problem of grinding slowly like just now. Just use the skeleton to play self-destruction. Oang Chenin, who got the advantage and acted cute, very generous, gave up thinking about this skill problem and turned to check the personal panel that she hadn't checked for a long time. Chapter 151. Roll it up. Not bad. Compared with the initial panel, her current profile has some information. For example, the equipment and skills. But what makes her happiest is of course the number of summons she can use. She is not good at math, but the number of skeletons is just what she wants. It's level 50. Zhang Yuan, do you want to tame a few Abyss Weavers? After finishing her upgrade, Oang Chenin, who was very happy, smiled and asked Zhang Yuan, who was sitting on the ground and regained some color on his face. No, Zhang Yuan, who originally wanted to answer Oang Chenin, swallowed his words after looking up at Oang Chenin's bright and shining smile. Really? It seems that you are not good enough. A few spiders can drain you dry. Oang Chenin shook her head jokingly, and then looked at Zhang Mo, who was taking care of Zhang Yuan. Then Zhang Mo, you go ahead. The Thunder Eye Spider still has a breath left. Get rid of it quickly, and leave this unlucky place. Okay, Mississippi. After getting permission from Oang Chenin, Zhang Mo started to kill his quest monster. After all, Oang Chenin had been controlling the other party's soul, thereby controlling all the Abyss Weavers here. If he took action when Oang Chenin was not prepared, perhaps those Abyss Weavers would collectively go berserk. So he naturally did not dare to act rashly before Oang Chenin gave the order. But now that he had Oang Chenin's order, he naturally would not refuse. I even breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, this sigh of relief was not just about leveling up by killing monsters, but about Oang Chenin reaching level 50. After all, as a younger brother, if I leveled up before the boss, it would be a bit of a stealing the limelight. As a worker, stealing the boss's limelight is basically like courting death. This is not good. Human relations. Human relations. Zhang Mo silently thought in his heart, while he raised his knife and gave the Thunder Eye Spider the final blow. He called up his panel to check the ranking. Now Oang Chenin is still hanging on the first place in the ranking list as the big brother. The second place is myself. The third place is Zhang Yuan. Then, there is Quan Qingyu, who was the second place before. However, the eldest lady's profession seems to have changed. Skeleton Lord. Oh my! It sounds cool. Okay. I mean, why the names of the professions of the eldest lady and her have not changed. It turns out that they have to upgrade to level 50 before they can change their professions. TSK. Hidden professions have many rules. Unlike my sewer profession, which can be changed every 10 levels. But I think it should be very powerful. After all, Just looking at the name of the profession is very cool. Very cool. And very classy. In fact, there are many people who think the same as Zhang Mo. Especially those who often stare at the rankings. After seeing Oang Chenin at level 49, they stare at the panel from time to time. Although they can't explain why they stare. But they just want to see if Oang Chenin will reach level 50. Although Oang Chenin's upgrade seems to be smooth sailing. But in fact, it is not so easy to upgrade to level 50. Let us not talk about anything else. Many people who appeared on the leaderboard at the beginning disappeared from the leaderboard when they failed to complete the task when they were upgraded to level 10. Everyone knows what this means. It's nothing more than failure to upgrade and death. So these people want to see whether Oang Chenin can successfully upgrade or die directly. But this time is destined to disappoint them. Because after watching for a long time, Oang Chenin's level jumped to level 50. And careful people immediately found that Oang Chenin's original occupation column Necromancer became Skeleton Lord. I don't know what others will think. But those guys who are also Necromancers, like Oang Chenin, are overjoyed. After all, there are too few pseudo-lone rangers, like Oang Chenin. Who doesn't have a friend around them? So they all know what Oang Chenin's occupation change this time means. Skeleton Lord. Although the skills and career orientation will appear when choosing skills, no one has seen it after all. Is this what the Necromancer is like after changing his job? At this moment, this question popped up in the minds of Necromancers all over the world. Of course, they don't think they can change their job to become Skeleton Lord like Oang Chenin. After all, the skills chosen cannot overlap 100%. But at least Oang Chenin gave them a template and a hope. Anyone who doesn't change his job when his friends around him are changing jobs will feel anxious. But now it's different. This anxiety was thrown behind. And all that was left was the infinite yearning for the job change. Skeleton Lord is really a profession that looks incredible. Adams Lincoln, who is also a necromancer, sat by a small forest on the west coast of the United States and muttered to himself while looking at his panel. Hee. Don't mind my friend. The profession of Skeleton Lord is related to skeletons. You majored in ghouls. Right? There are not many skeletons. Maybe you can get a crueler profession after level 50. John, who was standing by, wiped the revolver he had just obtained with a cloth coated with motor oil, as if to comfort him. Actually, I am also concerned about the job transfer at level 50. After all, I am also a hidden professional. When the time comes, we can go into the dungeon together to do the job transfer task. Isn't it easier for everyone? Don't think too much. Let's think about the upgrade first. We can't be outdone by a woman. Fuck. You know how difficult the whole task is. This Chenin Oang spent more than 10 hours to complete the task after reaching level 49. I am afraid it would take me several days. Adams couldn't help but complain. Everyone knows that Chenin Oang upgrades quickly. So when Chenin Oang was stuck at level 49 for so long this time, everyone thought that the difficulty of the level 49 dungeon should be very high. Yeah. In fact, the difficulty should be very high. But Chenin Oang is a cheater. She didn't push all the way through. So it is actually of no reference value. If it weren't for the special nature of the dark forest, she could have finished a few hours earlier. Then, they passed on even more wrong information. But people outside didn't know how Oang Chenin completed the task in that dungeon. So they could only speculate. But the more they speculated, the more they felt that they should start working on the professional tasks of the level 49 dungeon now. Otherwise, if they waited until the time came to prepare, it might be more difficult to fight. After all, Oang Chenin was so difficult. Of course, it's not just the necromancers who are happy. Many people who have never changed their professions are also happy. Although everyone knows that level 49 and level 99 are a hurdle. But after all, no one has reached this stage before. So when Oang Chenin reached level 50 and successfully changed his profession, all hidden professions had an inexplicable pilgrimage feeling? Chapter 152 Hidden Boss Apostle of the Abyss. Miss, I protest. What you just said to me is a personal attack. I think I'm still okay. I haven't been squeezed dry. Zhang Yuan raised his hand and shouted at Oang Chenin like a primary school student. Protest is invalid. You idiot. No matter what happened outside, Oang Chenin and the other two in the copy at this moment did not discuss too much about the upgrade. No. There was not even any discussion. Even after Oang Chenin Zhang Yimou also upgraded and did not discuss this topic. Of course. Except Zhang Yuan. Because after Zhang Yimou completely killed the Thunder Eye Spider and successfully upgraded, Zhang Yuan also upgraded. Miss. I upgraded. Upgrade if you upgrade. What's the big deal? Oang Chenin, who had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, replied indifferently. Well, I've reached level 49 and received a kill mission. Ah! Bang! Just as Oang Chenin's mind hadn't come back to its senses, a steel-silver golem puppet that was dealing with the Abyss Weavers, who were paralyzed by the death of the Thunder Eye Spider, flew past her at a very fast speed. The wind even blew Oang Chenin's wheelchair back a little. If Sebastian hadn't grabbed the handle from behind in time, he might have flipped over on the spot. Oh my god! What the hell? Oang Chenin's eyes widened, and she turned her head to look at the golem puppet embedded on the cave wall behind her. And she was a little speechless. You know, the steel-silver golem puppet is almost immune to physical attacks. How much strength does it take to cause such damage? When Oang Chenin first encountered this kind of physical immune armor in the fortress, she made a steel-silver golem puppet to defeat 10 skills with 1 force. Now it seems that the situation has changed, and it is her turn to defeat 10 skills with 1 force. After looking at her golem puppet that was basically equivalent to scrapping, Oang Chenin turned her head again and looked at the instigator in the field. This is an octopus that doesn't look very delicious, and even a little disgusting. There is also this bubbling dark green juice around the octopus. The stench of these juices made Oang Chenin feel like she was in a sewer in an instant. She felt uncomfortable all over. So she put on the gas mask that Sebastian handed over silently and relaxed. Apostle of the Abyss, a vicious guy hiding anywhere, with a strong aggressiveness, usually falls into a deep sleep, and only appears at certain times. Hidden message. You are so lucky to have encountered such a troublesome thing. If you had left after killing the Thunder Eye Spider, you would not have encountered it. You are too greedy. First you said that I was lucky, and then you said that I was too greedy. You said all the human and ghost words. Oang Chenin despised the text on this hidden entry. However, after complaining, Oang Chenin found something wrong. Something is wrong. 12 out of 10 are wrong. This Abyss Apostle was probably released by the copy on purpose. Looking at the octopus in the field, Oang Chenin recalled, just from the literal meanings of sleeping, specific time and greedy, Oang Chenin can tell that it is probably because someone in this dungeon has accepted 2 job transfer tasks. That is why this kind of thing appears. No. Or it may be because the number of job transfer tasks in this dungeon has exceeded. After all, although this dungeon is difficult, Oang Chenin feels that it is not as large as the Centaurperian city in terms of scale. Well, if the whole forest had not been burned down by a fire, there should be 1 or 2 more boss-level quotas. Oang Chenin thought so. If this is the case, then these Abyss Apostles may have been forced out because there were no boss quotas. Otherwise, the entry would not say that he was greedy. TSK. If this is really the case, then the difficulty of brushing dungeons in the future will be greatly increased. I am fine. At most, there are only a few people. About a few dozen people. But other guys must need a lot of people to dare to enter the dungeon. Right? At that time, if one thing goes wrong, it may end up being wiped out. He. Oang Chenin thought evilly. Wait. No. Where is my Thunder Eye Spider's corpse? Oang Chenin, who had recovered from the shock of the stench and the identification entry, realized that the corpse that was originally intended to be transformed into a skeleton was gone. And isn't the place where this octopus is located the same place where the Thunder Eye Spider was just now? Could it be that it was sacrificed? In an instant, Oang Chenin was furious. You shameless man. You actually dared to sacrifice my things without permission. Unforgivable. Isn't this fleecing me? This is intolerable. Why did she keep 1/3 of the soul of the Thunder Eye Spider? On the one hand, she wanted to control the Abyss Weavers. But another reason was that she wanted to experiment whether there would be any difference in the skeleton transformation in this incomplete soul state. After all, it was a boss-level guy, and it was perfect for experiments. Gnashing her teeth, Oang Chenin immediately used the skeleton transformation to transform all the corpses of the Abyss Weavers in the field into spider skeletons. After all, in principle, she could transform any corpse. However, Oang Chenin miscalculated. After she transformed, What crawled out of the corpses of these abyss weavers turned out to be purple human skeletons. These human skeletons were tall and short. Some had very long hands. Some had very long feet. Some had broad shoulders. And some had very small heads. There were even skeletons with 2 long teeth on their lower molars. No need to look. These were definitely skeletons from different races. Skeleton general, even among the summons that the evil necromancer can command. It can be regarded as a high-level species. But it is also the most handy combat force of the necromancer. I see. The rank of my skeleton soldiers has evolved from skeleton warriors to skeleton generals. Which looks pretty good. But these are not all sacrifices. At this moment, Oang Chenin remembered the entry in the record of the sacrifice ceremony of the 3rd test site that the Qiu people used people of other races for sacrificial experiments. If sacrifice is to want some worshippers, then it is obvious that these so-called abyss weavers are completely failed products. After being sacrificed, the failed sacrifices become hunchback spiders that are neither human nor ghost. And the successful ones can gain new power like the Khan of the Centaur. Although I don't know if it is right or not. But at least this is what Oang Chenin inferred at the moment. No matter. Let's get rid of this rubbish who swallowed my corpse. Chapter 153 Iron Plate Squid. Oang Chenin was furious when she thought that the Thunder Eye Spider might also be the product of sacrifice. After all, the Abyss Weaver was like this. So the guy who could become the Thunder Eye Spider must have been stronger than other skeletons when he was alive. Right? He should be a guy of the Sebastian level. It's decided. I will use your body to repay my Thunder Eye Spider. So, she became more and more angry as she commanded these newly born skeletons to rush towards the Abyss Apostle from all directions. It said that he was a guy who could knock the golem puppet away with one blow. Even facing thousands of skeletons coming from all directions, he could still deal with it easily. But whether he could deal with it was not a problem that Oang Chenin would worry about. After all, she didn't expect a few skeletons to kill this guy, who was considered a hidden boss even in the game. She just needed the skeletons to get close. As the saying goes, if you touch it, you will die. If you touch it, you will be injured. When the octopus's tentacles touched the skeleton and smashed it, Oang Chenin activated the corpse explosion technique that he had just acquired. Bang, 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 squeak. With each explosion, pieces of bone fragments blew the octopus's tentacles into a bloody mess. The octopus also let out a roar that should be in pain. But to Oang Chenin, the sound was a bit outrageous. You are an octopus after all. How can you make a sound like a mouse? It's quite cheap. So in order to prevent this hidden boss from continuing to embarrass herself, Oang Chenin generously invested all her troops in it. It seems that this battle is very easy. But that is the feeling of others. Or more accurately, the brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan. But Oang Chenin, as the main attacker, knows it very well. Although this damn octopus looks seriously injured, it is not injured at all. Or it can be said that this guy has a strong recovery ability. Even if I blow off one of his tentacles, a new one will grow soon. It is not that my skeleton is not powerful. It is not that my skills are not good enough. In fact, Oang Chenin dares to bet that if I use the skeleton soldiers or the previous skeleton warriors now, I will definitely not be able to blow off the opponent's tentacles. It seems that when fighting against such high-end combat power, other skills must be used. After all, the golem puppet can do immune to intermediate and low-level damage. That means that the opponent is at least a high-level thing. What is a high-level thing? It's very simple. According to Sebastian's statement and Oang Chenin's understanding, it is an existence above level 100. Now I am only half of the opponent. There are ways to kill the opponent easily. For example, the life absorption ignores the level and pulls the opponent's soul to the limit. Or the bone-burning phosphorus fire that can directly burn the soul. In short, as long as it is a soul-related skill that targets the soul, it can ignore the difference in strength between the two sides. If there is any danger, it probably lies in the difference in strength between souls. No matter. Let's try the bone-burning phosphorus fire first. See how much it can burn. If it doesn't work or the progress is slow, then use life absorption. Sebastian, carry me over. Try to get close to that ugly octopus, and you will be in charge of cannon. Thinking of this, Oang Chenin immediately ordered Sebastian. After all, Sebastian is the only one among her who can let her reach the range of the burning phosphorus fire. She can't let Zhang Yimou carry her. In that case, She may need to get rid of Zhang Yimou before getting rid of the octopus. Zhang Yimou, who didn't know why, shuddered inexplicably when he saw Sebastian carrying Oang Chenin flying out and dodging the octopus's attack. Huh. As a ball of blue flame wrapped around the octopus, the entire test field was lit up at once. It was brighter than the burning mental network before. It's true that burning with fat is the most refreshing. Looking at the burning octopus in the field, Oang Chenin sighed for no reason in Sebastian's arms, although he didn't know whether this octopus had fat on it. But at this moment, she wanted to say such a perverted sentence to ease her tense nerves. After all, she was facing a hidden boss that was suspected to be level 100. It would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. When Seabass charged just now, the opponent's tentacles almost hit her several times. If Seabass hadn't sacrificed half of his ribs to block it, her name might have disappeared from the leaderboard. But it's a bit slow. After retreating and returning to the wheelchair to wait, Oang Chenin frowned and looked at the other party for more than 10 minutes. But he found that although the other party's soul power did not recover like the body, but it burned very slowly. At this speed, it will take 3 to 5 days to burn out. But Oang Chenin was worried about the carriages he had left outside the dungeon. Should I try life absorption? Oang Chenin was thinking about this question seriously. After all, although his life absorption could absorb the enemy's soul together, but it is undeniable that compared to his soul as a skeleton lord, the soul of the Abyss Apostle must be much stronger. Using the weak to defeat the strong sounds very exciting and passionate. But this is an absolute taboo in the soul system. The weak soul has only the fate of being swallowed by the strong soul. Although there is also the possibility of counterkilling. But that kind of possibility is no longer a matter of betting on probability, but a bet on life. If he really wants to use life absorption to deal with the octopus, once he fails in this battle, he will face death. Then Sebastian and the others will have to disband on the spot. So after thinking about it, Oang Chenin gave up. Wait. Anyway, it's here. And it doesn't matter if there are 3 or 5 days. If the carriage is gone, it's gone. As for the unicorns, if they are not dead, they are fine. If they are dead, they can be directly transformed into skeleton horses. Although it is a bit wasteful, it is still a good way to make use of waste. Anyway, the octopus is there, although it can move, but its range of movement is limited to the dark green juice bubbling. So in the next 3 days, Oang Chenin and others did nothing but stay in the test field, eat, sleep, and play Dowdo. During this period, Oang Chenin felt that it was too slow. So he directly used alchemy and those scrapped golem puppets to refine a piece of iron plate to press the octopus on it in an attempt to speed up the opponent's death speed at the physical level with the iron plate octopus. It's just that there is a little less cumin and chili powder. Otherwise the air environment of the entire test field will be much better. And Zhang Yimou ran to those caves several times. It turned out that the skeletons of animals, monsters and humans were imprisoned inside, although it was useless. But Oang Chenin didn't restrain his diet at all. All the skeletons were transformed one by one. In the end, more than 50 purple skeleton generals were added, and all of them were directly blown up by Oang Chenin. They were just looking for trouble. Chapter 154, Lord Ranking opens. On the 4th day, probably when Oang Chenin was sitting under the parasol, in front of the small round table, elegantly enjoying the afternoon tea made by the butler Sebastian. Suddenly, a few familiar voices came from his head. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. Ding! You have upgraded, and you can summon +1. Puff! Cough cough cough. Oang Chenin, who was holding a ceramic cup and drinking tea elegantly with her orchid fingers, was startled by the sudden upgrade sound. Almost choked. What's wrong? Is it dead? Oang Chenin turned his head to look at the octopus in the field that was still emitting blue flames. Even with the physical ultimate move of the iron squid, it took Oang Chenin 4 days to burn this damn guy. It must be said that the soul of this big guy is indeed very resistant to burning. Thinking about it, it's a good thing that I didn't use life absorption before. Otherwise my little soul would definitely be swallowed by the opponent. But I didn't expect that a hidden boss could actually allow me to directly upgrade to level 3. This has to be said, that the experience of killing monsters above the level is high. Sebastian, who was standing aside, sighed and took out a handkerchief from his chest to wipe the tea that had just sprayed out of Oang Chenin's mouth. Although these days, according to Oang Chenin's orders, Sebastian has also been constantly correcting some of Oang Chenin's words and deeds. But after all, Oang Chenin is a bit straightforward, and it will not be corrected or accustomed to in a day or two. Well, to put it bluntly, Oang Chenin is doing daily pretentious practice. I've leveled up 3 levels. Zhang Yimou. How about you? What 3 levels? How come I'm only level 1? After hearing the level Oang Chenin revealed, Zhang Yimou quickly checked the rankings, and found that Oang Chenin had indeed reached level 53. But why did he only level up 1 level? We are all human beings. Why is the treatment so different? How should I know? Maybe it's because you didn't do anything for this monster? Oang Chenin rolled her eyes at him. If she knew how to calculate this broken level, she could be a GM. Zhang Yuan. Have you completed the task? After asking Zhang Yimou, Oang Chenin turned her head and looked at Zhang Yuan. Completed? And I also changed to a hidden profession. Ah? This was Zhang Mo's questioning voice. How? Can you get a hidden profession again after level 50? He looked at Zhang Yuan speechlessly. Give me an explanation. What profession? To be honest, Oang Chenin was also surprised. However, as they are crossing the river by feeling the stones, the road ahead is unknown and anything can happen. Druid. Now in addition to being able to tame monsters, you can also turn into a monster yourself. But you need to devour the beast soul of the opponent. Zhang Yuan smiled innocently and touched his hair and said to Oang Chenin and Zhang Yimou, and you can also use part of the power of nature for healing. Oh! Healing. Speaking of which, none of the 3 of us in our small team can heal. Now it's good. The basic configuration of warrior, mage and priest is complete. After hearing Zhang Yuan say that he was in the healing position, Oang Chenin couldn't help but applaud. Although he has life absorption that can heal wounds and even spirit and soul, but he can only use it for himself. So strictly speaking, it is not a treatment. And he still firmly grasps the position of a mage. Although Zhang Yimou is an assassin-type profession, he is a melee after all. So he is a warrior. Is that so? But I haven't learned the relevant skills yet. Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly. Although he is simple-minded, it does not mean stupid. Not only him. Zhang Yimou also knows it. Oang Chenin said the 3 of us. But in fact there is only Oang Chenin. The 2 brothers and Oang Chenin are not in the same echelon at all. Even if Zhang Yuan has become a hidden profession now. This is also an unchangeable fact. Sometimes Zhang Yimou even wonders whether Oang Chenin is the only version T0 level strength among all the professionals in the world. No matter how powerful others are, they are at most T1 level. Take your time. Take your time. There will be bread. If not, go and grab it. Oang Chenin said comforting. Although these words of comfort seemed to be wrong, they also felt very reasonable. Now, whether it is upgrading or resources, you have to fight for them yourself. Whether it is monsters or food. Otherwise, there would not be the kind of fights caused by snatching hunting grounds. Some even went so far as to enclose a whole piece of land as their group's private land and not allow anyone to enter. But these are just some guys who are complacent. After all, everyone knows that if you want to upgrade to a higher level, you must kill higher level monsters. So these guys are also people who left the track on their own. So they are not a threat. At most, they are just chickens at the bottom of the food chain fighting each other. 3 people have benefited from this dungeon. I think it's good. Now Zhang Yuan has completed the task. Let's go out after I transform this animal. After finally waiting for what he wanted, Oang Chenin couldn't bear it. Although he burned the opponent's soul clean this time, even the body was burned. But Oang Chenin still wanted to get some interest back. After all, the corpse of the Thunder Eye Spider. This high-quality stuff was used as a sacrifice. And Oang Chenin has not yet overcome this hurdle. Bang! Oang Chenin used skeleton transformation. And the few corpses of this abyss messenger exploded. Then the black juice that exploded splashed Oang Chenin. The stench almost took Oang Chenin away directly. Although he knew that this transformation might not have any results. After all, the last time the black-skinned dwarf was also not successfully transformed after being sacrificed. But Oang Chenin never expected that it would end like this. Hee hee. With her head down and juice dripping from her hair, Oang Chenin went completely berserk. Zhang Yimou. Zhang Yuan. Come here. Raising her head, Oang Chenin tilted her head slightly, and smiled at the two brothers in the distance. Ah! The two people who were frightened by Oang Chenin's dignified appearance and smell were both stunned when they heard Oang Chenin calling them. Miss, our mission is complete. Let's leave the dungeon. Miss, I'll lead the way. The two turned around and ran. As if to say, I don't need to run faster than Oang Chenin. I just need to run faster than you. Two bastards. Stop! Seeing the two running away, Oang Chenin, who was already in a bad mood, immediately commanded others to rush out. Good guy. This set of pursuit is comparable to the temple run. However, when rushing out of the dungeon and preparing to vent her anger on the little demons, Oang Chenin heard a prompt sound that instantly calmed her down. Communication. Individual name Oang Chenin completed the mission and successfully reached level 50. The territory system is enabled, and the Lord rankings are enabled. You can check it yourself on the panel. Chapter 155 Lord Skills Skeleton Collection Order. Communication. Individual name Oang Chenin successfully reached level 50. Met all the conditions to become a Lord. Obtained Lord Skills. Territory system opened. And Lord rankings opened. You can check it yourself on the panel. Lord Skills? Territory system? Lord rankings? It seems that the level rankings only appeared after I left the dungeon. Oang Chenin rushed out of the dungeon and let her skeleton rush into the pile of little demons to play self-destruction while thinking about the information she just heard. However, while she was thinking, a small fireball flew from her side. Boom! Burst! This really scared Oang Chenin, the bad guy who was thinking. At this time, Cannon stepped forward in time, holding a shield in his hand to block the small fireball from the direction. Otherwise, although Oang Chenin would not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Of course, Cannon himself flew out, but it was not serious. After all, although Cannon is a goblin skeleton with a weak foundation and not a fighting fluid, but because of his rank of skeleton general, plus Oang Chenin's level bonus of 50, his ability to resist attacks has been greatly improved. But then again, this skeleton is indeed much more powerful after upgrading to a skeleton general. At least now, he can fight the little devils alone. He won't be killed instantly like the skeleton warriors before. Is this the reason about quality that Sebastian mentioned before? But Oang Chenin, didn't he expect the skeleton to clean up these little devils? The main thing is the corpse explosion. Starting with a level 50 skill, it is worthy of their death and experience. First, get rid of those chattering and jumping guys. After more than 20 minutes of magic level negotiations, the entire parking lot finally became quiet. Most of the little demons in the parking lot were cleared by Oang Chenin, and the rest fled like other tribes after reaching a certain level of battle damage. Miss, there is a great possibility that magic seal stones will appear in these little demons. Do you want to deal with them first, after ensuring that the surroundings are safe? Sebastian asked Oang Chenin. At this moment, Sebastian's broken ribs that were broken while protecting Oang Chenin had already healed when he was nourished in the undead space. So now he is still wearing a straight, meticulous tuxedo. Oh, yeah. These little demons are born with magic. So there is a high probability that magic seal stones will appear. Go ahead. Take people to deal with it. I will transform the corpses into skeletons first, so that it will be easier for you to find them. As he said, Oang Chenin raised his hand. Thousands of corpses emerged from the corpses of those little demons. Magic seal stones are good things. In addition to energy gems, they can be used in many places in alchemy. Even enchantments are needed. It will definitely be no problem to save them and trade with others later. Zhang Yamo. Zhang Yuan. Go check on the carriage. Be careful. Maybe the little demon who escaped just now is still nearby. When Sebastian led the skeletons to clean up the battlefield, Oang Chenin ordered the two brothers Zhang Yamo again. Okay. Let's go now. After being reminded by Oang Chenin, the Zhang Yamo brothers remembered the carriage. So they immediately ran to the carriage. There was no other way. Although these carriages, horses, cattle and sheep belonged to Oang Chenin, their salary was also in it. This must be watched. After everything was arranged properly, Oang Chenin opened the panel under the protection of the skeleton brought by Cannon. Until now, she finally had the opportunity to take a good look at the information about the Lord that was prompted in her mind when she just came out of the dungeon. Territory system. Choose a piece of feng shui treasure land that you think is good and enclose the land as the king. Everything in this land will belong to you. But at the same time you are also obliged to protect your people. Conditions for becoming a lord. 1. The character reaches level 50. 2. The profession is rare epic level. 3. Lead the strategy of more than 2 dungeons. TSK. So this is what the so-called lord is like. Just enclose yourself in a circle? It seems that someone has said something similar before. But then again, I happen to be planning to live in Black Cat Paradise for a long time. ISNT is just right to use Black Cat Paradise as my territory. And I have so many skeletons. The most important thing is that there is the skill Dark Sky that can cover the entire area and turn Black Cat Paradise into a dark area that has always existed. Oh! PSSST. The dark area that has always existed. This name sounds good. It feels very cool. When the time comes, I will use the bone-burning phosphorus fire to light lamps as road signs on the road that must be passed. Let's just max out the atmosphere. Oang Chenin whistled as she imagined the future. That's not right. Now is not the time to YY. There are still things to read. Forget it. Anyway, I have indeed become a lord now. Let's take a look at my lord skill first. I don't know what kind of skill this is. Individual name Oang Chenin meets the lord conditions and obtains the lord skill. Skeleton collection order. Skeleton collection order. This is a lord skill that can only be used by skeleton lords. It allows the lord to forcibly collect all the skeletons of others for his own use. And does not occupy the number of summons. Awesome. This is forcibly plundering other people's combat power. Not only does it suppress the opponent's combat power, but it also enhances your own combat power. And it is not limited by the number of summons. This can be a bug, right? If there are individual necromancers. Use this skill to brush. And you can increase your own skeletons infinitely. If there is any regret, it is that this move only works on necromancers. It has no effect on other professions. But if it is used under the dark sky as a defensive skill, it is still quite explosive. Especially when facing people of the same profession who have no advantage in numbers. Sure enough, in the end, this skill is actually used to prevent other necromancers from attacking their own territory. Oh! That's right. So it is a lord skill. Oang Chenin seems to understand something. As for the lord rankings, sorry. The first brother in the level ranking can do whatever he wants. I am also the first in the lord rankings. Wow. Ha ha ha. Oang Chenin looked at the lord rankings with only her name and laughed a little wildly. What is the most refreshing way to show off? Of course, it is this kind of show-off method that others can see. But they just can't do anything to you. Oang Chenin is sure that there are definitely people talking about her now. There must be good and bad ones. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that Miss Oang feels very happy. Very happy. That is enough. Chapter 156, Shot from the World. But secretly happy is secretly happy. But things have to be done. For example, now, when Oang Chenin looked at the words territory to be determined behind her name on the lord ranking list, she felt very glaring. So she reached out and clicked on this pending option. Do you want to select a territory in the surrounding area? Yes. Please enter the designated territory range. Oang Chenin entered the 4 words Black Cat Paradise without thinking. Designated territory. Black Cat Paradise has been logged in and can be viewed in the ranking list. Oang Chenin saw that the pending place was indeed closed after it became Black Cat Paradise. In fact, it was no big deal to enter or not. In her opinion, the benefit of getting the Lord Skill Skeleton Collection order was the real benefit. As for other territories, everything was just a cloud. After all, even if there was no so-called territory system, this Black Cat Paradise would be determined by herself. There is no way to escape. And there is no fear of being taken by force. However, there is one thing that Oang Chenin is a little concerned about. That is, the location of her. The top brother on the list is now considered public information. No matter who wants to find her, they just need to come to Black Cat Paradise. Of course, the premise is that they know that Black Cat Paradise is in C City and J City. After all, Black Cat Paradise is still famous. There are also many foreigners who come to play. But it should not be well known internationally. This is not a big deal for Oang Chenin. It's just a matter of fighting back and covering up. And there was nothing new under the dark sky. After confirming these, Oang Chenin took Cannon and the guards to the carriage. It turned out that in the past few days, except for some unicorns that were starved, the team did not suffer any losses. This made Oang Chenin feel relieved. No, it should be said that he was very satisfied. After all, it was meat at his fingertips. If it flew away, he would really be unable to sleep every time he thought about it. However, Oang Chenin came here to see if there was any problem with the team. There was another very important thing to deal with. That was the centaur. I had loaded a lot of centaur corpses before. Originally, I was thinking of summoning them after the number increased to level 50. Now it seems that I am still too conservative. I didn't transport many corpses at all. Not really. It's just that the profession after the second transfer at level 50 is too good. The kind that I didn't expect at all. To be honest, if I had not resisted the temptation of the military strength and chosen ghoul transformation or zombie transformation or ghost transformation, I would never have been able to obtain the epic profession of Skeleton Lord. Not to mention the series of abilities that this profession brings to Skeleton. So, will there be Ghoul Lord and Ghost Lord on the Lord ranking list in the future? Ha. I thought too much. So I'd better transform the natural baggage skeletons such as centaurs. Oang Chenin seemed to have solved all the problems perfectly. But outside the Black Cat Paradise, a storm as abnormal as a tornado was set off. After all, no one thought it was a big deal before. But now that the concepts of Lord and territory have suddenly appeared, some powerful and ambitious people will inevitably want to try their luck. It's the same concept as building a guild and conquering a territory in the game. And because of the emergence of the Lord rankings, everyone can also get some relevant information from the rankings. So many people have begun to discuss the profession of epic profession. After all, if you want to have the qualifications of a Lord, the hard conditions of an epic profession, TSK, everything has been taken first. It's better to say that everything was taken first by this woman. Oang Chenin. You don't mean to say that you don't like it? Not really. After all, the level difference is there. It's better to say that the top 50 are basically monsters. But what? If I have the chance, I really want to go to that Black Cat Paradise. You know, I like going to amusement parks the most. Yeah. Actually, I haven't ridden a roller coaster for a long time. On an unknown hill. 2 men, one sitting and the other standing, were smoking, looking at the green aurora in the sky in the distance, and chatting about nonsense. It was obviously cold and even snowing. But these people were only wearing thin shirts. One of them didn't even button up his chest, just revealing his thick chest hair. And behind them, there were a group of little devil corpses. Although the number is not as exaggerated as that of the Black Cat Park parking lot, it is estimated to be around thousands. Some of the bodies of these little demons had sunken chests, and some were in pieces. It was as if they were cut by some hot rays, or hit hard. While the two were discussing, in another place, a woman wearing a pointed hat and a cloak was sitting cross-legged on a huge black scorpion, eating the food in her hand and moving slowly forward. In addition to this woman, there were some daily necessities on the back of the scorpion. It looked like this which lived on the scorpion. It's Oang Chenin again. This guy is really amazing. I just don't know if she's fighting alone or with a group. It looks like a group. Otherwise, where did they get so many copies for her to upgrade? But that Black Cat Paradise should be very interesting. It sounds like a theme park. I don't know if it's any different from an amusement park. Hey! Yin Shaoqing. Look! It turns out that Oang Chenin is in the Black Cat Paradise in the northeast. I only went there once 3 years ago. A beautifully dressed girl with twin ponytails covered her mouth and smiled at a handsome man holding a peach wood sword next to her. Puff puff puff. You're outdone again. Don't you feel embarrassed? What the hell? Is this the time to say this? The man called Yin Shaoqing cursed and threw a talisman at a group of werewolves attacking from a distance. For a moment, there was thunder and lightning in the sky, and lightning bolts were knocking down, and finally exploded in the werewolf group. The werewolves fell to the ground one by one, smoking and with their thighs twitching. Just by looking at the attack, you can tell how powerful this move is. Black Cat Paradise? I remember hearing that one of the original investors of Black Cat Paradise was from Oang Group. If that's the case, then it seems that this daughter of Oang should also be from Oang Group? It's just that I've never heard of such a person. Yin Shaoqing, who was attacking the werewolves, was thinking about the notification he had just heard in his mind, and the matter of the level 50 job change. Chapter 157 Eyes of Darkness. Most people in the world are discussing things about lords and territories tonight. Among them, of course, there is no shortage of the former second place for thousands of years, the number one in the universe, Quan Qingyu. At this moment, this guy just walked out of the dungeon portal with a group of people who were covered in wounds and supporting each other. Ah! Quan Qingyu, who had just walked out, threw the staff in his hand to the ground. Level 50. I finally reached level 50, and also changed to an epic class. As a result, I heard the prompt sound in my head given by the panel as soon as I came out. Should I be happy? If it is because the necessary condition for the Lord is to have an epic class, then I should be happy. After all, I also meet 2 of the 3 conditions to become a Lord. The remaining dungeon master only needs to enter once more. But he was not happy at all. After all, there are 2 guys above his name in the ranking list besides Oang Chenin. Even their levels are higher than his. Damn it. I chased for a long time, but I didn't get anything. How can this woman bring 2 people at a time and level up so quickly? But thinking about her previous jump of 3 levels, it seems that nothing is outrageous. Forget it. Anyway, I have heard of the Black Cat Paradise before, and it is not far from the kimchi country where I am. It's just a matter of a straight. I will go there when I become a lord, and I am sure to kill the other party. For Oang Chenin, the big brother on the list who always suppresses him when he is at the critical moment and doesn't give him any chance. He has long been added to the must-kill list by Quan Qingyu, although the 2 have never met. But for a male chauvinist who grew up in kimchi country, he would not allow any woman to ride on his head and act wild. Not to mention Oang Chenin, who was suffocating him. It can be said that this feud was formed as early as when Oang Chenin rushed to the first level and kicked Quan Qingyu off the throne of the first place. But no matter what. Anyway, Oang Chenin didn't care at all at this time. Now she is leading people to attack the Black Cat town at the main entrance next to the Black Cat Paradise parking lot. She can see it. This Black Cat Paradise may have been occupied by all the little demons. There are little demons almost everywhere. The key is to preserve the town structure that has not been seriously damaged yet. Oang Chenin must be very cautious in using the corpse explosion technique. So now he can only let his skeleton generals retreat slowly. Push one room after another. Street fighting is not comfortable at all. Why did I think these houses couldn't be blown up? When the town was halfway advanced, Oang Chenin found something wrong. It seemed that there was no reason for her to keep these buildings? Or there was no reason to show mercy to these buildings? Originally, she had planned to assign this town to the living area of the 2 brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan. It was enough for a few people to live in it. Even if someone might come to rely on her in the future, she could just let them cut trees and dig stones to build it. So, Oang Chenin, who had figured it out, didn't show mercy anymore, and used the corpse explosion technique happily. The advancement speed increased instantly. While cleaning or expelling the little demons in Black Cat Town, Oang Chenin leveled up 2 more times. Ding! You have leveled up. And you can summon +1. You have reached level 55, and get a skill selection. Alternative skills: Dark Sword, Dark Wall, Dark Eye. Note: skill selection will directly affect your final career. Please judge carefully. Dark Sword. Use dark elements to form a dark sword for attack. The sword has high intensity corrosiveness, and it is difficult to heal the wound after being hit. Dark Wall. Use dark elements to gather into a wall that will never be broken within 10 seconds to defend against attacks. Dark Eye. A reconnaissance eye hidden in the night, which is easy to be discovered when used during the day, and works best with the dark sky. Good guy. Is this a wholesale of dark elements? Why are all dark skills? And there are attack, defense, and reconnaissance. And the skills are so practical. It was so average that Oang Chenin wanted all of them. However, after thinking about it for about a second, this woman chose the skill Eye of Darkness. After all, it was something that could be used with her dark sky. And it was also the means of investigation she had always dreamed of. Although Zhang Mo's investigation ability was not bad. But after all, they were others. And Oang Chenin still knew clearly that others were not as good as herself. The skill Eye of Darkness changed due to the influence of the talent erosion. Erosion effect. You can check the professions of invaders with lower levels than yourself. Wow! The erosion effect this time can only be said to be better than nothing. After looking at the effect, Oang Chenin shrugged and didn't care much. After all, she is the top brother on the list. Who can be higher than her level? And as long as it is within the range of her dark sky, she doesn't worry about someone coming to sneak attack her and kill her. So for Oang Chenin, it doesn't matter what profession the enemy is. At most, she can analyze some of the opponent's skills and attack methods from the opponent's profession name. This kind of thing can be known as long as the opponent takes action. But it is at least a reconnaissance skill. Combined with the dark sky, it will be much easier to fight monsters in the future. At this moment, Oang Chenin is already thinking about acting alone in the future. Of course, it doesn't mean that she won't bring the two brothers Zhang Yimou. How can she just say that two such useful tools are not needed? It's just that Oang Chenin thought that she would inevitably need to act alone in the future. So this aspect also needs to be planned. But 1,000 and 10,000. I just bought a new car, so I have to take it out for a spin. Right? So Oang Chenin quickly used a dark eye. Then, when Oang Chenin looked up, he saw eyeballs of different sizes, and sizes densely packed on the black clouds above his head. These eyes were white, and the pupils were irregular circles. It looked like a scene of painting with white ink on a black curtain. People with intensive phobia would feel physically uncomfortable. However, Oang Chenin did not have this bad habit. He even felt gratified that this scene was very suitable for the Necromancer. It looked good. It was worth choosing this skill. After observing the appearance, Oang Chenin closed his eyes. Then a bird's eye view of the Black Cat Paradise and its surrounding areas appeared in Oang Chenin's mind. Chapter 158 Catwalk Avenue. This is a bird's eye view of the entire Black Cat Paradise and its surroundings. Not only can you clearly see mountains and rivers, but you can also see the jumping little demons in the Black Cat Paradise clearly. Even the location of Oang Chenin at the moment. You can see clearly who is next to you and what is happening behind the building next to you. Although there are still some blind spots in the field of vision. But compared to standing on flat ground, the field of vision is much wider. As long as you want, you can easily control the distance and size. It's like having a god's perspective, which is very convenient for reconnaissance. Is this the young lady's new skill? At the moment when the dark eyes were opened, Zhang Yimou discovered the strange phenomenon in the air. After all, it would be rare to not be discovered with such a large-scale skill. Looking at the densely packed eyes in the air, the feeling of being peeped at like naked made Zhang Yimou shudder. This young lady's skills are really weirder than each other. I don't know what it will become in the end. Zhang Yimou could not imagine what Oang Chenin's skills would be like in the future just by imagining. Okay. The town has been cleared. Let's go inside. There are still many little demons inside. Maybe everyone can reach level 60 after clearing them all. Looking at the town that was blown up by his corpse explosion, Oang Chenin yawned and said, although it was not long after coming out of the dungeon. But Oang Chenin's mental power consumption was still quite large because of the corpse explosion and skeleton transformation. At least in terms of the amount of mental power consumed during this period. It has far exceeded the amount of 2 or 3 ordinary magicians. If she had not been level 50, her mental power had increased greatly. And if she had not used the Lahad Annihilation text, she might have been drained by her willful attack method. Just kidding. She used the core skill of corpse explosion as a normal attack, like a flat attack. If it were someone else, he would have fainted long ago. But rather than saying it was related to the level, it would be better to say that the Lahad Annihilation text was the real big deal. After all, a book has millions of souls in it. How can there not be much mental power? But even so, Oang Chenin didn't have much energy now. It's not that she didn't have enough mental power. This thing is simply not enough for her now. But she wanted to take a break after fighting for so long. But now she hasn't taken down all of Black Cat Paradise. So she can only hold on. If it was before, Oang Chenin would choose to take a good rest after clearing out the little demons in the town without hesitation. But it's different now. Because Black Cat Paradise has become her territory. There are rats occupying her territory. Which is something she has to clean up even if she doesn't sleep. So that she can sleep peacefully. It's disgusting and uncomfortable. Black Cat Town is located next to the parking lot. There were originally many snack shops in the town. But most of them have been destroyed at this time. And there is still a lot of blood and flesh on them. This is all the result of Oang Chenin's corpse explosion. Unlike this dilapidated scene, the main entrance and exit of the Black Cat Paradise next to it has not been damaged at all. There weren't even many little demons. I don't know if it was because the little demons in the small town just escaped and dragged the little demons here. The main entrance and exit are built with a tall, magnificent arch. But it looks a little funny because the main body is a black cat. There are 3 rows of green trees on both sides. There is even a semicircular fountain at the entrance. If you want to talk about it, Black Cat Paradise has done a great job in greening, especially the back mountain adventure area and the treasure cave. But these are not the main points. The main point is that Miss Oang is sitting in a wheelchair now. After she came to the entrance, she was silent for no reason. She didn't say anything. And there was no next step. She just stayed there quietly. This made the 2 brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan next to her a little confused. What's wrong with the eldest lady? Zhang Yuan asked Zhang Yimou in a low voice without knowing what was going on. Stupid. Don't talk at this time. What if you disturb the young lady? Zhang Yimou, who was startled by Zhang Yuan's sudden voice, scolded Zhang Yuan in a low voice. If you have a little common sense, you won't be completely without common sense. Who knows what the consequences will be if you disturb Miss Oang at this time? Isn't it better to be silent? Isn't it better to be alive? Why do you want to die at this time? Zhang Yimou complained wildly in his heart, and didn't want Miss Oang to notice him at all. However, Miss Oang didn't care about the 2 people at this moment. But she looked down at the things in front of her. She finally remembered why she had just responded to Black Cat Town's subconscious show of mercy. Sebastian, Zhang Yimou, Zhang Yuan, lead the people to attack. I will take a rest here. Oang Chenin spoke softly with her head down, her expression unclear. Yes, Mississippi. Until this moment, Sebastian, who was in a bad mood, paused for a moment, and then took the 2 brothers, Skeleton and Zhang Yimou, into a straight avenue opposite the entrance. This avenue is a street-style avenue composed of buildings, trees and flower beds. But what people who have been here talk about most is that every stone slab on this avenue has footprints of cats of different breeds. So this avenue is affectionately called the Catwalk Avenue. But in the middle of the Catwalk Avenue, there is a row of human footprints. These footprints are from the investors of the Black Cat Park, and they were copied at the beginning of the opening of the park. And in front of these stone slabs, that is, at the gate, the stone slab that Oang Chenin is looking down at is 3 times larger than the other stone slabs. There are 3 footprints on this stone slab, 1 large and 1 small. This is the footprints of Dad, Ma and Oang Chenin when they were young. It was left when Oang Chenin came here for the only time when Black Cat Paradise was built. Although there is no signature on it, Oang Chenin still recognized this stone slab at a glance. No. Or it is this stone slab that helped Oang Chenin remember this incident. Because Oang Chenin was not honest when rubbing. She always moved around. So there was only half of her own footprint on it. Or it was composed of half of each foot. It looks very special. So Oang Chenin could remember it all at once. A lot of memories came to my mind. I remember that at that time. Dad and Ma laughed loudly at my ugly footprints. I remember that I seemed to be a child at that time, and said angrily that I would ignore them for a week. It seems that there is no? Well, it should be no. How could I say such an unfilial line? Impossible. Absolutely. Impossible. Chapter 159. Sebastian was dissatisfied. Cannon, Mississippi. At this time, there were only Cannon, the golem puppet, and the gargoyle around Oang Chenin. After all, a sickly girl cannot be without guards to protect herself, even if she was willing. Sebastian and Cannon would not agree. Of course. I was so afraid of death that I could never do such a stupid thing. Dig up this stone slab and put it here. Oang Chenin patted her thigh after calling Cannon. Miss, this stone slab should be a bit heavy. Or I'll take it. Cannon looked at Oang Chenin, and then at the stone slab on the ground. This piece must be at least 10 or 20 pounds. With Oang Chenin's body, Cannon was really afraid that she would crush it. So he suggested this. It's okay. Just put it up. Anyway, they are 2 legs without feeling. Oang Chenin didn't care. Just as she said, no matter how much her soul increases in strength, what has been lost cannot be restored. So these legs are now just decorations. Okay. But this stone slab is a little dirty. I'll go wash it. As he said that, Cannon picked up the stone slab with a short sword in his hand and took it in his hand very smoothly. No need. Just put it up like this. Yes. Because Oang Chenin did not share the memory of awakening. Cannon did not know the significance of this stone slab to Oang Chenin. But even if he did not know the reason, Cannon still saw the importance of this stone slab to Oang Chenin. So he didn't say anything else. He held the slate with both hands and carefully placed it on Oang Chenin's legs. "Does it hurt, miss?" After he completely let go of the slate, Cannon asked a question with great concern. Although he was a skeleton, there was no brain in his brain. "It hurts? If I can still feel pain, it would be a medical miracle to thank God." Oang Chenin rolled her eyes at Cannon unhappily. Then she looked down at the 3 pairs of footprints and gently stroked them. "By the way, miss, since this slate is going to be dug up, what about the other human footprints? Destroy them all?" Oang Chenin said in a cold tone without even thinking, with her head down. "They are not allowed to interfere in my place. Even if it's just a footprint." "Okay, miss. Wait. It's just destruction. I'm familiar with this." After saying that, Cannon patted his ribs and started working with the hundreds of goblin skeletons under his command. "Hey. You forget it." Originally, Cannon's duty was to act as Oang Chenin's guard after Seabass left. But now, after receiving Oang Chenin's order, he immediately led people to rush out. Oang Chenin was stunned. "Good guy. This kind of shoveling can be done later. I just told you the plan for the future. And you really rushed out." Oang Chenin rubbed his nose with a headache. Fortunately, he still had golems and gargoyles around him. Otherwise, there would be no one to protect him. As expected, Cannon is more reliable as a logistics officer, and Sebastian has to stay to protect himself. I don't know what it will be like next time I meet such an intelligent guy. I hope to draw a rare character with SSR combat power to lead my army. It seems that in addition to this, some other combat power must be added. For example, synthetic beast chimera? I don't have this kind of soldier with built-in magic attack yet, and it should be able to reach the combat power of magic bombardment with the little devil. Oang Chenin thought seriously, but thinking about the corpses needed by the synthetic beast. Except for the sheep, he didn't have any. So he finally gave up. Although the synthetic beast is simple to say. It only needs 3 or more corpses of different magic beasts. But considering the combat power combination and the number of magic crystals on hand, it is not something that Oang Chenin can do now. "Miss, I'm back." Just when Oang Chenin temporarily gave up the synthetic beast without materials, Cannon came back with people. Well? At the beginning, Oang Chenin didn't pay attention. But when Oang Chenin looked up, she found that one of Cannon's arms had disappeared from his shoulder and appeared in his other hand. "You are doing performance art?" Oang Chenin looked at him with some doubt. After all, the other goblin skeletons had nothing to do except him. Because I left the young lady here alone. That old man Sebastian asked me to come back." Cannon said it very subtly. Well, it was so subtly that Oang Chenin felt like laughing out loud. Puff. Ha ha. You guys really don't leave me any time at all. Finally, Oang Chenin couldn't hold it back and laughed. She even laughed to tears. Originally, after getting the stone slab with a family of 3, Oang Chenin was still a little happy but depressed. But after being treated like this by this guy, there was no depression at all. Go back to the space to repair it. It will take about half a day for one arm. Oang Chenin looked at the embarrassed Cannon and shook her head with a smile. Then opened her own undead space. Cannon scratched his head with his broken arm, smiled and jumped into the undead space to take care of his body. On the other side, Sebastian was leading people to clear out the little devils in the Black Cat Paradise. Walking past the catwalk is a huge circular pool with bridges, islands, dried flowers, etc. There is even a carousel and several other entertainment facilities in the circular depression. However, due to the lack of electricity, the carousel looked a little gloomy at the moment. Opposite the circular pool was the Sapphire Castle, the largest and most luxurious building in the Black Cat Paradise. The entire Sapphire Castle was built in imitation of the Swan Castle. It has everything, including the parapet, main tower, corner tower, arrow tower, doorway, foyer, and moat. What's wrong, Sebastian? I feel like you are not very satisfied with this Sapphire Castle. As the few people slowly moved forward, Zhang Mo noticed that Sebastian would look at the largest building in the field from time to time. Not satisfied. It looks too dim and gloomy, and it is not suitable for the young lady to live in. Sebastian shook his head. After multiple confirmations, he felt that it was not worthy of the identity of Oang Chenin. After all, Oang Chenin is now an intermediate magician. In the past, when it was in the Lahad Empire, she could be awarded a viscount or a border earl. So in his opinion, this castle is too gloomy. Except for its size. It has no momentum at all. Zhang Yimou just smiled and shrugged after hearing what Sebastian said. Don't worry, Sebastian. Miss will definitely make some improvements after she moves in. Chapter 160 Miss. Please stop talking. Now there is a dark sky. And it may not be visible without electricity. But in fact, as someone who has been here several times with his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Yimou knows very well that this castle is very beautiful under the lights at night. And Sebastian didn't come at the right time. If he came when there was electricity, he would definitely be shocked. After all, although it is an imitation of the ancient times, but most of the interior of the castle is still very modern. For example, there are elevators on each tower. If the lights of the entire Black Cat Park are turned on, it will be a magnificent scene. Just kidding. How much income do you think the night parade of Black Cat Park can bring to the park every year? It can be said that a large part of people come to play just for this night parade. After all, under such a good atmosphere, whether it is confession or breakup, or coaxing children, it is a good place. Long live light pollution. Long live modern civilization. Zhang Yimou shouted in his heart. But in fact, the more he thought about it, the more he missed the electric age. And of course, he also missed the woman who came with him. It really needs to be improved. Many things here are not suitable for the current status of the young lady. Sebastian nodded. After all, Miss Oang has to live here now. The environment must be better. Yeah. After clearing out the enemies in the park, I will ask the young lady about the improvement plan here. As a housekeeper, I finally don't have to worry about those trivial things anymore and can get back to my job. Originally, Black Cat Paradise was quite large. So after clearing the Sapphire Castle, Oang Chenin temporarily stopped the strategy. After all, there was already a foothold, and she was really a little tired. So after having a foothold, Oang Chenin immediately summoned all the vehicles in the undead space. Sebastian, the castle has been cleaned up. Right? Yes, Mississippi. Then move the food, sundries, and the high-end equipment seized from the Pillion King City to the basement. Cannon, you take your people to transport the equipment and minerals to the Future Science and Technology Museum. It is more spacious there, and it is not bad to dismantle it and use it as a production base. Oang Chenin yawned repeatedly, tears in the corners of her eyes. Miss, I have a different opinion. Holding a park flyer that she didn't know where she got from. Cannon raised her hand that had not yet fully healed. Huh? What's wrong? Oang Chenin looked at Cannon strangely. Miss, if you want to build production equipment, I think it's better to go in the direction of the water park. There are rivers and lakes there, which is convenient for the use of some equipment. Cannon pointed to the water park, which was completely opposite to the Future Science and Technology Museum arranged by Oang Chenin just now. Well, in this case, what should I do if the water is polluted? I have to live here. There are so many fresh fish in it. What should I do when I want to eat fish? This water park was originally converted from a lake formed by the branch of the South River. It is very large, and the fish resources and aquatic plants in it are also rich. So if possible, Oang Chenin didn't want to destroy the beauty of this place. After all, it's both iron and steel making, and the pollution can be imagined. What's more, the downstream of the lake is the Whale Sea, which is known as one of the 4 major fishing grounds in the world. If it is polluted, won't those sea fish be eaten? When it comes to food, Oang Chenin will not give in at all. And there is a larger canoe restaurant next to the water park, which Oang Chenin wants to transform into her own alchemy workshop. So from the beginning, Oang Chenin didn't think about that. Don't worry about pollution. Isn't the eldest lady an alchemist? Isn't there a method to make purification stones in alchemy? We used to buy this kind of stone frequently. After all, places like mines also need purification stones to clean up the exhaust gas inside. Cannon looked at Oang Chenin with some surprise and said, "Ah?" Oang Chenin was dumbfounded. "Ah?" Cannon followed up without knowing why. When Oang Chenin heard what Cannon said, she immediately checked the items in her alchemy. You know, alchemy covers a wide range of areas. She received a lot of knowledge when she first received it, but because the combat effectiveness was too poor at that time, Oang Chenin put all her energy on increasing her troops. She didn't have time to check anything else. As a result, there really is such a thing as purification stone. After looking at the formula and magic circle above, it is not difficult to make it, and the materials are also available. Well, then let's move those herbs to the canoe restaurant first. I plan to convert it into an alchemy workshop, and the renovation will be left to Sebastian. As for the purification stone, I'll make it when I wake up tomorrow. Cannon, assemble the equipment now. If you see anything useful, use it. If you don't need it, dismantle it and throw it over to the Future Science and Technology Museum. After all, this will be my base in the future. If you want to renovate it, make it more beautiful. Oh, by the way, don't dismantle the slide used for the water park and the rafting. You can still have fun when you have nothing to do. And don't move the pirate ship. And that beach. After making up her mind, Oang Chenin began to talk about the water park. Miss, please stop talking. If you keep saying this, then all the things in the water park will be preserved. Looking at Oang Chenin's excited narration, Cannon was a little speechless for a moment. In that case, Miss, why don't you just dig a river channel to divert the water here? This is a tent camping site with low terrain and no extra facilities. After thinking for a while, Cannon pointed to the other side of the water park, which was the other side of the alchemy workshop that Oang Chenin wanted to renovate. I see. Here, there are indeed no facilities here. But this is a forest, so it is easy to cause a fire. Oang Chenin looked at the map in Cannon's hand, and her safety awareness was very good. After all, steelmaking is an open flame, and if you are not careful, it will end up with a big fire burning the mountain. Although there is no law now, but after all, it is her own territory, so it doesn't matter in the dungeon. Anyway, you have to leave. It's different here. She doesn't want to see a decadent scene of overburning every day. I know. Miss, you go to rest. Yes. After giving the order, Oang Chenin asked some skeletons to take their bedding to the main tower of the castle. I found a good place to live in the suite at the top of the main tower. Chapter 161 looks like I can have a good sleep today. The top of the main tower. It is about the height of a dozen or 20 floors. Originally, this was a place where VIP members or investors lived, which was not open to the public. But now, as the ruler of the entire park, there is no problem for Oang Chenin to live here. Moreover, as a member of the Oang family, she is originally qualified to live here. It was just because she needed treatment that she lived in the hospital. Otherwise, according to Oang Chenin's temperament, I'm afraid she would have moved here a long time ago. This suite is the only room at the top, so it is very open in terms of height and vision. Although the elevator has stopped working because of the lack of electricity. But with the tireless skeleton general, Oang Chenin has no difficulty going up and down the stairs. And there is another reason for choosing this place. That is, you can see the sea here, and there is a whole whale sea outside the window. For Oang Chenin, who has never seen the sea since she got sick, looking at the sea and blowing the sea breeze is a very pleasant thing for her body and mind. Even though the sea was covered by thick black clouds due to his skills. But in the distance, he could still see a ray of sunlight shining down the sky, adding the reflection of the sea water. It was a bit beautiful. This light and dark scenery mixed with the waves made Oang Chenin fascinated. Oh, right. Put the stone slab and the photo frame on the dressing table. After admiring the beautiful scenery outside the window for a while, Oang Chenin instructed the skeleton, who was making her bed. After all, this place has just experienced a war. Although those little demons did not damage this room that badly. But some damaged things still need to be cleaned up. In Sebastian's words, only exquisite things can be worthy of Oang Chenin's identity. Those things with any flaws should not appear in Oang Chenin's daily life, because that will only lower other people's views of Oang Chenin. Although it is impossible for anyone to enter Oang Chenin's boudoir. But Sebastian insisted, and Oang Chenin's idea of integrating pretense into daily life. So Oang Chenin turned a blind eye to these aspects and let it go. After all, it is always good to have a few people care about you. To put it bluntly, Oang Chenin is just a child who lacks love. But this kind of love, Oang Chenin will only accept those skeletons under his command who obey his orders and never betray him. As for others caring about him, They must come with intentions. No need to think about it. After the skeletons were gone, Oang Chenin, who was sitting on the window, was carried by the skeletons into the bathtub with the bath water already heated. After letting the skeletons give her a nice bath, Oang Chenin slept on the bed with a soft mattress again. Woo, it must have been a few months since she slept on such a soft bed. Although Sebastian's decoration in the pumpkin carriage was quite exquisite. But because of the size limit, he just found a new mattress to make do with. But it's different here. After all, it's the configuration of the presidential suite. When you sleep on the mattress, you feel like you are sinking into it. And you feel safe and hugged. It seems that I can have a good sleep and a good dream today. Thinking so, Oang Chenin's eyelids began to fight. And finally she slept very sweetly with the protection of skeletons all around. It is said that high beds with soft pillows can easily make people lost. Oang Chenin completely understood this point this time. It has been 3 hours since she woke up from her sleep last night. But Oang Chenin had no intention of getting up at all. She rolled around in bed and felt the softness and comfort. Of course, as the lord of this area, although Oang Chenin stayed in bed, she did not put down the work at hand. She had always been in contact with Sebastian and Cannon in her mind and gave them orders. In fact, for a person with inconvenient legs, this is the real norm. It is not normal to be busy in a wheelchair to attack dungeons and kill monsters. Knock knock. Mississippi. Just as Oang Chenin was sitting on the bed and looking at the sea view outside the window, Sebastian knocked on the door. This is strange. Wasn't he just sorting out the warehouse downstairs? Why did he suddenly come up? Although Oang Chenin was puzzled, Sebastian must have something important to do. Otherwise, he could just practice it in his mind. There was no need to run upstairs. Come in. Sitting on the bed, Oang Chenin leaned against the pillow and looked at Haitu and said without turning back. Then Sebastian tidied his clothes outside the door, opened the door and walked in. Sebastian, what's the matter? Oang Chenin, who was asking knowingly, made an opening speech after Sia Boss came in. After all, as a leader, you have to question from a higher position. Yes, Mississippi. After walking to Oang Chenin's bed, Seabass stood straight and motionless, and then asked, you mentioned the renovation yesterday. So I want to ask how you want to renovate here. What needs to be demolished, expanded, or retained? Seabass looked at Oang Chenin and asked seriously. Well, you can do it in this regard. But don't move those amusement facilities. Keep them for fun when there is electricity in the future. Oang Chenin said so. In fact, when she checked her alchemy yesterday, she found several alchemy products suitable for power generation, although she didn't know how to use them specifically. But she believed that as long as her alchemy workshop was completed and she slowly studied, she would always be able to complete one or two. When there is electricity, she can play with these entertainment facilities to her heart's content. In addition, the parking lot was shoveled away to make a medicinal field. And some fields were reclaimed next to it to see if we can grow some other food or something. By the way, keep the stones from the parking lot. I want to make gargoyles. Oang Chenin spread out a tourist guide to the park and thought about it. The parking lot is large. When she first arrived, Oang Chenin thought of the medicinal field. And those concrete foundations would be a waste if they were thrown away after being shoveled away. So Oang Chenin thought that the materials for making gargoyles were still very good. Not a waste. I am indeed a thrifty and good woman. Sitting on the bed with her arms around her, Oang Chenin closed her eyes and nodded slightly, giving herself a thumbs up in her heart. Okay, miss. Do you have any other instructions? Nothing for now. Go and do your work. And try to finish it within half a month. There are still the Robin Hotel, Wishing Lake, and Wishing Island in the back mountain that have not been cleared. So you have to hurry up. Otherwise more monsters will slowly descend. Chapter 162, We should gather some talents. For Oang Chenin, there are actually quite a lot of things to do here. Whether it is to become a farming party or to eliminate the monsters around, they are all in front of her. But now due to the lack of manpower, the two things cannot be done at the same time. So she first focused on transplanting those herbs. After all, compared with the monsters that are bound to come to the world, transplanting herbs is the key. It has been dug out for such a long time. If it is not transplanted, I am afraid that it can only be preserved by drying into dried herbs. In addition, The old servant here also needs the eldest lady to consider. After Oang Chenin finished his instructions, Sebastian said, "What is it?" "It's about some things around the castle. Although the Sapphire Castle can be regarded as the main building of the Black Cat Paradise. But in fact, there are many other entertainment facilities around the castle. For example, the maze garden made of shrubs on the left side of the castle. And the town on the right side is half the size of the Black Cat Town, which is used for tourists to rest and chat temporarily. This town also provides snacks and beverages to make money. However, this town has one biggest feature compared to the Black Cat Town outside. That is, there is an open-air cinema. No matter where you sit in the town, you can see the Black Cat cartoons and some small advertisements related to the investors playing on the huge movie screen. It is a parent-child town. And behind the castle is the small river that flows directly from the lake of the water park to the sea. It is better to say that the waterways in the park are still very developed. It was originally built at the downstream estuary of the Nanha River, so it is understandable that the water resources are very abundant. Therefore, for safety reasons, in order to prevent tourists from drowning, many places are covered with railings, billboards, and buildings. What do you think about the surroundings? Oang Chenin looked at the park map handed over by Sebastian and asked. Now the eldest lady lives here, so the old servant wants to make the surroundings safer, said. Sebastian explained some of his ideas for the transformation of the surroundings. Hearing this, Oang Chenin nodded repeatedly. Otherwise, he was a butler in his previous life, and he was also the butler of the Earl of Military Merit. In terms of protecting important people, it can be said that he is very good at it. And some plans made Oang Chenin applaud. I see. So you want to renovate these around the castle to protect me? Yes. Well, although I don't think it's necessary. It's not bad as a hand card. Then do it according to your idea. I will refine the alchemy materials you need after the alchemy workshop is built. In the end, Oang Chenin still agreed to Sebastian's request, although this will waste some materials, and it seems unnecessary for her own safety. But Oang Chenin thinks that if it is used to save her life, then it seems that no matter how many cards she has, it doesn't matter. So in the following days, the transformation of Oang Chenin's actual controlled territory in Black Cat Paradise began in full swing. Although many things are not complete, but under limited conditions, we still have to start with some things within our ability. For example, the parking lot plowing. Oang Chenin was renovating her alchemy workshop. There are so many things. Looking at the table sorted out by the cannon in her hand, Oang Chenin scratched her head. Originally, she didn't want to get out of bed today, but because some things had to be solved downstairs, she came down reluctantly. Zhang Yamo, take this table and go to the bases in City C. If there are any, bring them back and say that you want to exchange them for unicorns, weapons and armor. After clearing out the little demons in the parking lot, Black Cat Town, Catwalk Avenue, Water Park, Future Science and Technology Museum and Sapphire Castle, Oang Chenin obtained a large number of magic seal stones. So she doesn't lack this thing now. What she lacks is other consumables. So she decided to let Zhang Yamo go out for a walk. Didn't the two brothers use this as an excuse before? Now it's just a good time to exploit it. No problem. Mississippi. According to your instructions, it should take about 5 days to make a round trip. Zhang Yamo calculated the time after looking at the required items on the form. After all, he was just running errands. It's not like he had to fight monsters on the way, so it wouldn't take much time. The big part that really needs to be spent is the time running back and forth between the bases. Although it may be a bit troublesome, 5 days should be enough. By the way, if you meet someone who knows planting or other talents in the base, you can ask if they are willing to settle in Black Cat Town. If they are willing, they can all gather at the airport base. When the time comes, you can come back and tell me, and I will send someone to pick them up, or let them follow the convoys that come to trade. Oang Chenin thought about it. She doesn't lack housing here now. If there are talents who can help her territory develop, she doesn't mind recruiting talents. Anyway, she can't eat so much food. That's no problem. It's dangerous outside now. If food, water and safety can be guaranteed, I believe that technical talents should come. No, they will definitely come. As he spoke, Zhang Yamo became serious. After all, there can't be only the two of them in Black Cat Town, since the eldest lady has asked for people. I believe these people will be as happy as herself to settle in Black Cat Paradise. Also, wear this armband on your arm. After seeing that, Zhang Yimou understood what she meant. Oang Chenin took out 2 pieces of purple cloth from the cloth bag of the wheelchair and threw them to Zhang Yimou. This is. Zhang Yimou opened it and saw that the armband was embroidered with the black crowned skull on Oang Chenin's flag about love and peace. Go out and spread this logo. Let them know that this logo represents me. Oang Chenin. You should understand what I mean. Oang Chenin looked at Zhang Yimou with her signature smile and said this slowly. I think I understand. Zhang Yimou nodded. To put it bluntly, it is propaganda. And also a deterrent. Don't worry. What Oang Chenin, took out is definitely not cheap. This thing is made of cloth woven with spider silk from the Abyss Weaver. And the color is dyed with several kinds of herbs. There is also an alchemical magic circle on it, which can trigger a collective mental attack at a critical moment. Of course, whether you can escape depends on your own ability. Chapter 163 Defense Loophole? While speaking, Oang Chenin shrugged her shoulders indifferently. It seemed that this was not a big deal in her eyes. But Zhang Mo's eyes widened when he heard it. He had personally experienced how powerful the mental attack of the Abyss Weaver was. Although he just watched Zhang Yuan suffer from the side, he still remembered the painful and twisted expression clearly. Although the group attack might be weaker, but as long as he created a time window for himself, he would definitely be able to escape. If he still couldn't escape after firing, he might as well commit suicide. Zhang Yimou. A worker. I refuse to be a prisoner. But I didn't expect that this young lady would be so generous when she made a move. You know, if this kind of equipment that can be stimulated is released, not to mention others, Xuemanji, the base commander, will definitely rush to get it. As a result, this is just a small gadget that can be wholesaled at will for the young lady. For training? Zhang Yimou said while putting the armband on his left arm, and the other piece was held in his hand. Hey, young man, you have a good eye. The other one is for Zhang Yuan. Anyway, you should go to see what your brother has told you before you leave, so you can send it over together. Sure enough, the life players play on a different channel from me and others. Well, it seems to be able to prevent counterfeiting. It's very practical. And Abyss Weaver Zhang Yuan now has several of them, which means that at least it can reach the level of small-scale mass production of spider silk. Although it is impossible to mass produce on a large scale. Even if a few are made every day, it will be a good profit. But judging from the willful young lady's intention, it seems that she intends to use this thing as a sign. A symbol. Or is it simply friend or foe identification? But, young lady, I am older than you. At least don't call me this. Hearing Oang Chenin calling him like this, Zhang Yimou felt helpless. After all, he was 9 years older than Oang Chenin. The young man of the dumpling machine should have some achievements. Okay. I just said it casually. Otherwise, what would I call you? A worker? Oang Chenin rolled her eyes at Zhang Yimou, and then ordered the skeleton to push her and turn around to prepare to return to the tower. Sebastian will prepare rations for you for the next 7 days, as well as tents, fuel, lanterns, and other supplies. Sebastian, the unicorn you used before, has also checked it for you. The saddle and the horse iron are all there. You can leave with them later and complete the task as soon as possible. After speaking, Oang Chenin raised her hand and waved coolly, as a farewell, and then entered the castle. In fact, with Zhang Mo's ability, he doesn't need to use the unicorn at all. But after all, he is going out to do a mission. You can't let him carry the baggage alone. That will only slow down his speed of completing the mission, which is not what Oang Chenin wants. After all, although Oang Chenin claims to be a businessman, he can't do the kind of beastly behavior of wanting the horse to run but not giving it grass to eat. And the construction of Black Cat Paradise also requires more people and materials. According to Zhang Mo's calculation, he needs about 5 days. If those people from the base want to come to exchange things, then plus the time for preparing materials and delays on the road, it will take at least 10 days to arrive. So the faster Zhang Mo's speed is, the more this time can be shortened. The shorter this time is, the faster the construction of Black Cat Paradise can be. Although his alchemy workshop has been built, there are still many instruments missing. For example, beakers, test tubes, and so on. Before, Oang Chenin did take out a few sets from the hospital, But after running all the way, especially before the undead space, these things were basically all reimbursed. So now Oang Chenin can't find suitable instruments to make some potions. And although the workshop has been built in the past few days, but in fact, it is just a prototype, belonging to a rough house. And a lot of things need to be filled. And in the eyes of Oang Chenin, or in the eyes of all alchemists, the alchemy workshop is the most important. It will not only store the research materials of each alchemist, but also the research results. So Oang Chenin plans to make this place the safest place in the entire Black Cat Paradise. From this point of view, if it weren't for the good scenery on the high tower and the sea view, Oang Chenin would definitely sleep in the workshop. The safest place. But it doesn't matter. After all, Oang Chenin's workshop is now built inside the castle. Originally, Oang Chenin planned to build a workshop in the restaurant next to the water park. But later during the construction, she found that it was not appropriate to build it in that place. I took it for granted at the time. I thought it would be enough to have an independent building to build a workshop. But since Sebastian told her that he had to replan some things around the castle to protect herself, she thought it would be better to build her workshop inside the castle. Anyway, I am the only one living in the castle. It would be a waste if such a large space is not used. There is a circle of defense system built by Sebastian outside, and the defense system of his own workshop is added inside. This two-pronged approach is the best protection for myself. So don't let anyone else enter the castle in the future. No matter who it is. If there are guests, just take them to the canoe restaurant and wait. If anyone dares to break in, just kill them directly. As Oang Chenin said this, she was pushed into the castle by the skeleton behind her. Sebastian, who had been standing at the door, bowed slightly and did not answer silently. Miss, there is something at the Robin Hotel that you may need to decide in person. It was the day after Zhang Yimou left, when Oang Chenin woke up and took a beautiful bath. Canon's voice sounded in her mind. Robin Hotel? Canon, didn't you go to the parking lot to plow the land? Why did you go to the hotel? Oang Chenin was puzzled. You should know that the Robin Hotel is located opposite the parking lot. If the parking lot is located at the west gate of the entire park, then the Robin Hotel is located at the east gate of the park. There are not only hotels here, but also several large shopping malls for tourists to shop. So when she heard Canon say that something happened at the Robin Hotel, Oang Chenin was so confused. Miss, I was originally cleaning the parking lot, but I found an underground tunnel that was definitely dug by humans. I was afraid that it was a defense loophole, so I checked it all the way. As a result, I found that the Robin Hotel was above the end. Underground tunnel? Oang Chenin's mind did not come back to her for a while, but after a brief thought, she remembered something. I heard that Black Cat Park was too far away, and it was inconvenient to drive. So J City and C City jointly launched the Black Cat Park subway project. That is to say, the defense loophole discovered by Canon. This is the subway under construction. Chapter 164 Got a free ride? The Mockingbird Hotel, located at the east gate of Black Cat Paradise. This is a 30-story building that overlooks the entire Black Cat Paradise, and a sea view from above the 20th floor. The surrounding area is full of commercial areas, although most of the things inside were destroyed by the little devil. But a small part of it was survived. It's a pity to just leave it here. It was the first time for Oang Chenin to come here, so she let the skeleton push her and walk slowly, as if she was shopping in a mall. As for what Canon said before, it was nothing to Oang Chenin. After all, the other party said that he had to decide by himself. That means it was not something serious enough to endanger his life. Since it was not a matter of life or death, it was basically not a big deal. Compared to that, shopping in such ruins could arouse Oang Chenin's interest more. Tell me, what's the matter that requires me to go there? When Oang Chenin walked through the commercial district and came to the downstairs of the Robin Hotel, she saw Canon and his skeletons gathered here, and they all held weapons in their hands. With Canon's coquettish outfit, he looked like a gangster who was going to smash the place. The difference was that Canon was holding a loudspeaker that he didn't know where he got from. It made Oang Chenin want to applaud. Nothing else. I just felt that seeing Canon like this was particularly festive. Mrs. like this. From Canon's narration, Oang Chenin learned that when this guy came up from the end of the subway and found that he was in the Black Cat Paradise, he originally wanted to return the same way and report the situation here to her. As a result, Cannon was a bit careless. After seeing that there were still some goods that had not been destroyed, he planned to loot them and take them back. As a result, he was attacked when he wanted to search the Raven Hotel. After seeing clearly what attacked him, he immediately notified Oang Chenin. So you found that the one who attacked you was a human, not a monster? After listening, Oang Chenin asked Cannon. It shouldn't be a human. Anyway, I have never seen such shiny skin on a human. Cannon scratched his head, looking a little silly. There was no hostility that matched his gangster outfit. Then do you think it is possible that it is not a human but a monster? If the skin is not like a human, it can only be a monster. Right? Oang Chenin thought so. No. Monsters have the appearance and smell of monsters. But that one is obviously not. Cannon shook his head. Well, what is the opponent's attack method? Oang Chenin was helpless. But she was still clear about her subordinates. That is, they would never lie to her. It's a similar attack method to the gun that the young lady took out before. Cannon pointed to the bone sticks scattered on the ground not far away and the bullet holes on the ground. Firearms? Seeing these bullet holes and a skeleton bone stick, Oang Chenin frowned slightly. The bullet holes were not big, and they looked like they should be the size of rifle or pistol bullets. Oang Chenin was puzzled. It was basically impossible for this level of bullet to kill a skeleton of the level of a skeleton general. After all, the bones of the skeleton general now have the same strength as steel. It can't be broken by a small bullet. From this point of view, it is possible that it was done by humans. After all, monsters don't use guns for defense. No, it's more appropriate to say that it's a warning. After all, Cannon and his team were attacked just as they were about to enter, and the bullet holes were scattered in only one place. So it seems that it was more of a warning. So, you are holding a loudspeaker just to try to call out the guy you saw who might be a human? Oang Chenin pointed at the loudspeaker in his hand and said unhappily, Yeah. Okay. Give it to me. As he said that, Oang Chenin took the loudspeaker from Cannon's hand. Listen. Everyone inside. You have been surrounded by me alone. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. I will only say this once. And if you don't come out in 30 minutes, I will blow up the building directly. Oang Chenin shouted at the hotel with the loudspeaker, and then threw the loudspeaker in her hand back to Cannon. Ahem. Just after shouting, Oang Chenin's throat was a little uncomfortable due to the cold air around him. After 2 dry coughs, he turned to look at Cannon. Go prepare some corpses. Dig up some corners of this hotel and fill them in. Yes. Mississippi. TSK. It's no wonder that it's the Mississippi. This method is simple, direct and effective. Cannon answered and started looking for corpses. Soon, almost 1,000 corpses were collected by Cannon and his men. Corpses? It's not hard to find. They are all little demons. In addition to other scars on these corpses, most of their stomachs were ripped open, which was a sign of finding the magic seal stone. I think it should be killed by my own skeletons. But some were shot through by bullets. It's really strange. How can ordinary bullets hurt a level 50 monster like the little devil? Or is the opponent like the gunman on the list? With skills? Wait. Is that Oang Chenin outside? Just as Cannon began to prepare for the physical poaching with his goblin skeletons, a voice echoed in the lobby opposite the hotel. This voice is obviously not a human voice. Oang Chenin doesn't. Anyone who hears it will think so. After all, this voice is like an electronic synthesized sound, without any sense of reality. It's me, the Lord Oang Chenin here. Come out quickly. I want to collect rent. Anyone who is taken advantage of for free will feel bad, especially for someone with a strong possessiveness like Oang Chenin. It is impossible for anyone to take advantage of him for free, since Black Cat Paradise is now her territory. Anyone who wants to live here must at least get her consent. That's why Oang Chenin was so arrogant and domineering like a landlady. And she came up and said she wanted to collect rent. We'll come out right now. I hope Miss Oang won't hurt us. The electronic synthesized voice sounded again. We? Hurt? Oang Chenin's nose wrinkled. It turns out that there is more than one person who is taking advantage of me for free. How big a loss is this? It's really more painful to see you taking advantage of me for free than to lose money myself. Why would I hurt you? Come out quickly, and let me see who is taking advantage of my hotel for free. The same words. Let's not talk about occupation. Just from the identity of Oang Chenin as the legal heir of Oang Group, this hotel can indeed be said to belong to her. Oang Chenin. Although she didn't have time to inherit it. Okay. Then we're out. The electronic synthesized voice sounded again. And with the sound of steel plates hitting the ground, Oang Chenin finally saw what these guys who occupied her hotel looked like. This? Ms. Oang stared with eyes wide open. She never thought that she would see such a scene in her lifetime. Chapter 165 Prosthetic Legion. This? Oang Chenin. With eyes wide open. Never thought that she would see such a scene in her lifetime. Although it is now the Doomsday world where another world has descended. Anything that appears is not surprising. But the scene in front of her still greatly exceeded Oang Chenin's expectations. At this time, there were about 100 men and women standing on the steps in front of the hotel. They were all human. There was no doubt that they were all human. This was confirmed when Oang Chenin saw them for the first time. But these people, one by one, looked weird. Some of them had a toy car chassis with tracks on their lower body. And some had a huge iron clamp on their arms. Oang Chenin even saw someone with half of his head made of iron. But with such a structure, they were alive and well. There was no pain on their faces at all. These people are people. But they cannot be simply called people. The leader of these people was a middle-aged uncle who looked to be in his 40s. With a weathered face and eyes like green telescopes with a dust cover installed on them. After seeing the girl in a wheelchair protected by a group of skeletons outside the hotel, the uncle came out. Hello, Miss Oang. Don't call me Miss Oang. Call me Mississippi. Before the uncle finished the first sentence, he was interrupted by the cold voice of Miss Oang. Okay. Miss. Hello. My name is Tail. And I am the leader of these people. Well, tell me, how did you end up in the hotel? Aren't all these places occupied by little demons? How did so many of you survive? Oang Chenin nodded, motioning the other party to tell the situation here. You know, there should be a lot of little demons in a hotel with 30 floors. But these people actually used the hotel as their base, and lived like this for several months. This is not the hospital where Oang Chenin was before. Although it is also very remote. There are still many people around compared to Black Cat Paradise. So now those who can stay in this hotel are basically employees, or tourists, who were in the amusement park on the day of the advent. It can be said that these people are already very powerful to survive for several months in the face of strong enemies. So Oang Chenin wants to hear their story. By the way, listen to what these things on these people are. In the background of the magical world of another world. There should not be such abilities, like future warriors. And when Oang Chenin asked these questions, Tyla could only answer truthfully. After all, the other party is the double first of the level list and the lord list. There are so many skeletons around. Although Tail is confident that he can defeat these skeletons. Don't forget that Oang Chenin herself did not take action. No one knows what her skills are. So at this time, bow to the boss is the wisest choice. It turns out that Tail was a ride maintenance master in Black Cat Park before the monster came. On the day of the monster's arrival, he was repairing the equipment, so he was not attacked at the first time. When he saw the chaos in the park, and saw someone get 2 light balls after killing a monster. So he took advantage of his work since the opening of the park. And while he solved the monster and successfully changed his job, he also helped many people retreat from the Black Cat Paradise to the Robin Hotel, which was well fed and sturdy. And he cleared all the monsters here and used it as a base. But after a few months, there were nearly 1,000 survivors. But now there are only these few people left. And the reason why these people are like this now is entirely because of the prosthetic limbs he brought with his skills. Otherwise, these few people would probably not be left. Maybe he is the only one left, or the whole team is wiped out. Pa. Great story. After listening to Tai Li's story, Oang Chenin clapped her hands. She said it was great, but she didn't think it was exciting. After all, basically everyone has been like this since the day of the advent. Now she has got what she wants to know. So she asked, "It doesn't matter who you are, or what happened in the hotel before. What matters is what you want to do next. Stay in the hotel, or leave." This, Tail couldn't make a decision when asked so suddenly by Oang Chenin. He has been doing things that are totally inconsistent with his personality these days. Personnel placement, psychological counseling, food preparation, etc. He was originally just a middle-aged maintenance worker who dealt with machinery all day. But he ended up doing what a leader needed to do. After a few months, he had a lot of white hair. So they didn't prepare any answers to the question about Oang Chenin. And they didn't even think that Oang Chenin would issue the order to expel guests so directly. Originally, after waking up and finding that the little demons below were either dead or disappeared, he was still thinking about whether to take this opportunity to move. Unexpectedly, just as everyone packed up their things, they saw skeletons appearing in the commercial area below the hotel again. And these skeletons are purple skeletons different from the white skeletons. Obviously, these skeletons are not the kind of miscellaneous goods that can be seen everywhere. And thinking of Oang Chenin's profession on the ranking list, everyone guessed that these might be Oang Chenin's skeletons. But in the case of uncertainty, they decided to kill a guy who looked like a soldier to give the other party a warning. If these skeletons were Oang Chenin, they should come out to meet them. In this way, they can confirm whether these are Oang Chenin's skeletons. Anyway, it's just a word. Before the real owner comes out, they will not easily let any monsters enter the hotel. After listening to Tai Li's explanation, Oang Chenin actually felt a sense of awe. It was the kind of confusion that made it hard to understand their brain circuits and logic. Oh, you guys want to see me? So you're going to kill me? What kind of divine logic is this? Value. Oang Chenin lowered her head, and she was about to explode. Tail didn't understand the meaning of the two words that Oang Chenin suddenly said. Show your value. Let me see that you are worth staying. Otherwise you will all become skeletons as compensation for killing my horse. Oang Chenin raised her eyelids and looked at Tail, who was standing on the stairs of the hotel above. Although Tail was standing on the high ground, he took a big step back because of the oppression brought by Oang Chenin's eyes. According to what Oang Chenin said just now, if he and others can't show anything that can satisfy her, they may not end well today. That's right. Just because of a skeleton, they may die. Humph. People from the Oang family. If you hadn't built an amusement park here, we wouldn't be trapped in such a remote place. Just when Tail was racking his brains to think about what an 18-year-old girl likes, a discordant voice appeared. Chapter 166 Original Chicken. Humph. Oang family. If you hadn't built an amusement park here, we wouldn't be trapped in this remote place. Just when Tail was racking his brains to think about what an 18-year-old girl likes, a discordant voice appeared. Alas, the appearance of this voice not only scared Tail, even Oang Chenin, who was sitting below, was surprised. But she was not surprised that someone would speak at this time. But it's been a few months since the end of the world, and there are still people who speak without thinking. It's also a strange flower. Tail, you are not trying too hard to be a saint. And you have protected all kinds of messy people? Oang Chenin's voice was not loud, but the slightly lazy voice made the more than 100 people present hear it clearly. To be honest, until now, the hundreds of people who have survived have respect for Tail. After all, if it weren't for him and his skills, most of them would have been disabled for life. And the few who didn't have lifelong disabilities would have died long ago. So to some extent, the word saint can really describe Tai Li. But as Oang Chenin said, there are indeed some scum among those who can survive to this day. For example, the one who just spoke foul-mouthed. Oang Chenin. How can you talk to me like that? If my family hadn't lent you money to help your Oang family make a comeback, how could your Oang group develop? Oang Chenin sat in a wheelchair and tilted her head to look at the young man who had stood out from the crowd and stood in line with Tai Li, with half of his head covered with an iron cover. This young man looked to be in his 20s. From what he said, he should be a second or third generation in J City. However, Oang Chenin was not clear about the matter of borrowing money. Well, I don't know whether there is such a thing as borrowing money for development. But since you said there is, then I will assume it is so. After all, I can't let down the reputation of our Oang family. Just tell me what you think and ask. We will draw a road. It can be regarded as the debt paid by Oang Chenin on behalf of my parents. After all, I am the first in the double list, so I still have some strength. After thinking about it, Oang Chenin admitted it very straightforwardly. Not only did she admit it, she even directly said that she would repay the debt. Upgrade. Take me to upgrade. And there is also a territory. You must allocate a piece of land to us, and give us some food and medicine. You should have these things. When Oang Chenin heard that Oang Chenin did not default on the debt, This guy who Oang Chenin had never seen or even heard of became excited. Wow! Who are we? I'll count them, and give them out according to the number of people. Oang Chenin narrowed her eyes, and smiled at the young man, who didn't even deserve a name. Not many. Just a few of my buddies. Seeing Oang Chenin's knowledge, the young man gradually became proud. He covered his iron mask embedded in half of his head with one hand, and greeted a few buddies in the crowd behind him with the other hand. Just these few people? No one else? Oang Chenin looked carefully. There were only 6 people in total, and they couldn't even put together a complete pair of hands. TSK. This group is quite pitiful. No. The others are dead. And we are the only ones left. The leading young man said somewhat dejectedly. Really? Then please accept my condolences. But don't be depressed, because you will be reunited soon. Oang Chenin stretched out a hand to the sky, with a look of compassion. Huh? Reunion? Swoosh. Ah. Before the 6 people, including the young man, came to their senses, they suddenly felt their whole bodies lighten. Then came the tearing feeling from the depths of their souls. The pain was spreading. It spread from the hands and feet to the whole body, making them scream in pain. Hiss. I guess for these people who were in the midst of happiness. Those who were not affected around them knew more clearly what happened just now. At this moment, Oang Chenin and the 6 people were being pulled by a dark green light. Oang Chenin looked like she was enjoying it. But the 6 people were rolling and screaming on the ground as if they were being tortured. Finally, in front of everyone, these 6 trash, who didn't even deserve a name, turned into mummies. While everyone was shocked, Oang Chenin was actually not as calm as she appeared. First time. This was the first time she used the skill life absorption on her kind. Although before, whether it was the wild boar king, centaur, thunder-eyed spider, or abyss apostle, these boss-level monsters had strong vitality and soul power. But that was just being strong. Compared to these monsters, the souls of these 6 people could please her more. Sure enough, human souls are more delicious. Compared to the souls of those bosses, human souls are much more delicious. One is large and sufficient, and the other is extremely delicious. But there is no comparison. Oang Chenin closed her eyes and looked very enjoyable. Raising her hand, she licked her index finger with her scarlet tongue and murmured like a moan. This was an unintentional move. Just like licking your fingers after eating finger-licking original chicken. There is absolutely no calculation behind it. But such a move made Tyler and others at the door of the hotel feel a chill. Soul. Human soul. In the eyes of Oang Chenin. It is just delicious. Is this something a human can say? Okay. The bloody stories in the evening show are dealt with. Then, Tail, start to show your value. Don't let me down. What are the consequences of disappointing me? Someone has just demonstrated it to you. Right? Just when everyone was shocked and at a loss, Oang Chenin looked at Tail, who was in the lead, and said with a smile. It was still a soft and light voice. But Tail and others knew that this young lady was serious. The lives of 6 people were just a bloody story in the evening show in her eyes? Tai Lu, who was originally speechless because of shock, couldn't help but shudder when Oang Chenin asked again. Damn it! He was already in his 40s. But he was actually scared by a little girl. At this time, Tail, a middle-aged uncle, felt ashamed of his own incompetence. But he really didn't know how to answer Oang Chenin's question. Of course, he wanted to continue living here. Not only him, but also those behind him. Especially now that there is no external threat. Those who have lost their arms or legs now want to continue their previous life in peace and stability. Chapter 167. Please. This is cool. But he couldn't say it now, or he didn't know how to start in front of such a strong and aggressive Oang Chenin. Sure enough, compared to any leader, lifting weights and repairing equipment can make me happy. Of course. Tail took up the conversation. But what can I do to interest an 18-year-old girl? Do I really have such a method? I was just thinking about this question. But Chung Yaojin suddenly appeared and interrupted my thinking. Not only did I lose my life, but I didn't let others forget this at all. What should I do? Tail thought in his mind at the fastest speed he could stand. What? Isn't it? Seeing that Tail was hesitant to move, Oang Chenin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, holding the wheelchair handle with one hand and supporting his chin with the other hand, asked lightly, Forget it. Let's die. Tail gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, as if he had finally made up his mind. And his right hand swept the air in front of him. Machine masterpiece. With a low roar from Tail, the hundreds of people behind him began to move in the surprised eyes of Oang Chenin. This is... When these people stopped moving, Oang Chenin saw a robot about 20 meters high. That's right. Although the appearance is below the average aesthetic line, the workmanship looks very rough. The weapon is also only an arm gun that looks like a shotgun and an arm drill. But it is undoubtedly a robot. And it's a robot made up of hundreds of people. Oh. Romantic. Really romantic. Is this your skill? Oang Chenin looked at the robot standing at the door of the hotel with stars in her eyes, as if she saw some fun toys. Excuse me, Mississippi. Seeing Oang Chenin's interested look, Tyler breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know if he had passed the test, at least it was a good thing that his skill made Oang Chenin react. After all, if the other party was not interested, it would basically be the end of him and others. What's the joke? Come on. This is cool. Oang Chenin waved excitedly at Tai Lu with clenched fists. Uncle Tai Lu. What are you all? Forget it. There are so many people. I'll just watch it myself. As he said that, Oang Chenin closed his eyes. Uncle? Tai Lu's mouth twitched when he heard this name. Great. He was still shouting and killing in front. And in a blink of an eye, he was called Uncle. But why did she close her eyes? Just when Tai Lu was wondering, there were suddenly many eyes in the dark sky. Level 31 Mechanic. Level 23 Archer. Level 25 Longsword Knight. Level 13 Priest. Level 18 Spear Warrior. TSK. Your team is really uneven. It's so messy. Oang Chenin was surprised when she saw the level that was like diving. Among the hundreds of people, she actually found that there were still a few professionals. This is really rare. It's okay in the base. I didn't expect that in this environment, where the little devil was looking around, there would still be guys who hadn't completed the first turn. I have to say that this Tail is such a good guy. If it were me, I would either let these people fight or let them die. Anyway, it's impossible to let them live like parasites. Of course, I can't save so many people like Tail. But since they have shown their value now, I will keep my word. Very good. Great. You have shown the value of being able to survive. So, Uncle Tail, can you answer my question just now? Tail is very panicked now. The relaxed mood that just breathed a sigh of relief was raised again after seeing those eyes all over the sky. This is the second skill that Oang Chenin showed in front of him. And this skill was seen a few days ago. Of course, the most important thing is that Oang Chenin whispered the price of himself and some other people's professions and levels directly, which made him feel deeply powerless. Otherwise, he is the #1 brother on the list. Really, just the two skills displayed were enough to shock them for a whole year. But how to answer Oang Chenin's question just now? Leave? Or stay? Of course they want to stay. But this place has now become Oang Chenin's territory. Although it was only acknowledged by the panel that popped out of nowhere. Tail believed that the people who survived and could hear that voice in the world now basically accepted this fact. After all, no one would argue with a powerful character who ranks first on both lists for a piece of no man's land. Why? Can't you answer? Oang Chenin had a half smile on her face. We. Tai Lu stuttered. The aura emanating from Oang Chenin made him unconsciously feel like he was facing his boss. How about this? Since you can't answer, I have a good suggestion here. Do you want to listen to it? Oang Chenin has her own suggestion? Tai Lu and others were stunned. You say. Tai Lu unconsciously spoke honorifics again. You said you were the equipment maintenance master of Black Cat Paradise. I didn't plan to scrap these entertainment facilities, and even wanted to continue operating them. So I plan to hire you, the mechanic, to continue to be the maintenance worker in Black Cat Paradise. Of course, the same applies to the people behind you. After all, you can't maintain so many equipment by yourself. The salary I can give is food, safe housing, and the protection of my daughter Oang. Of course. Forget about this. Originally, Oang was going to say that she could take them with her when she upgraded. But after thinking about it, she decided to forget it. I am not a nanny. The reason why I took them in was because of the practical value of Uncle Tail and the machines on them. Otherwise, they would have been driven out or killed long ago. And they wouldn't have said much to them. Hire me to maintain those entertainment facilities. Why? Hearing what Oang said, Tail couldn't hold it anymore. You have to know that these things are just scrap metal in this world. At most, they would be recycled and made into weapons or something. But Oang Chenin actually said that she wanted to maintain these entertainment equipment. He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand what Oang Chenin was thinking. So he didn't think about it and asked the question directly. Why? Oang Chenin tilted her head in a cute way. Maintaining entertainment facilities is of course for fun. What other reasons can there be? Chapter 168 Zhang Mo successfully recovered the flag. Maintaining entertainment facilities is of course for fun. What else can there be besides this reason? Oang Chenin's words were so well reasoned that Tyla couldn't refute them at all. Yes. Are the entertainment facilities in the amusement park, whether it is roller coasters, carousels, Ferris wheels, pirate ships, water slides, etc., not all built for fun. At this moment, Tyla realized how stupid his previous question was. But the problem is that there is no electricity now. And these entertainment facilities cannot be started even if they are maintained. I know what you are thinking. You are responsible for maintaining those facilities and training the people behind you. As for other things, you don't have to worry about it. You will know when the time comes. Just now, the look of a little girl seeing her favorite toy was instantly replaced by a signature smile. Although it doesn't look much different. But the feeling and aura of the whole person suddenly changed from private affairs to business affairs. This made Tai Lu a little unable to adapt for a while. Okay. Since the eldest lady thinks highly of me, I can't be fussy. It happens to be my old profession. And with my hidden profession mechanic, I can do it easily. Tail finally chose to obey. I was originally interested in machinery. And the conditions provided by Oang Chenin, including food and accommodation, are definitely generous now. Of course, the most important thing is the protection of Oang Chenin, the top brother on the list. After all, if you think about it, you know that in Oang Chenin's territory, you and others should not have to live in fear. This alone will make many people excited. They will naturally not miss it. Okay, since you have decided, let's disband and follow me. Seeing that she got what she wanted, Oang Chenin nodded with satisfaction and let the skeleton push her to turn and walk towards the catwalk. And Tail disbanded the robot at the first time. Disbanded the more than 100 people from the robot. You have heard the conversation just now. Now everyone, including me, is a member of Black Cat Park. Later, you will learn from me to maintain the equipment of Black Cat Park. Of course, there are those who are unwilling to do it. For the veterans who have worked here since the opening of Black Cat Park. In fact, Tail has feelings for Black Cat Park. So he had to ask clearly in advance on this point. After all, the maintenance of those facilities is not something that ordinary people can do. Every now and then, the maintenance workers of the amusement park will resign and then recruit new people. You can stick to it. It doesn't matter if these people can't bear the hardship. But if they can't complete the task of Miss Oang Chenin, then I, as a master, can't afford to lose face. He, Tail, is also a person with professional dignity. Since Oang Chenin has entrusted this heavy responsibility to me, I must ensure that I can complete the task smoothly. If some of these people can't hold on, it's better to leave as soon as possible, so as not to waste energy teaching them. Haha, Brother Tail. Look at what you said. We are all people who have lost half our lives and finally survived. We can't bear any hardship. But if it involves maintenance, then you may have to change my hand. The man with a drill arm raised his hand and laughed. He didn't take Tail's words seriously at all. You're a drill. But I'm a plier. That's nothing. My entire lower body is still a toy car. What did I say? Once there is a first, there will be a second. After someone spoke up, the others followed. After all, they were able to save half of their lives now, thanks to Tail and his prosthetic skills. Don't worry about the problem of hands and feet. We will customize them for you when the time comes. Seeing that everyone was enthusiastic, Tail was relieved. So he took a group of people, carrying large and small bags, and followed behind Oang Chenin's skeleton team. To be honest, now the scene of magic and science fiction coexisting in the same picture is somewhat fantasy. By the way, the carousel will be maintained first, followed by the Ferris wheel and the roller coaster. When the group slowly walked to the catwalk at the main gate, Oang Chenin turned her head and looked at Tail and said something with a smile. And then she was pushed. Is it the little girl's expression again this time? Which one is her real expression? Tyler frowned and scratched his head as he looked at Oang Chenin's back as she moved forward under the protection of the skeletons. Forget it. Let's ignore these things. After all, the other party is your boss now. And other things are not something that workers should worry about. Just do your job well. Tai Lu. Right? My name is Chenin. And I am the logistics officer of the eldest lady. From now on, you and your apprentices will be under my management. Do you have any objections? After Oang Chenin, the real boss, left, Chenin, who was dressed like a gangster, came up. Of course I have no objection. How does a skeleton without vocal cords make a sound? Tail noticed this unique skeleton when he was in the hotel before. So he just picked a relatively ordinary skeleton to attack. That's fine. Black Cat Town was affected a little when the little devil was purged before. You need to rebuild it yourself. You can go to the Future Science Museum for materials. I heard before that you plan to make their hands and feet again. If you need them, you can go to the camping site. The place has now been planned by the young lady as an industrial zone for iron smelting and processing. Iron smelting? Processing? What is that? Tail was a little confused. Although he didn't know what the situation was. It would be more convenient to make prosthetics if there was smelted iron ore. After all, he had been using makeshift things to make do before. Okay. Chenin Logistics Officer. No need to call me Logistics Officer. We are all serving the young lady. Just call me Chenin. Chenin laughed generously twice. Then patted Tail's waist and left. There was no way. The 1-meter-tall Chenin could only touch the waist of the 1.8-meter-tall uncle. Watching the goblin skeleton leave with the remaining skeletons, Tyler didn't know what to do for a moment. Because of the departure of Oang Chenin and Chenin, they are now in a state of no one to watch over them. Just trust a group of new members? Tai Lu, who was disheveled in the wind, was a little unbelievable. However, this is the fact. Oang Chenin would naturally not let them stay here on the premise of trust. After all, as long as Oang Chenin is willing, their every move will not escape his eyes. What will Uncle Tai Lu do next? What else can we do? We can only go to Black Cat Paradise to see the extent of the damage. Tai Lu led people helplessly. On the other side, in a corner of a base in City C, Zhang Yimou successfully recovered the suicide flag he had set before. At this moment, Zhang Yimou was tied up with his hands behind his back, his mouth blocked with rags, and curled up in a dark little room. Obviously, he was caught. Chapter 169 Life Absorption and Diversion. Zhang Yuan. I think it might be more convenient to just flatten this building and rebuild it, Tyler said to Zhang Yuan beside him, standing in front of a half-collapsed 6-story building. 3 days ago, when Tyler brought his apprentices to Black Cat Paradise, he met Zhang Yuan, a master who was in the top 3 of the ranking list. After a brief exchange, Tyler learned that the 3 people in the top 3 of the ranking list were all in Black Cat Paradise. Even the top 2 were brought up by Oang Chenin. This surprised him a little. But thinking about the rise of Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan, it was indeed a bit abrupt. But he didn't feel anything. He was a little envious. After all, because he had to lead a group before. Other things, even the ranking list, were other people's affairs for him. So at that time, he didn't envy or jealous much. But now that he has become a member of other people's family, it is impossible not to envy. After all, there are a lot of things on hand now. Rebuilding the Black Cat Town and maintaining the equipment that Oang Chenin mentioned first are the key. Anyway, Oang Chenin doesn't seem to plan to go out for upgrades recently. When this young lady is going out for upgrades, she will go and ask with a shameless face. If it doesn't work, the back mountain of Black Cat Paradise and the Wish Lake have not been cleared yet. It should be okay to go with her to get some experience. After all, from Zhang Yuan's words, Tyler learned that Oang Chenin, the new boss, is still very generous in this regard. If you want to get experience, then follow her. But you must also do it yourself. And you can't just sit back and enjoy the results. Tail thought this concept was a matter of course. That's right. Let's push it down. Let the skeletons carry the stones to the parking lot. And move the steel bars to the tent area for recycling. Zhang Yuan nodded. To be honest, he didn't care much about these things. Although he was a member of the Black Cat Town. But compared to rebuilding the town, he now preferred to train the Abyss Weavers under his command. Not for anything else. I just felt that it was a great sense of accomplishment for these weavers to weave the spider silk into cloth after they spit out silk. Of course, it was also fun. Then I'll have someone push it down first, and then go to the eldest lady to discuss what to build. In the afternoon, I'll go to see if the carousel is damaged. I'll trouble you then. Although Zhang Yuan was very young, only about 25. He was one of the top 3 on the list after all. And Tail was more respectful in his words. Uncle Tail, don't say that. I'm younger than you, so there's no need to be so polite. Zhang Yuan was still the same, smiling at Tail with a silly look. Okay, you don't look like someone who can sit still. Wait for me to work overtime this afternoon to check the carousel. Tomorrow you can do what you want to do. Leave the town reconstruction to me. Tail laughed cheerfully. After all, he saw that Zhang Yuan was absent-minded during the past 2 or 3 days. Since he can't work well, it's better to let him do his own thing. But I didn't expect that Miss Ouyang would actually regard Black Cat Park as her own territory. As an employee who has worked here since the opening of the park, I don't know whether I should be happy or disappointed. Tail, who has feelings for the park, shook his head with a smile. Haha. Uncle, what are you talking about? Black Cat Park was originally built by the eldest lady's family. Isn't it natural for the eldest lady to come here? Seeing Tail's somewhat sad look, Zhang Yuan, who was originally a person who didn't care about the air, laughed. He didn't mean to comfort others at all. But these words sounded a little different to Tail. It can even be said that there was a feeling of thunder exploding from the ground. The eldest lady is from the Ouyang family. The Ouyang group? Tail looked at Zhang Yuan in a daze. Yes. Didn't you hear the eldest lady say? The eldest lady is the legal heir of the Ouyang group. She was supposed to take over the Ouyang group from her uncle on the day she turned 18. But these monsters came and prevented the eldest lady from successfully taking over the affairs of the group. Zhang Yuan scratched his head, thought about it, and said in the shortest words. At first, the 2 brothers Zhang Yimou and Zhang Yuan were not aware of these things. But when everyone was bored and chatting during a meal, Oang Chenin talked about these things as a topic to relieve boredom. They then knew why Oang Chenin chose Black Cat Paradise. After all, this place was built with her own money, so it was natural to live here. Of course, the most important thing is that this place is large and very suitable for the Necromancer and her troops to deploy. Otherwise, Oang Chenin would not have chosen this place. Really? So that's the case. After listening to Zhang Yuan's statement, Tyler nodded and murmured, Well, Uncle, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go check out the situation over there. Ah. Well, okay. Go ahead. I'll watch here. After saying that, Zhang Yuan planned to leave. And Tyler had no intention of keeping him. He was now thinking about Oang Chenin. However, at this moment, a group of guys on horseback came from a distance. The number seemed to be about 30 people. What's going on? Who knows? Zhang Yuan, Tai Lu, and those who were rebuilding the Black Cat town looked at the group of people coming from afar in some confusion. At the same time, Oang Chenin was lying on her tower soft bed, enjoying the massage of the skeleton next to her. Although her legs were disabled and she couldn't walk. But someone also needed to take care of her regularly. Otherwise, her muscles would atrophy easily. In the past, nurses did this in the hospital. Now that there are no nurses, they can only use skeletons for the time being. After all, compared to human hands, skeleton hands are still a bit annoying. Speaking of which, the life drain diversion I used a few days ago was quite smooth. While enjoying the massage, Oang Chenin was also thinking about her own skills. That day was the first time that Oang Chenin used the skill life drain on humans. But it was also the first time that she used this skill to divert simultaneously. This was a skill she came up with on the spur of the moment after seeing the Thunder Eye Spider divert its mental power in the dungeon. I didn't expect that this diversion was much simpler than I thought. It was nothing more than extending the front end of life drain from one person to another person under the influence of the mind. It was a way to break the inertial thinking that the skill would stop as long as it hit one person. Before, I told Xuemanchi and the others some nonsense. As a result, they improved their skills one by one as if they were injected with chicken blood. Although because these people kept their mouths shut, I don't know whether they succeeded in the end. But at least the diversion of life drain I used that day was successful. Chapter 170 Dare to Kill My Horse? It seems that these skills are not immutable. or there are places that can be improved. Just like some games with strong autonomy, the skills are given to you as a template, and then you can change them according to your own usage habits. This is good. At least it makes Oang Chenin feel that she is not being led by the nose. After all, in Oang Chenin's view, although these skills are all chosen by herself, they are strictly speaking given by others, not her own. Every time Oang Chenin thinks of this problem, she feels uncomfortable all over. Now that there is this improvement, she feels a lot more relaxed. It can be regarded as putting down a worry. Otherwise, she would not be so relaxed that she wanted to have a massage on a whim today. Mississippi. Just when Oang Chenin was relaxing and enjoying herself, Sebastian's voice came into her mind. Say. Oang Chenin was a little unhappy when she was disturbed. But Sebastian was not the kind of person who would come back to disturb her for no reason. Since telepathy is used, something must have happened. Or something that requires a decision. Someone has come to the airport base. And it seems to be related to Zhang Yimou. What's going on? When Oang Chenin heard that it was related to Zhang Yimou, who she had sent out, she waved her hand and asked the skeleton to stop while she got up from the bed in an extremely lazy manner, while letting the skeleton help her get dressed and get out of bed. Oang Chenin asked about the details in her mind. It turned out that Zhang Yimou only took 1 day to get to the airport base after leaving Black Cat Paradise. After explaining the purpose and resting for a while, they went to the other 8 bases. According to what Zhang Yimou and Shuemonqi said, it would only take 2 days to complete Oang Chenin's mission. As a result, 3 days passed, and he did not bring back the people Oang Chenin wanted to the airport base. This made Shuemonqi suspicious and sent people to investigate. It turned out that Zhang Yimou and the people he recruited were detained by the people entrenched in the resort. I was wondering why he hasn't come back in 5 days. It turns out that he was detained by someone. TSK. He was detained even though he had an armband that could attack the group spirit. I'm afraid this will become Zhang Mo's black history. Puff puff puff. When Oang Chenin, who loves fun, thought that he would use this matter to squeeze Zhang Yimou, who was unhappy in the future. He felt happy. I guess the expression on that guy's face would be very interesting at that time. Oang Chenin, who had already arrived at the bottom of the castle, couldn't help laughing. Because Oang Chenin had previously issued a rule that no one could enter the castle. So when Sebastian's people from the airport base came, they only took them to the canoe restaurant and didn't let them enter the castle. Not to mention entering the castle. Hey, how are you all doing? When Oang Chenin was sitting in a wheelchair and was pushed to the restaurant by the skeleton, Oang Chenin, the host, smiled and waved to the dozen people waiting for her inside. Miss Oang. Miss Oang. After seeing Oang Chenin coming, the people who were originally sitting in their seats drinking tea made by Sebastian quickly stood up and greeted her. This seemed normal to Zhang Yuan. After all, the person leading the team was someone who had used Oang Chenin's experience. The group of people did a good job in being respectful. Of course, those who were not so respectful have already become skeletons. So those who are left, whether they are sincere or not, will become respectful. After all, no one wants to become a skeleton after death and be ordered around by others. But it seems a little incredible to Tail. He has seen the man who led the team this time. He met him when he was doing odd jobs at the airport before. He is a captain of the airport security department. I heard that he was a special forces soldier in the Federal Army. As a result, such a person is not only respectful to Oang Chenin, but also seems to be in awe. Look! The back that was straight just now is now slightly bent. This is a salute. Although it is undeniable that Oang Chenin, the top brother on the list, has a high gold content. But it doesn't seem necessary to go to this extent. Right? Brother Tail. You may not know that this person has also used the experience of the young lady before. Using experience? Tyla turned his head sharply and looked at Zhang Yuan, who was talking to him. I see. That makes sense. But the main reason is that they don't want to be turned into skeletons and enslaved by the young lady after they die. Hee. After all, isn't the necromancer best at enslaving corpses? Zhang Yuan said something that made Tyla feel cold in a joking way. It's true. After all, Daxia is a country where death is the most important thing. If even the corpse can't rest in peace after death, that would be the most terrifying thing. I didn't expect the young lady to use this kind of thing as a bargaining chip to threaten me. She has really grown up. Although it's cold, it's only about the matter itself. Tyla felt that Oang Chenin's way of handling the situation was appropriate. After all, a little girl working outside must have some decent means. Let's talk about the specific situation. Who is so bold that he dares to take action when he knows clearly that Zhang Yimou and those recruited people are my people? I am very curious about this. After Oang Chenin asked everyone to sit down, she asked. After all, Zhang Yimou went out wearing an armband. Although her black crown skull logo is not well known now, Zhang Yimou should not be so stupid as not to report his name. It is for this reason that she let Zhang Yimou go instead of the silly Zhang Yuan. And to put it bluntly, this time she let Zhang Yimou go out with the idea of putting up her own logo in this small piece of land in City C. But now it seems that she has a bit of a bad start. After all, she is the first on both lists. She really didn't expect that someone would touch her when she was in the limelight. Is he trying to use his reputation to help them become famous? Is he so confident because he has some secret weapon? Forget it. Never mind. You dare to kill my horse. Then be prepared to be killed by me. Oang Chenin sat at the table, drinking the flower tea brewed by Sebastian elegantly, while thinking and listening to the report from the airport base. From the report, Oang Chenin learned that they came here under the instruction of Shui Manchi. It was to inform Oang Chenin. After all, the people in the resort detained Zhang Yimou and those recruited people. And this move was also part of Shui Manchi's show of goodwill. After all, he is now a lord recognized by the panel and has a territory. I think this guy wants to get some benefits from him. And he should also want to use Black Cat Paradise as his own way out. But Oang Chenin doesn't care about these. Now, she is only thinking about how to deal with the people in the resort. Chapter 171. Scheming against Oang Chenin? If you cannot strike back hard when someone challenges your authority will be challenged and fall from the altar. Now Oang Chenin is in such a state. After Zhang Yimou went to those bases, he recruited people and took them away. This shows that the people in those bases dare not offend Oang Chenin. But now there is a guy who has detained her people without saying hello to her. If this kind of person is not eradicated, she, Oang Chenin, will not have to stay in C City and J City. The Oang family, who was sitting on the pumpkin car and heading towards the resort base, dared to bet. Those bases that were very cooperative and willing to release people before must be watching now, wanting to see how they deal with this matter. If they swallow their anger and endure this matter, then other bases will follow suit in the future. At that time, it will be impossible for Oang Chenin to trade with them, not to mention introducing talents like this time. After all, it is impossible to build a good territory by relying on Oang Chenin and her skeletons. And this matter will surely spread all over the northeast soon under the deliberate spread of those who have ulterior motives. At that time, Oang Chenin will not have to be the number one on the list. And she will not have to upgrade her level. She will just commit suicide, so as not to embarrass herself in the world. So this war, whether she wins or loses, is an extremely important thing for Oang Chenin. Of course, Oang Chenin did not take the word lose as a major premise. Since she is going to start a war, Oang Chenin will definitely go all out. 3 days. Oang Chenin spent 3 days to arm his men. Then he stopped the reconstruction of the entire Black Cat Paradise and set off with all the troops except the golem puppets defending the Sapphire Castle. This time, Oang Chenin wanted to show his momentum, style, and popularity. Although his popularity was already quite high, but he still needed to give the surroundings a little skeleton shock. Otherwise, cats and dogs would dare to climb on him and act wild. And then, he would not be able to continue his farming life in the future. Compared with Oang Chenin's aggressive momentum, Tai Lu, who left the Black Cat Paradise for the first time after the Advent, and the apprentices of the hundreds of prosthetic limbs were much more cautious. Although they were in Oang Chenin's army, they must have a sense of security. But it was precisely because of this that they were more careful. At this moment, they were in the endless army of skeletons. Although they knew that this was the army of the eldest lady, the overwhelming cold still made them tremble with fear. And they even had to be extra careful when they walked. These skeletons had 2 legs, 4 hooves, humans, and goblins. But they all wore black and purple armor with the black crown skull logo on the shoulder armor. They each held a weapon that looked very sharp in their hands. In the sky, groups of gargoyles flew around to be on guard. It can be said that Oang Chenin's preparation for this war was to pull out all her old tricks. However, Oang Chenin was confident that she could win this battle. After all, they are not enemies above level 50 who can use magic. These humans are probably not as good as those little demons. So there is no need to worry about losing. Didn't you see that I brought thousands of carriages here? Isn't this just for the spoils? Of course. The other party is so strong that he wants to compete with the number one brother on the list, which proves that he has the confidence. Now it seems that the possibility of a secret weapon is greater. In this case, I should be more careful, and it is reasonable to replace all the skeletons under my command with physical immune armor. There is no bullying or not. War is like this. All preparations are made, and then they are directly confronted. Whoever is not fully prepared will die. It's that simple. Ms. Oang, let me lead the way for you from here. When they reached a fork in the road, the leader of the dozen people in the airport base rode to the pumpkin carriage of Miss Oang and stood side by side with Sebastian and others. No need. I know where my people are. Oang Chenin answered without even opening the curtains. The captain didn't say anything more after hearing what Oang Chenin said. After all, this young lady doesn't like others to pester her. If she said anything more, the butler next to her might kick her. But she knew what Zhang Yimou meant by that. Could it be that someone else tipped off? If so, wouldn't their airport base have no advantage? You know. This time Oang Chenin said Zhang Yimou to contact other bases, which put a lot of pressure on their airport base. After all, when they returned, they thought that they could use the unique geographical location of the airport base to block Oang Chenin in the Black Cat Paradise. Then, through the location of the airport, they would trade with others, and then trade with Oang Chenin. To put it bluntly, they just wanted to collect some tolls and make some money. In itself, there was no malice. But now that Oang Chenin sent people out, that was another matter. They were not as stubborn as the people in the resort. Especially after seeing Oang Chenin's skills. They lost the courage to fight Oang Chenin. Just kidding. Let's not talk about the skill of transforming himself into a skeleton. The skeletons around Oang Chenin alone were not something he could deal with. This was not to belittle himself, although he was now level 48 because of the experience he gained. But he knew very well how strong Oang Chenin's skeletons were. They might be a little weak in front of monsters, but that didn't mean they were weak in front of humans, especially the warrior profession. When facing these skeletons who were wearing physical immunity helmets all over their bodies and even their heads, he believed that no one could break the defense of these skeletons except those hidden professions in the top 100 of the rankings. Alas, it seems that it is impossible to make this difference. When he thought of Oang Chenin's strength, he knew that once it was revealed, people from other bases could even bypass their airport base and take the goods to Black Cat Paradise to find Oang Chenin. Even if it took a little more time on the way, he was willing to do so. After all, Oang Chenin's strength was not an easy thing. It's about building relationships. Who can become the head of a base? They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Who can't see the value of Oang Chenin? Just as Oang Chenin and others were heading towards the resort base, a strong man wearing a mink coat and 8 rings on 8 fingers was sitting on the sofa in the base, hugging a beautiful woman. He looked at a boy who was about 16 or 17 years old and blind in one eye, who was standing respectfully in front of him with a very contemptuous look. Why hasn't Oang Chenin appeared for so many days? You shouldn't lie to me. Right? Don't worry. Head of the base. I know Oang Chenin, and I will definitely come if I get the news, the boy said to the head of the resort base, as if flattering. Chapter 172. Why is it dark? Humph. It's better if what you said is true. If Oang Chenin doesn't come, you're dead. The 8-fingered base chief, who couldn't even put all 10 fingers together, looked at the boy in front of him and said contemptuously, No, I know her. She is very protective of her shortcomings. Frightened by the 8-fingered base chief, the boy took 2 steps back and almost sat on the ground. Ha ha ha. Perhaps seeing the boy's performance at this moment, the 8-fingered base chief patted the armrest of the sofa under him and laughed very indulgently. The fear of others. This is a symbol of authority. Only the superiors deserve to enjoy the delicacy. Now the 8-fingered base chief is enjoying the boy's few steps back just now. This makes him feel the reality of being a superior. Before the monster came, he was just a street gangster who was released from prison to talk about his own fortune. he has to start from the day of the arrival. Compared to others, he got the job change opportunity first, and thus slowly rose in the resort. Of course, this does not mean that he is better than others because he got the job change first. After all, the order is just the sequence. If that were true, wouldn't Oang Chenin, the first to change his job, become the most powerful person in the world? Well, although Oang Chenin is indeed the first on both lists now. I'm getting off topic. The reason why the 8-fingered base leader can be so arrogant in this resort is because he got a hidden job that only very few people can get. Otherwise, how could such a brainless guy who had 2 fingers cut off become the base leader? Base captain. Just when base captain Baji closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling of being the best, a cry came from outside. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to stay calm? How can you follow me like this? Base captain Baji was displeased that someone interrupted his enjoyment of the afterglow. Base captain, something big has happened. You'd better come out and see. Big thing? Base captain Baji frowned. I have seen all kinds of big things in the past few months at the resort. They are really a bunch of old hats who have never seen the world. Base captain, do you think it is Miss Oang who is here? The boy said weakly at the side at this time. Wow! Miss Oang? She came so quickly. My people have only been sent out for a few days. Hearing the boy say this, Base Captain Baji was stunned. According to the itinerary, Miss Oang should not come so soon. After all, the team he sent out was not specialized in speed, and they had to hide from monsters along the way. So Miss Oang should not come so soon. Forget it. Let's go out and have a look. If something happens to the kingdom he has worked so hard to build, won't he become a gangster again? Although he can still make a comeback with his current profession and skills. But he doesn't want to give up this resort where he couldn't afford a toilet even if he was a gangster for 8 lifetimes. However, when the 8-fingered base commander walked out of the room quickly, he found something wrong. Why is it dark? Looking up at the dense black clouds in the sky without a single ray of sunlight, the 8-fingered base commander was completely dumbfounded. That's not right. Isn't it almost time for lunch? How come it's dark now? Hey! What's going on? Captain 8 Fingers, who had never seen such a scene, asked the person next to him in a panic. No. I don't know. This black cloud suddenly floated in from a distance. At first, we thought it was going to rain heavily. But this black cloud stayed above. There was nothing. The man pointed at the sky and reported to Captain 8 Fingers in a panic. After taking a look at the black cloud in the sky, 8 Fingers looked down at the guys who were lighting torches in a panic downstairs. Captain! Captain! Just then, a man holding a torch ran into the villa where Captain 8 Fingers was from outside. What's going on this time? Captain 8 Fingers roared at the man angrily. After training his men for several months, he should have been familiar with this kind of panic scene that he hated the most. Well, what a result! All of them came today. This made him angry and a little bit scared that he didn't even notice. Outside, there are a lot of ghost lights outside. The man pointed to the outside of the resort and shouted at Baji. Ah! Ghost lights. Are you crazy? Where do ghosts come from in this world? Wait! Oang Chenin, Necromancer. Originally, when the other party mentioned ghost lights, Baji was furious and was ready to curse directly. But halfway through the curse, he remembered what Oang Chenin, the Necromancer, said. It seems that it should be possible to create ghost lights. Yes! This guy must be here. But the problem is that this guy is just a necromancer. How can he create such a celestial phenomenon? Is it because he gained some powerful skills after changing his job at level 50? Damn it! If I had known this, I should have completed the level 49 task first. Yes! The 8-fingered base leader is now exactly level 49. Because it overlapped with the time of capturing Zhang Yimou and others. He didn't have time to do this task. It's better to say that it was because he met Zhang Yimou and others when he was upgrading that he had this evil intention. After all, he learned from Zhang Yimou how rich Miss Oang was. Thousands and tens of thousands of caravans of supplies. The key is that Miss Oang only needs to feed a few people. This is an extremely unfair practice, no matter how you look at it. So the 8 gangsters want to help Miss Oang share those extra supplies. Compared to any trade, robbing directly is of course the fastest and most effective method. After all, his supplies here are almost exhausted. If there are rice, wheat and other supplements from Oang Chenin, Then he can continue to be his own local emperor in this place. And he has the skill to kill monsters above his level. If he doesn't fight now, when will he wait? You know, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. After getting the hidden profession, he has been preparing to seize the opportunity. Isn't it for this time? As long as Oang Chenin is killed here, then everything in her hand will be mine. Even that damn black cat paradise. You know, he learned from the boy just now that there was a huge amount of supplies hidden in the black cat paradise. Mine. All mine. After thinking that it might be Miss Oang who came, Base Captain Baji couldn't help but have wild thoughts. He was so excited that his whole body began to tremble violently. Others thought he was sick, but he didn't dare to ask. Wait! What is that? Eyes? How can there be so many eyes? It must be a skill. This black cloud and those eyes must be skills. Originally, Baji was still fantasizing about something. As a result, a group of densely packed eyes suddenly appeared in the dark sky like ink. He almost peed himself. Chapter 173. The base commander smiled confidently. Weird. This scene is really weird. It's even weirder than the day turning into night just now. As long as you look up at those eyes in the sky, you will feel powerless as if you are being watched. You may even feel fear. What is going on? Looking at the eyeballs rolling around in the sky, the eight-fingered base commander was a little scared and a little desperate. Is this the strength of the first on the double list? Although he has never seen Oang Chenin, nor has he seen Oang Chenin. But in his opinion, such a big battle can only be done by Oang Chenin. Although it may be something else. But for some reason, he felt that it was Oang Chenin who did it. It must be her. No one else. Asshole. After all, I am a hidden profession that can be transferred immediately. Even if there is a gap between the two, it should only be a matter of 1 or 2 skills. What am I afraid of? Humph. Let's go! Let's go see what's going on outside. After giving himself some encouragement, Eight Fingers snorted coldly, grabbed the boy and walked towards the city wall outside the resort. He wanted to see what this Oang Chenin was really like. Is this the resort? It looks just SOSO. Looking at the fortifications in front of her, that were built of wood and should be the city wall, Oang Chenin looked down on it. In fact, she and her team had arrived here more than 10 minutes ago. However, after arriving, she was very cautious and first released a dark eye to see the surrounding situation. After all, dark sky follows her and radiates from her. That thing is a passive scene skill that she can't control. But she still needs to use the active skill. As expected, she found a lot of interesting things in more than 10 minutes. For example, the people who stayed around the resort base in the open or in secret. These guys acted alone or in groups of 3 or 5. In short, they were staring at this place from a distance. It's obvious that these are spies sent by other bases, waiting for her to come here and start training. Sebastian. Yes, Mississippi. After taking a look at the surrounding situation, Oang Chenin called Sebastian. Although outsiders didn't know what was going on. But Sebastian had indeed received Oang Chenin's order in his mind. He jumped a few times, and then kicked a stone away in front of everyone. What was surprising was that the stone suddenly screamed, and then transformed into a human in the air. Really? If you want to be a spy, go farther away. Why are you lying on the ground? Do you want to see if your body temperature can melt the surrounding ground? Sitting in front of the pumpkin carriage window, watching the unlucky guy being kicked out and falling heavily to the ground, Oang Chenin muttered. And when the stone removed its disguise and turned into a human, Zhang Yuan, Tail and others were shocked. They had to admit that except for Oang Chenin's buggy skill, none of them could tell that the stone was actually a disguised human. This skill is really awesome. At least it is really useful in reconnaissance. But he met Oang Chenin. However, Oang Chenin did not let Sebastian kill him. After all, this person was not his target today. The other party was just a scum who came to watch. And killing him might provoke unnecessary conflicts in another base. Let him suffer a little, and let him go away. Anyway, after Sebastian's kick, it is estimated that the other party will not recover without 3 to 5 days of holy light treatment and rest. Who knows? He may have to thank us for showing mercy later. Miss, what are you laughing at? Seeing Oang Chenin suddenly laughing beside the bed, Zhang Yuan below did not understand. Is it okay for me to think of something interesting? You are just a big mouth and you talk too much. Right? Shut up. Oang Chenin, who was originally thinking of something interesting and in a good mood, looked at Zhang Yuan with her death smile when she was asked by Zhang Yuan. And Zhang Yuan, who didn't know how he offended Oang Chenin, also shut up very tactfully. Of course, this shut up means not to offend Oang Chenin. He turned around and started chatting with Uncle Tail. After all, you can't expect a person who doesn't read the air to do what you say honestly. Alas, if I didn't see that you are a supporting role, I really want to send you to Uncle Tail for a transformation. Oang Chenin sighed. Miss? What? Before Oang Chenin could sort out her mood, Zhang Yuan came up again. So Oang Chenin asked unhappily. Someone came up on the top of the city. My goodness. The gold necklace on his neck is thicker than cannons. Zhang Yuan pointed at the wooden wall not far away with a telescope in his hand and said, What? Let me see. Before Oang Chenin responded, Cannon got anxious first. Damn it! My personality design was snatched away by someone. Miss, give the order to attack. I want to take back my personality. Turning his head to look at the guy on the wall, who also looked like a nouveau riche. And then lowering his head to weigh the gold necklace hanging on his cervical vertebrae. Cannon was seriously ignited with anger, although his eyes were originally only soul fire because he was a skeleton. Wait. Although they are all going to be killed. At least let me show off first. No. Let me say a few words to calm the situation, which can be regarded as courtesy before force. Seeing Cannon's anxious look, Oang Chenin waved her hand. After seeing the Centaur Fortress, Oang Chenin didn't even have the desire to get off the pumpkin carriage for a fortress of this level. In Oang Chenin's eyes, beating them was like playing. So she grabbed the noise-canceling microphone on the low table in the pumpkin car and started talking. Listen, people in the city. I am Oang Chenin. Now, immediately, release the people for me. People in the city who want to live should leave quickly. If you don't hand over the people in 30 minutes, I will start to massacre the city. After saying that, Oang Chenin threw the noise-canceling microphone in her hand on the table, and her words were transmitted through the loudspeaker temporarily assembled on the roof of the pumpkin car by Cannon. Zhang Yuan, Tail and others were shocked when they heard it. Massacre the city. Only Oang Chenin could say it so easily. However, Tail thought she was joking. But Zhang Yuan knew her. Oang Chenin. She could do it. However, the speech without any tension also made the 8 fingers standing on the top of the city laugh. Massacre? Does this little girl sitting in the fairy tale pumpkin carriage know what massacre means? I'm afraid she doesn't even know what killing means. Although the 8-fingered base commander also admitted that he was panicked when he saw the black crown skull flags and the rows of well-equipped skeletons on the wall. But now he is not panicked. The 8-fingered base commander showed a confident smile. Chapter 174 80,000 versus 8,000. The advantage is mine. The base commander smiled confidently. Nothing else. I just felt that even if the person who could sit in the pumpkin carriage was the first on the double list, how powerful could he be? It seems that he should be a guy who can only upgrade. Oang Chenin didn't know yet. The voice she originally didn't want to raise, because she looked down on the other party, made the other party think that she was a PD player who could only upgrade and play dungeons, but not fight. Since you said you want to massacre the city, you don't have to wait for 30 minutes. Let me see what kind of quality you are as the so-called first on the double list. The 8-fingered base commander, who almost lost his confidence because of darkness and eye in the sky, twisted his mouth after recovering his confidence, and then began to command his men to focus fire on the pumpkin carriage. Boom! Maybe less than a minute after Oang Chenin finished speaking, the 8-fingered base commander attacked Oang Chenin. Arrows and magic skills were pointed at the pumpkin carriage where Oang Chenin was. It looked as if they were going to capture Miss Oang in one fell swoop. Miss, you're in danger. Seeing such dense firepower pouring cannon towards the pumpkin carriage, Sebastian immediately rushed over to rescue it. But he was still a step too late. When they rushed over, the pumpkin carriage had been blown to pieces. The tail of the arrow shot into the ground was even buzzing. It can be seen how powerful it was when it was shot. Humph. It's just like that. You actually sit in such a bright vehicle on the battlefield, as if you are afraid that others don't know where you are. After seeing the pumpkin carriage torn into pieces, the 8-fingered base commander standing on the city wall was full of confidence. Originally, I thought Oang Chenin had some extraordinary qualities. Unexpectedly, the other party fell down before he even tried hard. You don't think you can kill me like this? Please. My skeletons are standing there well. What are you talking about the ending speech? Just as the 8-fingered base commander was about to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers brought by Oang Chenin. Oang Chenin's lazy voice came from the loudspeaker again outside the city. What? The 8-fingered base commander looked closely and found that the assassin actually had 7 or 8 pumpkin carriages outside the city. There was only one just now. Illusion. This must be an illusion. Someone come and remove the curse. In an instant, the 8-fingered base commander, who thought he was battle-hardened, saw Oang Chenin's little trick. He immediately called the magician to come up and remove the curse. However, he may have misunderstood something. Although illusion is a deceptive skill, it can also be simulated by mental attacks. As a player of a real-time strategy game, how could Oang Chenin put his pumpkin carriage in such a conspicuous position so brazenly? As early as the opponent appeared and Zhang Yuan pointed at them, his abyss weavers hiding in the dark launched a mental attack on them. The pumpkin carriage they saw was just a larger stone. This was a tactic that Oang Chenin and Zhang Yuan discussed with each other when weaving spider silk. In short, Oang Chenin wanted to show off. But as we all know, showing off can sometimes backfire. So I came up with this trick. It can not only show off, but also ensure my own safety and fool the enemy. It is a good thing that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Forget it. Your brain capacity certainly can't understand more things. Since you launched an attack on me, I can understand that the negotiations have broken down. In that case, then you can die. Oang Chenin's voice came again. The people on the city wall were stunned. Hee. Die. It's hard to say who will die and who will live. Although he failed to kill Oang Chenin in the first time, Oang Chenin's despicable means of using illusions made Baji see Oang Chenin's cowardice. So he also waved his arms. Then he saw more reflective bald heads on the city wall? Huh? Oang Chenin looked at it carefully. It turned out that these bald heads were puppets made of metal. Steel puppets. Puppets made by puppet masters using steel and rubber. Hidden information. These junk may have some attack and defense. But because the materials used are too low-end, they can only kill mice. I see. Is this how you dare to challenge a necromancer? Really? Halfway through her words, Oang Chenin paused. To be honest, she didn't expect someone to make a doll like this. Or if it were her, she would definitely not make it into a human form. After all, the defects of the human form are too big. Yeah. There are also problems with materials. If the other party has the ore she got, I believe they should be able to make a more powerful doll. However, at this stage, even if the opponent has ore at most, it is only the level of golem puppets. Don't panic. Since the opponent wants to compete with me in military strength, I don't have to be soft-hearted. And since I have encountered this kind of profession that is quite threatening to me, there is no reason to leave it alone. It seems that the city massacre is inevitable. Cannon, go ahead. At Oang Chenin's order, except for the ones carrying the flag. The other skeleton generals dressed in uniform also began to charge. Uh-huh. Damn guy. I will pick up the big gold chain from your corpse. And Cannon was also excited when he heard Oang Chenin's order, although his combat ability is not great. But relying on the strength of his skeleton general's bones, he led his goblin skeletons to rush up first with a knife in one hand and a shield in the other. This kind of full-line pressure at the beginning stunned the 8-fingered base leader. Is this how the battle is fought? Never mind. Go. Go. Go! Everyone attack freely. Don't let those skeleton soldiers break through the city wall. Anyway, the important thing now is not how to fight. It's about winning this battle. But fortunately, I have been having people search for a lot of scrap metal and scrapped cars to accumulate strength. Now I have more than 50,000 puppets. Add to that more than 30,000 people in my base. It's more than enough to deal with the opponent's skeletons, which should only be 7,000 or 8,000. Yes, 80,000 against 8,000. The advantage is mine. Hey, the opponent, you don't think that you can do whatever you want when fighting against the Necromancer because you have the advantage in numbers. Right? Just when base Captain Baji compared the strength of the enemy and us, and found that he had an absolute advantage. Oang Chenin's lazy and annoying voice sounded again. Huh? What does this mean? After being told by Oang Chenin, Baji felt that something was wrong. Don't be confused. As a kind, beautiful girl, I just want to remind you to watch your head. Chapter 175. So disappointing. Be careful of your head? What could be above your head? Dark clouds? Or lightning? Unsure, Baji looked up. But he saw thousands of monsters suddenly flying out from the thick black clouds. These monsters dived at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they rushed in front of them from the air. Puff! Schwa! Ding! Before Base Captain Baji could react, his men were attacked by the claws of these monsters. They died instantly. If there were no puppets around him to block the attack, he might have become a victim of the first wave of attacks. Shao was like this. And he still lost 5 of his puppets. You know, this happened in a split second. 5 were lost in a split second. How many splits can I have to lose with more than 50,000? Is this the true strength of the number 1 on the double list? It's frightening just to think about it. Gulp. Looking at those guys who had their stomachs ripped open or their heads moved, Base Captain Baji couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This is a gargoyle. A gargoyle made by alchemy. Throwing out a universal eye of identification. Baji immediately understood what it was. But how could there be a gargoyle? There are actually alchemists. Mysterious beings that have never been seen before. In Oang Chenin's army. I also obtained a lot of alchemical materials. It's because there are no alchemists that they have been kept in the warehouse. Damn it! I didn't expect that I could gather such a talent. Oh, Oang Chenin. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Facing the sudden threat of death, the gangster Baji couldn't care less. He started with the verbal threat that gangsters are best at. Killing? Do you have the strength to do that? Oang Chenin said slowly while sitting in the pumpkin car and reading a novel about territory construction. She didn't even raise her head when she said this. It was as if the war outside had nothing to do with her. Oang Chenin's words were very hurtful. The other party was at least a 49th level professional. And the leader of an entire base and tens of thousands of people. Oang Chenin actually denied her own strength and existence so lightly. How could Baji, who was still enjoying the feeling of being superior before, bear this? So I don't know if he was stimulated or if it was just human nature. Knowing that he might not be able to win, Baji asked people to bring out the detained hostages. However, just as he turned around and was about to say this, he saw more gargoyles flying down from the sky and heading straight for a place. That direction was where he was holding hostages. Asshole. At this moment, 8 Fingers suddenly understood what those eyes in the sky were used for. If he had thought it was a scary move before, now 8 Fingers has understood that this is a skill for reconnaissance. It's like playing a war game. You play with a fog of war on, but the opponent directly opens the whole map. How can you play this? Fuck. Don't so many eyes explain the problem. Why didn't I think of it before? Could it be that he was so frightened that he didn't notice anything? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the base commander. And I am one of the best in this Doomsday. How could I be frightened by 1 or 2 skills of others? He looked at the place where he held prisoners occupied by gargoyles. And then turned his head to look at his puppets, which seemed to be unable to stop the attack of Oang Chenin's skeletons despite their large number. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have blackmailed the wrong person this time. Is there really such a big difference between level 49 and level 50? His puppets were completely powerless against the opponent's skeletons. The swords in the hands of those skeletons chopped his steel puppets as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. And his puppets couldn't even break the standard armor worn by those skeletons. TSK? I don't know where he found so many standard armors. Did they rob a country's arsenal? Hey, why are you standing still? If you have any tricks, use them now. My time is precious. Sitting in the pumpkin carriage, Oang Chenin put down her book. She closed her eyes and looked at the situation on the battlefield, and found that the upstart was still standing there, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Oang Chenin suddenly felt that it was a bit cheap to use such a serious preparation to deal with such a person. Forget it. Let's end it like this. I thought you had some secret weapon to deal with me. It's so disappointing. Little dog. Although the battlefield was noisy, Oang Chenin's words, which obviously sounded a little disappointed, still reached the ears of the head of the 8 Fingers base. Disappointment? Then dog? She? To me? From the tone of voice? It seems that I am not even qualified to fight with her? Humiliation. Base Captain Baji felt the humiliation that he had never felt since he was released from prison. You. Bang. Baji wanted to say something to refute the other party. But before he could open his mouth, the corpse of his subordinates suddenly exploded. Puff. Ah. Baji was caught off guard and his face was directly covered with broken bones by the corpse. The face that was not very good to begin with became even uglier now. TSK. You are not dead. Just when Baji covered his face with his hands and squatted on the ground screaming in pain. Oang Chenin was a little dissatisfied. I didn't expect that his level 56 corpse explosion technique could not kill a level 49 professional at one time. It has to be said that Oang Chenin was a little dissatisfied with the power of the corpse explosion technique. Clearly, the level 50 little devil can be taken away in one wave. But this is not over yet. After the corpse exploded, the fragments scattered and touched more corpses. So explosions occurred one after another on the wooden walls of the entire resort. All of these explosions were caused by corpses. Those who were injured and those who were not injured were terrified. This skill. It really doesn't even leave a complete corpse. Is this the skill of the Necromancer? It's really too evil. You, what did you do? 8 Fingers, with a bloody face, didn't care about the wounds on his face after seeing that his people suffered heavy losses due to a series of explosions. He shouted at the pumpkin carriages below in impotence and fury. What? What else could it be? Corpse explosion. The core skill of the Necromancer. You must have heard of it. Corpse explosion. Although 8 Fingers, a little gangster, doesn't play any games, he is better than Oang Chenin and has obtained a primary school diploma. So the literal meaning can still be understood. Simply put, it is the art of corpse explosion. It is easy to understand, but unacceptable. If I continue like this, I will just become a rat in the stinking ditch again. I may even die. No! I must fight back. I must let Miss Oang know that I am not so easy to mess with. Chapter 176 Sister. Save me. To put it simply, it is a skill that can be used with a corpse. Of course, even if there is no corpse, I can use it with a skeleton. Originally, I was planning to wait until the skeletons rushed up before talking about it. But obviously, you don't seem to have the strength to make me must lose skeletons to achieve my goal. So you just die in frustration. Oang Chenin's tone was so relaxed and calm even though she said something frightening. She even yawned at the end. It can be said that she didn't respect her opponent at all. Or, it seems that there is nothing about Baji that Oang Chenin should respect. Even though she knew that this upstart was her biggest target on this trip. But Oang Chenin just couldn't respect such a guy who made her think she could have a good fight. But ended up withering in the middle of the game. It's not too late for Miss Oang to stop now. Or I'll kill him. Thinking of counterattacking, 8 Fingers stretched out his hand and pulled the cloaked boy who had been staying beside him. He put a dagger against his neck and pulled off the hood on his head. He shouted hysterically at the battlefield below. Base Commander. I haven't heard of this. The boy with the knife against his throat looked at the guy behind him with a panicked look. Is this the time to say this? Cooperate with me, or I'll kill you now. 8 Fingers whispered behind the boy. Since the eyes in the sky can see them, only ghosts know whether they can eavesdrop on others. It's better to be careful. Okay. The boy trembled even more after being threatened by 8 Fingers. But think about having a knife against your throat. I believe most people would be afraid. Huh? Oang Chenin, who closed her eyes, was stunned after seeing this scene. And as she was stunned, the skeletons and gargoyles on the battlefield also stopped attacking. It was just a moment. The originally lively battlefield became quiet. Only the people in the resort on the city wall were wailing because of the explosion. Oang Chenin, do you dare to attack this guy? Let all those gargoyles leave my base. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to this kid. Seeing that the appearance of the kid in his hand caused Oang Chenin's attack to stagnate, 8 Fingers felt that he was fine again. Puff. After a short silence, Oang Chenin laughed. Go. You are not going to threaten me with this guy's life. After laughing for a while, Oang Chenin's laughter turned into goose calls. This attracted the attention of Zhang Yuan, Sebastian and others around. It was enough to see how happy Oang Chenin was at the moment. It's the first time I see the young lady laughing so happily, Zhang Yuan whispered to Sebastian. Usually, the young lady pays more attention to her etiquette and always maintains elegance. It seems that the guy on the city wall did something to make the young lady happy. As a gentleman, Sebastian was picky about some of Oang Chenin's etiquette. But in general, Oang Chenin behaved very well in terms of etiquette. This is the first time I have encountered such a laugh without any image. What are you laughing at? Not to mention his own people. Even Baji on the opposite side had his hair standing on end after hearing Oang Chenin's somewhat scary laugh. No. I just want to say that you were deceived by this guy and then instigated something. Right. At this point, Oang Chenin leaned forward slightly, put her lips to the noise-canceling microphone, and spoke slowly. It's ridiculous. Others don't know what to think of this voice with a little bit of charm. But the boy with the knife against his throat shuddered all over. Deception. Instigation. When these two words appeared in Oang Chenin's words, Baji looked down at the boy he had caught. So it seems that this guy was the first to want the supplies in Oang Chenin's hands. Right? Baji thought about it. They had just finished upgrading, and were about to look for a level 49 dungeon when they met Zhang Yimou. When Zhang Yimou explained that he was representing Oang Chenin of Black Cat Paradise to discuss a business deal, this guy whispered to him that it would be a pity not to keep so many supplies for himself. At that time, he was still very afraid of Oang Chenin, the boss who ranked first on the double list. But this evil spirit began to rise after this guy told him that Oang Chenin was the kind of person who was willing to swallow his anger. Hey, boy, don't you have anything you want to explain to me? Eight Fingers changed his approach. The hand that was originally holding the other's hand changed to holding the boy's neck, and then looked at him with a grin. Say, what does it mean? The boy has been shaking since just now. He was frightened by Oang Chenin and the 8 fingers in front of him. Shua, are you still playing dumb with me now? Seeing the boy's stupid look, 8 Fingers was furious. So he pushed him hard and hit him against the wooden wall. Although it is made of wood, it still hurts to install it. After all, this so-called wall was originally built by cutting down trees around the resort. The workmanship is not very fine. Especially there happened to be a protruding part of a branch behind the boy. This hit him stupidly. The pain was transmitted to the brain along the spine. And the boy screamed in pain. Sister, I was wrong. Save me. The boy struggled with his throat grabbed against the wooden wall. Sister, everyone present, whether it was the one in the resort or the one brought by Oang Chenin, everyone looked at the pumpkin carriage unconsciously. Although they didn't know which one Oang Chenin was in. But everyone basically reached a consensus. That is, the struggling boy must be called Oang Chenin. However, everyone waited for a bloody drama for a long time. But Oang Chenin didn't say even a word. Asshole. You really lied to me. Seeing that Oang Chenin didn't care about the guy in front of him at all, Baji knew that he was completely fooled. So he punched and kicked him and went down. Although everyone is a professional. But the boy is no match for Baji, who is level 49. It's better to say that Baji knows the boy's level, what profession he is, and what skills he has. So the boy was completely beaten unilaterally in front of Baji. Of course, the most important thing is that the boy didn't dare to resist Baji, the head of the base. Chapter 177 Ouyang Wanzhong. I was wrong. Base captain, don't hit me. The sound of fists hitting flesh. The heart-wrenching screams. Although everyone present didn't see the bloody drama, they were satisfied with. But at least they enjoyed a fight. It was also satisfying. Of course. The most important thing was that the sharp attacks of the skeletons and gargoyles under Ouyang Chenin's men just now were temporarily suspended, allowing them to catch their breath. They didn't know how hard the skeletons were. But the gargoyles were really hard. One of the level 46 people took a knife and used the level 45 skill. But he only cut off one of the opponent's legs. It can be seen that they were just a piece of cake in Ouyang Chenin's eyes. Just now, Ouyang Chenin seemed to say that if you leave within half an hour, you won't be killed. Right? Someone said to the friend next to him in a very low voice. It's like this. You want to? It's not even half an hour yet. Let's run away and go to another base. That's a good idea. Take something with you? What else can you take? Do you want to die? That's the spoils of the leader. Do you want to be hunted down? Seeing that his good brother wanted to take some benefits, the man was scared and broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately spoke out to stop him. What this man said makes a lot of sense. With Ouyang Chenin's combat power, it's only a matter of time to capture this base. It takes time to go back even if it's just to pack up your own things. Within half an hour. As long as we seize this rule loophole. Even if Oang Chenin pursues it later. Everyone will have an excuse. Moreover, a big brother on the list shouldn't he ask about the whereabouts of these little Karami. After all, compared to those guys who ran away, it would be more fun to search for spoils in the base. So the two guys discussed and quietly withdrew from the front line. Then those who sneaked around started to profit directly. Of course, there were more than 2 smart people among tens of thousands of people. In fact, many people had already profited after the truce. They were just one of them. And it was neither the beginning nor the end. After them, a large number of people still chose to flee. Some went back to get things, and some just left with weapons. After all, compared to the saying of fighting to the death, wasn't it just to survive that he had been struggling for so long after the advent of the day? Especially after seeing the fighting power of Oang Chenin. Anyway, every base is for living. There is no need to hang on the tree with 8 fingers. As Baji was standing on the wall and facing Oang Chenin, he didn't notice that there were fewer and fewer people behind him. But Oang Chenin saw everything because she had her eye of darkness on. It has to be said that everyone still cherishes their lives. Although there were some stubborn people who followed Baji. They were a minority after all. Sister, please save me. I'm about to be beaten to death. Just as Oang Chenin was thinking about whether to report that the time was up in 30 minutes. The boy's voice came from the wall again. The boy called her sister. In fact, he is indeed Oang Chenin's younger brother. Or to be more precise, he is the son of her uncle who wants to seize her family property. Her cousin Oang Wanzhong. Speaking of this cousin, in fact, strictly speaking, he is an illegitimate child. At least before the car accident. This cousin had never appeared. After the car accident, my uncle brought back my aunt. Cousin and cousin. The twins. It was as if they had timed it well. And even the names of my 2 cousins seemed to be angry. And they had to beat me. To be honest. If she hadn't learned from Sebastian that she might be the anchor point of the world. So she had a car accident. She had reason to believe that the car accident was planned by her uncle. But this didn't seem to be an important matter for Oang Chenin. After all, the series of events that happened afterwards were enough to make her feel disgusted with that family. Either way, she was going to die. And she was not weak enough to accuse others of a crime before she could take action. Strength, whether before or after the advent. It is a very important thing. Okay. Oang Wanzhong. Your acting is a bit boring. Can you be more direct, and don't waste my time? Oang Chenin yawned and said. Huh? 8 Fingers, who was still beating Oang Wanzhong, stopped raising his fist after hearing what Oang Chenin said. What do you mean? 8 Fingers didn't quite understand the meaning of Oang Chenin's words. Have you been seen through? It seems that those eyes in the sky can not only open the full map for you. Oang Wanzhong, who had just been beaten and begged for mercy, stood up like nothing had happened. The scars on his face were healed with a single move. Your personality is still so bad. Do you feel happy pretending to be a weakling to tease others? Seeing Oang Wanzhong like this, Oang Chenin said disdainfully. Why did Oang Chenin know that Oang Wanzhong was pretending just now? The answer is actually very simple. Because she knows what kind of person Oang Wanzhong is. And through Eye of Darkness, Oang Chenin also discovered that the other party was actually a hidden profession. And used some skills to deliberately lower his level. Sister, you know what kind of person I am. So of course I am very happy. Having been said to this point by Oang Chenin, Oang Wanzhong did not intend to pretend anymore. Turning his head to look at Baji, who was still holding up his fist. He laughed with a twisted face. Look at this idiot's bewilderment now. It's a masterpiece to me. Oang Wanzhong you. Bang! Before Baji finished speaking, Oang Wanzhong punched him in the head. From beginning to end, he couldn't figure out what Oang Chenin and Oang Wanzhong meant by what they had just said. But this sentence is not important. At least it is not important to him. A dead man. Thank you for the joy you brought me. Your expression just now can make me laugh for at least 3 to 5 days. Thank you. Oang Wanzhong put his hands stained with blood, brains and hair together. He bowed solemnly to Baji's body lying on the ground as if praying. Your family has really bad personalities. One of you insists on winning even though you can't. My dad named me Chenin. So I'll name you Wanzhong. Wanju. One of you likes to act weak because of your baby face. just to see the unbelievable and desperate expressions of others when you kill them back. One of you only knows how to hide in the dark and spread rumors, sowing discord and letting others serve as cannon fodder for her, while she sits back and reaps the benefits. Seeing this, Oang Chenin couldn't help but complain. Chapter 178, the most beautiful thing in the world. Sister, what are you talking about? You are telling others that you have a good personality. You have always been very willful and self-willed. And you have a strong possessiveness. At first, we wanted to take you back to J City to take care of you. But you insisted on staying in the C City hospital. If you had signed the equity transfer agreement earlier, you might have lived a more comfortable life in the remaining few days. As if he didn't hear Oang Chenin's ridicule, Oang Wanzhong scolded Oang Chenin on his own. Hey! That house was originally mine. But I just let you live in it. And you live comfortably. If I really sign it, I'm afraid that my uncle, who is not a human being, will eat it up completely. Besides, the happiness I had during that time was only to cause trouble to your family. You are trying to deprive me of my happiness. This is very rude. Don't you know? Oang Chenin was no less rude. She used her own sharp words to fight back against Oang Wanzhong. Look, you are a dying person. But you still speak in such a condescending tone. I said you are a woman who only cares about yourself and is self-centered. Oang Wanzhong shrugged, indicating that he didn't care at all, as if Oang Chenin's words didn't hurt him at all. However, the two of them might not feel anything while chatting about family matters. But the people around who were eating melons were not so calm at this moment, because everyone could clearly feel that the cold air around them, which was originally snowing, seemed to cool down again. It makes people feel very uncomfortable. Run! Run quickly! Neither of these two people is a serious person. Just from the conversation, you can tell that they are both the kind of funny people who don't treat the things around them as people. If there is a conflict between the two of them, they are likely to become the first victims. After all, when the eldest and the second fight, the third one is often injured. Well, although they also know that they don't even have the qualifications to be the third. So those who are not dead yet, or those who are injured and can still move, are trying to escape at this moment. Because anyone with a little vision can see the sparks that jump out of the invisible confrontation between the two at this moment. As for those who are seriously injured, who would care? By the way, you little bastard, why don't you stay in J City and come to C City? Nothing. Just to have some fun. As for the fact that Oang Chenin called him a little bastard, it seemed that Oang Wanzhong didn't care at all. Instead, he still spoke in a flat tone with a hint of frivolity as before. It seems like they are having fun. Hey! Looking for fun? I thought you were instigated by Wanzhou again. Look! Let the base commander of a base provoke me like a fool. Isn't it very much like her style? Oang Chenin picked up a piece of dried meat on her low table, and said slowly, while tearing the meat strips on it, the main theme of this series of actions is elegance. Did my elder sister see it after all? She is as sharp as ever. My sister just missed you too much and wanted to find some fun for you. It seems that the effect should be very good. Helping me have some fun is fake. She really wants to have some fun herself. Oang Chenin rolled her eyes. How could she not know what her cousin was thinking? Wanyu and Wanzhong are twins, and their personalities are naturally the same as Wanhong. Both of them are extremely bad. They are best at sowing discord and seducing others' desires for their own use. Just like this incident. Just an 8-finger base leader made the three siblings have fun. TSK. Can't the people of the Ouyang family save some trouble? At this moment, Ouyang Chenin completely forgot that she was also the one who was not saving trouble. Okay, sister. Now that the fun is over, I should go back too. Ouyang Wanzhong put up a tent on his forehead with his hand and looked at the dark road in the distance. Huh? Are you leaving so soon? Since you have come to City C, at least let me, as your sister, treat you well. Seeing Ouyang Wanzhong was about to leave, Ouyang Chenin said with a bit of reluctance. It was like he was trying his best to keep me. Forget it. Last time, you almost sent me away after treating me well. I don't have a life as tough as yours. I can survive even when monsters are rampant. Ouyang Wanzhong jumped down from the city wall, looking ready to run away. Ouyang Wanzhong shuddered when he talked about this. As a man who inherited the traditional bloodline of the Ouyang family, it can be said that it was the only black history he didn't want to mention. It was about 5 years ago, when he was about 12 years old, and just graduated from elementary school. At that time, he was taken by his father to see the elder sister who only existed in his father and mother's mouths, who had been hospitalized and was dying. Even now, several years later, I still clearly remember the shot that this older sister, who always smiles, brought to me. Just like the snowflakes falling from the sky now. Pure and spotless. Even sitting on the hospital bed and wearing a hospital gown could not hinder her cold temperament that naturally radiated from the inside out. What he remembered most was Oang Chenin's eyes that seemed to see through him in an instant. At that moment, Oang Wanzhong felt like he was struck by lightning. At that time, I only thought of one thing in my heart. If such a pure and cold face showed a desperate expression, it would definitely be the most beautiful thing in the world. Then he got what he wanted. It's just that the expression of despair appeared on Oang Chenin's face from time to time. But it was on his own face. That happened during the time when his father left the ward for a short time. Oang Chenin waved her hand and summoned him to her bedside. At that time, I didn't know what I was thinking. Anyway, I just obeyed and went over. Then, Oang Chenin grabbed his hands and stabbed one of his eyes with a fruit knife. Little bastard. I don't like the way you looked at me just now. If you do it again, I will destroy your other eye. Oang Chenin, who was only 13 years old at the time, said this to me with a grim smile on her face. I was so scared at the time. I was so scared that even though I hurt one eye, I forgot the pain. I was so scared that my legs trembled and I peed. But I forgot the fact that I was blind. Of course. The most important reason was that I saw my desperate expression in the floor-to-ceiling mirror in Oang Chenin's ward. Chapter 179, A Loving Family. The face mixed with blood, tears, and snot was extremely distorted. But even so, the corners of his mouth were still upturned. He was laughing. This laugh was a laugh from the heart after discovering the beautiful things in this world. It turns out that I can also show such a pleasing expression. This was the first thought that Oang Wanzhong thought of after seeing his desperate expression. I can only say that it was really perverted. As for the explanation given by Oang Chenin afterwards, Oang Wanzhong wanted to peel an apple for himself. But who would have thought that he would hurt himself instead? And he did not tell the truth of the matter because he was too excited. Since then, his father has never taken him to that hospital again. The hideous smile that the eldest sister showed at that time was really more beautiful than any famous painting. But my expression at that time was also great. Oang Wanzhong felt very comfortable when he thought of the expressions on Oang Chenin and his face at that time. He even praised his expression in his heart. Really? It's up to you then. Since others didn't want him to entertain them, there was no reason for Oang Chenin to rush to entertain them. Oh, by the way, I haven't seen your family for so long. Is your vixen mother okay? Is she dead? Just as Oang Wanzhong stretched his body and prepared to run away, Oang Chenin asked again. Well, my mother? You know my mother. Since she was pushed down from the upstairs by you 3 years ago, she has become a vegetable. Since then, she has been lying in bed like you. On the third day after the game started, the person turned into a zombie. But thanks to turning into a zombie, at least she could finally get out of bed and move around before I sent her off. Oang Wanzhong shrugged, as if killing his own mother was no big deal. Instead, he mocked Oang Chenin, a useless person who could only move around in bed. Oh my god, what's wrong with this family? Are they so loving? Although many people ran around, there were still some guys who were watching from a distance. Among them, there were some guys with the wind-hearing skill. However, when they heard the conversation between Oang Chenin and Oang Wanzhong, the cousins, they all trembled in their hearts. After all, as human beings, they had never seen such a scene where both wanted to kill each other in a cruel way. 3 years ago? How old was Oang Chenin 3 years ago? According to the information, Oang Chenin turned 18 a few months ago. 3 years ago, she was only 15 years old. She pushed someone down the stairs at the age of 15. You guys are really good at playing. No. If you regard these things as a drama of power struggle among the upper echelons of a high-level consortium, it seems to make sense? I actually think it makes sense. Am I also a pervert? Everyone who heard it doubted themselves. But this brother is not a good guy either. He actually mocked his disabled sister. Hey, don't talk like I'm the perpetrator. Okay. She was the one who wanted to push me down first. I just did a favor to follow her wishes and let her get nothing. Oang Chenin said indifferently. At that time, she was already wary of that woman. And she found out that her so-called aunt had tampered with her wheelchair, trying to create the illusion that an accident occurred because of a problem with the wheelchair. In this regard, since it was delivered to her door, she had no reason not to accept it. So when the other party pushed her to the stairs, she slightly dislocated her position. When the other party pushed her down, she missed, and then she fell down. To be honest, in her opinion, this woman is really not very smart. Her uncle had already given her the most reliable way to successfully take over all the property of the Oang family. But she still wanted to provoke her, although it was not done in one step. But becoming a vegetable also made Oang Chenin lose a target that caused trouble for herself. Has she become a zombie? I don't know if the body is still there. I really want to turn her into a skeleton and enslave her. But it's been so long. I guess even the body doesn't exist anymore. Oang Chenin said with some regret. This is true. She really felt sorry. There was no teasing in it. After all, that woman had wanted to kill her. If she hadn't taken the initiative, it would have been reasonable for her to enslave her skeleton. And no one could find fault with it. Who knows? Anyway, idiots don't deserve to live in this world. Oang Wanzhong squatted down to tighten his boots. Then stood up. Okay, big sister. I'm leaving first. I'll leave this to you. Ah, are you leaving now? Since you are here to see me, you didn't even prepare a decent gift for me. Did you? No. Didn't my sister and I prepare the toy of 8 fingers for you? Really? But you broke the toy. How about you just keep one eye as a gift for me? There was a hint of coquetry in Oang Chenin's tone. It was like being coquettish with her relatives. Speaking creepy words in a coquettish tone made people feel chilled. Uh-huh. No. After saying this, Oang Wanzhong ran away. After all, his elder sister had said so much. If he didn't run away, his elder sister would take action. However, just when Oang Wanzhong was running away, he suddenly found that his feet were caught by the skeleton arms that emerged from the ground, and he couldn't move. I say, you don't really think that I just chatted with you for such a long time, just to talk about family matters. TSK, my elder sister is really not a good person. I actually thought that she wanted to chat with me, because we haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't expect that she would do this to me. That's right. It's impossible for that elder sister with a strong sense of revenge to let me go so easily after meeting me. But, since I came to see Oang Chenin, I am not unprepared. Liamo. Oang Wanzhong, who was caught and temporarily unable to escape, shouted. After that, Oang Chenin saw a bald man with sunglasses jumping down from the city wall, and then punched Oang Wanzhong's feet, directly smashed the goblin skeleton arranged by Oang Chenin under the soil. At the same time, the ground within a range of about 5 meters around was also shattered. It can be seen that the power of this punch is so great that ordinary people can't take it at all. Chapter 180, Poisonous Tongue. It has to be your Oang family. Hey! Liamo. What a good dog. Looking at the bald man with sunglasses, who suddenly rushed out to rescue Oang Wanzhong. Oang Chenin curled her lips. This man was hired after Oang Wanzhong was blinded by one of his eyes, to prevent the previous thing from happening again. After all, Oang Xiao only has this one baby son. If something happens to him, then their Oang family will have to be cut off. Yo. Isn't this the bald Liamo? I didn't see you come like a dog when you were called when you took my money before. Oang Chenin sat on the pumpkin carriage and mocked the bald man who had just appeared. But Liamo turned a deaf ear to him, and had no intention of answering Oang Chenin at all. Zhang Yuan. I'll leave this person to you. Oang Chenin was not surprised to see that the other party ignored her. After all, she had long known from the private detective she hired that the other party was a mute. I just want to brag. She is dealing with Oang Wanzhong now, and I will let my subordinates deal with other insignificant people. After all, this Liamo is an Earth Knight who has surpassed level 50. Although my subordinates can let Sebastian go for a try. But after all, Sebastian is a skeleton general with few skills. Although he can win, it will definitely be a miserable victory. My Black Cat Paradise has not been built yet, and I can't let Sebastian stay in the undead space for a few days. Isn't one of the characteristics of skeletons the ability to work day and night? In this case, it is better to let Zhang Yuan, who is also a professional above level 50, go. Anyway, he has a lot of good stuff in his hand, so it's pretty good to use it as a thug. TSK. That old dog Ouyang Xiao is really good at spending a lot of money. Looking at Liam O, who was protecting Ouyang Wanzhong behind him in the field. Ouyang Qianjin was amazed, and swiped the ranking list. You know, Liam O is at least one of the top 1,000 on the ranking list. That old Biden was willing to let this guy come out as a bodyguard? This is a bit wrong no matter how you think about it. No! What's even more wrong is that this person seems to have no reason to continue protecting these people after the advent of the day. After all, it's the end of the world. And money has become waste paper. Since he is on the ranking list, there should be many people who will win him over. So he should live a good life. Well, so the problem may be with Ouyang Wanzhou. After all, she understands human nature and desires. If she came forward to tease, it would be possible to take down this monk, who is said to have come out of some temple. But forget it. It's okay anyway. Anyway, these two people must die here today. Zhang Yuan. Wait. Miss, can I take care of this person? Just when Ouyang Qianjin sentenced the two to death, a familiar voice came from behind. Oh, isn't this the arrested classmate Zhang Yamo? How come he is so tired after not seeing him for a few days? Ouyang Qianjin seemed to be very surprised, looking at the dirty Zhang Yamo under the car and said, Zhang Mo's face turned black immediately after being choked by Ouyang Qianjin. Not bad. This is the expression I want to see. Too funny. In fact, it is not strange that Zhang Yamo would appear here. After all, Uncle Tail led his prosthetic cord to dig a hole into the resort to rescue them at the beginning. Let us not talk about Zhang Yamo. Although he has fallen out of the top 10 because he has not upgraded for many days. But he is still a good player at level 53. And he must have his own way to escape when he rescues. But those who are imprisoned and willing to work for their Black Cat Paradise may not be so lucky. To put it bluntly, the death of one person is a disrespect to his status as the first on the double list. Fortunately, Uncle Tail and his men are powerful, and it seems that they have rescued all of them. Looking at the men and women following Tail, young and old, Ouyang Qianjin gave Uncle Tail a thumbs up. And Uncle Tail also showed his white teeth after seeing Ouyang Qianjin's action. While smiling, he gave Ouyang Qianjin a thumbs up. Miss, don't try to clean me up. If that guy hadn't suddenly appeared and caught me off guard, I might not have lost. Zhang Yamo smiled bitterly. Before he got the armband, Zhang Yamo thought he would not be caught. As a result, he capsized in the gutter on his first mission. Not only was he caught, but his boss had to come out to rescue him. It was really embarrassing. Wow. So it seems that there is a personal grudge between you and that Liam? Yes. I must take him down. Otherwise, I will not be able to upgrade in the future. And my Tao heart will definitely be unstable. Zhang Yamo said viciously. Huh? Unstable Tao heart. I didn't expect you to have such a second-year side. Then go and get the weapons and other things in the carriage behind the pumpkin carriage. Just take them yourself. Seeing that Zhang Yamo wanted to avenge his previous shame so much. As a boss, he naturally had to give him this opportunity. So Zhang Yamo happily took 2 poison daggers and rushed out. He didn't even wear a piece of leather armor. TSK. How badly did he suffer before to do such a thing? Ouyang Qianjin shook his head silently. Hey! I was attacked by you last time. But this time it won't be so easy. When Zhang Yamo jumped into the field, Liam O was already preparing to run away with Ouyang Wanzhong. Hey! Big sister. There's no need. There's really no need. You're just playing tricks. Looking at Zhang Yuan, who was silent beside Zhang Yamo, Ouyang Wanzhong yelled at the only pumpkin carriage left. It's enough to win the battle. Why are you pretending to be a novice? No need. Playing tricks? Ouyang Qianjin sneered at Ouyang Wanzhong's words. This guy is just a drama queen who likes to act. How could he not know why he did this? It's quite funny. You should worry about yourself. While talking, Ouyang Qianjin had been carried out of the car by the skeleton and sat in a wheelchair to the center of the battlefield. I didn't expect that sister was still in a wheelchair. I thought that her legs were healed after she became a necromancer. It turns out that she has been staying in the pumpkin carriage because her legs had not been healed yet. That's right. Your disease is not so easy to treat. Sister, aren't you a necromancer? Why don't you try to turn yourself into a skeleton? In this way, you shouldn't have to worry about the problem of lifespan. Right? When it comes to venomous tongue, it has to be the people of the Ouyang family. Oang Wanzhong hits accurately as soon as he opens his mouth. However, Oang Chenin is not someone who doesn't fight back after being bullied. Really? I think the profession of Shining Fighter is very suitable for you. Shining means that the one that flashes when taking pictures. You only have one eye now. And you don't need to close the other eye when taking pictures. Don't you think it's convenient?